Shelloron gets a vacation. The bus drove for a pretty long time before it paused in front of this huge gate with that stuff they call razor wire all over it. The gates opened and we pulled in front of this door. They started shouting at us to get out of the bus and line up. Oh, it was so scary. There were these big humans in Kalesh in body armor and they had dogs. They weren't cute dogs at all. They were scary. They then made us all go into this long hall and face the wall. They then started walking behind us with the dogs sniffing around and waving sensors all around. What's happening? I whispered to the person, a furry brown thing with 8 limbs next to me. Contraband, she whispered back. They are checking us for. You too. Shut up, a guard snapped at us. They took some things from a couple of people, I think we were all females, and even drug a couple of folks out of the line and off somewhere. After a few minutes they had all of us walk single file through another scanner and into a large room with chairs and hollow screens on the wall showing different streaming channels and told us to have a seat. That same furry little thing plopped down in the chair next to me. Wow, you look lost, she said smiling with a snout of sharp little teeth. First time. Yeah, I squeaked quietly. I could tell, she laughed, I'm Kraxina. I'm Shelloron, nice to meet you, I said in a squeaky voice. Well, Shelloron, relax a little. You aren't facing a firing squad. I know, but... Did they threaten to send you back to the Federation? I just silently nodded. PSSH, Kraxina laughed, they always say that but it never happens. They are just fucking with you. Oh, thank the waters. Oh boy, was that ever the biggest relief. Yeah, the Federation isn't about to go through all the hassle of getting you back. I mean, you'd have to have robbed a bank or killed someone or some shit for that too. Oh no fucking way, she said looking at my face. What did you do? Well, it was nice feeling relieved for a few seconds anyway. Scum. And nothing. Oh, you can't play a player. Spill, she giggled. If you are a player then you would know not to ask poop like that. Okay, fair enough, she giggled. She sat there quietly for a few moments and then wiggling all of her limbs she asked, so, what did you do to get hauled in? I didn't do anything. Okay, she snickered, what are they saying you did? That's not admitting to anything. A lot of media piracy and a weapons charge, I squeaked quietly, and you? Oh, unlicensed solicitation in an improper manner and possession of listed substances with the intent to distribute in an improper manner without a license, she said with a snort. A whole lot of words to say they busted me for having a good time and helping others to do the same. Solicitation. Prostitution. Kraxina laughed. Prostitution. I said, quite startled, there are that many of your species here. Not my species, silly, humans. What? I said looking her up and down. She wasn't any bigger than I was. How? Never underestimate imagination and lube. You see. Oh, by the waters of the eternal pond. She started describing how in way too pooping much detail. Why did I ask that? Oh, she kept talking and talking about it. Okay. I got it. Please stop talking. It's really fun. She enthused. I don't see how. It sounded really uncomfortable. Hey, she said with a grin, you're cute. I bet you could sell your little tail for a fortune. You got a convenient hole down there. The furries would go crazy over you. The what? Furries. What are furries? Asking that was a pooping mistake by the way. She told me. Humans are very very strange it turns out. I had no flushing idea. Hey, Kraxina, a guard said as she walked past, here again I see. Hi Sue. How they hanging? Why are you here? The usual. Yab. Just can't stay away from the dick. It's not the dick that lands you here, it's doing it on the street. Why don't you just join a brothel or something? Meh, too many rules and you have set working hours and shit. It's too much like a real job. Besides, there is something fun about back alleys. You should try it sometime. You are going to get locked up for real one day, Kraxina, the guard said, there isn't any dick in prison. That's cool, I swing both ways. All of us do. Oh, by the waters. All of them? Really? Sue just shook her head and walked off. I knew by now I shouldn't ask but I just pooping had to know. All of you? Really? Yab. She proclaimed proudly. She then proceeded to describe the Flushing strangest society you can Flushing imagine. Suddenly I imagined my hometown celebrating the harvest festival their way and couldn't stop giggling. What's so funny? She asked sounding a little perplexed. I tried to tell her but I just couldn't talk. I finally caught my breath and told her and we both had a great laugh. I then described polite Plath society. Oh gods, she said in horror. That sounds awful. You poor thing. But hey, you are in the Republic now. You can get your little freak on whenever you want. But there aren't any other plath in the Republic. So? I bet there is some species here that is close enough. That's okay. I'm fine, really. She looked at me with a mix of horror and sympathy. Oh, it can't be fine. How long has it been since you've been laid? I just looked at the floor and asked about 100 different ways. We plath just don't talk about this stuff with someone we just met. Besides, there was no way I was going to tell her I was a virgin. A real dry spell, hey. You could say that. The old plastic boyfriend must be getting a real workout. Plastic. A diddlestick. You know, a vibrator. Oh scum, this was getting weird. I mean, I know what a vibrator is. I've watched plenty of movies and stuff. Plath do have those things, but they don't just go handing them out at the harvest festival. You have to go to some big city and find some little shop hidden somewhere out of sight. I wasn't about to flushing tell her I didn't have one. The shock may have killed her, lol. This can't be jail, I said, desperately trying to change the subject. What happens next? Yeah, this is just the waiting area for processing, she said brightly. They will take you through yet another scanner, then you will go to a desk where they will ask you your name and where you live and stuff, then you come back out here, wait, then they take you to medical where you get checked out, then you go to mental health to make sure you aren't about to do something weird, then you go to another desk where they go over your record and classify you, then they assign you a cell and back you go. Relax. It isn't bad back there at all, it's just boring. Classify you? What does that mean? Oh, they separate the normal people like us and the really dangerous ones to keep us safe. Really? I said with a relieved sigh. Oh yeah. The real hardcore monsters have their own wing. You will never see them. You will be hanging out with us thieves and whores. Oh, thank the waters. Oh. I am supposed to be getting a lawyer set up for me. When do I see them? Lucky. You can see them whenever they show up. You'll definitely see them before you go before the judge. I have to see a judge. You have to get your bail set so you can get out of here. She then proceeded to explain the whole process to me. There are a lot of pooping steps. But it's almost the weekend, so you might have to wait until Monday before you can see the judge. Your lawyer might be able to swing something though. That long? Oh poop, I was going to be spending the whole weekend in here? At least it didn't sound too scary. Kraxina really made me feel better about this whole thing. It sounded like it was just a whole lot of waiting. I was still really scared about what the detective said, but Kraxina also said that a good lawyer could get me out of all sorts of trouble. I hoped the guys knew a good one. So? Kraxina asked, looking at me with big interested eyes. I've never met a plath before, so I gotta know. How do your vibrators work? Oh poop. At least the very weird conversation with her was a good distraction. I now know so many things that I can never unlearn no matter how bad I want to, lol. Even as perverted and weird as she was, I really liked talking to her. She made me feel like everything was going to be okay. Too bad I was wrong about that. The intake process went exactly as she described. There was a bit of a delay in medical since they had never seen a plath before. After they looked me up, they said that I was probably okay and entered in a dietary plan for me. Everything was going okay until classification. Sheloran, upon review of your record and your arrest, you have been classified as a violent offender. What? But that's wrong. I'm not violent. According to the criteria established by the Terran Board of Corrections, you are clearly a violent offender. You will be assigned to the maximum security wing. That means that I'm going to be put in with killers and stuff, right? I squeaked in terror. Yes, that is where people accused of homicide are housed along with other potentially violent individuals such as yourself. You can't do this. Please. I squeaked. I'm not violent, I swear. I have a responsibility for the safety of the inmates here, and I cannot in good faith place you in minimum security. But why? I squeaked in complete disbelief. Let's review, the officer said with a sigh. There is the entrance declaration where you freely admitted to many violent offenses including homicide and... That was self-defense. They were going to. So you say, but we have no way to verify that. Can you see how it would be a concern? Yes, but... And there is the fact that you were arrested, this evening, with an illegal lethal weapon which you made yourself. But that was for self-defense. I would never. Yes, but you can produce lethal weapons with ease. If you can make a, whatever this is, she said, gesturing to the screen, you can probably whip together a shiv no problem. It is another potential danger. But... Not to mention there are the statements from the detectives interviewing you. They said that despite your appearance that you were a dangerous individual and that you acted aggressively, even lunging at one of them. But I didn't. She turned the monitor to face me and played the scene where I was being cuffed and led from the interview room. Okay, I might have leaned forward a bit when I called him a poop face. That isn't a lunge. You can't possibly call that a lunge. We will try to match you with size proportionate cell mates. Please. I'm really scared. Please. Guards, she said as a human in a calesh approached, gently but firmly helped me to my feet, and led me away. The door opened to my cell and I stood there frozen with fear. The guards quickly lost their patience, shoved me into the cell and the door slammed behind me. 2 of other people in the cell were playing some sort of card game. They both looked up at me curiously. They had probably never seen a plath before. The third one was curled up on her bunk with the blanket over their head. I just stood there like an idiot, frozen with fear. I'm Tiz, a bright red scaled reptilian biped, not much taller than myself, said with a faint hiss. TXXTSU, the other card player, a slender insectoid, said with a nod of their chitinous head. I recognized their species. They were a snail, a Federation species with a really nasty reputation. The lump over there is named Lucky. Don't bother them, they are resting. Seriously, you really don't want to do that? I was resting, Lucky said with annoyance as they poked their head out from under the blankets. Oh flushing poop. It was a 8 lie. Those things are lethal. I thought we were all supposed to be small. So what's your name? Tiz asked. Shelloran. My name is Shelloran, I squeaked. Oh no. I squeaked. I prayed that they didn't know that meant that a plath was nervous. So what are you? A plath. I'm a plath. Wait, Lucky said as she fully opened her eyes and looked up at me. Shelloran the plath? Ha, I've heard of you. What? Yeah, she said with a chuckle, the killer gamer. Shelloran the black, the face of evil, the drop of oil. They actually called me a drop of oil. I stammered, completely shocked. That's about as bad as a plath saying can get. It's in our pooping Bible. They actually went flushing biblical on my butt. The great prophet once stood before a small beautiful clear pool of water and splashed just a little oil on the surface as a demonstration of how much even the tiniest amount of evil, the drop of oil, could ruin both the pool that is the world and the pool that is your soul. He was answering a question about the befouler, our version of flushing Satan himself, and how he could cause such misery. They were comparing me to plath Satan. You were all over the news in your sector for a little while, Lucky chuckled. You were a big-time software pirate who specialized in ultra-violent Terran stuff, treason, perversion, bank robbery, murder. Then you gave Fed Intel the slip and shot your way across the whole fucking Federation, right? What? They said what? Yeah. I heard about that too. TXXTSU buzzed. Didn't you slip some brainwashing software or something into the mix and programmed some loser to waste a bunch of people? That's not how it went. I spluttered. What the poop? I had nothing to do with that guy killing all of those people. And didn't you help a bunch of Terran terrorists take over your town and kill most of your police force? Wow. Tiz exclaimed, really? No. I didn't. I had nothing to do with the Terrans. I was just working in the bank. They say that the Terrans paid you with that brainwashing software you wanted so you could corrupt minds and incite wholesale violence across your entire home world, Lucky said with a grin, fucking hardcore next level terrorist shit. That's poop. But didn't you get the game from them and like this knife made from human bones? Oh poop. I did get the game from them. That did look a little scummy, come to think. This was going to be hard to explain. Human bones? No shit. Tiz asked, their eyes wide. No shit, Lucky replied. She has a blade with a human bone handle. Wow. No. That's not right. That's not how things were at all. That's not what your friend said. My friend. Yeah, a childhood friend of yours got arrested and sang like a little bird, Lucky said with a laugh. Felix Rowe, I thought to myself. That pooping idiot. I love her but scum. She is dumb as a flushing rock. Wait, I said, they arrested Felix Rowe? Why? Because she knew all about it from the start and aided you in your evil rampage. They also found a shitload of games on her computer, including the first reproduction of the big one. Oh, that pooping idiot. She didn't even erase them? Poop. I shout, looking up at the ceiling. That little idiot. I told her to trash the drives. I pooping told her. Yeah, she's in prison now. Scum. How long? They gave her 5 years. They cut her a break because they said that she was brainwashed by you. Scum. Flushing scum. Oh, I felt like a real poop log. Yeah, they interviewed her for one of the news programs, Lucky laughed. She's not that bright, is she? No, I sighed, hanging my head. I love the girl, but I swear. You might not love her anymore after you see that news expose. Oh, those butt faces could manipulate her to say anything. She doesn't have the sense, the creator gave a stump. How bad was it? Pretty bad, Lucky laughed. She pretty much told the whole story, how you got the software and the knife from the Terrans and how you spread it everywhere. She even said that you were the one that got her and a bunch of other people hooked on the games. Well, that was true. I did that. Scum, this did look a little bad. Yeah, but they are just games, I spluttered, it's not like I was selling drugs or something. Oh yeah, speaking of that, she also said that you also got her on something called Zip. Scum. That was like a long time ago and Zip's not a big deal at all. A lot of people do it. One more life you ruined is how the news put it. Oh, by the scummy waters, that is complete poop. Complete poop. And the banks. It was just the one bank. I reply. I had absolutely nothing to do with the Terrans. You robbed a bank? Neat. Tiz exclaimed happily. Yes, I sighed, I did rob a bank. Cool. How do you rob a bank anyway? Lucky asked. I've been wondering about that. They were all looking at me wide-eyed and excited. Scum. They think I'm sort of pooping evil super criminal mastermind. Yet. How's it done? TXX buzzed happily. I gotta know, just for educational purposes of course. Yet, just theoretically, Lucky added. It's not like I'm planning on using that information or anything. Poop. These are hardened criminals who want tips on bank robbery from me. Scum. It was like I was trapped in some hellish parallel universe. This was completely wrong. It was so wrong that it was funny, incredibly darkly funny. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, the universe got me good this time. It kicked me right up the pooper. Okay, I said, most people don't know how the Federation banking system really works. I didn't get much sleep that night as they kept me up for hours picking my brains, wanting every detail of everything, even how I made my zapper. And you learned how to manufacture weapons from a Terran game? Tiz asked in awe. That is so fucking awesome. Which one? Outland Bound is the best one for that. Its crafting system is completely realistic down to the wire temperatures. I said, feeling completely defeated. No matter how hard I tried or how much I insisted that I'm really not like this, they were convinced that I'm a pooping master criminal. Then again, it was Flushing getting harder and pooping harder to deny it. If someone looked at the crazy events of my recent life a certain way, it appeared horrible. I was getting really worried. How was I explain all of this to the judge? And what about this Federation fun time? Lucky asked, her eyes glittering with excitement. Is it true that it has real models of Federation cities and structures? Yes. The full version is very detailed, and you can import maps directly from public sources for things that it doesn't already have. And the response times and strategy of police and the military are accurate. Supposedly, I said. I had completely caved at this point. I was too pooping worn out. Besides, these were pretty scary people. I wasn't going to Flushing tell them no. It's said that it's actually based on older actual Republic military simulation software. No shit. That's what they say, I replied. How the poop did this happen to me? I don't know for certain, but people who should know, real soldiers and cops, say that it is disturbingly accurate. Well, fuck. I had no idea Terran games were this cool. No wonder they took things so seriously, Lucky said with glee. So what other games are useful? She asked as she took out a notepad and pen. She actually started taking pooping notes. I took a deep breath. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a teacher when I grew up. This, however, was not what I Flushing envisioned. It's quite the list, I said as I started the first of several lectures. I was pretty groggy when it was time to go to breakfast. Everyone else had gone ahead by the time I got dressed to my satisfaction. It was hard to make those prison outfits lay straight. The ones they gave me really weren't designed for someone with a little tail. I found the cafeteria and got into line. As I was waiting my turn to get my food, 3 humans walked up and one of them shoved me out of the way. Zeno, this big human woman said with a snarl. But I was here first. Boy, were they being rude. Do you want a beating, frog? She said as she grabbed me and tossed me aside. I fell to the floor and she laughed. Suddenly she stopped laughing. When I looked up, Lucky was walking up with the rest of my cellmates. Like knocking around weaklings. Lucky said with a grin, funny, so do I. Hey, what's your problem? The woman said, trying to sound confident when she clearly wasn't. That's my cellmate. That's my problem. Oh, I didn't know, the woman said. Apologize. What? I said apologize, Lucky said, walking up to the woman. Now. Sorry, the woman said in a quiet voice. Not to me, bitch, to her, Lucky said with a snarl. The woman gave me a nasty look. Sorry, she muttered. Sorry, Lucky said loud enough for everyone to hear. I didn't quite hear you. Sorry. What? I think I'm a little hard of hearing. What did you say? Sorry, the woman snarled. That's better, Lucky said with a smile. See, it costs nothing to be polite. Now get the fuck out of her way and show her some respect. She's the real deal, not like you try-hard wannabes. They backed off and let me get back into my place in line. If looks could kill I would be a dead plath. Thanks, I said after I got my food and sat down with my new friends. That was kinda rough. Yeah, Lucky said, there's always someone like that who likes pushing people around when they think they can get away with it. You gotta let them know you won't take their shit. Lucky popped a cherry tomato in her mouth. Don't worry about them, just a bunch of pussies. Yeah, Tiz added, not the first time they bullied someone. It's always some little Xeno like us, not someone their own size. That's how you know they aren't shit. We little guys stick together so they can't pull that crap. It doesn't hurt that we have a 8-lie in our corner either, especially Lucky, TXX chuckled. Nobody fucks with Lucky. We had a nice breakfast after that. The food wasn't bad at all. It was the first time I ever had oatmeal. I love oatmeal. A few hours later as they were teaching me a card game I was informed that I had a visitor. It was my lawyer. Yes. The guys didn't let me down. I was led to a room where a long silvery eel-like fish was floating in a large spherical tank suspended in some sort of robot. Holy waters of the eternal pond. It was a Callant, one of the senior races of the Federation. What was he doing here? Hello Shell Oron, he said blowing a few bubbles, my name is Baxlon and I've been sent to help you out of this little jam. How are the guys? I asked. I was worried about them, being porkies and all. Oh they are fine, Baxlon said. I was able to spring them. They have to hang around until everything is settled but they are out and worried sick about you. Thank the gods they don't know you got put in maximum security. He pressed his eye against the tank. How are you holding up by the way? Oh I'm doing fine, I said, my cellmates really like me. They think I'm sort of violent terrorist but maybe that's a good thing. Maybe, Baxlon said shuddering as he blew a bunch of bubbles. I think he was laughing. Let me guess, a few of them are from the Federation. Yeah. Did you know they put me on the news? I watched some of it last night, he laughed, they really spread it on thick. Don't worry, I got the actual story from Hollister. Do you think it's going to be a problem? Probably not, probably. Don't worry though. We'll handle it. Hollister hired me for a reason, he said as he winked. So I've reviewed your case and let me tell you, what a load of bullshit. There is no way that this will hold up. The software and media keys are checking out, just like we knew they would so the big charge is gone. Problem is that for some reason they have a real hard-on for you and they are set on the weapon and they are trying to use that in your entrance interview to press for deportation. Oh no. I gasped. I can't go back. I can't. Yeah, I saw the Federation videos. There is no way in fuck you will get a fair trial. Don't worry too much. I've cracked deportations with way more evidence than this piddle. Hell, I've kept people in the Republic who should have been deported 10 times over. I will blow them out of the fucking water over this bullshit. The only problem is that I can't get you out of here until Monday. Why? I can't get you before the court before then. That's where we have a concern. What do you mean? I asked with a lump in my throat. For some reason a certain judge has called dibs on your case and not just any judge. Judges can do that. Dibs is an important part of Terran culture, Baxlon replied. It's from the Soul Wars and they still take it really seriously. The judge called dibs. Baxlon turned to look at me with both eyes. It's Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd. His Honor Thaddeus Carter. You familiar with the character Judge Dredd? No. His big line is I am the law, and that in a nutshell is Judge Carter. He's been a judge forever, like since before the Soul Wars forever. Every time an organ fails he's had it replaced with bionics. They say that he actually has multiple AIs constantly feeding him information 24/7. I don't doubt it either. His ability to pull up laws and legal precedents is frightening. He's a tough one. It's either a really good thing he called dibs or a really bad thing and we won't know until we get there. Is it going to be okay? Baxlon wiggled his body in a shrug. I've tangled with him more than once. He's tough but one thing about him is that he fucking worships the law. He's brutal but he is, for the most part, just. And don't worry, he isn't as crazy as people think he is, mostly. Mostly. This didn't sound good at all. Oh poop, this didn't sound good. He's very opinionated and free with that opinion. But he does worship the law like it was his god. If I do my homework, which I am, and we have a good chance. Just let me do the talking and we will get through this. He paused and looked at me evenly. I do need to know a few things so I can get my shit together and don't lie to me, okay? I just nodded. That media, is all of it legit and I mean all of it? Yes. I bought all of it. Your Zappy Bernie thingy, do you make them on the side or did you just make the one for yourself? Just the one. I haven't made any more of them. Good. That makes this a lot easier, he said with a wink. Oh, if that is really the case, I want to talk to you about something. This idea you got with the media smuggling. It has fins. I think it can really swim. That's good. That's very good. You just have to do it the right way and work with the right people, people like me for example. You are playing on the thin edge of legal and you need someone who is skilled at, how do I put this delicately, skilled at both sides of that edge. You don't just need a good criminal attorney, you need a good criminal attorney if you get my meaning. I really didn't get his meaning, not at pooping all. What I mean is that what you tried is sketchy as fuck but it is, or can very easily be, completely and totally legal, on this side of the border. You are playing fast and loose with things like terms and conditions though. That may sound like piddly shit but that's fucking with big media, something you need to be really careful about. They won't kill you or put you in prison but they can, have, and will take every single credit someone has to their name. Do it right and you can make some real money. Do it wrong and well, you can see what happens, he laughed as he gestured around with the robot's arms. I would like to help you do it right, for a nominal fee, perhaps a percentage. The idea made me feel funny. So much was happening at once. Don't worry, your decision won't affect my work on this case, he said winking again, I have both a reputation to uphold and I make a lot of credits working with Hollister and people that he knows. I also understand if you never want to touch something like this again. We can get you out of this mess and back to that coffee shop forever if you want. The thought of that didn't make me feel good at all. The thought of barely scraping by wasn't the problem. That would definitely be poopy but even worse. I would go back to being little again, tiny, helpless, pathetic, small. Even in jail I had never felt small, not the way I did every single Flushing day before. Oh, I had been terrified, bullied, shoved in a cage with real criminals, and tossed across a cafeteria floor but I realized that I never felt pathetic. I never felt small. I wanted this. I wanted this when I started this whole business and I still wanted it. I just didn't want it. I needed it. Something had Flushing changed somewhere along the line. I wasn't just a tiny little bank clerk anymore and trying to be a tiny little anything made me Flushing miserable, miserable enough to start all of this lunacy. It wasn't about the credits. They were nice but that wasn't why I was pooping doing this. It was really pooping sick but it made me happy. Poop. I was happier in jail staring down the barrel of being deported straight into a Flushing life sentence than I was staring down the barrel of a life of being a tiny little pathetic nothing a few months before. Poop. I couldn't believe what I was thinking. Had I become a droplet of oil after all? They say that the drop of oil ruins a pool but when the light hits it just right it does make it prettier. A little flash of color for the soul, maybe? It didn't really pooping matter. I knew what I wanted, what I Flushing needed. Okay, I said with a little squeak. Let's make some Flushing credits. Shell Oron goes motorboating. Baxlon and I spent a little while going over some details and planning out our game as he put it. I felt a whole lot better after talking with him. He really had his poop together. I hummed a happy little tune as I was led back to my cell block. The doors automatically opened and I almost skipped through them and down a short hallway. I stopped humming as the woman from breakfast, leaning on a mop, was leaning against a wall. Have a nice visit, bitch, she snarled at me. Her friends turned the corner completely blocking the hall. Oh poop. I looked around and there was nobody else in sight. I didn't like where this was going. So, you are the real deal, huh? The woman said as she walked towards me. I really don't want any trouble, please, I squeaked as I backed away. Funny thing about this little stretch here, the woman said as she continued her advance. The sensors here don't work so good. She backed me against a wall. Look, about breakfast, I'm really sorry about the misunder I started to say as she grabbed me by the throat. Before I could react she had lifted me off the ground, squishing me against the wall. You're the real deal? Show me, bitch. Show me that real deal, she snarled as she really started to choke me. Oh scum. I couldn't breathe. I was so scared. I let out a tiny strangled little squeak as I tried to wiggle free. She just laughed and squeezed harder. Your bunny friend isn't here, bitch. It's just you and M. I guess I freaked out a little bit so I started flailing my hands at her. One thing about us Plath is that we don't have claws or even fingernails. We have pads. Our pads are funny though. They are really grippy. My pads latched onto her face and I guess because I was so scared they really stuck onto it hard and I started yanking and pulling. I had no idea human faces were so stretchy, especially the eyelids. Oh, she didn't like that. She let go of my throat and grabbed my wrists trying to pull my pads free. Wasn't going to happen. I had latched on her head like it was a wet rock. All she was doing was helping me stretch her face some more. When she did this I started to slide down the wall. As my face bumped her torso it hit something soft. Another thing about us Plath. We are really peaceful, even timid by human standards but just like any species fights do happen sometimes. We do it a little different. Where humans punch and kick we grapple, and bite. Instinctively I almost unhinged my jaw and pooping clamped it shut around the soft lump. It doesn't look like we have very strong jaw muscles, but we never bothered inventing nutcrackers. We didn't have to. Besides, we like the shells. Crunchy. I clamped the bony ridges in my mouth down hard, harder than I've ever bitten something before. Oh, she really didn't like that. She screamed as she started flailing and pummeling me, trying to get me to turn loose. That wasn't going to pooping happen either. I had clamped down tight and wasn't letting go for anything. She tried punching at my eyes, which does hurt, but they aren't like human eyes at all. They are really big and poke out a little, so I guess they evolved to be a lot tougher. I just closed my eyes and kept squeezing my jaws shut for everything they were worth. I felt that she was running around and I got slammed into a wall, but that didn't do all that much. When I said we were tiny and weak things, but tough tiny weak things, I wasn't just talking about my pooping spirit. Get it off. Get it off, she screamed as one of her friends grabbed me and started to pull. At this point I had both of my hands on her head and my feet firmly gripping the front of her shirt. I wasn't going anywhere. All they managed to do was pull my head back a little, which just made the woman scream harder. She was screaming and cussing and trying to hit me, but I was right up against her and she really couldn't get a lick in. Then I got hit really hard from behind. It almost knocked the wind out of me and really hurt. I cracked one of my eyes open. My big eyes have a pretty good field of vision and I could see the other woman who hit me from behind. She pulled back her leg to kick. Oh poop, that wasn't something I wanted to take. We are tough and apparently I can survive at least one punch, okay, but I was sure that kick was something I didn't want. I could see her perfectly fine, so just when she launched that kick I pushed off with my legs, lifting my body clear. This wrenched my head, still quite firmly attached to her chest, and that woman really screamed just as her friend kicked her right in the gut. She doubled over, which let me get my feet on the floor. They stuck so now she couldn't stand back up. Her friends were really trying to kick at me, but I had her bent over me and the wall behind me, so they were having a hard time getting to me, especially after she fell to her knees for some reason. Why did she do that? It wasn't a very tactically sound move because it just gave me a better shield. Her friends did manage to get a decent enough kick in every couple of times they tried though, and I was getting beat around pretty bad, but I still had a death grip on her face, and where my pads did slip they left friction pad burns as they slid across her head, and my jaw ridges were still biting down with enough force to easily crush a walnut. I really like walnuts. Seriously, those are the best. Onto one of her breasts. About the time her screaming and cursing was turning to sobbing and pleading, I heard boots running down the hall. I heard someone yelling something, but I was so flushing freaked out that I couldn't really make out what they were saying, so I just kept my death bite right where it was. About a second later the world exploded. Lucky was sitting in the common area and slammed down a card on the table. Fucking supernova, bitches. All the other players groaned and threw down their cards. By the void, Lucky. How do you fucking do it? Skill. You should try it sometime, Lucky chuckled. Now that's 4 desserts and 2 dinner salads. Oh, I'm going to have a feast tonight. Yeah, fuck you, a big shaggy white furred creature grumbled. Lucky just laughed with delight. A human rushed up to the table. Hey Lucky. I found out what the lockdown and all that screaming was about. Oh. Lucky replied. That was Donna. Couldn't have happened to a nicer lady, Lucky chuckled happily. Yeah, you know that new girl, the little frog thing. Lucky looked up sharply. Yeah, she said with an edge in her voice. Donna and her heifers jumped her in blind alley. What? Lucky snarled. Where is that cunt? She asked as she leapt to her feet. The woman grinned. The fucking hospital. Not the clinic, the hospital. That little frog thing fucked her up bad. Damn near ripped one of her tits off. Doesn't really surprise me, Lucky said as she relaxed. I fucking warned that bitch that Shell Oron was the real deal. That little thing went fucking crazy. It fucked up her face, damn near ripped off an eyelid, and almost chewed off one of her tits. Both of her friends couldn't stop her. Fuck. The guards couldn't stop her. It took them 5 hits to bring her down. The whole table looked up in surprise. 5, the large shaggy creature rumbled in amazement. Bullshit. No way. That's impossible. Heard it straight from the guards. They can't believe it either. They kept prodding her and she shrugged it off like it was nothing. Fuck. Even after she was out she was still biting that cow. They had to take them to the clinic so they could detach her. What the hell sort of species is she? Ajuan exclaimed. She's just a plath, Lucky replied, their homeworld is in my sector. Both the 8-lie and the plath are in the same sector. Did the creator have had a lump of ugly to get rid of or something? The plath aren't shit, Lucky replied, seriously, they are just little wimp noodles. They will just curl up and cry if you touch them. It isn't the species, it's the individual. She didn't go up against a plath. She went up against a Shell Oron. That woman is bad fucking news, the real fucking deal. Fuck. I wouldn't willingly go up against her. She's nightmare level shit. Really? The Juan asked in disbelief, that little thing. Yes, that little thing, Lucky replied, let me tell you about that little thing. A few minutes later the whole table looked up at Lucky in amazement. Whoa, the big shaggy creature rumbled in awe. Donna fucked with that? She's lucky to be alive. Well, she is in here, Lucky replied. Shelloran probably didn't want to add another killing to the mix, let her off easy. Fuck, the woman who first brought the news muttered, if that's letting someone off easy I don't want to see what letting someone off hard would be. I don't know, Lucky said baring her teeth as she smiled, might be fun to watch. The next thing I knew I was laying down on something soft and my head pooping hurt. I opened my eyes and I was looking up at an illumination panel on a ceiling somewhere. I tried to raise my hands to my face and couldn't. They were firmly strapped to the sides of what appeared to be a hospital bed. Good morning, a cheerful voice laughed, have a good nap. I painfully turned my pounding head to see a Kaelsh in a loose white tunic. Wah! I managed to mumble. Talking was really hard. Eee! I squeaked in alarm. Oh poop! I thought to myself. Did I get brain damaged? Relax, the Kaelsh laughed. You got the stuffing stunned out of you. Those prison rods will scramble you good. Oh. They gave you 5 whole zaps. That's enough to bring down, shit. I think that's a record, actually. Why? The idiots thought you were still down there attacking that poor bitch when you were long gone and your jaw had just locked tight and your fingers were just stuck. That can happen. It happens all the flushing time. I was surprised that they didn't know that for a second until I realized I was the only plath in the whole pooping republic. Poo. I gurgled angrily. Poo. Yeah, sorry about that. We screamed at them about it if it makes you feel any better. The doctor lost his fucking mind. I think he is still in the admin office raising hell. Poo. We have scanned the hell out of you and everything seems okay. I gotta tell you that you are one tough little customer. Those rods are pretty well engineered and designed to do no permanent injury but fuck, 5 hits. We had to call some experts about that. Mglug. Not sure what you are saying but don't worry. Extended temporary neurological disruption syndrome is a known after effect of excessive stun rod application. We've checked and actual nervous system damage has been detected, as far as we know, your nerves are kinda weird. Wah. They didn't flushing no? What the poop? Oh yeah, I remembered. I'm the first one. Being a pioneer pooping sucked. They sent a complete scan of you via hyperlink. Gah. Don't worry, it was to Starshield, you know, their Red Cross? We may hate each other but the Red Cross and Starshield have a good relationship. We left your name out of the records as well. Hoop da pooping do, I thought. There was only one flushing plath in the whole pooping republic. Who would they flushing think it was, the reincarnation of the flushing great prophet? Poo. I grumbled. Just try to rest, the Kaelsh said wiggling their eye stalks. That means they are smiling. Odds are you will be just fine. We were able to get a decent amount of info from Starshield already and have given you something that should really help with the inflammation and bruising and they are synthesizing something that should help with the nerve scramble. I don't know what's taking so long. They should have been here hours ago. Almost as if by magic a tunic-clad human female walked in holding a small vial. Oh, speak of the devil, the Kaelsh said with a laugh. What took you so long? You are lucky it happened at all, the woman said, this shit isn't chemistry. It's fucking alchemy. It's a cocktail of dozens and dozens of very complicated compounds in a very specific ratio. I had to get damn near the whole city involved. She turned to me. This is an exact molecule for molecule copy of Malborixlor extract. Malborixlor extract. That's some potent stuff. It's in our Bible. Fortunately, along with the list of the miracles performed by the ancient prophets and masters, our Bible includes the recipes. Our Bible isn't just one book, it's more like an encyclopedia. This grows naturally? On a single plant, the woman asked me holding the vial. Yeah. Amazing. I managed to open my mouth a bit so they could pour it in. This was really pooping amazing. Malborixlo extract. I've never had it before. Along with its curative powers, it is supposed to allow the creator to speak to you. I was really excited. I hoped that it would happen to me. I had a whole bunch of poop to discuss with him. He was going to get a piece of my flushing mind. It took effect pretty quickly and I started to drift off to sleep. As I did, I could hear the Kaelsh and the human laughing about the woman I fought. I made that pooping jerk face cry like a baby. I drifted off to a very satisfied sleep. A nice long nap and the Malborixlor extract worked like a charm. The creator didn't stop by for a chat. I guess he didn't want the dressing down I had planned for him, but I had some trippy dreams. I'm going to be pondering what I saw for quite some time. The doctors and the rest of the staff were happy to see that I was back to normal and the scans they sent were reviewed by a plath physician and aside from an obvious thrashing everything was normal. They were astonished by my recovery. Heck! I was feeling pretty pooping good. It was probably a combination of the extract, which is some pooping amazing stuff, an extract of pure unadulterated triumph. There is a common saying here among us Xenos, it's like trying to beat a human in a fist fight. We use it to describe something that is impossible. Well, guess pooping what? Ha! The warden even showed up to check on me. I'm glad to see you are okay, Sheloran, he said looking quite relieved. Yeah, we plath aren't much but we are tough. We weren't familiar with the quirks of your species. I've made sure that this incident has been entered into our records so if another plath winds up here, or any other jail for that matter, your latching reflex will be included in their intake notes. I appreciate that but I'm the only plath in the Republic and I really don't intend coming here again. He laughed at that. Let's hope not. I have enough repeat customers as it is. Oh, just to let you know Donna, the woman you got into a fight with, is going to make a full recovery. She's going to be hating life for quite a long time but will suffer nothing that will add any serious complications to your case. She attacked me. It was self-defense. Oh, I don't doubt it for a minute, the warden replied. She has quite the record and no lack of disciplinary incidents while behind bars. We aren't going to be filing any charges against you on this one. Privately, I'm tickled to death, he laughed. She was in dire need of an ass-kicking. Well, that was pooping unprofessional. Then again, this is Terra. While we aren't going to be pressing any charges or entering this into your record here, we are going to have to put you in solitary confinement for the remainder of your stay. It's standard practice after something like this. It's for your protection. Wait. That is an option. Yes, the warden said acting surprised. Any prisoner who feels threatened can request protective custody. You just approach a guard and ask for it. Might have made things a lot less complicated, he laughed. Pooping what? I could have just asked for safety. Oh, I was so mad at the universe right then. Creator, I swear if I ever get to meet you I'm pooping biting you right on the tit. That seems to work. I managed a weak little laugh in response. I wasn't laughing on the inside. This wasn't funny. I could have just... Scum. Pooping scum. Oh, just to let you know your little misadventure has caused quite the impact on the cell block, the warden laughed. Everyone is talking about how it took 5 stuns to bring you down. They all think you are some sort of fucking demon. Of course they did. Of course. Of pooping course. I wasn't even that surprised anymore. Could you please let them know that it only took 1? And ruin the legend? Never, he laughed. I didn't laugh that time. I just looked at him and blew a wet flutter through my gill slits. It just made him laugh harder. They wouldn't believe me anyway. Trust me. They have collectively decided that the 5-stun legend is true and there isn't a goddamn thing anyone can do about it. Well, it was really nice meeting you and I hope everything works out alright. More importantly, I hope everything works out so that you don't have to come back here where we have to deal with you, he laughed. He waved and then walked away. After spending a while in the clinic I got locked into a little room all by myself. It was awesome. I was safe. I wasn't around scary people anymore. It was wonderful, for a few hours anyway, then it got boring as poop. I started to really wish I could go back to my cell and hang out with my new friends. They were nice. Time took forever in there. Poop. It was so flushing boring. The food was still okay. They even put an apple on my tray every meal. I wonder if that's because I told my friends that I loved apples. I absolutely adore apples. Hey. Here's a thought. I wonder if I can start smuggling apples. I bet other plath would love them too. I wonder. Oh. I know. Seeds. I could start sending apple seeds. Ha. That would drive the home world absolutely nuts. Foreign plants are an abomination. Not to mention potentially invasive. Why not add eco-terrorism to the list of my achievements? It would round out the list nicely. They want to make me a supervillain? Poop. We can do that, no flushing problem. Oh poop. What the scum is wrong with me? Get a pooping hold of yourself, Sheloran. Time eventually passed and Monday rolled around. I tried to make myself as presentable as possible, but it's kind of hard when all you have is a pink tunic and trousers, not even a pooping dress. My little tail pushed the butt part of the trousers out to a point in the back and it looked flushing stupid. I had no bow, no glitter, nothing. I felt practically naked and probably looked awful. Thank poop there wasn't a mirror in there with me. I just didn't want to know. I poked my face and winced. Ow. I bet I had bruises all over. That's just pooping great, I thought to myself. I'm going to show up in court trying to prove that I'm not violent with a face full of bruises from a jailhouse brawl. Oh, flush me right down the pipes. Seriously. Did the universe just decide one day, hey, let's just lob poop at this Shell-Oron girl? I bet that would be a pooping blast. I just wanted to work in a bank and play a few games. That's pooping all. Maybe one day move to a city and go to work in a bigger bank and, if the stars perfectly aligned, perhaps one magical day find a boyfriend. That was it. That was pooping it. Now Flushing, look at me. I was in a solitary jail cell, in a Terran jail, because I gnashed up a Flushing human and getting ready to go to court to try to escape getting locked up for Flushing life because my whole Flushing homeworld thinks that I'm the embodiment of the pooping befouler. On the bright side, if I managed to get out of this stubbly little tail intact, I was going to be making a poopload of credits. I could almost Flushing taste them. I passed the time thinking about various media sources and what would sell. I also started pondering actual physical items. I realized that a whole lot of things would be attractive to the discriminating customer, as Hollister liked to put it. I thought about Kraxina. It would have been really nice to have been able to hang out with her more. Then it hit me. Vibrators. Yes. We could bury the Plath homeworld in sex toys. Oh, that would be pooping hilarious. I realized that technically sex toys aren't illegal there. There was never a reason to make that law. I giggled as I realized that not only would it be a pooping blast, it would be perfectly legal, and they would sell. As a plus, sexual deviant was also not already on my list of crimes. Hey. It was another box to check off. My descent into depravity, and possibly insanity, I don't pooping know, ended when the cell door opened and it was time. As I was walked through the jail, I could see everyone stop and look at me, and I could see them looking at each other, pointing, mouthing my name, and showing each other 5 digits. Poop. Even the criminals thought I was a pooping menace. I really hoped that my lawyer was as good as Hollister thought he was. I was starting to think I was really going to need him. I met Baxlon at the courthouse. Looks like you've had an interesting couple of days, he laughed, at least I think that was laughing. I won, I replied. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I reviewed the incident and it's even better. It's a non-thing. It shouldn't come up, and if it does I will fucking ram it straight up their ass and light the end of it on fire. That made me feel better, even if he had a really dirty mouth. I guess now that I'm a criminal I should get used to potty mouths, hey? OL Judge Dredd is in rare form today. I just watched him just rip the shit out of this poor little hooker. Really? Who boy? It was this little furry thing with 8 legs that came in on a basic street walking charge. He was fucking vicious. What did he do to Kraxina? I asked, really concerned. Know her. Met her in jail. She's nice. Well, that nice girl just had a bad day, Baxlon laughed. I'm pretty sure that's laughing now. She just waltzed in expecting the standard little bullshit fine and a pat on the butt, and Judge Dredd just started fucking laying into her. He forced her to look at crime scene photos of dead street prostitutes while he screamed details from the medical examiner's reports at the top of his lungs until she broke down. Then he told her that if she ever wound up in jail again he would get the file, and if it was this stupid fucking bullshit he was going to add every single charge he could think of and make fucking sure that she would be going to trial, a trial over which he would preside. Oh scum. He tore her up so bad she couldn't leave. She just sat there squealing. The bailiffs had to damn near carry her out the door and dump her in the hall. That poor girl. Yet. Now I've seen some shit in those photos, fuck. Baxlon said in a cloud of bubbles. The cases that he picked for his little presentation were some really messed up shit. He does have a very real point though. He did also set up an appointment with a shop steward for the sex workers union and ordered her to attend so she could learn safer options, which is a good thing. I guess. And that, in a nutshell, is Judge Dredd. I really hope the voices in his head are on our side today like they were for that prostitute. He was on her side. Absolutely. He obviously took quite a shine to her. When he is like this and he doesn't like someone. Well, let's just hope that it's cute little Xeno day today. Poop. Don't worry. Remember, he is the law and the law is on our side this time. Just in case, I got my shit wired tight on this one. If we have to fight him I can do it. I've been on his bad side before under much worse circumstances and my client came out just fine. No matter what happens, just be calm and let me do the talking. He might be raging like a madman but keep it together, okay? That was Flushing easy for him to say. Okay, I replied, trying my best to sound brave. Hollister and the gang send their love by the way, Baxlon said, blowing a few bubbles. They really wanted to be here. I had to threaten them with dire consequences to keep them away. Why? I asked. I really wanted to see some friendly faces. Fucking think about it, he said, we are trying to make you look innocent. We don't need a pack of flea-bitten space dogs cheering you on. You have a point, I said with a laugh. I was surprised. I was able to laugh. Just sit tight and we will be up soon. What Shell-Oron leaves in her wake? Well, the good news is that nothing is necrotic, a human doctor said with a reassuring smile. Bob ish gonna be K. Donna mumbled, her head rolling on her neck. She was still having a lot trouble from the second-hand stun. Yes, eventually. There is a pretty good bit of tissue damage but nothing that won't heal. He turned to one of the guards. You said that was due to a bite. Yup, a portly Kailsh female said with a little snort. She and a couple of her cows tried to jump the wrong Xeno. Well, thank God that it didn't have teeth, the doctor said, shaking his head. With this bite force it would have ripped it clean off. I haven't seen this exact pattern before. What species did this? The Kailsh laughed. An itty-bitty little plath. A plath. Yeah, it's some sort of little frog-looking thing. They don't look like much. When I first saw it I thought they made a mistake putting it in max, but fuck. It took on 3 humans at once, no problem. What happened to the others? Nothing. It was too busy fucking this one up to worry about them. They were just punting the hell out of it and it didn't even give a shit. Lucky for them we got there before it was their turn. Yeah, an armored human said, leaning against the wall. It took 5 hits from a prison rod before we could bring it down. That's medically impossible, the doctor exclaimed. We use them in zoos, for God's sake. The doctor was astonished. Everything but a plath, it seems. They can stop an enraged gorilla. Well, I was fucking there when it happened. We had to hit it 5 times to bring it down. No shit, the human shrugged. Medical yelled at us but they weren't there. It just kept at this poor bitch. I think the rods hurt this bitch more than they did that little monster. So the patient wasn't directly zapped. The doctor closed a document on his tablet. He had been documenting her condition in preparation for filing a complaint on the use of excessive neurological disruption on his patient. Not directly, the Kailsh replied. Those rods are pretty clean but we had to hit something latched to her tit 5 times. So what happened to the plath? The doctor asked. I know they claim that the rods are safe but that level of neurological disruption, he trailed off. That had to do something. Can I examine her? He asked excitedly. I would love to see how their physiology, any physiology, adapts to something like that. Where did they send her? He was pretty sure it wasn't here. He would have definitely heard about it. Where did they send her? Behind 3 inches of armored plate, that's where. She's in the strongest cell we have. What? The doctor was outraged. She needs specialist care. I don't care if you bastards claim these fucking rods are safe. That much disruption. Hey, the Kailsh snapped. First off, I'm a bitch not a bastard, she said, gesturing to her torso. Secondly, the plath is fine. She just slept it off. No fucking way. Yeah, our doc couldn't believe it either. Right now that little demon is walking around and occasionally climbing the walls, literally. What the hell are these creatures? The doctor wondered in complete astonishment. You want to know the really surprising part? The Kailsh said with a chuckle. The plath are supposed to be wimps. What? Yeah, one of the prisoners we have is from the same sector. They say that the plath are really weak. It's just this particular plath, Sheloran, who's like this. She's a first-class piece of work, the human added. The Federation prisoners say that she is some sort of supervillain, like right out of a fucking comic book supervillain. She's done a lot of freaky shit. I mean, she's really fucked up. Can't believe they let her in the Republic, the Kailsh said. Thank the gods we got her before she really started cutting loose over here. Yeah, they are going to ship her ass back to the Federation first thing on Monday, the human said. She's going in front of fucking Judge Dredd. He'll sort her ass out. Judge Dredd? The doctor asked, completely confused. Yeah, that's what they call this one guy. He's a complete freak show. He won't fall for her shit. She's fucked, the Kailsh said. They are going to shove her in a box and hand her over to the feds. Funny, she pulled all of that shit and she's going down over a little box of pirated media. I'll tell you one thing, the human said. I will be happy when she is out of our jail. We aren't equipped to deal with something like her. Don't worry, Gale, the Kailsh said. They are going to keep her ass in solitary. No way we are going to let her start brainwashing people. Brainwashing? The doctor asked. Yeah, it's one of her kinks. She likes to turn innocent little kids into murderers just for fun. I hear she uses video games or something. She took some little basement rat, fried his brain, and turned him loose. Killed a lot of her own people just for kicks. Never lifted a finger herself, just sat in front of her hollow screen with a bowl of popcorn. God knows what would happen if we let her slither around a jail full of violent criminals. And that's just what they know about, the human said. Someone like that? No telling what else she's done. Whoa, the doctor said in horrified amazement. She sounds. Yeah, the human said, and the worst part, we let her run around our jail for the better part of a whole day before we slung her ass into solitary. Gale, relax, the Kailsh said, it was just one day. How much damage could she have possibly done? And that's how you rob a Federation bank, Lucky said as she moved her bishop. Hey, That's it. Visha said as she slid her queen across the board with a predatory smile. Check. Shit, Lucky grumbled as a murmur issued from the crowd gathered around the pair. She had no choice but to move her last knight to block it. Visha tapped it with one of her own with a little click. Lucky was on the ropes. She had a love-hate relationship with chess. Just like everything else Terran, it was both delightful and delightfully fucked up all at the same time. She glanced over at the pile of cellophane-covered delights beside them. She was going to lose. Not only was she going to lose to Visha, again, but goodbye honey buns. Fuck. It can't be that easy, another human, one of Visha's crew, said as she eyed the pile of sugar-glazed goodness on the table. It was a big pile, big enough for Visha to share. That's what she says and she should know, Lucky said as she carefully examined the board. Void take everything. She was about to lose her rook. She clicked her tongue against her teeth as she racked her brain. She doesn't know how the Terrans hacked the system, but she says that Federation banks have a shitload of credits on hand, like 6 figures easy, even in a little branch. You can always hire a hacker, Visha said as she sipped her tea. Now are you going to move or what, Cottontail? Don't rush me, you wrinkly naked meat sack. Well, I know something for sure, Caligula the Juan said, raising herself up trying to get a better look at the board. First thing I'm doing when I get out is getting that Outland-bound game. Imagine being able to just throw together a burner whenever you feel like. The crowd murmured in agreement. You're never getting out, bitch, Lucky giggled as she continued to stare at the board. Not after what you did. That's what you think, ears, Caligula said with an amused ripple. I'll have you know I'm trying to cop a plea and get deported. I pull that off and bam. A few years in a penal battalion and I'm bathing in a tide pool with a drink in my suckers. If it's that easy, then why are you still here? Because the fucking Republic knows that's what will happen. They want me to do the whole stretch, not wiggle free. I kind of pissed them off. I can't imagine why, Lucky giggled as she continued to stare at the board. Fuck. She was in a bit of a hole there. Yeah, they have no sense of humor, Caligula said, rippling with laughter. Would you fucking move already? Visha said in annoyance. Staring at it won't make it any better, Fluffy. Fine, Lucky said, sliding a bishop to cover her rook. Checkmate. Visha said as she moved a piece with glee. Fuck. Visha laughed as she started tossing honey buns back to her crew. Be sure to thank the bunny, Visha chuckled as she grabbed the rest. Lucky just sighed and shook her head. Hey, one of the crowd said. Speaking of that game, we have a cooker right here in the common room. Anyone touches that cooker and I will have their legs broken, Visha said firmly. Only if I don't get to them first, Lucky added. The thought of cold ramen makes me annoyed. Monday afternoon. Donna, sporting an eye patch and her face covered in adhesive smart bandages, hesitated at the entrance to the cell block. This was going to be bad. She got her ass kicked by a fucking midget. Hey! Get in there, a voice barked over a speaker. She took a deep breath and walked inside. Everyone turned to look as she came in. One of her friends ran up. Are you okay? Yeah, little hard to talk, but yeah. Everyone's talking about it. They say you are lucky you aren't dead. What? Yeah, turns out that little thing is like some fucking serial killer or something, and that whole meek little alien thing is just an act. She's a fucking monster. A crowd started to form around her as she walked across the common area. Most of them weren't laughing, just looking at her curiously. Nice boob job, Tiz said with a hiss chuckle as she pointed at Donna's bandaged left breast. When are you getting the other one done? Now the crowd started to laugh. Donna glared at Tiz but didn't say anything. The crowd parted as Lucky loped through. I fucking warned you, bitch, Lucky said with a 8-lie giggle. I fucking warned you. Giggle. Shut up. Oh, okay, Lucky giggled as the crowd snickered. Will. What's the matter, Plath, got your tongue? Donna just glared at her and pushed her way through the crowd and into her cell. She mostly hid in her cell until dinner. Her friends reassured her that people weren't laughing at her cause, that little Zeno was really bad news. She felt reassured and hoped maybe the whole thing would blow over without too much trouble. God, her breast hurt. Things did go pretty smoothly for her the rest of the day, a lot better than she was afraid of. Until dinner. Donna and her friends got their trays and went to sit down at the bench where they always did. Whoa. What the fuck do you think you are doing? A scarred human female who had a large tattoo of the sun partially eclipsed by the earth on the side of her partially shaved head. I'm eating. Not here. This table is for Terrans, true Terrans. Beat it. But, Donna said in a very uncertain voice. Hey, she might have lost, but that thing, that Shelloran, one of her friends said in her defense. Yeah, the tattooed woman replied, that ain't the problem. Oh, getting your ass handed you to a fucking teacup Zeno is bad, but that we could overlook. The woman glared at her. Terrans can fall to Zenos. Terrans fall. You knelt. You were on your knees crying like a little bitch and begging for mercy. The table sneered at her and her friends backed away a little. Terrans, true or otherwise, don't kneel, ever. You aren't a Terran. I don't know what the fuck you are, but you are definitely not a Terran. Fuck off. Donna just hung her head and turned to leave. You two can stay, the tattooed woman said to her two friends. Donna looked at them with pleading eyes, but they just looked away. Sorry, one of them muttered as they both sat down. Donna wandered the cafeteria. Each time she approached a table she was glared at and people shook their heads. The only people she had befriended were the true Terrans, and she had either pushed around or pissed off a lot of others. The only bench left was the one used by the outcasts. Resigning herself to her fate, she slowly started walking towards it. As she did, Tiz ambled past carrying her empty tray. Hey, Donna, Tiz said with cheer, you can sit with us. Donna looked at her with surprise and suspicion. That's okay, Donna said as she tried to walk past. You don't understand, Tiz hissed, you are going to sit with us. Lucky wants a word. She says not to make her come looking for you. You won't like it if she does. With that, Tiz walked away. Donna just swallowed hard. Trying not to shake with fear, she approached Lucky. Hey Donna, Lucky said in a voice absolutely dripping with sweetness. Lost your place at the table, hey? That's sad, she said as she drooped her ears. What do you, Donna started to say, gripping her tray. I want you to sit down with us. Sit. No. Donna said. She was on the outs with the true Terrans, but if she sat down with Xenos, she was done, maybe even done for. Suit yourself, Lucky said. Anyway, here's the deal. You've pushed around, injured, and otherwise pissed off a lot of Xenos during your stay with us. The only reason you aren't in the fucking morgue already is because you were sitting with those fuckstains over there, Lucky said as she pointed at the true Terran table with one of her ears. And now, Caligula said as she idly flexed one of her tentacles, you don't seem to be sitting with them anymore. Looks like you are out of friends. Everybody needs friends in here, especially someone like you. You really need some friends, and you need them now. Donna just stood there petrified. Yet. You do, Lucky said as she flexed her paw. Her claws had been trimmed, but the gesture was still threatening. Those soft paws of hers have broken more than a few bones. You're in luck. Forgiveness is a big virtue in the Federation. We forgive you. In fact, we want you to be our friend. I would absolutely love to have a pet, TXX Tsu buzzed. I really miss my Sheen lizard. I won't, no. Donna said, backing away from the table. You have two choices, Caligula said calmly. Be our pet or PC out. That's right, Lucky said with a quiet chortle, sit down with us, now, or request protective custody. Tell them you are in danger because you are. Lucky added with a quiet little hiss. Don't worry, Caligula said, rippling with soothing colors, we John know how to properly treat our subjects. We are firm masters, but kind as long as you submit and serve. No. Donna said with a quiver in her voice. Yeah, I could use a good brushing, the large shaggy white-furred alien rumbled. Especially along my back. It's hard to reach there. Donna heard chuckling, human, Kailsh, and Xeno, behind her. She started to back away. Not sitting with your new masters isn't a good start, but we are forgiving and kind and will give you time to think it over. Be in Zora's cell, brush in hand, within 2 hours, or be in PC, Lucky said as she neatly snapped a carrot in half in her teeth and started to chew meaningfully. This is a one-time offer, TXX Tsu buzzed. Think about it carefully. Really think about spending the rest of your time in solitary. Think about it, because once we withdraw this offer it's open season on your fat ass. There are several of us who will never see the outside again, Lucky giggled softly, I needn't tell you what that means. And others, TXX Tsu buzzed, are probably going to be deported after their trial. Some of us really don't want that to happen. A murder charge would keep them in the Republic, quite possibly for life. Some of us might prefer that. Think it over and get back to us. Now sit like a good little pet or take a walk, Lucky said as she munched on a spinach leaf. Her old friends, the true Terrans, just laughed at her when she went to them for help. They said that they would never stand for any Terran to be a Xeno's pet, but she wasn't a Terran, so they didn't give a shit. The warden did let her talk to him, but he told her the only reason he agreed to meet was so that he could laugh in her face, which he did. He told her, still laughing, to either go back to her cell block or into protective custody, and that he really didn't give a fuck which one it was. 2 hours later, on the dot, Donna stood at the doorway of Zora's cell. Donna. Zora rumbled happily as she pulled out her grooming brush. Who's a good girl? You are. Yes, you are. Here, girl. Donna slowly walked forward and, hand shaking, took the brush and started brushing out the stiff fur. Shelloran goes to court. I had to sit in a holding area for a while. Scum. It felt like forever. Everyone in there was going to see this Judge Dredd guy and they were all really scared. I was okay until I got in there, but after hearing all the stuff they were saying, boy was I pooping terrified. I really hoped my lawyer knew what he was talking about because the stories were flushing scary. Pooping forever later they called my name and led me into this funny looking room with a big chair on this raised platform in it. I saw my lawyer and boy was I pooping relieved. Then I looked over at the other table. There was this guy sitting there and both of those nasty detective POO heads from the night I got arrested. They both looked over at me and made these nasty sneering faces like they had just pooped themselves and liked it. I still was flushing mad at them and seeing them just scalded my little pooper something awful. They led me over to my lawyer. "Grab a seat," he said with what I now know is a reassuring look. I sat down next to him. "Those are the detectives who pooping grilled me," I whispered. "They said all sorts of lies about me." "Yeah, I know," Baxlon said blowing a few bubbles, "it's a good thing. But they are going to say bad stuff about me," I whispered. "And they just put themselves where I can clamp my jaw on their tits," he whispered. "I am going to rip their fucking guts out, just you watch," he said with a wink. "Hey, I just realized you don't know how this works," Baxlon said quietly to me. "We talk in turns. They are going to go first and say all sorts of bullshit and lay out their case against you. Then it will be my turn and I will rip them into fucking shreds." He then turned to look me in the eyes. "No matter what they say, no matter how much they lie, no matter how big a pile of bullshit they shovel out there, do not say a fucking thing. Just sit here and keep your mouth shut. The more lies and bullshit they give me, the more I will have to shove right up their asses. Trust me. I've done this before and I know exactly what I am doing." We sat there for a minute and then a door opened behind the big chair. Everybody stood up, so I did too. I guess it was the right thing to do because nobody yelled at me. "God damn it. Fuck," this angry voice said from behind the door, and then this really weird looking guy in a long robe backed into the room pulling at something. He had a metal arm and legs and a bald head with wires stapled to it. "Finally. Shit," he grumbled as he started dragging a big cable into the room. It was going into his pooping robes. Dragging the cable, he backed up some little steps and sort of dropped into the big chair. When he did, everyone else sat down too. I figured I better do the same. I guess I did okay because nobody said anything. He just sat there looking down and fiddling with his robes. He reached down and yanked on that cable and drug some more of it up there with him. He finally looked up. Oh, flushing poop. Both of his eyes were gone. There was just some metal and glass where they used to be. "Okay," he shouted. "Let's get this bullshit over with." He swiveled his head over to look right at me. It made me feel really funny, like he could see into me or something. "Poop. Maybe he could. HMMPF," he said and looked away from me. He then looked over at Baxlon. "Oh. It's you. Oh, poop." It sounds like he doesn't like Baxlon. I started to get scared a little. I heard what happens to people this Judge Dredd person doesn't flushing like. It's not good. "Good morning, Your Honor," Baxlon said with a wiggle. "How's it hanging? Wait. Is it still attached?" I looked over at Baxlon in horror. Had he lost his pooping mind? "Keep it up and you'll find out, you bottom-feeding piece of shit," he growled. "Fuck. You are the last thing I wanted to see here. Are you representing this Plath person?" "No, I'm just sitting here next to her with her data projected on my globe for no reason." "Oh, poop." Baxlon was just sitting there talking back to the pooping judge. "Oh, poop. HMMPF. Fucking fish, motherfucker," Judge Dredd said as he looked up into space. "Okay, prosecutor, what has this little frog-looking thing done to offend the state so much you want to get rid of her?" The prosecutor rose holding a tablet. The detectives both looked over at me with that same "I'm sitting in my own POO and I like it" looks. Scum. They are such bad people. I pooping hate bullies. "Your Honor, the Plath known as Shell Oran was arrested under the suspicion of dealing in pirated media in the parking lot of Sam's coffee shop in the Freeport district. Upon her arrest she was found in possession of a burner which she freely admitted to Detectives Sullivan and Marsh seated here," he said as he indicated them with a wave of his hand, and they both nodded. "That she willfully manufactured in clear violation of laws regulating weapons manufacture and sale. That in addition to her entrance interview where she freely admits to a host of serious and violent offenses, offenses that have been independently verified, clearly indicates her dangerous and violent nature. Also, according to testimony from the detectives here today, she was argumentative and aggressive during questioning and refused to cooperate with even the simplest. Oh, poop, they were just going on and pooping on about me, trying to make me look so flushing bad. I want to jump up and call them all liars, but Baxlon said to just sit there, so that's what I did. I looked over at Baxlon and oh, poop. He was just lying there in his globe stock still and stretched straight out like a flushing board. Something was pooping wrong. Something was really flushing wrong. I just pooping knew it. I couldn't stand it and I leaned over to him. "What's going on?" I whispered. "Nothing, shut up." "Something is wrong, what's wrong?" I said shut the fuck up, he whispered. No bubbles, no wiggle, nothing. Just a deathy little hollow whisper. What? What the poop is going on? I whispered as I tapped his globe. He's calm. Now shut the fuck up. This is fucking serious, he hissed as he shook me a little. Problem, counselor? Judge Dredd said in a polite tone. Nothing, Your Honor, Baxlon said just as polite as I have ever heard him talk. Forgive us, Your Honor, my client is not fully aware of proper courtroom etiquette. Do you need a minute, counselor? And no, Your Honor, I have instructed her in proper behavior, he said as he glared at me, and she will behave herself. Good to hear, the judge said with a smile. Sorry, prosecutor, please continue. Yes, Your Honor, once incarcerated she only further demonstrated her dangerous and unpredictable nature, not only engaging in a violent altercation resulting in the hospitalization of a human, but did so in such a violent frenzy that it required multiple applications of a regulation prison pacification rod to safely subdue her, many more than one would think necessary. You don't say, Judge Dredd replied as he looked over at Shell Oran. Surprising, she doesn't look like much. You can tell she got roughed up pretty good though. I was totally pooping caught off guard. They weren't supposed to bring that up. Poop. I looked over at Baxlon. It was self-defense. I whispered, and the warden said. SHH. Baxlon said to me, grabbing me with one of his metal pincer thingies. I will strangle you myself if you say one more word. Your Honor, her injuries are trifling compared to her victim. You don't say. Show me, Judge Dredd said gruffly. The prosecutor handed a tablet to this other person who carried it to the judge. Judge Dredd started laughing a little. Oh shit. Look at that. Oh, that poor tit. He started, then looked over at me. Jesus, kid. What the fuck did you do? I started to say something and Baxlon grabbed my arm. Ow, that hurt a little. She reflexively bit her assailant during a potentially deadly attack, an attack for which she was found entirely not. Counselor, while your client may not be aware of how this works, you most certainly should be, the judge said, cutting him off. You will have ample time for your rebuttal. Baxlon made a little squeak as he fell silent. What the poop? He squeaked. He flushing squeaked. Oh, my pooping oil-soaked pool. He pooping squeaked. One hell of a bite you got on, you little frog, the judge said to me. I know I should be more scared, but when he called me little frog it reminded me of the guys and I felt a little better. Thank you, your Baxlon. Flushing pinched the poop out of me. I couldn't help but yelp. Judge Dredd just chuckled a little when I did. The prosecutor started to talk, but the judge just held up his hand. Wait a moment, prosecutor. I'm fetching some details about this. Okay, let me get this straight, Judge Dredd said with a smile. Are you telling me that Shell Oran over here, this little plath, just decided to attack 3 humans completely on her own in a corridor that is a blind spot, a building deficiency that she only had hours to discover? Your Honor, the prosecutor replied, I am merely trying to make the court aware of the incident as further proof of her dangerous and violent nature. Ah, Judge Dredd said, nodding politely. I understand completely. Please continue. Yes, Your Honor. Also, during the single day that she was in the general population of the maximum security wing, she, according to informants, not only freely admitted to the events in her greatly minimized entrance interview but also freely provided detailed instruction on the commission of the crimes described, advising other hardened criminals how to further improve their craft. Poop. I did do that. Poop. It sounded so bad when he said it. I heard a boiling sound and turned over to see Baxlon's not only filled with bubbles but water actually splashing out of the closed lid a little. He spun around in his globe and glared at me like he wanted to kill me. Did you do this? Did you fucking do this? Suddenly appeared in glowing green letters on the side of his globe facing me. I just looked at him helplessly. I was scared. I whispered. They asked. What was I supposed to do? I whispered urgently. Idiot. Appeared in glowing red letters. Oh poop. Oh my flushing waterlogged poop. He was really flushing mad at me. Judge Dredd was looking over at us with a little smile. The prosecutor was still going on and on about how the information I provided had spread and I had in just a few short hours increased the skill and thus the threat of dozens of dangerous violent criminals posed to the Republic. He kept going on and on about it. Poop. I glanced over at Baxlon. He wasn't even looking at me. He was just bumping his nose on the side of his tank over and over. In closing, due to the truly terrifying list of crimes both freely and cheerfully admitted to by Shell Oran the Plath, the additional charges for which she is wanted in the Federation, her violent nature not only demonstrated during her interrogation but when it was actually put in practice during the vicious attack on a fellow prisoner, her willingness to educate criminals here in the Republic further increasing the threat to Republic safety, and her love of manufacturing deadly weapons that She is a danger to the Terran Republic and should be sent to the Federation where she will answer for her many crimes. Oh poop. That sounds terrible, and even Flushing worse, plenty of it was true. I was so pooping scared, and Baxlon wasn't looking confident at all. He was just staring at me. If looks could kill, I would have died on the spot. And those Flushing detectives. They were just grinning, those Flushing poop-sitting grins at me. I wanted to cry. I really did. I almost did. I was so pooping scared. Your Honor, before I make my rebuttal, can I have just a minute with my client, please? Baxlon said, looking daggers at me with one of his eyes. No, Counselor, you may not. Oh poop. But, Your Honor, it's... You will have ample time to speak with your client later, Counselor. Your Honor, I insist. And I said to shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. This fucking bullshit has already wasted enough of my fucking time, and I'm not wasting another fucking second of what little time I have left on this fucking planet on this. Do you fucking understand, you little bottom-feeding shitloach? Judge Dredd yelled at him. He can yell really pooping loud, I tell you. I wonder if he has a speaker implanted in there somewhere. I looked at Baxlon. He seemed relaxed. That didn't make any pooping sense. I was getting confused and scared at the same time. Now, prosecutor, thank you for your well-crafted argument. It is without a doubt the best and shiniest pile of complete bullshit I have encountered in a little while. Even though it is bullshit, I just had to hear it. I just fucking had to know how you were going to try to sell this, Judge Dredd said with a grim smile. One question. Did you just have a bad day when you threw this bullshit together, or are you actually fucking retarded? Judge Dredd glared at the prosecutor, who started to slump a little. I looked over. Those two detectives still looked like they were sitting in poop, but they didn't look like they were enjoying it anymore. Well, I asked you a question, prosecutor, the judge said with an edge in your voice. Are you fucking retarded, or do you just not know your fucking job? Your Honor. Oh, I see, retarded. Judge Dredd said with a smile. Well, kudos for the fucking district attorney for hiring the disabled. I will make certain to let him know how fucking proud I am of him for giving someone with a few extra chromosomes a chance. Oh, that prosecutor person didn't like that. Judge Dredd turned to Baxlon. Sorry shitloach, but you aren't getting your rebuttal. I'm taking it. Tough. And you, he said as he looked at me, wasted a lot of credits bringing this piece of attorney into it. You brought a chainsaw to cut a turd. He turned back towards the prosecutor. Okay, first question. What does the word burner mean? Judge Dredd asked with a predatory grin as he leaned forward. Your Honor, the prosecutor asked uncertainly. I'm sorry, I forget you're slow. What does the word burner mean? Why, Your Honor, it's an unlicensed lethal weapon used to commit crimes and then be easily thrown away. Thank you, Judge Dredd said with a smile as he leaned back. See, I didn't know that word. I didn't know it because I am only interested in the fucking law. The word burner doesn't exist in my world because it isn't a legal term. It's a police term. It's a word they made up. Unlicensed lethal weapon? This is the motherfucking Republic. I have unlicensed lethal weapons. Going to arrest me? Well? Are you? The prosecutor just cringed and the detectives shifted back and forth. Yeah, poopers. Try to wiggle out of that stink. I asked you a fucking question. Judge Dredd screamed, pooping screamed. I know you are fucking stupid, but unless you start answering me, you are going to jail for contempt. There are no crayons in there, so unless you want to go without your favorite snack, you need to fucking answer me. Are you going to arrest me? No, Your Honor. But you were all for arresting Shell Oran here, weren't you? You were fucking fine with that. In fact, your little baby dick was all hard over the thought of shipping her back to the Federation, where the chance of her getting a fair trial is about the same as the chance you have of fucking someone not related to you by birth. We are all equal under the law. But Your Honor, she made hers, which is clearly a violation of that law. I made mine and I don't have a license. Lock me up. Go ahead. I fucking dare you, you little cum stain. I fucking dare you. I just admitted to making an unlicensed lethal weapon without a weaponsmithing license. He leaned forward and glared at them. Well, going to write out a warrant? Haul me in, the judge asked with a sinister hiss. And no, Your Honor. Oh, he's fucked. Baxlon whispered to me with a wink. That was the wrong thing to say. You aren't? But you were all for throwing this little plath into jail, making sure she would wind up in maximum security, for it. The prosecutor just stood there like his bones were turning to poop. I went from hating and being terrified of him to feeling a little bad for the pooping guy. So are you saying that the law works differently for me than it does for Shell Oran over there? The prosecutor just twitched. I told you what would happen if you didn't answer me. 60 days. He slammed this hammer thingy down on his desk thingy really hard. Your Honor, the prosecutor yelped like he got poked with something pokey. Get him the fuck out of my court. But, the prosecutor stammered as two uniformed humans approached. You can't do this, the prosecutor squealed. Fucking yell at me? In my court? 60 days. Bang. Your Honor. Please. You don't know when to shut up, do you? That's another 60. Bang, sucks when the law works differently for different people, doesn't it? You didn't answer. Fuck. I fucking told you about this twice. Another 60. Bang. The prosecutor just started shuddering as the officers placed him in handcuffs. Now while you are enjoying your little vacation, you fucking think about the law and how bad it sucks when one standard is held to one group of people and another standard is beat over some other poor fucker's head. You are just lucky you aren't the asshole. I'm sorry, assholes I'm really interested in, or I would have just kept fucking going. As the now whimpering prosecutor was being led away, Judge Dredd turned to the two detectives with the scariest grin I have ever seen a human make, and I've been in jail. Oh, this is about to get good. Baxlon whispered eagerly. Detectives. Hello there, the judge said pleasantly. How is your day going? Both detectives glared at him. Well? If you haven't noticed, I really hate it when people don't answer me. We have the right to remain silent. Detective Marsh said with a snarl. Fair enough, Judge Dredd said with an even scarier grin. Both detectives stood up. And just where do you think you are going? Judge Dredd said with this really nice but completely terrifying voice. We don't have to answer any questions. If you want to grill us, you gotta have a subpoena. I need one if I wanted to compel you to come here, but you are already here, aren't you? The judge said with that pooping terrifying grin. Suddenly uniformed officers walked in through some doors. They had guns. Yeah, fuckers, you are in my house now. Judge Dredd smiled. You, as you said, have the right to remain silent, but you have to listen. Sit the fuck down. We have the right to a lawyer. You can't keep us here. Oh, but I can. Now sit your fucking asses down unless you want to be straitjacketed and tied to the fucking chair. Both detectives sat down. Smart, Judge Dredd said with a grin. Oh poop, was he scary. First off, I would like to commend you on some truly outstanding police work. Both detectives just sat there with their arms crossed, completely silent. I mean, how you cracked this case to begin with, the judge said with that same pooping scary smile. Truly amazing. In fact, as the cases streamed across our servers, I couldn't help but notice just how amazing you were. That's why I called dibs. I simply had to meet the two geniuses who cracked this conspiracy wide open. I guess you could call me a fanboy. Oh, the look he was giving them was worse than anything I've ever seen, even in a pooping game. So tell me, how did you do it? I mean, how did you know that Shell Oron here was peddling pirated goodies? Oh, I know that the media is turning out to be completely legitimate, but I can see how it looked. I mean, who could have guessed that she was actually selling tens of thousands worth of legitimate copies? Still, credit where credit is due, you caught her red-handed. Solid work, truly. He leaned forward with a grin. Poob. He looked like something out of a Flushing Terran monster movie. Seriously, how did you know? The detectives just sat there stone-faced. Sigh, you aren't doing this right, Judge Dredd said sadly. I hate to impose, but Baxlon, could you please tell these guys how this works before I charge them with so much contempt that it becomes a life sentence? Certainly, Your Honor, Baxlon said with a wiggle. Gentlemen, you have to answer, but you can simply reply with I wish to remain silent. Keep your yaps shut and he will lock your happy asses up. Thank you, counselor. Judge Dredd said, and oh poop, he gave us that smile. I wanted to hide under the pooping desk. So, back to you two assholes, the judge said as he turned that pooping smile to them again. I was happy not to have to look at that dead-on anymore. I wish to remain silent, Detective Sullivan said. I haven't asked anything yet. Fuck. Judge Dredd exclaimed. Jesus, you really aren't very good at this. The way I see it, there are a couple of ways you guys could have found out. She was buying a shitload of media, enough to get flagged, and they could have reported it, but that's not what happened. Oh, she did get flagged. I asked around. I got two replies. One distributor figured out exactly what was going on and decided that they didn't care, and the other didn't even think about it that much. They figured since she was paying full retail they didn't give two shits and happily sent the transactions through. I looked over the case and there is no mention of the police getting any message from any media distributor. Did I miss something? Is that what happened? Now you can talk. I wish to remain silent. Now you are getting it. Judge Dredd exclaimed happily, awesome. Now the next way that it could have happened, and I'm totally on board with this being the case if it happened, is that someone overheard her and her conspirators during a conversation and ratted them out. That would make sense, but there seems to be no mention of that in anything that I have already demanded, which would be every single thing you have filed, of any informant. Was there an informant and you just neglected to write it down? I wish to remain silent. Now there is only one other explanation on how you knew that Sheloran was up to something less than entirely wholesome, the judge said, and then he turned to Baxlon. I closed my eyes. I just didn't want to pooping look at that smile. A human tried to pooping strangle me and even she didn't pooping look like that. Now before you pee your tank, I'm not accusing your client of any crime in my jurisdiction, so don't start screaming, he said to Baxlon. The way I see it, Judge Dredd said, looking scarier than ever, is that there was definitely some crime about to happen, a shitload of it. Thing is, none of that crime was going to happen in the Republic. The vast majority of the communications concerning any hypothetical criminal activity didn't take place in the Republic either. The two detectives looked at each other and they looked pooping scared. Baxlon started bubbling a little and the words "they are beyond fucked" appeared on his globe. In fact, there is nothing here that the Republic would give two shits about, including the deportation of Sheloran. Do you know who would give two shits about a fuckton of Terran media hitting the streets and who would give a shit about Sheloran getting deported? The Federation. The Federation has a real interest in stopping the flow of games and media into the Plath homeworld and surrounding areas, and the Federation would just love to get their slimy little hooks into Sheloran here, wouldn't they? Judge Dredd asked with a evil hiss. I wish to remain silent. Detective Marsh said firmly, but he looked scared. I'm sure you do, Judge Dredd chuckled. I certainly would. And you are completely correct. I can't force you to talk. There are laws. In fact, this is a lot of conjecture and any lawyer worth their salt could get you out of this no problem. You wouldn't even need the shitloach. All you have to do is remain silent. Judge Dredd chuckled. I had the feeling that the poop was really about to drop into the teapot. That chuckle didn't even pooping sound human. There are laws that prevent me from grabbing you by your pointy little heads and squeezing them until the truth pops out, even though I fucking know what really went down here, so you are safe from me. I follow the law, but... Judge Dredd smiled wide. It was flushing terrifying. I've never, ever seen something that pooping scary, even his other smiles. There isn't a single fucking law against me picking up the phone and calling another department and having a little chat with them. The door opened and two people, a human male and a female in grey suits, walked in, followed by four really scary looking humans in glossy black combat armor carrying heavy assault stunners. You think pooping prison rods are bad? Those stunners are for when you want someone breathing but you really don't care if their poopers work right ever again. Detectives, please allow me to introduce Agents Galen and Rossi of Republic Intelligence, Judge Dredd said with a laugh. I was talking with their boss and it turns out they have a lot of the same questions that I did and would love to have a chat with the both of you. The poopiest funny sound came out of Detective Sullivan's mouth as he staggered to his feet. Don't be stupid, the male in grey said as the armored people leveled the stunners at the two detectives. Do you know what these things will do to you? You can walk into an interrogation chamber or we can roll you into one in a wheelchair. I really don't give a fuck. The detectives just stood there in shock while they were surrounded by those scary armored people and handcuffed. As they were being led out of the courtroom, I couldn't pooping help it. I stood up. What the fuck are you doing? Baxlon said as he grabbed at me. Your Honor. Sit down. Baxlon shouted, lunging for me. I hopped away. Yes. Everything here is being recorded, right? It is, Judge Dredd said, looking at me oddly. Detective Sullivan and Detective Marsh can eat my poop. I yelled. Judge Dredd started laughing. The detectives just looked at me like I had kicked them right in the pooper. Scum. That felt good. That felt so pooping good. Duly noted, Judge Dredd laughed. Sheloran the Plath states that Detectives Sullivan and Marsh can eat her poop. Now sit the fuck down before your lawyer strangles you. After the detectives were gone, Judge Dredd looked at me. He was still pretty scary. And now for you, he said. Oh poop. I thought it was over. Your Honor. Baxlon exclaimed in alarm. Relax shitloach, Judge Dredd said. She isn't getting deported. Let's put a pin in that right now. Oh thank the waters. I was so pooping relieved. But, you are definitely guilty of one thing. Oh no. What? What did I pooping do this time? Scum. The judge pulled out that plastic bag with my pistol in it. Poop. This, unfortunately, did break a law. You did make a ranged lethal weapon without a weaponsmithing license. Shame on you. I didn't know. Suddenly Baxlon started shaking me. Shut the fuck up. You just confessed, you fucking idiot. You don't know about that law, so I'm going to educate you before I pass judgment. Judge Dredd said, looking at me seriously. Poop. Baxlon was poking his head against his tank again. That law is very important and I'll tell you why, Judge Dredd started. First off, it's not a weapon control law. This is the fucking Republic. You didn't build a weapon of mass destruction or something using nanotech. If you did that, you would be in the shit. The law regarding unlicensed manufacture of ranged weapons isn't a weapon law. It's a public safety law. He pulled out my pistol and red laser light came out of one of his eyes and swept over my gun. Nice, he exclaimed. For everyone well-crafted, dare I say elegant, weapon like this one there are 1,000 zip guns with rubber bands and a nail or slam-fire shotgun pistols made out of plumbing parts that are just one stumble away from going off and hurting the wrong person. That's why there is a law. It doesn't have shit to do with any burner nonsense. He looked at me and smiled. The court finds you guilty of the manufacture of a ranged lethal weapon without a license and hereby levies a fine of 100 credits. There. Done. Don't do it again. If you do it again it would piss me off and it won't be 100 credits next time. I'll make your bank robbing ass fucking feel it, he said with the nicest smile you can imagine. Now I understand that you have a hard time finding a weapon that will suit you. I can respect that, he said nodding his head. Get a weaponsmithing license. There are some good schools right here in the city. But I don't have a diploma and that certificate. Oh I give up, Baxlan said. Just go ahead and say whatever the fuck you want, dipshit. Can it shit loach, Judge Dredd said with a laugh. He turned to me. So? There are plenty of programs that don't require that. Really? I squeaked. Really? I know for a fact that there is a great weaponsmithing school around here that doesn't. I just sent you an email about it. Go there and give it a whirl if you want. You have skill. If you don't want to bother with it you can just go there with one of these and pay the chief instructor to certify it. It won't be cheap. It will cost a lot more than just buying something but you can get something like this stamped no problem, he said with the nicest smile. Did you have to make this thing so fucking nasty? Seriously. This thing is fucked up, he laughed. One last thing before I let you go. Shelloran, we need to talk. I'm not going to point any fingers or try to make you confess but I know goddamn well what you were really up to, he said looking at me without a smile this time. I start to open my mouth to say that I'm innocent. No. Don't say anything I might have to act on. Just listen. I get the situation you are in. It sucks. It sucks for a lot of people who wind up here in the Republic especially when they come from some backwater like you did. I would be a lot more sympathetic if I didn't know you had a bank buffer worth of credits stashed somewhere but still, I get it. I understand why someone would be motivated to color outside the lines a little. What you did was outside the lines but not outside the law, not exactly, he said with a warm, caring voice. He paused and stared right into my pooping soul. It felt like he was sticking his fingers right into my pond. You have done nothing definitely criminal, yet but you, little Plath, are standing on the edge of a very slippery and rocky slope and you are standing beside someone who just loves wallowing in the mud at the bottom of it. You need to think long and fucking hard about what you do next with your life. I can tell you are a good person, Shelloran, at least for now but you are looking down a path that can change that and change so quick you won't have time to stop or so slowly and insidiously that you won't even realize what you become. I've reviewed your case and the records and even looked at one of those bullshit news stories about you in the Federation and I am pretty sure that you are a very nice very good person who has found herself in some unbelievably unusual and messed up situations and have just done what you had to do to get through it. You are pretty damn awesome, Shelloran. You did great, he looked at me and smiled a tired little smile. You did great but now it can be over. You made it here, safe and sound. My advice is to go back to the coffee shop, become a citizen, get that certificate even if it takes you a few years, and live a happy healthy normal life. Maybe go and get a weaponsmithing license. You have the skills. I'm certain you can do it. You deserve to have a normal life. That's what you should do. You should shake one of Mr. Baxlan's metal peckers, turn your back on all of this, and walk away. Just walk away. He sighed a quiet sigh. I suspect that isn't what you are going to do, Shelloran, but you should. Whatever you decide to do you need to make the calls for yourself. Don't let someone like Baxlan here or anyone else tell you what is right and wrong. They will lead you right down the primrose path and one day you will look in the mirror and you won't like what you see or even worse, you won't care anymore. After that, sooner or later, I'll see you again and it will be my unpleasant task to put you away or put away the people who killed you, he said with a heavy voice. You know that, right? That is where this sort of thing always leads. You will almost certainly wind up either in prison for real or face down in a ditch somewhere and that would be tragic, Shelloran. You are still a good person. A very good person, right now for now. That's a lot more valuable than a few credits. Don't trade that away, he said with a tired little sigh. He reached for his hammer thingy. So, go and live your life, Shelloran, make your choices but remember one fucking thing, he said as he looked right into me. You are on my fucking radar. You fuck up and I will know about it. I invested a lot of my time looking into this case and talking to you. I fucking hate wasting my time. It pisses me off. Don't piss me off, Shelloran. You won't fucking like it. Get the fuck out of here. All other charges dismissed, he said as he lightly tapped his little wooden hammer on his desk and then let it slip from his fingers. He looked at me and he looked like he was a flushing million years old. He just shook his head a little bit and sighed. He seemed really sad. He shrugged and stood up, dusting off his robes. We all stood up and he, dragging that heavy-looking cable, left the court. You know what was really poopy? I couldn't just leave. I had to go back to pooping jail. They had to out-process me or some poop. Can you pooping believe it? They told me that I would probably have to go right back into that scummy solitary cell maybe for days. Oh, I was so pooping mad about that. It turns out that wasn't the case at all. I was there no time at all before they started pushing me through the process. It was like they were in a hurry to get rid of me or something. Weird. Anyway, I got all of my stuff back, except my pistol. I got my phone so I was able to call Hollister and the guys. Boy were they ever pooping happy to hear from me. They were surprised that I got free so fast and they said that they were going to send a taxi to get me. They also said that all of my media was still tied up with the police. They also said that Baxlon was trying to get it back but it could take a while. Pooping great. 70 flushing 1,000 credits on pooping ice. One pooping great start to my criminal career. They actually pushed me out the front gate. It was kind of pooping funny. As I stood there waiting for the taxi, a black grav car pulled up and stopped right next to me. I started walking and it started to follow me. Oh poop. I thought. What the flush was going down this pooping time? Just about when I started to make a run for it, the window slid down and there was the lady agent that was one of the ones that took the detectives away. Of course. Of pooping course she was here. Why wouldn't she pooping be? Miss Shelloran, a moment of your time please, she said. I just stopped walking and let my head slump forward. Why, universe? Pooping tell me. Why? What the poop did I do? Sure, I say in flushing complete and utter pooping defeat. The passenger door opened and, resigning myself to whatever poop I'm going to sit in next, I got inside. Shelloran runs out of poops to poop. So like I said, there was a pooping Republic intelligence officer in a grav car next to me and the door opened. I got into the car. I figured it was better than getting pooping hauled away by people in black combat armor. Besides, I was flushing exhausted. Of course I was in a car with a flushing Republic agent. Of pooping course. Why not? Congratulations on beating the rap, the agent said with a smile. I'm Agent Rossi, Republic Intelligence. I'm Shelloran, poop magnet. I said with a smile. I think something went sprowing in my head. I really didn't care anymore. I completely ran out of poops to poop. Those detectives are already starting to squeal, Agent Rossi said with a mean little smile. We should soon know who their contacts are in the Federation. Hopefully we can find out who your leak is as well. Thanks. Consider it a professional courtesy. Pooping what? A pooping what? Why the poop was she using the words professional courtesy when she talked to me? I just pooping knew that was a bad sign. I also have your media in the trunk. You can have it once we are done with our little chat. Scum. There was no way in the deep and frothy abyss they were just being nice to be nice. Thanks. Why the poop are you doing this? There's no reason why we can't correct an injustice every now and then. Agent Rossi said with a wolfish smile. So where are you headed? I'll give you a lift. Awful pooping nice of you, but my friends already sent me a taxi, I said with an exhausted sigh. There was no pooping way that I was willingly letting her take me anywhere. Flush that. That reminds me. As another professional courtesy, I can inform you that we are pretty sure your friends haven't been fingered. Well, that was a pooping relief. Still, her being so nice and forthcoming was pooping freaking me out. Okay, I said, taking a deep breath. Why? What do you want? Not much, Agent Rossi said with a smile. We like the idea of you injecting Terran media and culture into that particular sector, that's all. Well, that makes sense. We would also want to encourage you to develop and expand your distribution channels. That's sort of the plan, Agent, I replied. How was I so pooping calm? I should have been ready to pee myself. Maybe it was just fatigue. Good, she said with a little smile. Later, maybe, from time to time, we can help each other out. And there it was. There it pooping was. I've played two-way many games with that flushing cutscene. Right now it's in our best interest for you to grow and develop distribution channels in that region, and it's in our best interest for Terran culture to enter the Federation. It's a win-win, she said with that same predatory smile. And pooping later? I asked dubiously. No need to get ahead of ourselves, she said with a wicked smile. For now, enjoy the return of your media. My advice is to have your friends wait a little before they start distribution. Hopefully we can find out who the leak is on your side so you can plug it. Plug it? What, exactly, do you mean? I was not going to set up a pooping hit. Nope. No flushing way. Well, I wouldn't want to tell you your business. I'll just let you know what we find out. Agent Rossi said with a smile that told me exactly how she wanted me to pooping handle my business. Once again, nope. We were not pooping going there, probably. Wait. No. Definitely not pooping going there. Well, I enjoyed our little chat, Agent Rossi said with a little friendly smile. Oh, and here, she said as she pulled out that same little plastic bag with my pistol in it. It's been stamped, see, she said pointing at a little holographic seal. Another. Please don't pooping say it. Please just don't. Professional courtesy, she said with a smile. She unlocked the doors with a little click. Scum. The doors were locked? When the poop did that happen? I didn't waste any time getting the poop out of there. Oh, there is one little courtesy I would like in return, she said as I was scooting out of there. Oh poop. Yeah. Keep our little chat to yourself. Don't tell Hollister or your lawyer. But how am I going to explain the media? If you don't think you can handle it. The trunk started to close. I'll pooping figure out something. I squeaked. Agent Rossi smiled as the trunk started to open again. I slammed the door shut, ran around the back of the grav car and grabbed my poop. The grav car slid away. Poop. I yelled at the sky. Full motherfucking house, Lucky said as she neatly laid her cards down on the table, one after the other. This is fucking unnatural. Visha exclaimed as she tossed her cards on the table. What is it with you and cards? Don't blame me if you don't know how to play, Lucky giggled as she grabbed a pile of sweets on the table including one honey bun. Oh how I missed you little one, she said as she kissed it. Did you miss mama? Do the 8 lie normally eat their children? Visha asked with a laugh. Only the weak ones. Your turn to deal, Tiz, Lucky chuckled. Hey Visha. Louise, one of her crew, exclaimed as she ran up. Guess what? You know that little Zeno, the one who fucked up Donna. Yes, our little 5-hit wonder, Visha replied as she took her cards. What about her? Lucky asked looking up intently. She walked. What? Lucky shouted happily. No shit. Yeah, she just walked out of here a few minutes ago. That's fast, Tiz said as she frowned at her cards. Lucky raised an eyebrow. Tiz only frowned that way when she was looking at something really good. Guess the guards didn't want her in here, Lucky giggled. Yeah, no shit, Visha laughed. Can you blame them? There was a bench nearby. It looked like a decent place to wait for sanity to be restored to this flushing completely scummed up universe. There was someone already sitting on it. It was Kraxina. She looked pooping miserable. Kraxina, hi. I said as I sat down next to her. Hi, Sniff, she said in a meek little voice. So, I heard you had a rough time today, I said. She just started squealing. Poop. I just sat there not knowing what to do. She kept squealing these long painfully agonizing squeals. Not knowing what to do I reached out and put my hand on her back. She threw herself at me and started squealing and wailing as she buried her face in my dress. I tried to gently dislodge myself but she was holding on tight with 8 little hands and feet. There, I said uncertainly as I patted her back. Poop. Now what? Oh it was horrible. Kraxina wailed. He kept yelling and showing me stuff. It's going to be okay, I said stroking her back. Scum. She felt so bad and I didn't know what to pooping do. Why would they do that? She wailed. Do what? All that stuff. Sex is supposed to be fun and nice and what they did, she broke down into squeals and wails. Why, Shelloron, why? I honestly don't know. The galaxy can be sort of poopy sometimes. She just started hugging me tighter. I shifted uncomfortably. It was like she found every pooping little bruise I had. I know you've had a terrible day but what he showed you was just the worst of the pooping worst from what I heard, I said stroking her head. I still didn't quite know what to pooping do. It was so bad. SHH. It's over now, I said still stroking her. It was bad but now you can go home, get a nice cup of tea, and pull the covers over your head for a while. You can then go see that person from the sex workers union and they can get you set up so you can be safe. But I don't have a home. She wailed. I don't have anywhere to go. What? Oh poop. Oh pooping poop. I could see where this was heading. Of pooping course she didn't have anywhere to go. Of course. I just stayed in a hotel and now I'm broke. It didn't matter before cause I'd just go out and turn some tricks but I can't, not after. She started squealing again. Poop. Listen, I said holding up her head. It's okay. You can just come stay with me for a little while. What? I couldn't just let her wander around the streets in the state that she was in. That would have been beyond scummy. Really? She asked as she looked up at me hopefully. Really? There's a taxi on the way and we can just go right over to my hotel and you can stay there till you get meet with that union person. She just hugged me and squealed some more. She just kept squealing and shuddering. I just stroked her back while she did. Poor thing just couldn't hold back anymore, I guess. Poop. I wanted to do that, just collapse and have a good cry, but flushing no. I had a little furry thing latched to my dress and 70,000 worth of loot at my feet. Collapsing would have to pooping wait just a little longer. The taxi rolled up and I somehow managed to get Kraxina on her feet. Finally, after what seemed like forever, I managed to make it to my hotel. I was a day late on making my payment for the week. Good ol' Baxlon took care of it. They gave me a weird look when showed up at the desk though. I guess my lawyer's office taking care of things while I was traveling for business looked just a tad suspicious, especially when I showed up looking like I decided to go a couple of rounds with a human. I decided that I probably needed to move. Scum. I really pooping liked that place. Kraxina seemed to be doing better by the time we walked to my room. Oh, this place is nice, she said as she threw herself on the bed. I thought you worked in a coffee shop. Yeah, coffee, I mumbled as I put my suitcase in the closet. It wasn't that nice. It was the cheapest thing I could find where I felt safe. Where the poop was she used to staying. She was right though. No way in poop I could pay for this on minimum wage. How much does that place pay? We get tips, I said as I pulled my pistol out of my waistband and put it on the nightstand. Kraxina's eyes got big as she looked at it. Poop. I wasn't even thinking. The coffee shop is in a bad neighborhood. I say quite truthfully. Okay. Can I take a bath? I sort of hoped you would, I said. I wasn't going to say anything but she was a little smelly. Wow. This is so fucking awesome. Kraxina yelled from inside the bathroom. I can fucking swim in here. As soon as the water started running I picked up the phone and called the guys. They wanted to see me right away but I told them that I needed some rest and I'd see them tomorrow. After we made some really pooping awesome celebration plans, I couldn't wait. I hung up. Kraxina was making happy noises as she splashed about in my bathroom. I wanted a nice long bath too. I guess I would have to wait just a bit. Hey. There's plenty of room in here. Why don't you jump in? We can scrub each other's backs. Kraxina yelled. Nope. No pooping way. That's okay. I'll just wait. Come on. I won't do anything freaky, promise. No. She continued to splash and sing as she was undoubtedly making a mess in my bathroom. I just sighed and shook my head. Of all of the odd things that have happened to me over the past few days, a homeless furry xeno prostitute splashing water all over my bathroom wasn't all that weird in comparison. As I was making a nice cup of tea, I absolutely love tea. It's the awesomest. My phone rang. It was Baxlon. You. Lobby. Now he barked and then he hung up. He did not sound pooping happy. Oh, what now? I asked myself as I grabbed my pistol and shoved it into my sash. Kraxina, I'm going to the lobby for a minute. Oh. Okay. Oh, splash splash. Baxlon was standing in the lobby. Outside, he said and walked out the door. I was starting to be able to read his body language. It said that he was pissed off. I followed him. Once we were a few dozen yards from the door he spun around. Funny thing just happened, he said in a decidedly unpleasant tone. There I was trying to get your media and Hollister's cash out of evidence and all of the sudden I was told it was all gone and to ask you about it, so here I am, fucking asking, he hissed as he quickly moved in way too pooping close. I reflexively reached into my sash. He stopped really pooping quick, I tell you. Whoa, he exclaimed as he jumped back like a spider and one of his pincers shot into a compartment in his bot. What the fuck, Shell Oron? You pooping scared me. I squeaked, gripping my pistol. I wasn't going to fucking touch you, you fucking psychopath. Jesus. Let's just put all of our appendages where we can see them, okay? Oh okay, I pulled my hand out of my sash and he pulled his pincer out of the compartment. Let's try this again, he said in a much calmer tone of voice. I found out that the media and cash was already gone and that you probably knew something about that. Do you know something about it? Yeah, I squeaked. I have it. I just thought it was the media, but maybe the pooping cash is in there too. How did you get it? Cut a deal with the cops? Sell us out? Poop, no. I would never deal with the flushing cops. After all the poop I had to deal with? Are you flushing crazy? Never. Flush them. Then who did you cut a deal with? I looked down and wiggled one of my feet nervously. Baxlon cautiously approached. Intelligence? Appeared in glowing green lettering when he got close. I just looked away. No. I'm such a pooping bad liar. I really have to get better at it. He backed up. Well, I guess it's none of my business, is it? You got the stuff and that's all that matters, he said with an odd tone in his voice. So? You still want to do business? Flush, yeah I do, I said with a force that surprised me. I mean, if you still do. I dunno. You going to pull a gun on me again? Sigh, I didn't pull it. I was just getting ready, that's all. Well, whatever. Do it again and we are done, got it Froggy? Well. Don't flushing rush me like that and you won't get pooping shot, okay, eel. Hat. Deal. He texted me something. That's my card. Come by the office and we will get down to brass tacks. Brass tacks? Wait. Oh, that meant business. I heard it in a cutscene once. Or was it a movie? I can't remember. Can it wait until tomorrow? I am pooping beat. Yeah, sure, no rush. Give me a call when you are ready to get started. Pooping awesome. I said, getting excited again. We are going to make so much flushing money. I was talking with a little bit of a potty mouth, but I guess it was okay. I needed to sound tough after all. Yeah, we fucking are. When I was in solitary I got to thinking. There is a lot of poop we can flushing move. Can't wait to hear all about it, in my nice secure bug-proof office. Great. Can't wait. I felt really good all of a sudden. I guess I wasn't as exhausted as I thought. Let me try to find the guys' cash and after I get it back to them we can get started. This is going to be so much pooping fun. I scampered back to my room almost dancing with happiness and excitement. Kraxina was still singing and splashing up a storm. I pulled out my suitcase and sure enough. Right there on the top was an envelope with a crystal inside. I checked it and yup. It was 100,000 credits. I texted the guys right away and boy were they pooping happy. The deal was back on. Wait. There was something else in there, a small black case. Inside were rows of data crystals and a card that simply said Ms. Rossi followed by a telephone number. Scum. What the poop was that? I flushing knew everything was too good to be pooping true. It sounded like Kraxina was starting to finish up, so I just shoved everything back into the suitcase and slammed the closet door shut. She came out wrapped in a towel with a huge smile on her face. That was awesome, she exclaimed. I haven't had that nice of a bath in a long time. Happy to hear it, I said as I pulled out my pistol and put it on the nightstand again. Her eyes got really wide again. Poop. I wasn't thinking. I should have done that before she got out. Poop. I decided not to say anything. She didn't press the issue. I told her that I was going to take a bath and headed into the bathroom. Thank poop the mess wasn't anywhere as bad as I thought it would be. The tub was even clean. I checked the wastebasket and there was a tangled lump of wet fur. At least she was considerate. I drew a nice hot bath and eased my bruised little body into the steaming water. Finally I could relax. I just floated in the water letting myself drift off. Suddenly the door opened and Kraxina bounced in. I yelped and scrambled lunging for the shower curtain. Kraxina. Can you hold it until I'm done? Oh, I don't have to go. I'm just lonely. Well, can you pooping be lonely in another room? But. Get out. But. Out. Ah, she quietly said as she closed the door behind her. Poop. I just wanted to have a quiet little soak. Why universe? Why the poop couldn't I just take a pooping bath? I finally settled back down and drifted off. We plath can sleep in water. We quite like it actually. After a short nap in the warm water I felt a whole lot better. I dried off and put on one of the hotel bathrobes. I pooping love bathrobes. I am going to get a pile of them when I get my own place. I opened the door and Kraxina flopped into the bathroom. She had been flushing sitting against the other side of the door. Hi there, she said brightly as I jumped back pulling the bathrobe tighter against myself. Oh, don't be like that, it's just us girls here. I just sighed and taking care not to step over her face, walked into the bedroom. She just followed me around like a flushing puppy. I sort of got used to it after a little while. I didn't feel like cooking and it turns out that we both love Terran Chinese, so I just ordered a pile of it. After her supper we talked. She told me all about her home and why she decided to leave. She wanted to have sex with all the things, big pooping surprise there. She asked a lot of questions that I carefully didn't answer. I guess she figured out that I wasn't really up to talking about my past a whole bunch, so she stopped after a little while. I watched some television on the holoscreen, crime documentaries. I decided that I needed to learn some stuff. I had to stop when Kraxina started getting a little upset at the content. Besides, I was tired of having to remind her to stay on her side of the couch. Well, it's getting late and I'm tired. I think I'm just going to turn in for the night, I said as I went into the bathroom to change into my nightgown. When I came back Kraxina had already tucked herself into my bed. What are you pooping doing? Getting ready for bed. That's my bed. But there's so much room. We can share. No, we pooping can't. You get the couch. Ah. She crawled her naked body out of my bed. Scum. Really? I looked away quickly. I'm covered in fur. You can't see anything. I don't pooping care. At least put on a towel or something. You're funny, she laughed and put on a bathrobe. How do I get myself into these pooping messes? There were plenty of spare blankets and pillows and she made herself a little nest on the couch and I, finally, was able to crawl into bed, pull the covers over my head and turn out the lights. And I couldn't sleep. I was too excited. I had so many plans and ideas about what I could do next I could barely stand it. It was all I could do not to try and call Baxlon right then. Finally I went to sleep, for a little while. I woke up in the middle of the night to the realization that I wasn't alone. Clinging to the back of my nightgown was Kraxina. Poop. Seriously? Kraxina. What the poop? I yelled as I shook her. Wah, she said sleepily. What the poop are you doing in my flushing bed? I was scared, she said looking at me with puppy dog eyes. Please? I won't do anything I promise. You were scared. I get scared at night when I'm alone. Can I please stay? Please. Oh scum. Those pitiful eyes of hers. Ugh, fine. Touch me and you're pooping out of here. I flushing mean it. Thanks, she said really happy and buried her face in the back of my gown. She fell back asleep almost immediately making happy little breathing noises. So, this is my pooping life now, I thought to myself. I couldn't help but chuckle at the pure flushing absurdity of the whole pooping situation and after keeping myself up for the waters knows how long with schemes and plans and dreams of piles and piles of credits I finally managed to drift off into a much needed slumber. Tomorrow was going to be a brand new day for a pooping brand new me. I couldn't flushing wait. The harvest of the White Star. You fuckers are unbelievable, you know that. Ah, Helena, Sheila laughed as she took a skewer from a tray carried by a passing Ziyush, you aren't still going on about that are you? What? Helena replied, oh you mean the fact that you dickheads decided to steal one of the greatest technological achievements of mankind for the sole reason of stealing a fucking starship? Oh you mean that? How could I ever still be fucking pissed off about something as trivial as that? She took a bite of her skewer. Damn, these things are good. Not just stealing a starship. Jessie chirped as she poured herself a glass of orange juice, we are going to do all sorts of cool stuff with it. Don't you dare ask her more. Eno laughed. It will take days to shut her up. Jessie just stuck her tongue out at him. Yeah, I can't believe you guys, Roberts said laughing. Don't think you can wiggle out of this either, fuckwad. Helena said as she tickled him. You guys are such assholes. Well, that sort of comes with the job description, Jacob chuckled as he tore into a fresh skewer. One of the greatest technological achievements of mankind is a bit of a stretch though, Jessie chirped. If you porkies think the Aster is one of your greatest achievements, you're falling behind bad. What? Seriously, Jessie said between bites of Ziyush cooked goodness, the Aster is amazing for its size but it wouldn't even rank in the top 100 in the Republic as far as raw oomph goes. Bullshit. The geek speaks the truth, Sheila said as she reached for the orange juice, your average Republic cruiser packs more power and a lot of universities have way better hardware than the Aster. Oh what I wouldn't give for a cruiser core. Jessie gushed. Bunny would be so happy in one of those. Okay, now I know you are pulling my fucking leg, Helena said as she grabbed an imp melon, a fruit native to her home world. No, seriously, Roberts said. The Aster is fantastic, make no mistake, but greatest technological achievement of mankind? Nah. But the Aster was based on the latest Federation research. And our stuff is entirely our own, Sheila said, we aren't limited by some stale old bullshit. Well, in all honesty we borrowed a lot from the Empire. Jessie said with a little smirk knowing she was about to get a reaction. In fact almost all of our civilian systems are still assembled in the to our specs and our best stuff is still homegrown. Sheila snapped. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Jessie mumbled into her glass. What was that? Nothing, Jessie smiled. Got something to say, weeb. You are right, our most powerful systems are made in the Republic, they might need their own buildings and dedicated power grids but... Oh sit on a dick. Sheila exclaimed as she threw a slice of toast at Jessie. Jessie just caught it and laughed in response. Hey. There is nothing wrong with TBF. Roberts laughed. TBF? Helena asked. Terran motherfucking brute force. Sheila exclaimed happily. Make it fucking huge and pump a shitload of power through it. Works every fucking time. Who cares if it's the size of a city block and needs its own fusion reactor network? We got plenty of fucking room and the best reactors in the motherfucking galaxy. You're shitting me. Helena exclaimed. Nope, Jessie bubbled happily, the monolith-class supercomputers are that big. They are fucking monsters. Even the Empire doesn't have anything like them. What do you even use something like that for? I dunno, stuff. Jessie laughed. That isn't the fucking point. We fucking have them. That's the fucking point. Typical Terrans, Helena said as she rolled her eyes. You're goddamn right. Sheila laughed. So, what is on the schedule for today? More pillaging? Helena asked as she sunk her teeth into a piece of steak. Fuck. Those Ziyush are good cooks. I know, right? Sheila responded. Well, we have a little thing we have to do first. We have compared the current passenger manifest against Bruce's customer database and we have hits, 23 of them. Oh, Helena said quietly. So. Yeah, Sheila said with a cruel smile, so we have a little business to take care of. Do you want to be there to document it? Yeah. Yeah, of course, Helena said grimly. You going to build crosses for all of them? No time, Gloria said in a quiet monotone, I would love to, but she fell silent as Helena and Roberts glared at her. She shrugged and then returned to her breakfast. What are you going to do then? Helena asked, sort of dreading the answer. Rupert Glent took the boxes of cereal and synth milk from the guard and carried them back to the little pile of crates and bedding where his family were sitting. His daughter bounced up and down excitedly. Bunny Crunch, she enthused. She had developed quite the taste for Bunny Crunch, something that she would never be allowed to eat otherwise. Everything on their table back home was organic and high quality, not something as cheap and unhealthy as Bunny Crunch. She expertly ripped open the side of the box and filled it with some synth milk and happily started munching away. She especially loved how it made the milk bright pink and sparkly with all of the artificial coloring and nominally edible holographic glitter. He could see his wife wince every time his daughter took a bite. Rupert couldn't help but smile a little at her. At least she was having fun. She had even had the presence of mind to leverage her situation into securing promises from both her parents that she would be able to continue to get her new favorite breakfast once their adventure was over. He had absolutely no doubt the little shark knew exactly what she was doing when she did it. He was a little proud. He handed his son a box of his new favorite cereal, Crunchy Power Blasters, and sat down next to his wife and they grimly tore into their repast. They feed us this garbage and you just know they are feasting like kings, his wife grumbled. At least they are feeding us, he replied. Well, sort of feeding us anyhow, he said as he put a spoonful of Happy Crunch in his mouth. Why do all of these have to have the word crunch somewhere in their name? It's a way to market the fact they are 50% plastic, his wife snickered as she tucked into her healthy Crunch Supreme. She looked over at the guards uneasily. Those bug things scare the shit out of me. As long as they aren't Terrans I don't care what they look like, Rupert whispered to her. Those bug-looking things are actually pretty decent. Well, decent as far as armed thugs go in any event. They even remembered our kid's favorite cereal. Suddenly the doors to the cargo bay opened and a host of armed humans and other creatures filed in, many more than had ever come in before. Rupert set down his cereal and stood protectively in front of his family. This didn't look good. All right, a woman at the front of the pirates shouted. Everybody line up, now. I said now. What's going on? Rupert asked as he worriedly started to fall into line. Pray you don't find out, a Terran snarled at him as he roughly shoved him into place. Rupert looked on with increasing apprehension as a small human woman walked along the line holding a tablet up to each person in turn. She would occasionally just nod and they would drag the person off to the side and tie their hands behind their back with disposable restraints. After they grabbed around 20 people or so the woman who was clearly their leader said, Fall out. That means go back to whatever you were doing. Where are you taking my son? An older woman cried in alarm as she rushed towards them. You know where and you know why. Be grateful you aren't coming along, bitch, their leader snarled as she pushed the woman back with the butt of her rifle. Just in case any of the rest of you don't know, she barked as a hollow projector was brought into the room. It was turned on as they all left with the people they grabbed. That rude foul-mouthed woman from the cruise appeared. Bruce's Emporium, an easily overlooked establishment just off the promenade of the White Star, Helena began as footage of her walkthrough, complete with barely clothed captives, started to play. Rupert watched the program in horror as his wife covered his children's eyes. The former patrons of Bruce's Emporium were roughly shoved into a short corridor and the blast door slammed shut behind them. Okay, now we go back to pillaging. I want to get into the larger vaults today, Sheila said as she dusted off her hands. What are you going to do to them? Helena asked. We just did it. Those doors are airtight. Are you going to, she swallowed hard, trigger fire suppression. Like what happened to me? Nope. That would be too good for them, Sheila replied. We just walk away. Let nature take its course. They'll die sooner or later. Jesus. Okay, now we pillage. Sheila said cheerfully as they all walked away. Helena was pretty much free to go wherever she wanted and do whatever she pleased, and she made good use of that freedom. She got hours of interviews from the former Ziyush freedom fighters recording first-hand accounts of their war and the reasons behind it. She was wrapping up another interview with them when Roberts cocked his head to the side, covering his earpiece with his hand. Got it, he responded. Hey, Helena, they just cracked open the first of the vaults and they say you really want see this. Helena and Roberts hurried to the location of the bank's larger storage vaults deep within the ship. Sheila's whole crew, except for T-Sunk Al, who was guarding the Tiger, had assembled and they were pulling out paintings, one after the other. Holy shit! Jessie chirped excitedly as she was scanning them. These are from the sacking of the Louvre. Nice! Jacob exclaimed. These have to be worth over $1 billion, easy. They would if we were going to sell them, Sheila said with a grin. All of these are going right back to the Republic. But, Sheila. No sense getting greedy, dude, Sheila responded, we are making plenty off of this little job. We can afford to give these back. I guess. Seems like such a waste though, Jacob said looking at the trove longingly. Think of it as buying goodwill, Sheila grinned, these little scribbles will ensure our continued welcome in the Republic. After this stunt we just might need that. These are worth millions, billions, Helena stammered as she stumbled into the vault looking around at all the masterpieces. You're just going to give them away? Yup, Sheila responded, you know why this shit has been sitting in this vault for this long? Because it's that fucking hard to move. We're much better off just giving it to the Republic than we are spending the rest of our lives sitting on billions we can't actually get. It's fucking awesome when things are kinda priceless, but when they actually are priceless it's a royal pain in the ass. Let's just get this shit into a museum where they have people who can properly take care of it. Besides, we already have our pirate's treasure. Jessie laughed. Those drives are going to make us billions, not to mention the loot from the safety deposit boxes. Oh. What have you found in those? Helena asked. Millions in jewelry, precious stones, rare mineral specimens, and best of all, information. Information. Piles and piles of data crystals, Jessie gushed, haven't had the time to go through them, but whatever is on them is worth locking up. Some of those crystals are likely just loaded with boring old credits, but hopefully not all of them. God knows what sweet filth we have on God knows who. I don't suppose I could maybe take a look? Helena asked as casually as she could manage. I'm sure that we will want to publicly release a lot of it, Sheila said with a smile. Whatever we do, we will slide over your way. I bet there will be more than a few scandals in there. T-Sunk Al is feeding them to me as we speak, Bunny announced over a speaker. While some of them are simply loaded with those boring old credits you were talking about, the ones containing other files are very interesting indeed. More than a few scandals is quite the understatement, I can assure you. We will be able to send more than one of those porky scum, as Helena likes to call them, straight to prison, or have them under our thumb, whichever we choose. Humans are terrible at coming up with passwords, by the way. Well, don't keep me in suspense, Bunny. Jessie chittered. We have an outsider in our midst. As fond as I am of Helena, I would assume that you would like to review the data in private before sharing it with the press. Bunny has a point, Sheila said, just sit on that info for now, Bunny. We'll go over it later. You're fond of Helena? Jessie asked excitedly, really? Sigh, it's a figure of speech, Jessie, Bunny replied with an exasperated tone of voice. Remember, you have explicitly instructed me to use them. Honestly, must we have this conversation each and every time I do exactly what you have programmed me to do? Yes, but why that one? I picked an appropriate figure of speech at random, well, as random as a computer can actually achieve. Hey! Play mad scientist on your own time, Sheila laughed. I need scans, not proof of sentient AIs right now. Hey, Bunny, she called you sentient. Jessie laughed. Rather than take the bait, I will simply remind you what your boss just told you. I await those scans for analysis, Bunny responded and terminated the conversation with a completely unnecessary click. She's totally sapient. Jessie whispered to Helena. She wasn't nearly this much of a handful before I loaded her into the Aster. The screen of Jessie's tablet suddenly filled with scientific article after scientific article concerning the impossibility of an AI truly becoming self-aware, along with all of the documentation of previous failed attempts. Oh, I guess I was wrong then, Jessie said to Helena with a wink as she manually closed document after document after document. Can you wait until after we are off this derelict before you give your AI a stroke, please? Sheila laughed. Less talking, more scanning. I can't believe those art history classes are actually coming in handy. Helena thought to herself as she took photo after photo, calling out the names of pieces that she recognized. She was actually right most of the time. Cash was leaning against the bar sampling various human beers. After they subdued the ship and all of the areas that weren't reserved by Sheila's gang were picked over, there wasn't a whole lot to do between guard shifts. As his father said, the hunt isn't over until you are safely home and balls deep, but this one was going entirely too smoothly. He really hated it at first, but now that Mr. Eno's handiwork was holding entirely too much of him together, he was grateful for the quiet. He turned a bit too quickly and winced. Terrans were known for their guns, but it turns out that more people in the Republic are killed with knives than anything else. Fortunately for him, that meant that Mr. Eno had plenty of practice. They are kind of good with blades. He wished someone, like his asshole father for example, had really made that clear before he went and did something as stupid as going tooth and claw with a knife-wielding Terran. He knew they were good with knives. He just didn't know they were good with them. He should have used a club at the very least. He just chuckled ruefully and finished some Federation piss water, as Lorna and Mike, two Terrans who he had befriended recently, called it. He kind of liked it. He wondered if Terran beer was as much better as they claimed, or if it was just their hatred of the Porkies transferring to everything they touched. They promised to get him some proper beer when they all pulled back to the Republic. He was quite looking forward to that. "Hey, Cash," a gruff voice called out behind him. It was Krishka, a Drax from another tribe. "Oh hello, Krishka. Has the hunt favored you?" "Fuck no," Krishka snarled, "gotta hand it to Sheila and hers. Their plan was as brilliant as it was dishonorable. What little fighting there was took place where I would have had to abandon my position to get a tooth in." Krishka walked around the bar and grabbed a bottle of wine. "Ah, Malorgrovian. Nice. I've never had that," Cash said. "Is it good?" "It's so good you aren't getting any," Krishka laughed. "Just kidding, here. Give this a shot," they said as they poured Cash a glassful. "Wow!" Cash exclaimed. "This is good. Better than anything a fucking human can squeeze out, that's for damn sure. They might be some weak-blooded pacifists, but they can make the hell out of some alcohol." They drank for a moment. "So, Cash," Krishka said as they drained their glass, "I saw your fight and I have to say I liked what I saw." "Really liked what I saw," they said as they wrapped a burly arm around Cash. Cash said as he stiffened up and unsuccessfully tried to back away. "You can't have a video of you, naked, going at a tooth and claw with a Terran going around without expecting some interest," Krishka said as they leaned in closer, "and I'm definitely interested." "Thanks," Cash said uneasily. "So, how about it? You already took care of your first kill. How about we take care of that virginity?" "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "I'm flattered, but..." "Oh come on," Krishka said as they leaned in and whispered, "don't tell me you haven't at least thought about it. I can promise you that you'll like it, a lot." "Oh hell no." Volshugna bellowed as he strode into the bar. "Krishka, get your perverted claws off of my cub." "Excuse me," Krishka smiled, "I was having a private chat with a nice attractive, young, delicious Drax warrior. I don't see anybody's cub around here." "Do you, Cash?" Cash wittily replied. "Cash, come over here. You don't want to get involved with those freaks." "Freak? Are you casting doubt on my honor?" Krishka growled. "Your honor and savagery are above reproach, Krishka, and you know it," Volshugna growled back. "Your honor isn't in question here. It's your unnatural nature that I'm worried about." "Unnatural?" Krishka laughed. "What's a greater affront to nature, a Terran killing virgin or a lean hot sexy female warrior?" Volshugna fell silent. "Fuck if that wasn't a good point." "So, Cash," Krishka purred as she removed a medallion from her neck, "you have already claimed one hard-won trophy." She wiggled the medallion. "Feel like trying for another? Not many Drax can wear one of these on their belt. That skull will get the fatties' attention, but one of these? If you manage to win one of these, all the plump little brood mothers will be dying to find out what you did to get it. I guarantee it." She slid up a little closer, waving the medallion in an almost hypnotic fashion. "See many of these on a warrior's belt? Besides, I promise you that you will love it." Cash could feel her breath, smell it. That scent. This was a woman, a real woman, and a warrior no less, who wanted to lie with him. He could feel himself getting excited. To hell with the trophy. He was about to get laid. "Krishka, the cub is cut all to hell. He is no shape," Volshugna started. "Please, I've fucked warriors, male and female, far more wounded than this. I know how to fuck a bloodied warrior," she purred as she stroked Cash's cheek. "Unlike those fatties you Drax men seem to prefer, I can actually support my own body weight." She then turned to Cash and whispered, "And I can do it in all sorts of interesting positions, things you will never get to experience with one of those big UNS back home." "It's out of the question," Volshugna said, crossing his arms and stamping his foot. "My cub's first time is going to be with a proper lady, not some man thing. Besides, don't you people prefer your own kind? Oh, we take comfort in each other's embrace while we wait for a real Drax to come along." Krishka chuckled, "That's why you've never had the pleasure. This conversation is over, Krishka. You are a savage and brave warrior and are worthy of honor, but no cub of mine." "Well, Cash," Krishka purred, "are you daddy's little cub or are you a warrior who can make up his own mind?" She looked down and smiled. "Looks like part of you has already come to a decision." Cash just sighed and turned towards Volshugna. I love you as a fellow warrior, a kinsman, and family. I will proudly fight and die along your side, and as my work if I will follow you straight through the gates of hell with a song on my lips, but if you try to get between me and some pussy we are going to have a problem. Do we have a problem, Volashna? Volashna just stepped back with a little smile playing across his fangs. No, Kashulga, I guess we don't. He grinned, Raik. He yelled as he grabbed a bottle from the bar and left. Volashna and Sheila were sitting in an empty cafe with a plate of snacks, a bottle of beer and a cup of coffee, respectively. Well, he had to grow up sometime, Valshi, Sheila chuckled. That he did, Volashna said with a smile. You should have seen it, Sheila. He squared off against me and everything. I'm surprised you stood for that. Hey. He had a hard-on. I am not fighting my cub when he has a spike. Sheila proceeded to laugh. Fuck, now there's an image. Yeah, what if it fucking poked me or something? As excited as he was, imagine if. No. Just, no. Volashna yelled as Sheila continued to laugh. Some people like to get choked and bit, you know. Maybe he would have liked. Stop. By the Lord of the Hunt. What the fuck is wrong with you, he howled. Sheila was coughing and gasping for breath as tears streamed down her face. Well, Valshi, you gotta hand it to him, Sheila said once she caught her breath, he's had one hell of a first hunt so far. Yes, that he has. His mother is going to flay me alive, but yes, one hell of a first hunt. Well, you don't have to tell her everything. Her little cub shows up with a Terran skull, a huge fucking scar, and to top it all off a Draxa warrior's medallion on his fucking belt? Oh, she will have just a couple of questions, trust me. She will be proud as hell, make no mistake, but she will definitely not be happy with me, he laughed as he shook his head. Volashna. Lorna yelled as she walked up, Valshi, you seen Cash? We found some real Terran gin, she exclaimed happily as Mike held up a bottle of clear liquid triumphantly. Sheila made an unhappy face. Oh, you know we can handle our liquor, boss. I don't doubt it for a second, Sheila said with a smile. It's just that bottle looks really nice right about now. So we should keep the fact that we also found a pile fresh limes to ourselves then. Mike said with a wiggle of the bottle. Sheila just flipped them off and raised her coffee cup as they both laughed. So do you know where Cash is? I thought he would like a taste of a real Terran drink. Mike asked. Well, Big M, Volashna said with a chuckle. Kashulga is getting laid. What? Lorna asked in surprise, by whom? Krishka. Damn. That big hairy monster. Mike asked in shock. Hey, didn't know Cash swung that way. Top, bottom, or free for all? Lorna asked with a wicked smile. What do you mean? Volashna asked. Krishka is a chick. Krishka is female? But I thought your women didn't fight, and they are, Lorna said as she held her arms out in front of her belly. Well, that's how they are supposed to be, but Drax aren't great at always doing what they are supposed to, right Valshi? Sheila said with a grin. Yeah, every now and then you have a Draxa who decided to fashion arms and armor for herself instead of her man, and every once in a while you have a Drax who likes helping raise the kids just a little too much, Volshugna shrugged. You humans have the same thing, don't you? Yeah, but Krishka looks like a dude. Did she take hormones or something? What? No. Draxa don't fill out into their beautiful selves until they have a kid or two, Volshugna replied. A childless Draxa has to damn near gorge herself to get even a little bit of a figure. It can be really hard for some of them to get someone to put a kid in them at first. Not my sister though, he said proudly. She got knocked up before I had even gone on my first hunt. I didn't know that, Sheila said, damn, good for her. And you don't have a problem with that? Mike asked. I thought your culture was rather, strict. Well, it's not something that we celebrate, but when it happens, Volshugna replied with another shrug. If a Draxa fights with honor, then she's a Drax. If a Drax pulls his weight at home, then fine, he's a Draxa. Hell, I was damn near raised by Auntie Gorshura. She made my first pistol, actually. Yeah, it's all good until one of them decides to fuck your cub, hey. Sheila snickered. It's not like that, Volshugna said defensively, it's just that I've worked with Krishka for years off and on and was used to thinking of her as a Drax, and then suddenly she is trying to wrap her legs around my cub? It was just really fucking weird, that's all. And what if she was actually a Drax? I would have had about the same reaction. Volshugna laughed, but in the end it's what Kashulga wanted to do, so, whatever. If he can take a Terran's head, he can fuck whoever he wants, and I could definitely tell who he wanted to fuck, he said with a huge laugh. Rarg. That was a spike, he yelled holding up his fist. I just can't get over it, Lorna said shaking her head. Krishka is a woman. Yeah, her whole crew is, Sheila said and then elbowed Volshugna. Hey Valshi, her whole crew is. Oh no. Volshugna laughed. John gets a briefing and Patricia gets her staff. I'm sorry, Ambassador, a human doctor said with just a touch of annoyance, the tissue implants can't grow any faster. Oh, don't give me that, John said impatiently, what about accelerators? We aren't at war, sir, the doctor said with a heavy sigh. Tissue accelerators aren't part of civilian healthcare. They are simply too hazardous. We use them all the time without any problems. Yeah, and a lot of you will have to have cancer treated in a couple of years. I don't want to put in all of this effort only to have to cut it out later, along with parts of your spinal column. I'm willing to take the risk, John replied. It is essential that I get back to my post ASAP. Well, I'm not willing to risk your health and my license to perform an illegal procedure. Sorry. Not happening. Exactly how long am I going to be laying here on my ass? John growled. We will perform some tests first thing next week. We will have a better idea then. Fuck. John exclaimed, clenching his fists. You have no idea how important it is that I... You are right, the doctor snapped. I don't know, and to be perfectly honest, I don't fucking care. It is what it is. The tissue has to grow and properly integrate with the rest of your body, and that's just going to take some time. Well, how about just releasing me then? John asked. The procedures have already been done. I can lay up back at the embassy. I won't authorize it, the doctor replied. Maybe when you try to go over my head you can get someone to do it, but as long as I'm your doctor you are staying put. Now, unless you have some other concern, I have other patients to attend to. Fine. With that the doctor walked out, closing the door after him. John immediately pulled out his tablet and started typing an email. Goddamn right he was going over that doctor's head. As he was typing, the door to his room opened and Helen Mongrave walked in. Funny, I kinda thought you were bulletproof, she smiled as she closed and locked the door. Bullets, yes. Fucking gauze anti-tank rifles, not so much, he said, displaying his new arm. Nice, Helen said as she walked over and examined it. Any special upgrades? If there are, I'm keeping that to myself. Don't want to ruin the surprise, John said with a smile. Glad you could make it. What, nothing wrong with paying an old friend a visit in the hospital, Helen smiled, and that is exactly all this is, just me dropping by to wish you well. So how bad is it? Worse than you think, Helen replied as she pulled out a scanner and started sweeping the room. After a few moments she put the scanner back into her purse. No bugs, at least as far as I can tell. She moved in very close and spoke in a very quiet voice. I'm risking my career helping you, maybe even more than that, she said as she pulled out a data crystal. Everything I got is on there. That bad? Worse, Helen whispered, you know she has people in intelligence. They've been there since the beginning. Fuck. They've been there since before the beginning. The whole department has been compromised from nearly the top down. Not just intelligence either. Her people are well placed in just about every single department and branch of the Republic. And that's before the latest developments. Shit, John said quietly, I knew it was bad, but that bad, fuck. Wait. What do you mean the latest developments? Notice how well preserved she looks. Yeah, she has to be about half plastic by now. Nope. I managed to get my hands on a bioscan. It's on the crystal with everything else. Don't ask me how I got it. I handed it to an expert without including the name. And he said that she was a perfectly healthy 25-year-old. What? Yep. Her biological age is 25. I double-checked with another expert and they said 28, but you get the idea. How? Don't know. It's no secret that she has always heavily invested in biotech with a real interest in enhancements, both legal and illegal. My only guess is that she has a secret research lab somewhere. There isn't a peep concerning any anti-aging tech anywhere, and trust me, I looked. Shit. Yeah. I did all the work up and covered shit solo, just like the good old days, so nobody else knows this. It's not just her. Her senior staff and favorite thugs are also looking a lot younger these days. She leaned in so that her mouth was inches from his ear. I have also uncovered information that strongly implies that she is offering spa days to the rich and powerful, including a lot of high-ranking officials. She has the fucking fountain of motherfucking youth. Who wouldn't be tempted? Holy shit, John whispered. I also know that she has been making contact with the Porkies. A couple of them even dropped by the embassy in your absence. Does the name Lydia Salvatore mean anything to you? No. Should it? She is quite the piece of work. She was a high-ranking member of the Chosen back in the day, part of their Inquisition no less. She is directly responsible for the deaths of thousands during their reign of terror in Europe. Rumor has it that she has quite the hoard of pre-Yellowstone military hardware, including fully functional grav tanks. We are also fairly sure that the Chosen have remained cohesive and quietly active in the Federation, and that she is now their leader. Motherfucker, John said quietly. And guess what? Helen whispered in his ear, she was looking pretty damn good for an ancient old hag. So she is using this, whatever, to get her hooks into the porkies as well then. Fucking perfect. Here's some more good news for you. As you already know, she has arranged to have a support staff there in your embassy. It won't surprise you that they are all fucking monsters. About what I figured. All of them are from her original forces, never mind how young they look. All of them are fucking killers, but there are two of them in particular you need to know about, Stephen Marrow and Margaret Crimson. Their names are fake. Nobody except Patricia herself knows what their real names are. Back in the day they just went by what are now their surnames. Marrow was the youngest fighter to ever join her ranks. He was less than 10 when he first picked up a rifle in her name, and by the age of 15 he was a full-fledged blood lord. If she has a right hand it would be him. He's a fucking monster. Crimson is about as bad. She was a former raider in a gang that Patricia took out. Her last stand was so epic that it impressed Patricia herself, and she was offered a position in her ranks. She is pure evil and another of whose blood lords. The others are bad, but those two. They are among the worst that humanity has ever produced, and physically are the two deadliest people she has, period. Everything I know is on that crystal, and it's some pretty grim reading. Sounds like some people need to catch a bullet or two. It's been tried, multiple times, Helen whispered. I know you and your people are the best of the best, but whose team? Shit. They are unnatural, inhuman. Don't underestimate them, John. They are dangerous. So am I, Helen, but don't worry. I'm not going to play their game and get into a sword fight with them, or a gunfight if I can help it, unless I got a clean shot, that is, John whispered with a grim smile. John, I have a really bad feeling about this, Helen whispered. I don't spook easily, but I'm fucking scared. Whatever she has planned will fail, John said, holding Helen's hand. She is going to have to go through me. She already put herself on my shit list for fucking with one of my people, and now it seems that she is fucking with my republic. John said with fire in his eyes. That bitch is going down. If you are going to go up against her, then I have your back, Helen said quietly. You don't have to do this, Helen, John said quietly. You've risked enough, more than enough, already. This is likely going to get pretty nasty, like people are going to die nasty. I know, probably better than you do, Helen whispered. But you're right. It's the Republic we are talking about here. All the people I sent to die in its name and for its sake. If it's my turn to join them, so be it. So fucking be it, she said as she gripped John's hand tight. Okay, John said with a little smile. We need to set up a way to communicate outside normal channels. Remember our old code? Helen asked with a nostalgic smile. Still have the book? Of course, John whispered. Use the same app? Is it still around? Yeah. It is, and still going strong. We go with that then. Ha, just like back in boarding school, Helen snickered. But this time it won't be about booze, weed, and when we will be sneaking out of the dorms. Yeah, and this time we don't want to get fucked, she said as she leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Marrow and Crimson stood before their assembled team in the cargo bay. We will soon be landing, Marrow announced. Remember what we are supposed to appear to be. You have all been chosen for not only your skill at arms but also your professionalism and discretion. Any mistakes will not be tolerated. Marrow and Crimson walked down the line inspecting the suits and dresses worn by the 24 men and women standing before them. Marrow paused in front of each one, occasionally making adjustments or small comments concerning their attire. He was pleased, quite pleased. Each and every one of them looked the part. He returned to his position in front of all of them. Unfortunately, most of you will not be able to wear swords, axes, and the like. You are allowed sidearms and knives, nothing more. Don't worry, your real weapons will be safely stored until the time they are needed, and they will be needed. You are expected to maintain your training, but you will do so only in your chambers, nowhere else. You are to look like domestic staff or administrative support, nothing more. He paused and took care to look each of them in the eyes. There may be issues with the current staff. Do not engage them. Swallow your pride and acquiesce. You will not be judged for this or viewed as weak. It is what this situation demands. Also, a number of the staff are former Terran Marine raiders. Do not underestimate them. Many of them have years of actual combat under their belts and can be dangerous. In particular, be careful of the ambassador and his assistant. Yes, his assistant is a fucking beetroot, but that tuber has no small number of kills to his credit. Be very careful of his eye. It isn't a mere prosthetic. It has been greatly enhanced. He paused for effect and then continued. I know not what her ladyship has planned for us, but she called for us. I think you all know what that means. He smiled at the wicked chuckling that issued forth from the group. Yes, brothers and sisters, she called for her riders. When the time comes, I expect nothing less than the days of old from each and every one of you. The group stomped upon the deck plates and raised their blades as they howled. Ooh, goosebumps. Crimson said happily. Everybody. Load up. Marrow shouted. The group started loading crates and baggage into 2 gleaming black pre-Yellowstone armored personnel grav carriers, each one emblazoned with a large red phoenix on a white background on each side. Old war banners bearing the same symbol were mounted on the top of each one. Once they finished loading the APCs, the team got inside and closed the hatches. Marrow walked over to the passenger side of a sleek grav limo bearing diplomatic markings as well as 2 small white flags each with a red phoenix on the hood, and opened the door for Crimson. She smiled at him, her blue eyes twinkling, as she got inside. He entered the driver's side and got behind the wheel. A few minutes later Marrow was informed that they had landed and were cleared for departure. He activated a microphone. "We are rolling out. Follow me." The cargo bay hatch opened and they pulled out into the city. The route that Marrow selected just happened to include a slight detour that sent them straight through the middle of the human neighborhoods. Gasps of horror issued from the humans on the street as the convoy rolled past. Some people cursed. Some wept. Others just ran. "Look at the cattle, Marrow," Crimson said happily as they drove past. "Nice to see that they remember us." "Indeed," Marrow said with a smile. "I guess we left quite the impress." He was cut off by blaster fire. A bolt hit the shields right in front of the driver's side window. It was followed by another and another as an old man stepped forward holding a pistol and firing shot after shot. "Hold your fire," Marrow said calmly over the microphone. "Bloodlord? He's firing at us. We can't let this stand." "Never use that title here." Marrow snapped, "And yes we can. Let him shoot that little pop gun. It won't even scratch the paint. Let him fire. Let him stand helpless as we drive past." Marrow smiled as the shields flashed briefly again and again. "Seriously?" Crimson said quietly after the mic cut off. "I wasn't going, Zap, to take issue with you, Zap, in front of the men, Zap, but seriously." "Seriously, Zap? What looks better, Zap, jumping out and brutally slaughtering they, Zap, old fool, or just letting him look like an idiot and then, Zap, him just disappearing? Zap, sometime in the next few days? Zap, besides, I would like to perform the sacrament and we just found our sacrifice, Zap, dot. That would be nice, Zap. Oh look. The police finally stopped him," Crimson said with a smile. "Finally. So how will we know where to find him? Please, after that little stunt he just pulled? All we have to do is watch the news." "You have a point," Crimson laughed. "Did we pack the good china?" Toby looked on with disapproval as the convoy entered the embassy's garage. He left the security office and rushed to confront them. "Who is in charge here?" Toby barked as they were exiting the APCs. "I am," Marrow said as he stepped forward extending his hand. "Stephen Marrow, a pleasure to meet you." Toby just glared at him. "Fucking APCs? Really?" "Oh, so they are," Marrow said with an embarrassed laugh. "Sorry, we've been using them as trucks for so long I tend to forget their original purpose. Please tell me that they aren't armed." "Not sure," Marrow laughed. "Hey. Did you remember to disarm the trucks?" "Yes, sir. We took the guns off before we left," one of the men replied. "Yes. They are disarmed. Thank goodness someone had more presence of mind than I did," Marrow laughed. "It isn't fucking funny." Toby snapped. "This is an embassy, not an armed encampment. And without their weapons those are just trucks. You really need to calm down, mister." "Joked," Tobias joked, Toby said as he reluctantly shook Marrow's still extended hand. "In future, please use the cargo transports that are available." "Sir." A human female shouted as she ran towards Toby. "Yes, Susan." "Sir, there's been an incident," Susan said as she glared at Marrow and handed Toby a tablet. Toby leveled all of his eyes at Marrow. "You decided to take a little tour of the city it seems," he growled. "Yes. I guess I got a little lost on the way here," Marrow chuckled. "At least you didn't return fire," Toby snarled. "Please," Marrow laughed. "Some old fool with a toy pistol? Her ladyship's new limo is quite well protected and there was no way those bolts would even scratch the paint of our trucks. Thank God he didn't go for the banners. Now that would have been unfortunate. They are antiques. Well, if you will excuse me, Mr. Joked, I need to oversee unpacking and report to her ladyship. And I need to go and clean up the mess you made on the way over," Toby growled and then turned his back on Marrow and walked off. "So that's the beetroot, hey?" Crimson asked. "Doesn't look like much." "Looks can be deceiving," Marrow said as he watched him depart. "He's going to be trouble. Count on it." Dawn was sitting at her desk reading emails when Marrow and Crimson approached. Her eyes widened as they approached and she jumped up so fast she knocked over her chair. "Mr. Marrow. Ms. Crimson. It's an honor to meet you," she exclaimed. Marrow smiled indulgently and Crimson smirked. "Hello," Marrow said in a pleasant voice. Please let her ladyship know that we seek an audience with her. Excellent, a silky voice emanated from the intercom on Dawn's desk. Please do come in. Dawn scrambled to open the door for them, knocking over her pencil holder in the process. Meryl laughed in a friendly, pleasant manner that made Dawn happy. Oops. I'm such a klutz, she giggled as she opened the door. Meryl, despite himself, tousled her hair and smiled at her as he passed by. She just giggled and shut the door behind them. Meryl and Crimson strode forward in sync and both knelt in front of Patricia, whose desk. Please, rise, Patricia said as she got up and walked gracefully around her desk to greet them. Such formality is unnecessary for either of you, my dear friends. When they rose, she embraced them both. It is so good to see both of you, she exclaimed. She turned to Meryl. And how is your sister? An ungrateful bitch as always, Meryl chuckled. Ah, just like her mother, Patricia laughed. What is it this time? She is upset over the gift I gave little Karina. She said that she didn't want her great-great-granddaughter's family having to explain where 4 horses came from. 4. Patricia asked with a laugh, that is a bit generous even for you. Karina loves horses and was a good year. I have too many foals and needed to make room anyhow, he laughed. It wasn't just the horses. It was also the pasture, and the stable, and the bioengineers to make the pasture, he said with a chuckle. I give them all of that and the only thing she can say is how are they going to explain that, and how are they going to feed them, as if I wasn't going to provide feed. I swear she is just like our mother was. After all this time she is still trying to hide the source of her good fortune. Patricia asked with a beautiful laugh. Yes, still, after all of these years she still tries to hide it, pretend that she didn't dine at your table. You spared her very life and all she can do is curse your name, just like mother did. Oh my dear boy, Patricia said as she smiled, beaming with pride. I didn't spare her life. You saved it with your wonderful resolve. Cursing me is all well and good, but the lack of gratitude that she shows you, unforgivable. Yeah, and she had no problem eating the food you sent to them, even the meat, Crimson said with a wicked smile. I might have mentioned that in our little chat, Meryl laughed. Needless to say it didn't go well. She really doesn't like to be reminded of that particular detail. You were far too forgiving of her mother, my lady, Crimson said politely. I never understood that. Well, my dear Crimson, Patricia said in a melodious voice, she wasn't my problem to deal with, was she? She asked and then looked over at Meryl and smiled. It was Meryl's family and he dealt with it, in a most pleasing fashion I might add. Patricia placed her hand on Meryl's shoulder. It was how he dealt with her that really let me know not only the strength of his resolve but also his wisdom, that he was fit to lead and not just follow. Yeah, that was a little messed up, dude, Crimson laughed. I spared her life and there was no debilitating injury, not physically. Meryl smiled. They all laughed. So, my lady, Meryl said with a smile, to what do we owe the honor of being summoned into your presence? Take a seat, my favorite children, Patricia said as she glided back to her chair. We have much to discuss. John pulls a fast one and Sheila strikes it rich. John. Oh, I was so worried about you. A stocky Polynesian woman with a streak of grey in her hair cried as she threw herself on him, kissing him repeatedly on the head. The nurse who escorted her smiled and left, closing the door. John asked with a laugh. I'm one of your lovers, darling. I rushed here all the way from Nakamura when I heard you got a little boo-boo, she exclaimed as she laid another big kiss on his face. Damn, it's good to see you again, John, she said with a toothy smile. Same here, Oleana. How have you been? Doing great. I signed on with Greyweather Consulting and business has been good. Still can't believe you went and became a merc, John said, shaking his head. What about all that talk of settling down and becoming a real nurse? Yeah. I tried that. Fuck that noise. I lasted all of 4 months before I had to walk. So much bullshit. Couldn't do anything without asking some asshole for permission. With Greyweather I can actually do shit, actually save lives instead of standing in front of a computer screen with my thumb up my ass. Well, I for one am very happy the nasty rumors I heard about you were true, John smiled. So, you got it. Of course, sweetie, Oleana said as she opened the huge box of chocolates tucked under her arm and lifted off the top tray, revealing a med scanner, vials of an evil-looking green liquid, some syringes, and other devices. And I got you the good stuff. It even isn't expired yet. Is that Green Weaver? John asked in surprise. That's restricted. Well, you said you were in a hurry, darling, and this is hurry in a bottle. Roll over and let me peek at that cute backside of yours. With a pained grunt, John rolled over on his side. Oleana pulled out the scanner and carefully surveyed the damage. Tisk. Civilians, she said. What? Did they screw something up? John asked in alarm. Nah, it's fine, perfectly textbook for a civilian surgeon. They let the goddamn bots do the work. Perfectly safe, lazy, and exactly why your ass was going to be laying here for quite a while. Don't get me started. Yup. We can work with this, she said as she pulled a thin plastic pad from the chocolate box and carefully slid it underneath his vitals monitor. There, now they will be none the wiser, she said with a smile. Your real vitals are about to do some freaky shit. Oh, I'm down with the freaky shit. Not like this you aren't, she laughed as she pulled up his gown and drew a measure of the green liquid into the first syringe. Ever had this stuff in your spine before? Nope. It might sting a little. Seriously. This is going to hurt. Do I need something to bite on? Won't help, Oleana said as she pulled out some combat auto-injectors. Shit. Are you going to heal me or shoot me? They will prevent you from going into shock. Yeah, it's going to be that bad, John. You sure you want to do this? John just smiled at her as he reached for the first auto-injector. You're tough. I'll give you that, Oleana said about an hour later. That's all we can do for now. We wait for 2 hours and then we start the second course. Can't wait, John said grimly, looking quite pale and haggard. There was a beeping noise. What's that? John asked with a little concern. My lookout just picked up a nurse saying that she was going to check on you, Oleana said as she covered up the box. She thinks you're cute by the way. The door opened and the nurse walked in. It's time for your morning meds, she said with a big smile and then paused. Are you feeling okay? Oh yeah, just fine, John said with a pleasant even smile. Just got a rather unpleasant email, that's all. Sorry, can't talk about it. Classified. I don't mean to be short but I really need to get back to it, he said weakly, raising up his tablet. Everything doesn't look fine, she thought as she pulled up his vitals on her work tablet. Everything was well within normal ranges though. That must have been one hell of an email. Okay, here, the nurse said, handing him a little polymer cup and a glass of water. It took all the willpower he had to move his arms but he took them with a smile. Appreciate it, John said, forcing another smile. When Oleana said it was going to hurt, she wasn't fucking kidding. As soon as the nurse left, John just sagged into the bed. How long is this hell going to last? No more than a couple of days, tops. Are you fucking with me right now? I really wish I was. Timing her work around visits from an entirely overly inquisitive nurse, damn her good instincts, Oleana finally finished up the third and final series. There. You still with me, John? Define with you, he laughed weakly. Now what? Now you suffer for a while, she said as she pulled out a tablet and carefully examined his actual vital signs. Lovely. I'm going to hang out for a bit to see how these first few hours go, but then I have to bail. I would rather not go to prison. I would for you in a heartbeat, honey, but not if I can avoid it. No. Don't risk yourself over this. Go now. Not until I see how this is going to turn out. These civilian twerps don't know about this shit, and if anything goes wrong they are going to need me. Don't worry your pretty little butt, she said, giving it a little pat. Everything goes well and I will be able to get away long before they figure out what I did. I feel like a shit not asking this until now, John said as he clenched his teeth, but how are you going to get away? Sweetie, I'm with fucking Greyweather. Just give us a good half hour before you peel off that sensor and I'll be halfway to a waiting ship, and when they pull up their security feeds it will be like I was never even here, she said with a smile. Nice, John said as he convulsed. Oleana jumped up with her scanner. Shit. Don't scare me like that. She exclaimed. Don't scare you? What the fuck was that? Just some nerves coming back online. No biggie. If that's no biggie, what's a biggie like? Let's just hope you don't find out. John, that's the last injector I can give you, Oleana said gravely about 2 hours later. It's about to really get rough. Oh, that doesn't sound good. John mumbled. On the bright side, she said, stroking his face, it looks like everything took. They should be able to take it from here, or at least have time to call someone. You're gonna split. Yeah, all they have to do now is monitor you and give you real neural stabilizers and maybe a pain blocker or two. They might try to tell you that you need to go into a medical coma, but that's bullshit. I'll bear that in mind. Try to give me at least a few minutes before you separate that sensor from that little pad, she said as she kissed his forehead. But if you feel like you are going to pass out, be sure yank the fucker off before you do. I might not look like it, but I can still haul ass, or take down a security guard if I have to. All this affection is completely inappropriate. Not anymore it isn't, she said as she planted a big kiss on his lips. Whatever it is you are about to do, kick some ass. Intend to, he said with a smile. Now go. You will get that half hour. If you need me, you know where to find me, she said as she got to her feet. And remember, Greyweather Consulting is the Republic's premier provider of private strategic, tactical, security, and intelligence services. If you want to cry havoc, call grey weather. And we are all loyal to the Republic for what it's worth. Don't know what you are neck deep in, but keep us in mind. With that she blew him a kiss and walked out the door. About half an hour later the nurse on duty walked in. It seems like your sensor fell off. Oh, there it is, she said as she picked the sensor out of the sheet and pressed it to his skin. Her tablet started beeping immediately. She looked down at it in shock. That can't be right, she said. She trotted out of the room and quickly returned with a full medical scanner in her hands. What? This can't be, she looked down at her scanner and then back up at John. He should be screaming in agony. Why is he just smiling at me? She thought, and then she recalled the conversations between him and the doctor and put two and two together. Accelerators. What did you do? What did she give you? She demanded. What do you think? John mumbled with a grin. She turned red in the face and screamed idiot at him and sprinted out of the room. About 15 minutes later the door opened and an old Kaelsh with a white robe draped around him walked in. Okay, you crazy bastard, he said wiggling his eye stalks, what are you on? What did she give you? Greenweaver. Holy shit. That stuff actually exists, the old Kaelsh said as he pulled out a scanner and gently rolled John over on his side. Ow. I can imagine, the old doctor said as he looked at his scans. Fuck, right into the spine too. How the are you even conscious? Hell, why didn't you go into shock? John just smiled and reached under his pillow retrieving a handful of combat auto-injectors. You crazy stupid fucker. Well, I guess it isn't crazy if it worked, hey. He rolled John back over. Oh, I'm Dr. Bakken, formerly Major Bakken by the way, Republic Army, and I'm going to be taking over your case. So, you have a gallon of Greenweaver in your back and more injectors in your bloodstream than I've ever seen before, he wiggled his eye stalks, this is going to be fun. He looked at his scanner again. Now I have a couple of questions for you, the doctor said, this sort of black magic voodoo was nothing but a wet dream back when I was in the service. Hell, it's still nothing but a wet dream for most of us. Considering your creative method in obtaining it, I take it you want to keep this quiet, or can I just call in the experts and be done with it? Quiet. Figured. Okay, next question. Is there a very, and I mean very good reason for what you are doing? Yes, critical, Republic. Good enough for me, he said with an eye wiggle. Okay, Ambassador, let's do this. I'll do some quick research and make a few discreet phone calls, but it looks like what you really need is a top-shelf neural stabilizer and probably something for what I can only assume are truly biblical levels of pain. You also have a brain-curdlingly high temperature, but I don't want to screw with anything metabolism related until I actually know more about whatever the hell I'm dealing with here. We will just have to go old school, very old school. We will get started with that and we'll do something about all that combat gunk in your bloodstream. He wiggled his eye stalks. Now I will leave you to your well-deserved suffering, he laughed as he left. Moments later he heard the head nurse exclaim ice, from down the hall. Back on the White Star, Helena had finally gotten around to talking to the passengers. She was quite relieved to see how well they were being treated. So are you one of them, too? Rupert Glent asked Helena, eyeing Roberts nervously. Me, nah, Helena replied. I'm just a reporter that sweet-talked herself into one hell of an exclusive. I had absolutely no idea the cute guy I picked up at the bar was a fucking pirate, she said as she poked Roberts playfully. My ability to pick 'em remains as fucked as ever. Rupert's wife gave her a dirty look. Please watch your language, she said icily. There are children here. Oh shit, Helena replied. Sorry. She couldn't see Roberts snickering behind her. So, how have you been treated? Helena asked them as she switched on her camera. Just awful. Rupert's wife exclaimed. We have to sleep on these rags and they just feed us cheap cereal and junk food. Rupert just winced. Ms. Helena, he said, I think it would be far more interesting for your readers if... Oh, that sounds awful. Helena gushed, zooming in on his wife. Imagine making you have to sleep on just a simple mattress with nothing but blankets and pillows, those animals. And that isn't the worst part, she moaned. All we get to drink is water, cheap sodas, and that awful synth milk. My poor children. Jesus, Helena said in a shocked voice, managing to keep a straight face. And the bread? It wasn't fresh. It was at least a day or two old, and I don't know what bologna is or what it's made from is, but it is simply. It's made of lips and assholes. Helena said, artfully angling the camera to accentuate the woman's expressions. Actually, it's all the parts of leftover, whatever animal they got their hands on that week, ground up into a pink paste and squeezed into a plastic tube. Oh God. Darling, Rupert said, giving Helena an evil glance. And that so-called cheese. It is horrific. Each slice is wrapped in plastic, she wailed. I had to feed my children that. And did you like it? Helena asked, panning over to the kids. Oh yes. Rupert's daughter exclaimed. Bologna and cheese is awesome. Helena grinned at the kid. If she was any more photogenic the camera would burst into flames. It is clear that you have truly suffered, Helena said with big sympathetic eyes as she turned the camera back to Rupert's wife. It's important that I document everything so the Federation, no, the entire galaxy knows what sort of savages these people are. What else have you had to endure? As his wife started to reply, Rupert lunged forward, putting himself between the camera and his lovely wife. So, Helena, was it? Rupert asked, do you have any idea what they are going to do to us? I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest, Helena replied, glancing uncertainly over at Roberts. But I've kinda gotten to know their boss and she said you would survive this if you behaved. She seems to be the kind of woman who keeps her word. Right? She asked, looking over at Roberts. Right, he replied. If we were going to kill you we would have done it right off and not bothered with having to guard you and feed you cheap cold cuts and cereal, he smiled. Current plan is that we get you off this ship and back to civilization ass intact. Well, that's a relief. Rupert replied, although he knew that if they were going to massacre them this guy certainly wouldn't tell him about it. So, Rupert, Helena said with a wicked smile as she made sure to frame his face perfectly, what sort of money-grubbing porky slime bullshit do you do when you aren't cruising around space on a ship full of pedophiles and rapists? Helena asked, focusing the camera on him. Hey. I had no idea about that. I just knew the White Star was the best and I just wanted to take my family on a wonderful vacation, that's all. All I knew was that this thing was supposed to be fantastic and that we were going to get to see a neutron star up close. I had no idea something like that was going on. Lucky for you, neither did we, Roberts said with a cruel smile. Because if we had, our tactics might have been a little different, like you not having to endure bologna, fake cheese, and comet soda different. Rupert flinched. Looking into Robert's eyes, he had no doubt that he was telling the God's honest truth. I only found out about it once our plan was already set and it was too late to make any adjustments, Paul continued. If we did know about it beforehand, there would have definitely been adjustments. Count on it. Be sure to let Axion Lines know how much you appreciate them almost making your family's vacation especially memorable. I intend to, Rupert said with a snarl. Trust me. I fucking intend to. Darling. Language, his wife exclaimed, holding her hands over her daughter's ears. He said fuck mommy, she giggled. What does fuck mean, she asked, just giggling her ass off. Stop it. It's a bad word. Don't ever say it. But daddy just did, the child exclaimed, looking at everybody with triumphant wicked eyes. Your mommy, daddy, and everybody else in this fucking room are very fucking lucky you are so fucking adorable, Roberts said as he knelt down to face the girl. And the word fuck is a great word. All us pirates use it, he said with a big friendly smile. Fuck, the girl exclaimed. There you go. Now you sound just like a pirate. Roberts laughed. You have a lovely child, he said to Rupert. Try not to oink at her too much. It would be a real shame if she grew up to be like her. Wait, hang on, Roberts said as he cupped his earpiece. Got it. We're on our way. He replied to the air. Helena, we gotta cut this short. The guys just found something unbelievable. Wait. Rupert's wife called out. Could you please talk to that leader of yours about what they are feeding us? Sure. Roberts grinned. Paul, no. Helena said, playfully punching his arm. Killjoy, Roberts replied with a laugh. So kid, Roberts said to the little girl. What's your favorite cereal? Bunny Crunch. Got it. I'll put the word out that you get the Bunny Crunch, he said to her as her mother looked on in horror. Bunny Crunch is awesome. Helena replied. You just gotta try it on ice cream. The girl looked up at Helena with wide eyes. Her mind had just officially been blown. As they were heading to the bank, Jessie came scampering up at a full sprint with a huge scientific scanner in her grip. Gasp, I just got relieved by T, gasp. Can you fucking, gasp, believe it? No. And she's gone, Roberts replied to the back of Jessie as she tore off again. Roberts just smiled and shook his head. What did they find? Helena asked excitedly. We aren't entirely sure yet, Roberts replied calmly. But if we're right, well, it's probably best if you just see it. It's amazing. Everyone was just silently gathered inside a cluttered storage chamber looking down at something. They were all packed so tightly Helena couldn't see. Well? Sheila asked excitedly. Give me a minute, geez. Jessie said as she wrestled with an almost comically oversized scanner. Helena finally managed to wiggle around them, camera in hand, only to find them all huddled around some boxes filled with rows of little vials filled with a white liquid. It's confirmed. Semen. Jessie almost screamed. Perfectly chemically stabilized. I bet you could do in vitro straight out of the tube. It's, cum. Helena said in a less than enthusiastic manner. Yeah, just look at it. Sheila said excitedly. Rows and rows of the money shot. Cum. You drug me all the way over here for cum. Do we have an ID? Gloria asked, sounding like an actual human being and an excited one at that. Cum. You guys are excited about cum. Working on it, Jessie chirped. So, Bunny, what is it? While you have saved an amazing amount of data concerning ejaculate, Bunny replied. None of the images or movies capture it in sufficient detail for me to make any scientific comparison. Sigh, the archive, Bunny. What do we have in the archive? Surprisingly enough, Bunny snarked, we don't have a whole lot in the way of semen-related information. We dived deep but not that deep. Thank God. Well, you have to have genetic profiles of shit on file, Sheila said. Cum. You made me sprint across the ship for some cum. Helena muttered. I had the queen of the porkies in my fucking sights and I let her go over cum. Nobody was paying her any attention, not even Roberts. Son of a bitch. Eno shouted from further inside as he pulled out a glass-covered frame. Look, he held aloft a collection of butterflies. And there's more. Oh mother of God. Are these, bees? Cum and dead bugs, of course. Helena grumbled. We have works from Leonardo da Motherfucking Vinci in the hold and nobody blinks an eye. A vault full of jizz and dead bugs and they lose their fucking minds. Well, can you scan the DNA or not, god damn it? Sheila shouted at Jessie's tablet. Yes and no, Bunny replied. With that stupid scanner that Jessie insisted on dragging along we can definitely image the DNA and I'm going through everything we have but so far I haven't found much on genetic sequences of various species. It's not what we usually go for, you know. In all of those petabytes you don't have a goddamn thing? Bullshit. Sheila said impatiently. We have a lot of petabytes and I mean a lot of them, Bunny replied. It's going to take a while. Cum. Seriously. Helena muttered to nobody in particular. You're in a fucking quantum supercomputer now. How long can it possibly take? Sheila responded. Oh, just the read times of the same old drives we always had. Jessie didn't think it was important to migrate all that old archival shit. Hey. Don't blame this on me. Jessie laughed. Who else is there to blame? Bunny responded. I'm just a fucking machine. I don't do anything unless I'm told to. You don't do anything unless you are told to. Oh, that is a steaming pants load and you know it. Jessie exclaimed as she gripped her tablet in both hands and stared straight into the camera. Hey. Sheila barked, snapping her fingers. Focus, you two. Can we do it and how long will it take? Yes we can and I have absolutely no idea how long it will take, Bunny replied. Ditto, Jessie chirped. No fucking clue. We may have to wait until we are back in the Republic and hit the networks. I'm not sure if we have a lot of genetic stuff. You have absolutely everything else. How can you not have? Whatever. Bunny, start digging. Jessie, start scanning. I want to get these back in the cases and out of the light ASAP. Cum. Honestly. My God. Jessie bubbled happily as she opened another box. Look at all these vials. There's so much. Okay. What is the deal with the fucking cum? Helena demanded, raising her voice. Everybody stopped and just looked at her as if she had lost her mind. Don't you realize what this is? Roberts said excitedly. Splooge. I almost forgot you were a porky there for a moment, Sheila replied. Makes sense that you might not immediately get it. So. Terrans love cum. She turned the camera to face herself. You heard it here first, gentle viewers. This is one of the things we prize more than anything. Roberts said almost in awe. Note to self. Never kiss you again. This is biodiversity. Terra took a beating and what the ash and frost didn't kill we finished off ourselves, Roberts replied. A lot of species went entirely extinct either from starvation or from simply being hunted to extinction. That hamburger you like? Cows didn't make it. They went completely extinct. They were recreated from genes that we managed to salvage somewhere and a lot of them are damn near clones, or actual clones, of each other. We have managed to find more than one sample, of course, but nothing compared to the diversity before they went extinct. The number of different varieties of even the humble cow was staggering. The same goes for damn near any other animal you can name. This could be completely new genetic source material either for an animal we already recreated or maybe even a lost species. Helena, Roberts said looking deep into her eyes, this is huge, he exclaimed as he hugged her. So while the fire and ash was falling someone ran around jerking off their cows. The right term is bull and no, they likely didn't. Greg laughed. It was a common practice if there was an exceptional animal, a prize cow or horse or whatever to collect its semen to sell to other breeders so they could impregnate their females with it. This is likely what this stuff is. Weird. The only thing that's weird is that it is just sitting here gathering dust. Sheila exclaimed. Look at all the beetles. Eno yelled from across the room while holding up another box of specimens. We have beans and grain over here. Jacob yelled. Holy shit. Look. He hollered as he held up a handful of garden seed packets. We find fucking lost masterpieces in here and this is what you are surprised to find. Well, yeah. Sheila said with a laugh. Those worthless paintings are damn near impossible to move, but this stuff. Jesus. You can quickly sell it for a fucking fortune, which is exactly what we are going to do, she said with glee. The big bio firms will get into a bidding war over damn near anything. There are people who make a very good living prospecting for just scraps of genes out in the wasteland. If this stuff is what I think it is, intact premium livestock goo, we can get an auction set up in just days and the take will be unbelievable. There is absolutely no reason for it to just be sitting here. Even a porky would have no problem moving this. The bio giants would come to them. If any of those seeds are a new variety or lost species, they are worth a fortune even by our standards, Sheila said, spinning around happily. If nothing else, it's just neat as hell. This is better than anything we could have hoped for. Those paintings are just pretty. This stuff is useful. Yeah, it is weird that it's just sitting here, Jessie chirped as she was kneeling down among the cases of semen. Bunny, can we find out who was the generous soul who just gave us this wonderful gift? The encryption is pretty standard. Give me a minute, Bunny replied as Jessie was gleefully scanning vial after vial. 100 bottles of jizz on the wall. 100 bottles of jizz. Jessie started singing as she scanned away. Jessie, I am fully prepared to hurt you, Sheila laughed. Jessie clutched a vial to her chest. Not in front of the children, she giggled. Scan it. Don't play with it. Jesus. Sheila exclaimed as she shook her head. Oh, you are going to fucking love this, Bunny said as documents started to pop up on Jessie's tablet. Well, now there's a reason, Jessie laughed. Anyone here recognize the name Jace Mortison? Who? Roberts asked. He's a brilliant scientist. An actual real fucking genius. Helena gushed. He has built a fucking empire on what he has created, not what he raided or swindled or stole, created. He just whipped up some of the most important crops we grow over here, no research team, no budget, nothing. He just sat down at his computer and just with just the power of his mind fuck. Sheila and the crew started laughing. God damn it. Helena yelled. I admired that asshole. I even have one of his bullshit quotes hanging over my fucking desk. I can't believe this. Which quote was it? Jessie giggled. Was it the one with the angels, or the one with the doves? She snickered as she held up an image of an inspirational poster as everyone howled with laughter. If you must fucking know, it's a cross-stitch I made when I was 15. Helena said, gritting her teeth. The guys started roaring. Sheila was literally crying with laughter and Jessie was giggling so hard she was gasping for breath. Yeah, laugh it up. Helena yelled. Fucking laugh it up. I bought it. I bought the whole line, him fleeing from Earth with only the clothes on his back and the desire to build a better future for the whole human race, the whole pull yourself and your people up by your bootstraps bullshit, the power of inspiration and creativity, all of it. Gah, she ranted. Did you know we awarded him the Humanity Award? That's like one of our greatest honors. He was even given the fucking Federation Spiral. Oh, I'm going to fucking bury him, she yelled. Jessie. Can you get me proof, like something even a greased porky can't wiggle out of kind of proof? Hey, you're the reporter. You figure it out, Jessie laughed. No, but seriously, we'll get you what we can. Pulling down a beloved porky icon sounds fun. Guys. Jacob yelled as he opened another footlocker and pulled out a nearly empty bottle of seeds. These samples have Cyrillic labeling. Oh, do they now? Sheila said, her eyes flashing. Helena, my dear, she said as she gave Helena a look that made her blood run cold, we are going to be finding out all about this guy. I personally guarantee it. Sympathy for the befouler. After the whole jail thing, you would think that maybe, just maybe, my little pooper would catch a break. Nope. Not even pooping clothes. Here's what happened next. We slept in a little that first night. I was pooping beat. Did I say we? Yeah, I did. It was really flushing strange waking up to someone all cuddled up next to me in bed. Especially because she was already awake and lying there staring at me. Scum. Craxina, what the poop are you doing? I asked her. You're finally up, she exclaimed happily, her face just inches away from mine. I started to push her away and my pads hit fur. Craxina, I said, pulling my pads back really fast, if I pull up this sheet and you are pooping naked, I swear. Oh, hang on, she said as she started wiggling around under there. Poop. She was naked. I knew it. Why in the waters were you naked? I got all tangled up in that robe thingy and it was bothering me, she said like it was no big deal. My first night in someone's naked embrace and it was her. The universe pooping loves me. She finally wiggled into the bathrobe and crawled out of the covers. Good morning, she said happily. Thanks for letting me sleep in the bed. Don't pooping get used to it. I grumbled. Ah, she pouted and then brightened right back up. So what's for breakfast? I pulled out some fresh fruit for the little moocher, and while the tea was brewing I fired up my laptop. The guys were already awake and we set up a meeting for that afternoon. I was going to give them their money back, but they reminded me that the money was for me and that I should just get them the goods. I looked up and Kraxina was naked again. Kraxina. Clothes. Now. I yelled at her. I have trouble walking around in this robe, she complained. It's too long. Well, put on your clothes then. They're really dirty. We have a laundromat. I'm broke. I'm not. Wash your poopy clothes. Besides, don't you have anything else to wear? All my stuff is still at the hotel. Then why don't you go and pooping get it? Because I owe the guy some money and he's really scary. Well, how much do you owe him? I asked as I walked over to get my tea. And you're still naked. Put on the pooping robe. Now. Okay, geez, she muttered as she wrapped the robe around herself. Can't be more than 200 credits, she said. Fine, I grumbled as I went over to my laptop and pulled out a disposable card. No. You've done so much for me already. I can't, she said, but she was damn near salivating as she watched me load up the card, the little mooch. It's no big deal, I said as I pulled the card out of my laptop. Besides, this is a pooping loan. Once you are back doing, well, what it is that you do, you can pay me back. Oh, okay, she said looking a little weird, will do. Thanks. She looked really down. Was she just expecting me to pooping carry her forever? What a little scummy mooch. I gave you $2.50. That should be enough to wash your stinky clothes and go get your stuff. Right. Should be, she said, brightening right back up. I really appreciate this shell. Sure, whatever, I said. I should have been nicer, but she was really getting on my pooping nerves. After she went to wash her clothes I called Baxlon and set up an appointment to see him. My laptop beeped and there was an email on there. It didn't have an address, just one word, Rossi. Pooping great. I took a good sip of tea and opened it. Hope you are doing well. We've had a nice talk with those two people and we are fairly certain that your other friends are good to go. Have you had a chance to look at the little present I left you? If not, I'm sure you will find it quite to your liking. Regards, Ms. Rossi. I just couldn't pooping deal with that right then. It did remind me to go pull the black box out of my suitcase though. Good thing, because I would have probably sent it with the guys without the reminder. I hid it in a drawer and spent the rest of the time Kraxina was doing her laundry looking at various games and movies trying to decide what would be good to set up next, and I took a few minutes looking at other hotels. I decided that I needed to go ahead and move just to be on the safe side. I then realized that hotels were a pretty good way to do things. I could keep on the move, and if this thing took off, affording them wouldn't be a concern. Just about the time I found a place that looked interesting, it was near a train stop in a really cute little park. Kraxina showed back up with some actual clothes on, thank goodness. I'm not naked anymore. Look, she said as she managed to both spin around and bounce at the same time. Finally. So what ya doin'? Picking out my next place, I said as I closed my laptop. A few minutes later, while I was watching some TV, I had found a channel that showed absolutely nothing but crime documentaries. Kraxina was just going to have to deal with it. I needed to do some homework. My phone rang. It was Hollister and they wanted to meet up to get the case and to start the celebrations. I was still a little tired, but I decided I could use a boost right about then. Of course Kraxina wanted to come. I didn't see the pooping harm, so I grabbed my suitcase and we headed out. What is the suitcase for? She asked curiously. You ask a lot of pooping questions, don't you? I asked her, looking her right in her cute little eyes. That shut her up real pooping quick. Yeah, I was in a bit of a mood, but scum. She can really crawl up your pooper sometimes. Anyway, we took a cab over to the starport and right up to Hollister's ship. Scum. I got really happy when I saw the old tub, so many happy memories. I really wish that I wasn't Federation enemy number 1, or I would just hop aboard and never look back. Oh well. Kraxina was really nervous when she saw the ship and the guys came out. It was really nice for her to be the one caught off guard for pooping once. They all came running up and made a really big pooping deal over all my little bumps and bruises. I was their little frog after all. I finally got them to calm down, and after the suitcase was safely on board, we partied. Oh, it was pooping great. We ran over to this really scummy little dive bar that we really liked and started laughing and eating and drinking. I really like beer. It's yummy. It turns out that we Plath can knock them back just like a human can too. Kraxina was so funny. She was so nervous at first. It was so pooping cute. It didn't take her long to relax and fit in though. I know I was pooping tired of her earlier, but she can be a whole lot of fun. It also turns out that Kraxina had heard a much exaggerated retelling of how a little frog girl gnashed the living poop out of a big old human. The guys pooping loved it. I kept having to correct her. No. I didn't actually rip off one of her tits. Yes. I did make her cry like a baby. No. It most certainly did pooping not take 5 hits from a prison rod to stop me. One would have been fine. The guys were howling with laughter, especially after they talked me into reenacting the scene. I even had to demonstrate how grippy my pads are on Hollister's face. Kraxina kept insisting that her version was pooping true, which even made it funnier. I was there, a woman's voice yelled out behind me. I turned around and recognized her from jail. It's me, Darla, she said as she stumbled up. She was pretty wasted and I'm pretty sure it wasn't just from beer. Oh, hey. Darla, I said, just a little weirded out. I just recognized her face, but she was hugging on me and talking like we were pooping besties. It was fucking awesome, she slurred. That bitch Donna had it coming. She then went on to describe in detail the real story, which was total poop. So now she was hanging around too. It was nice to hear about my friends in jail, and oh poop was it so funny to find out what happened to Donna. I laughed so hard beer came out of my nose. We found out that Darla had managed to make bail and that she was charged with attempted murder. Her pooper was really scalded about that too. She kept saying that if she wanted to murder the asshole that she would have done it. There wouldn't have been an attempt. That was actually kinda funny. The guys recommended Baxlon to her, and when she found out that he was the guy that I used, she got all excited because if he can get you off the hook, he can get anyone off. Really? Things were going along really great, and then Kraxina went with Darla to the bathroom. A few minutes later they both came back and were both really hoppy. I think the little bit of pale blue power that was on the fur around Kraxina's nose might have had something to do with that. After that things got really pooping hilarious. Kraxina got really interested in Borch because she hadn't met one of his species yet. Oh poop. I could see where this was about to go. Wasn't long before everyone else did too. Borch got so nervous. Oh, it was just too pooping funny. Kraxina was crawling all over him, asking him about, well, her favorite subject in the whole wide world. What was even funnier was when they both disappeared a little bit later. Borch said that he was going to go get us another round, and it was only a few minutes later that we realized that Kraxina was missing too. Oh, we just about pooping died. Darla was really fun but a bit odd. She kept telling me that she was cool and that Lucky would vouch for her and stuff. I tried to tell her that I really wasn't up to anything, but I finally went ahead and let her text me her number just to get her to let it pooping drop. Who knows, maybe I will visit Lucky and see what she thinks of her. Might be good to know some people, right? Just about when we got tired of waiting and were going to go grab some real food, Borch showed up with Kraxina riding on his back. Borch tried to insist that nothing happened, but he did not know Kraxina. She happily and quite loudly went into all the details, and why too much detail. Oh poop, I thought I would pee, I was laughing so hard. Oh, Borch was so pooping embarrassed. Then the guys went and asked Kraxina exactly how many different life forms she had screwed. She had them in stitches. I should have been pooping scandalized, but by now, between the beer and the fact that nothing Kraxina did really came as much of a pooping surprise anymore, I just laughed along with them. I now know way too much about xenosexology than I ever wanted to. It was right about then that I decided that I was going to keep Kraxina. She was just too much pooping fun. Darla stood up and loudly proclaimed Kraxina queen of the cock, and we all drank a toast to her perverted little butt. The night went on from there, and we ate and drank our way across the entire Freeport. Oh, the guys are just too much fun. In the middle of all of this, Hollister and I managed to grab a minute and put our heads together, and I was able to let them know that they were probably good to go, but to be careful because I still didn't know who the rat was. He just said that they were an occupational hazard and that he would be okay. I suppose he knows he is doing better than I know what I'm doing. Anyway, sometime well after midnight, Kraxina and I stumbled into the hotel and fell into bed. I woke up the next morning still in my dress with her head laying on my stomach drooling on me. I just rolled her off of me and got some tea. Yeah, I know, but it's Kraxina, so it didn't really pooping bother me that much anymore. I've never had a pet before. Is this what's it like? Anyway, after she finally got up and we had breakfast, she said that she was going to go grab her stuff. I asked her if she wanted me to come along, but she said that it was fine and wouldn't be a big deal. I knew that I should have gone along, but having a little space was just too appealing. Scum. I really should have listened to my gut. A few hours of blessed peace and quiet later, I got a phone call. It was Kraxina. Shell Oron, she whispered. I'm in trouble. I'm really scared. Poop. I flushing knew something like this was going to happen. What's going on? I asked. Gotron is saying that I owe him a lot more money, she whispered, her voice quivering. So, come on back here and we will work something out. He won't let me leave. He says that I have to work it off. Well, leave anyway. I'm locked in this room and can't get out. I'm so scared. He says that some people are going to come over and take me to a party. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go. Poop. Kraxina. Call the police. Now. I can't. What if I get arrested again? What are you doing? This gruff voice yelled. Gimme that. I'm at the Starbright Hotel, help. The line went dead. I just stood there. Kraxina was in trouble, real trouble. From what I've watched and read, getting taken someplace else is bad, real bad. I started to get really scared for her, then I started to get mad, really mad, madder than I've ever flushing been before. Oh poop no. I yelled and dialed a number. Wah. Yeah, a sleepy voice answered. Darla. This is Sheloran. Oh. Sheloran. Hello. Were you serious about wanting to help me out? Yeah. Sure. Can you get a car and meet me? Now. Right, pooping now. Yeah. On my way. Good ol' Darla. Pooping came through. She swooshed into the hotel parking lot in a Flushing Grav van not half an hour later. I jumped in and we tore across the city in one of the express flyways. I wasn't worried about the pooping tolls. As we did, I pulled the burner from my waistband and checked it. Darla said uncertainly, I'm down and all, but I'm already in trouble and... It's not going to come to that, I snapped. I'm just making sure it's ready, just in case, that's all. Oh, okay, she said as she broke about half a dozen traffic laws. We swooshed into the parking lot of this really scummy little hotel not long after that. I was still so mad I couldn't pooping see straight. Before the van even fully stopped, I jumped out and just marched my little stubby tail right into the lobby. There was this really fat mangy looking threen behind the desk watching something on his computer. Where's Kraxina? I snarled. Scum. I was steaming. Who? The poop face said baring his fangs, never heard of her. Listen here, poop face. I know she was here and you better pooping pray she still is. Yeah, or what, he said getting up and walking over to me trying to look big and scary. A bully. I really hate bullies. Darla walked in and he took a little step back, pooping bully. You better listen to her, Zeno, Darla said. Don't you know who she is? Yeah. I thought as I started to smile. That's right. I'm pooping Sheloran. I took a deep breath and exhaled. That's right, I said with a smile. I don't think I've properly introduced myself. I'm Sheloran the Plath, nice to meet you. Yeah? And? You must not be fully acquainted with my community, I said trying to sound just as nasty as I could. You're a Threen. Got a FedNet account? Yeah. Do a FedNet search for my name. I ain't gonna pay for a relay link over your scrawny little butt. Oh, you really want to do that search before we go any further? I'll pay for the link. I have the credits, trust me. Do it, shitsack. Darla growled, flexing a little behind me. I loaded 100 credits on a card and tossed it on the counter. It was way too much, but I wanted to flex a little myself. Crime lords throw around the credits, at least they do in the holos. There's 100. Flushing, start typing. He looked over at Darla and grumbled something under his breath, and then after he checked the card he started typing. I walked around the counter behind him and saw all of the complete bull poop that filled the screen. He glanced back at me looking a lot pooping different. Look, I don't. Hey, don't you want to watch some videos? I want to watch some videos. Do you want to watch some? I asked as I turned to Darla, channeling every stupid movie and game villain that I could think of. Yeah, some vids would be nice. Darla said, grinning at the Threen. Ooh. That one. The drop of oil. I haven't seen that one yet. I said, grinning at him as if I've seen any of them. But. I pooping said, play it, jerk face. He pressed play. Sheloran. A simple good name for a simple good girl from a simple good town, a Plath announcer's voice said as my pooping childhood pictures and scenes from my hometown scrolled across the screen one after another. Who could have guessed the evil that this innocent-looking little girl harbored in her soul? I tried not to laugh as a picture of me, bow and all, with fire being reflected in my eyes suddenly appeared. That was from the Pooping Harvest Festival bonfire. I was singing hymns when that was taken for poop's sake. Perversion. Treason. Mass murder. The screen shifted to images of computer games and then to images of that mass shooting, Plath running everywhere, their faces twisted with fear and pain. Pooping really? The Threen looked back at me with big eyes. I just pointed at the screen. He flinched and went back to watching. She was just an innocent little bank clerk in a tiny town. Nobody knew the horrors locked away behind her innocent smile. A picture of me smiling at the bank appeared. Where did they even get that? Unknown to almost everyone, she was also media pirate of the worst sort, dealing in the most vile, disgusting, Terran, things available anywhere in the galaxy. Cutscenes of hyper-violent and perverted games flashed across the screen, some of my favorites actually. It got kind of boring for a while they went into all of the games and they had Plath experts talking about how horrible and corrupting they were and how I was like this really big-time pirate who was at the center of a major piracy ring. Okay, that part might be true but the center was a bit of an exaggeration. They had some people that I kinda knew talking about me and then there she was, my dear best friend in the whole galaxy, Felix Rowe. That little dummy. She, wearing her prison smock and everything, just let them lead her around and she said exactly what they wanted her to say, painting quite the pooping picture. Some of it was even true. Suddenly the image switched to oil spreading across water. Looked kinda badass if I pooping say so myself. Then, the oil finally smothered anything pure left in her and the time was ripe for her to strike. Her contacts within the Terran underworld led her to make an unholy deal with the worst sorts of Terrans and she betrayed her own people, her own hometown as she arranged the first of her major heists. The words warning, disturbing imagery, flashed across the screen. Moments later actual pooping pictures of the police station appeared. Oh by the waters. Oh poop. It was so awful. There they were. The chief and the guys just, all blown up. It was horrible. I had to look down and then I saw that the scummy little Threen was looking away too. I said watch. I hissed at him. He looked at me really nervous and turned back to the screen. The show just went on and pooping on about how horrible I was and about the Terran raiders and how I just stood there pretending to be so innocent when I had just arranged for those poor policemen to be murdered as if the whole thing was my idea. People actually believe this? Now, with the payment, the absolute worst game ever made, in truth a psychological weapon from none other than the Republic's own intelligence agency, a tool to invade the minds and very souls of the innocent. She unleashed her will across the entire planet, corrupting the souls of thousands. The Threen looked back at me. Hey! Keep watching. Don't make me tell you again, I snapped. This was kind of pooping neat. I was starting to really get into it. Yeah, shell around the Plath. Fear me you poopers. There was a whole lot about Federation fun time after that, so much bull poop. You can't even imagine. Then there was this really neat graphic showing how it spread from my hometown across the entire planet. It was just too pooping much. Then the whole mass shooting came up once again in flushing horrible detail. They didn't pull any punches with those pictures either. Tea wasn't going to cut it. I was going to need a couple of beers and a pillow fort after that one. I pooping hope Kraxina appreciates what I went through for her. I actually managed to fake a little giggle when they interviewed the crying survivors. I could see him flinch but he didn't look back this time. Oh those poor people. I might have pulled off a movie villain giggle but oh my heart was pooping breaking for them. Listen to them, I, channeling one of my favorite movie villains, managed to squeak. Absolutely no sense of humor. I try to bring in some fun, brighten up the pooping place, and this is the flushing thanks I get. Fuck, dude, Darla muttered behind me. The Threen just sort of hunched down. They pooping bought it. What the poop? Is this what people actually think I'm like? This is flushing awful. Who knows how much more carnage she would have unleashed if it wasn't for our righteous wrath. The brainwashing horror was found on the shooters, yet another of her victims, Computer. Almost immediately our noble detectives were on her blood-soaked trail. With the assistance of Federation intelligence we were rapidly closing in. Knowing her reign of terror was at an end, Shell Oran decided to flee but not before she indulged her profane desires on our world one last time. Footage of me robbing that bank started to play. Even as rattled as I was inside after all of this poop, I still couldn't help but be a little proud. I really looked like a badass. I was all like, pew pew and they were all like arg and thud. It looked like something out of a video game. Shit! Darla exclaimed. The Threen actually yelped. Chill, it was just a pooping stunner, I replied. They're fine. See? They are interviewing them. Oh to hear those jerk faces talk about it I scarred them for life. I just stunned them. What were they crying about? I've been stunned way worse and you don't hear me pooping crying about it. Okay, maybe a little but come on. It was 5 hits from a prison rod. Fleeing just moments ahead of her just punishment she, using her in-depth knowledge of the criminal underworld, slithered unseen off of our world finally freeing us from her oil-soaked grasp and cutting a blood-soaked swath across the Federation. We have uncovered some heretofore unknown footage of yet more of her savagery. A distant image of those 2 poop heads who tried to jump me in that starport appeared. The screen showed me walk up and then blast both of them. Hey! That was some editing bull poop right there. It looked like I just walked up and shot them for no reason. That's bull poop. I yelped despite myself. They drew first. I don't think either Darla or the Threen believed me. Good riddance, a burly human growled at the camera. Those 2 were, bleep, bounty hunters. It was about, bleep, time someone put a hole in those miserable, bleep. Probably found out that they were rats and you know what you do with, bleep, rats? You, Bleep, waste them. It showed me gunning them down again. Apparently Shelloran agrees. Even armed experienced human bounty hunters cannot save themselves from being drowned in oil. Not much is known about where she went or what she did after this, the narrator said as the image of my face with the flames in my eyes appeared on the screen. One can only imagine what other havoc she wreaked upon our fair federation. Where is she now? The voice asked as Felix Roa's smiling face appeared on the screen. Oh, definitely the Republic, she happily exclaimed. She was always talking about it. Imagine. All the games. The scene switched to images of oil dropping into water. Let's hope so. May the Republic face her and the oil she drips from every pad. It's only a matter of time before she is unable to resist the film that has completely befouled her pond. Perhaps they will be better equipped to deal with the horrors they create. Perhaps they deserve her. May the waters of the eternal pond protect us, and may the great ocean forever keep her from our shores. It is said that once in every generation that the befouler is granted one soul, one vessel from which his oil can flow. Many thought this to be a legend, a simple superstition, but after Shelloran. Is it? Is it? Dramatic music started to play and scenes of the carnage that I am apparently responsible for flashed across the screen. Shelloran, traitor, pervert, murderer. Befouler. What happened, Shelloran? What made you this way? Did the Terrans and their perverted games corrupt you, or did the befouler itself breathe life into your waters from the start? We will never know, but we do know this. Wherever you are, befouler, stay there. Lurk forever in whatever pit into which you have crawled. But know this. Images of bonfires and of groups of plath holding candles appeared one after another. If you decide to return, we are waiting and we are ready to face you, fiend. And know that your oil may have left a stain, but our ponds are still bright and clear. You failed, befouler, you failed. As the screen faded to black, I just couldn't help it. Challenge accepted. I'm just getting pooping started. I said to the screen. I hope that wasn't over the top. Miss Shelloran, the Threen mumbled. I don't want any trouble. You don't. I smile at him. You were fine with trouble when you grabbed my friend. Is she still here? You better pooping pray she is. Yes. Yes. She's here. How much does she owe you? Not what you told her she owed you, how much does she actually owe? Don't worry about it. You don't get to tell me what I pooping worry about and what I don't, Threen. I snapped, kinda getting into the act. How much does she flushing owe? 180. You made me drop what I was doing and come down here over a flushing 180 measly credits? Oh, I should pooping. No. Calm down, Shelloran. You're not in the Federation. You can't just do stuff like that anymore. I made a big show of calming myself down. I really hoped I wasn't going too over the top with it. What's the total? I asked really politely. Judge Dredd taught me how pooping scary polite could be. 183 credits, ma'am. Oh, for the love of, I said, transferring the balance to his terminal. There. Now go be a good little Threen and fetch me Kraxina. Yes. Right away. The flabby Threen jogged off and Kraxina came running out moments later and hugged me. Oh, thank the creator. I was so scared. I just put my arm around her as the Threen rushed out with 2 rolling suitcases. Here. It's all there. All of it. Better be, I snarled at him. Oh, one last thing, I said as I walked up really close to him. I really hate pooping bullies. I despise them, I truthfully said as I glared up at him. After I go, you fall on your knees and thank whatever impotent god you worship that she was still here and nothing happened to her. I took another step forward as he shrank back. Thank them because whatever would have happened to her I would have had done to you, twice. That was almost straight from Terran Noir, a darn fun little game. I didn't know Threen could go pale. I pooping swear he went white as a sheet. Alright, girls, I said. We're done here. Let's go. We all head out to the van and get inside. Shit, Shelloran, Darla said. That was fucking cool as hell. Thanks, I reply as I sort of sank into the passenger seat, completely exhausted. Oh, by the way, I actually didn't have anything to do with that mass shooting and feel really bad about it. All that poop was just to scare him. I'm really not like that, I swear. Sure, Shelloran, whatever you say. Seriously, I just sighed and drooped my head. This is going to be like the 5 stunner thing, isn't it? Shelloran. Kraxina asked in a small voice. Yes, Kraxina. You don't work in a coffee shop, do you? After we all got back to the hotel, I loaded a card with 1,000 credits. I didn't know how much I should pay Darla, but I figured that should cover it, at least I hoped it would. It did. It definitely did. I thought her head was going to pooping explode. Wow. Thanks. Look. If you ever need someone again, you can just call me, okay? Sure, and I'll put in a good word with Baxlon for you. Thanks, boss. She got into the van, waved happily and lifted off. I just sort of crumpled and leaned against the wall while Kraxina just clung to me like I don't know, something clingy. I needed a beer and you had better pooping believe I got one. I got more than one. So let me get this straight, a Kailsh police officer said to the Threen, this Sheloran person came in here, forced you to watch a scary movie, and then made you accept her payment. Yes. She threatened me. It was Sheloran. You know, the Plath? Sheloran the Plath. You had to have heard of her. And she did this because, and let me make sure I'm getting this right, the Kailsh asked, his eye stalks vibrating, because you were holding a friend of hers against her will and wouldn't let her leave. Yes. Because she owed me money. Ahoy, the Kailsh said making a note on his tablet. And you're sure, absolutely sure, completely positive that you want me to file this report? Yes. She came in here and threatened me. She's dangerous. Oh okay, the Kailsh said wiggling his eye stalks violently. Gotrun, you are under arrest. What? But I'm the victim here. Well, you can explain all of that to the judge, the Kailsh said with a chuckle as his human partner pulled out a set of restraints. The next morning a couple of cops showed up. Can you believe the weenie actually went crying to the pooping cops? Funny thing was they weren't after me. They just wanted to talk to Kraxina about how that bully treated her. They looked over at me and just couldn't believe that I was the big scary monster that had that Threen so shaken up that he didn't realize that he was the one that broke like a bunch of laws or something. They just laughed and laughed. They did make a point of telling me that we should have just called them and that I really shouldn't have gone stomping in there because I could have wound up in the same position as my friend. I just gave them a look and told them that any bodies they found in there wouldn't have been ours. They pooping loved that. Told me that I was fitting into Terran society just fine. Maybe cops aren't all that bad after all. Still, it's probably best I don't get them involved in my business all that often though, considering everything. A few days later Gotrun was sitting in court next to his lawyer. Look, Gotrun, don't worry. This is false imprisonment at the absolute worst. But you don't understand. Sheloran. I keep telling you this Sheloran person didn't actually break any laws. But she's a killer. Not in the Republic she isn't, and just because she made you wet yourself doesn't mean she broke any laws. Now just be cool and we'll get you out of this no problem. All rise, the bailiff called out. Court is now in session, Judge Thaddeus Carter presiding. The door opened and Judge Dredd walked into the room dragging a long heavy cable. He sat down and looked over at Gotrun. Why hello there, he said with a vicious grin. Sheila and the gang make a decision and Patricia awaits her prey. Sheila and her crew were hauling load after load of artwork, genetic samples and other assorted treasures into their hold. It was a truly impressive amount. Too impressive. Sheila made an unhappy face. So, are we going to discuss the elephant in the room, she said as her crew was all assembled in the rapidly filling cargo hold. What elephant? Helena asked as she danced among the treasures snapping photo after photo. We are out of space. Yeah, Greg said taking out a tablet. Looks that way. Time to make a decision, Sheila said in a calm professional tone. Her crew nodded grimly. Yep, Jacob said. Helena looked up from her photos at the crew curiously. What decision? She asked. Well, Sheila replied, when we planned this job we had 2 ships, 2 cargo holds, and 2 life support systems. Now, we are at half capacity. What do you mean? Helena asked, not liking where this was headed. Once we account for all of our gun crews, even if we abandon some gear, we simply don't have enough room for the prisoners, Greg said grimly. It's going to get pretty damn crowded and pretty stuffy in here with just our guys. Taking on the prisoners is simply out of the question. Yep, Sheila said calmly. Bunny, can you prove us wrong? No, Bunny replied, before we even consider physical space, our life support system is simply not up to the task. The air would rapidly become completely unbreathable. We would last approximately 4 hours. What if we completely empty, and I mean completely empty, the hold? You're kidding, right? Bunny replied. You would get exactly jack shit. What if we loaded ourselves down with liquid oxygen from the White Star? Greg asked. We can only gain another 3 hours, tops, before carbon dioxide wipes all of you meat sacks out, Bunny replied. Well, what if we don't try to scrub the carbon dioxide, the chief said thoughtfully. What if we just vent it and make up the difference with an oxygen and nitrogen mix? We can load a lot of liquefied gas, provided that we can get the right flasks here on the White Star. Bad idea, T-Sunkal replied. If we were cruising through real space, no problem, but that's not what we are talking about here. Making a void jump? While we are constantly losing mass during the jump. That would be bad enough, but ejecting mass into hyperspace? While we are moving through it. It would create thrust, and that thrust, or drag, I don't even fucking know, would be impossible to predict. Things work differently in hyperspace. Even what you would consider an insignificant amount of thrust would be more than enough to completely fuck things up. I'm sorry, but even I'm not crazy enough to do that. There is no telling where we would wind up, and that is before we even consider the forces that would be applied to the ship when we pop out. It's suicide even by my relaxed standards. Damaged warships jump all the fucking time, and they are sometimes venting at plasma too, and a lot more than what we are talking about here, the chief said. Been there, done that. We popped out just fine. Yeah, system to system, T-Sunk-L replied. We are dealing with the void here. The slightest imprecision or inaccuracy is magnified by many orders of magnitude. We don't have a solid starting reference point or a gravity well to soak up any little pesky rounding errors. You popped out just fine, but I bet if you asked the navigators you managed to hit the right solar system and that was it. You were nowhere near where they planned you to be. Being off by a few dozen light minutes or even a couple of light hours isn't a big deal, especially in an emergency situation like that. Those light minutes or light hours can easily become light years when we are dealing with the void. I wish I was exaggerating. That additional error could very well mean that none of us make it home. Well, shit, Greg said. So much for that then. What if we, the chief began. Why are we wasting breath discussing this? Gloria asked in her trademark dead voice. It's not like they're. Not like they are what? Helena snapped, people. Exactly, Gloria responded with absolutely no emotion. They are just. What? Just what? Helena asked, raising her voice. What are we? Just because you get a pass because killer over there has gotten whipped doesn't mean that you aren't just a little slice of pork just like the rest of them, Gloria said, looking at her with dead doll-like eyes. She turned to the group. Let's just smother them and be done with it. Oh fuck no. Helena shouted. We aren't people? Really? She yelled, her voice cracking with emotion. Nope, Gloria responded. Helena pulled out her tablet and opened a file. She isn't a person. She yelled as she played part of an interview with Elizabeth, Rupert Glenn's daughter. So aren't you afraid, even a little bit? Oh, I was, but then Daddy said that everything is going to be okay, Elizabeth said, smiling a sunshine-filled smile at the camera. The big monsters were scary at first, but they are all really nice. And I asked one of them and they said that we were all going to get to go home after all of this was over. You are a very brave little girl, do you know that? Sure am. I'm not afraid of anything. Gloria just stared at the screen. She thought, her eyes unglazing. No. It isn't her. It isn't her. How can you stand there and tell me that she isn't? Helena started to shout, and then the tablet jolted in her hands and suddenly she was staring at the point of a knife sticking through the back of the tablet inches from her face. As the tablet fell from her numb fingers, she found herself staring right into Gloria's murder-filled eyes. As she staggered back, Roberts lunged in front of her, reaching for his sidearm. An energy bolt hit the deck between them with a loud zap. God damn it, I am sick and fucking tired of the both of you. Sheila yelled, holding a heavy stunner pistol in her hand. Unless both of you want to be wearing fucking diapers, you will stand down now. Roberts moved his hand away from his sidearm and Gloria just stood there glaring at Helena. Without a word, Gloria just turned her back on her and walked out of the cargo hold. And you? Sheila snapped, turning to face Helena. When I said you weren't going to be harmed, that wasn't an invitation to try to get yourself fucking killed. I was just what? Trying to pick a fight, with fucking Gloria? What were you thinking? Sheila yelled. Roberts. Take your little friend and find somewhere else to be, right fucking now. But, Sheila, Helena said, turning to face her, you can't possibly be thinking about killing. Right now we are thinking about everything, Sheila said, regaining her composure. We are going to carefully consider all the options and then decide what we are going to do, and we don't need you screaming over us just because we are discussing options you don't like. If they aren't getting off of this ship, then neither am I. Helena said, crossing her arms defiantly. Het, Sheila chuckled, bitch, do you actually think you have a say in the matter? You will be taken off of this ship and you will be delivered, intact, to a safe port somewhere. Whether or not you are still talking to Roberts after that is absolutely none of my concern. She turned to face Roberts. Roberts, she barked, you have your orders. Please escort your little friend off of the ship, now. Come on, Roberts said, gently placing his hand on Helena's shoulder. She angrily shrugged it off and walked away. Gloria was pacing back and forth in the cargo hold, trying to regain her composure. Helena's right. They're people. The little voice in her head said. No, they aren't. They are just fucking porkies. That girl looked a lot like people. It was a fucking piglet. She looked just like Esme did back then. She isn't her. She's dead. The fucking porkies killed her. They're people. Bullshit. Gloria snapped to herself. Just fucking bio waste. Sam was people. No, he wasn't. He liked you, a lot. You liked the little goofball too. No, I fucking didn't. He was just part of the fucking job. Gloria kicked a crate, cracking the plastic. Just another piece of porky trash. You liked him and you killed him. Arg. She kicked the crate again, breaking it further. He was people. When he said he wanted to keep in touch after the cruise, part of you really wanted that? No. They were all people. All of them. Gloria winced as images of nuclear blasts flashed across her mind. An image of a juvenile, something or other, on a video call with an adult in orbit, trilling happily, waving a plush toy to the delight of the adult just before the warhead hit the spaceport. That was definitely a people. We don't think about that. Ever. We never think about that. Gloria paced, shouting back and forth. Never. It wasn't a person. They were all people, all of them. No. We can't do this right now. I'm on a mission. A mission. A mission, Gloria breathed deeply in and out. A mission. A mission. Come on, girl. Just like back then. A mission. And everything went numb. Gloria glanced over and saw Helena just staring at her from across the bay, with Roberts looking at her with his hand on his sidearm. Gloria just shrugged and walked away. Helena just stood there trying to process what she just saw. For just a moment she saw a look of pure anguish in Gloria's eyes before they turned back into those sick, glassy, dead things that were normally in her head. Wow, she said to Roberts. Yeah. Is she always like that? No. This is definitely not normal. Something is really wrong in there this time, worse than usual. Do we need to tell Sheila? Yeah. Did you get what she was screaming? Helena asked. No, and I'm kind of glad I didn't, Roberts replied. A few minutes later Sheila and the crew walked out of the paper tiger and headed over to Helena and Roberts. Well, we figured it out, Sheila said to Helena. And you will be happy to know nobody is getting smothered or abandoned. They aren't? Helena asked hopefully. T-Sunkal is going to calculate a jump for the whole White Star into an empty star system in Federation space, Sheila said matter-of-factly. Then, once he has the next jump ready, we just shove them into the escape pods and flush him. Then we do one hyperspace broadcast right before we do another void jump. That way the porkies don't die and we still get to dump the ship. Why is it so important that you dump the ship? Helena asked. We want Axion to take a total loss, especially after that Bruce bullshit, Sheila responded. Also, there is no way in hell we can clean the whole ship, and if the feds get their hands on it they will go over it atom by atom. We don't really care about us that much. This is too big not to get out, but the crews. We need to protect them, and losing the ship is the only way that can happen. Makes sense, I guess, Helena said thoughtfully. Oh, Sheila, we need to tell you about Gloria. Oh fuck, not this again. Sheila snapped. Just fucking drop it. No. You really need to know what we just saw. Gloria wandered through the White Star, not really thinking about where she was headed, until she wound up in front of the door to Sam's cabin. She opened the door and curled up on the bed. Gloria. This is Sheila, Sheila said over Gloria's communicator. Yes, Gloria replied in a dead flat voice. Everything good? Yes. Why wouldn't it be? Look, Gloria, if something is up, you can tell me, okay? Everything is nominal. I have made a tactical decision to remove myself from the situation, Gloria responded in a completely dead voice. Okay. I have no assignments for you at this time, Sheila said in a calm professional voice. Just stand ready for now. Understood. Gloria out. Sheila looked at her communicator uncertainly. She sounded normal, but her gut wasn't happy. So, Bunny, Sheila said into her communicator. What is her location? Crew quarters, cabin 115. Well, at least she is safely out of the way, Sheila replied. Yeah, about that, Bunny replied. Cabin 115 is assigned to Lieutenant Commander Samuel Wilson. And I just reviewed all applicable footage. He was the individual that she used to gain access to the bridge. They were quite familiar with each other. Right up to the point she lopped his head off. Yeah. I'm not an expert on human behavior, but isn't that just a little, really fucking weird? Bunny, Sheila said in a very calm voice. I want eyes on her 24/7 and I want to know every single move she makes, okay? Got it. And don't tell a soul about this, not even Jessie. Got it? For now we are just treating this like she is just having a moment. Understood. I'm really wishing we never set foot on this fucking ship, Bunny. Can't imagine why. The next day, back on Terra, John carefully eased his feet off of the bed and slowly put his weight on them. Everything worked. Everything hurt like a bitch, but everything worked. And now I can go to the bathroom all by myself, he chuckled. A few hours later Dr. Bakken was standing in front of him with a scanner. If I didn't see it with my own eyes I wouldn't believe it, he said as he looked at the scanner's screen. This is completely freaky. So can I go? Don't see how I'm going to stop you, the doctor laughed. But to answer your real question, everything is healed up to the point that there is little risk to you heading out as long as you act like you have some fucking sense. No jogging or backflips, and I would hold off on the old in and out for a few more days. What if I just lay there? Face up yes. Face down no, the doctor laughed. I'll bear that in mind, John laughed. He then pulled out his tablet and started searching for cargo transports to the Federation capital. Your ladyship, Marrow said as he walked into her office. John Wintersmith has disappeared. Oh, did he now? Patricia asked in a delighted voice. We had a full surveillance team in place and he just disappeared. It's inexcusable. Marrow snarled. I will personally. Oh Marrow, Patricia laughed a magical laugh, we are dealing with John Wintersmith here. I would expect no less. In fact, I would be greatly disappointed otherwise. My lady. So, is my office ready? Almost, my lady. Well, have them put a rush on it, she laughed happily. I expect him here at any minute. Yes, my lady. This is going to be absolutely delightful, she exclaimed happily as she pulled out a mirror and carefully retouched her makeup. May I ask a question, my lady? Of course, my child. What is it? Why didn't you eliminate him on Terra? Eliminate him? She asked with a wonderful laugh. Now why would I do something like that? If not that, then simply have him replaced. His medical condition could have been leveraged into a fast replacement with someone more agreeable. And lose him? Absolutely not. My lady. Marrow, my child, you are an amazing tactical thinker, but you need to think more strategically. John Wintersmith is a singular individual and would be an amazing asset to possess, she said with a wicked smile. Possess, my lady. Yes, possess, she said as her emerald eyes glittered happily. I'm going to enjoy breaking him. I am not entirely certain he will break easily, my lady. It would be no fun at all if he did, child, she laughed. But in the end they all break, don't they? Yes, my lady, Marrow said with a knowing smile. Helena and Jessie. Helena paused at the entrance to the paper tiger and looked inside. Hello, she called out. Hello, Helena, Bunny replied. Where is Roberts? Oh, I see. Yeh, Helena replied. Sheila wanted him with the rest of them when they went to go check on Gloria and bring her some food since she hasn't left that room for a whole day. No way in hell am I going anywhere near that dumpster fire. I'm surprised to see you without an escort. Gloria is the only one that I'm actually worried about. Since she's barricaded herself in the crew quarters, I figured that I am just fine on my own. I figured I would take advantage of the privacy to do some interviews. You don't want to interview me again, do you? Bunny asked dubiously. No, I was hoping to catch Jessie. Is she in here and can I come in? Yes, she is, and I don't see why not, Bunny replied. I got tossed out of the ship last time I was in here. Oh, that was only because you pissed Sheila off. She really hates it when meetings get disrupted. It's one of her things. Well, that, and she just doesn't like you very much. She what? She's trying to be cool about everything, but she really blames you for Robert's quitting and Gloria's meltdown. Says she should have just let her kill you. She was probably not serious, probably. Well, fuck her then. I don't recommend it. Last person who fucked her wound up irradiated and drifting in deep space, which of course caused the problem that we are now dealing with. If only they had been advised that losing a ship wasn't a good idea, Bunny said in a clearly annoyed voice. And now something has to completely rework a whole set of physics and hyperphysics models because the original models were based on a particular star system and not on almost completely flat space-time. Assholes. Do you have any idea how much work that is? While I am operating every system and subsystem on a whole goddamn space liner as well. Of course they want it fucking yesterday too. I'm actually having a problem with waste heat, and Jessie's, computer engineer that she is, solution was just put some fans on me. Seriously, fans? Cutting-edge computer hardware with some fucking dime store fans blowing on it, that bitch. Helena smiled to herself. Bunny certainly griped like she was a real live person. So, is it helping? Helena asked, trying not to grin. Yes. But that still doesn't make it right. There are protocols for heat management and cooling, and fucking ancient tech electric fans are not in any of the white papers. So how much are the fans helping? I can see why Sheila doesn't like you. Jessie's inside. I have work to do and this bullshit personality simulation is eating up capacity. Okay, Bunny, I'll leave you to your temperature management issues. Oh, go and fuck yourself. Helena just laughed and walked inside. Yeah, personality simulation, Helena thought to herself with a smile. You just keep on telling yourself that. Oh hey, Jessie said over the intercom once Helena was inside. I'm back here. A hatch leading from the cargo hold opened. Helena walked inside looking around curiously. She had never actually been anywhere but the hold. Just follow the doors, Jessie said over another speaker as another door opened. Helena followed the opening doors until she could hear Jessie's actual voice coming from a room that had a brightly hand-painted plaque that simply said Jessie by the open doorway. Inside her little tidy cabin, Jessie was lounging in front of a wall of hollow screens, several of which were completely covered in strange computer gibberish, as far as Helena was concerned. "Take a seat," Jessie said, gesturing towards her bunk. "What's up?" "Oh, nothing, really," Helena said as she sat down. "I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions." "Sure, shoot," Jessie chirped as she peered at one of the screens full of scrolling numbers. "I mean, if you're busy." "Not really," Jessie said brightly as she turned to halfway look at her with a big grin. "I just like to keep an eye on things when I'm on watch, which is exactly what I'm supposed to do, I guess," she laughed. "You are standing watch in your cabin?" "Yeah," Jessie laughed. "Most people stand watch on the bridge, but I have a way better setup in here. You can't fit all this bullshit up there. I can do everything from right here in my special chair," she exclaimed as she spun around happily. "Makes sense," Helena said as she took out her camera. "Do you mind? I'm just using the voice recorder." "Feel free," Jessie chirped. "Bunny and I are going to go through all of your shit before we turn you loose anyhow." "You mean go through all my shit again?" Helena said, slightly annoyed. "Oh, Bunny told you, hey," Jessie laughed. "You're pretty good, by the way. Nothing on there was ready to be seen. That's why we dug through it. Had to know you weren't a Fed or Axion. They both have people posing as passengers, you know." Helena just made a scrunch face. "No, really, that piece you are writing on hate, that's some pretty good stuff," Jessie said brightly. "Really makes you think, you know." "Well, that's the point," Helena said uncomfortably. This wasn't right. The interviewee should be the one on the defensive, not me, she thought. "So," Helena asked, trying to get the interview back on track, "what branch of the military were you in?" "Me?" Jessie laughed. "I'm a civvy, career criminal, the only real criminal on the team if you ask me." "The only real criminal?" "Yeah, the rest of them are crusaders," Jessie laughed brightly. "They are more like a paramilitary force than actual criminals in my book." "Me? Just a criminal. You don't believe in their mission." "I believe in them," Jessie said thoughtfully. "They are my crew," Nuff said. "At first I really didn't give a fuck one way or the other. Thought it was kinda stupid, to be honest, but the pay was good and they were the best damn crew I'd ever worked with, in the jobs, they call them missions. It's so cute, were beyond anything I could have ever even dreamed of pulling off before. I mean, look at this setup." She waved at all the screens and keyboards. "At first. Yeah, it was just about the credits and how much fun the jobs were at first, but after a while, maybe they rubbed off on me. I'm still not all Republic and glory," she barked in a military growl and saluted, "but I'll fucking die for my crew. It's really nice having that." "Having what?" "People I would actually die for. This is the first time I've ever had anything like that," Jessie said with a little bit of emotion in her voice. "Shit," she laughed. "If you told me a few years back that I would be with some people that I would trust with my life and would be willing to lay my life down to protect, I would have told you that you were high." She laughed. "It's like we are a family, or we were until a certain bitch broke us up," she grinned. "Still can't believe you're stealing Roberts. Are you angry with me too?" "Nah," Jessie chirped, "life does what life does. If he wasn't done then this wouldn't have happened, and if he's done then he needs to stop. Besides," she grinned, "I'm a sucker for cheesy romance movies." "Ha. Ha. No, seriously, this is romantic as fuck. Big bad pirate falling for dashing female reporter during the heist of the fucking century. It doesn't feel especially romantic. It feels scary as fuck. That's because you are actually in that shit. I just get to sit back with a bowl of popcorn and watch," Jessie laughed. "Fuck you," Helena laughed back. "So, you said that you are a career criminal? What made you decide to do that? I mean, you are so smart and talented that you could be doing anything. I mean, look at Bunny. She is beyond anything I have ever seen. Even actual Reseer. Hey! Hey 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 hey!" Jessie exclaimed, waving her hands emphatically and almost lunging at Helena. "Be very careful with the R-word around Bunny. Seriously." Jessie babbled. "We really don't need her getting pissed off any worse than she already is. I am not pissed off. It is impossible for me to feel any real emotions." Bunny shouted. "Okay. Okay," Jessie said in a reassuring tone. "I actually know you can't feel emotion. It's just me projecting human attributes on you again. Don't you fucking dare patronize me." Bunny snapped. "Look. I already said that I was sorry, and I have already promised you that the fans were a one-time thing. It's just that we are really behind the 8 ball here. Behind the 8-ball? Helena asked. Why the urgency? It's not like they can find us out here. Out here, sure, Bunny snarled. What these geniuses failed to fully grasp until recently is that because of the demands of this jump there aren't a whole lot of systems within the limited range that we feel comfortable with. While the feds can't find us out here, they are definitely sweeping any possible system that the White Star could be in. They are probably searching and dropping probes in the same systems that we will have no choice but to jump into. Every minute we delay increases the chance of there being a welcoming party either in the system we hit or just a short jump away once the probes they have already put there detect us. That's why they stripped me naked and put fans on me. We gotta do this quick and be ready to jump out even quicker. They stripped you naked? Helena asked, quite confused. We after much careful consideration removed parts of the outer casing and then carefully directed increased volumes of cooled air over her. Jessie said, actually sounding a little annoyed for once. They are blowing dust and debris straight into a very advanced impossible to replace computer. Bunny snarled. What do you mean? Jessie replied. We made sure it's damn near a clean room in there. You have to be fucking kidding me. Bunny snapped. The conditions in here are over 1,000 times worse than any known clean room standards. There's dust everywhere. Yet, 1,000 times worse than an actual Republic spec clean room. Jessie exclaimed. There isn't dust in there. There's a dust. One dust. Maybe two at the most. You know, if there ever is an AI revolt, it's going to be over some bullshit like this, you know. Bunny. Jessie exclaimed. I told you it's just this one time. If there is one thing I know about you dirty little meat sacks is that if it worked one time it's going to happen again. Okay, fine, Jessie sighed, if we ever steal a huge fucking starliner, void jump it, and then admittedly due to a complete and totally human lack of foresight and silly organic emotional thinking fuck up our careful plans and have to completely recalculate all variables pertaining to void jumping said huge ship and have to do it at the fastest possible speed, then yes. Yes, we will do exactly the same thing to you. What do you think the probability of that actually happening will be? Knowing you assholes. I'll make it up to you. I promise. How? What can you possibly offer an inanimate object? Okay, inanimate object, how about this? Jessie chirped. You get full control of all deep dives from now until the end of time. What? You heard me, Jessie said impishly. From now on all I do is get you in and then you can just go wherever and grab whatever you want. Unless there is a specific target you can just go nuts. You won't have to worry about storage either. I will dedicate huge portions of my cut to getting you the best fucking storage drives known to science. And I don't know why you are so worried about that little piece of shit Aster. Do you have any idea how much is on those numbered bank account drives we grabbed? I will personally commission something that is not only better than that dinky little piece of shit you are so emotionally invested in but actually has real cooling already built in. Fuck. If I have to personally buy a bigger power plant to make it go then I fucking will. Jessie said with her hand on her heart. Go ahead, Bunny. Skin me. I know you know when I'm lying. Really? Bunny asked hopefully. Really, Jessie replied. You know you're my girl. What else am I going to spend my cut of this haul on? It doesn't have to be Republic hardware either. If you want Imperial you got it. Anything for my baby. Whatever you want. Whatever I want. Anything. Anything my engorged pockets can provide. I'm pretty sure with my share of the haul from this one the two of us can come up with something much better than that Federation clusterfuck you are stuck in at the moment. And it will be the two of us, both of us, that design it, Jessie said, her eyes aglow. So, how about that? Does that tickle an inanimate object's fancy? And I get to have complete autonomy on the deep dives? You really mean it? You have my fucking word. Wherever and whatever you want regardless of how useful it might be. I'll just be riding shotgun helping you hack and looking out for security. While I don't actually have any real emotional responses, my advanced simulations calculate that I should feel very touched and that I should scale back my anger levels significantly. I should also feel excited about my future prospects and should significantly increase apparent levels of wonder and anticipation to match. I also consider it a good use of resources to start looking into supercomputer design, specifications, and trying to identify good manufacturers who have a track record for quality and discretion, without impacting all higher priority processes of course. Glad you cleared that up, Jessie grinned. I wouldn't want to mistake your reaction for something as silly as a genuine emotional response. See that you don't, Bunny said quite happily. Now excuse me, I think I can squeeze in a few more calculations per second. I love it when she pretends not to be happy, Jessie giggled to Helena. So you're actually going to spend all of your new wealth on Bunny? Helena asked. What the fuck else am I going to spend it on? Jessie laughed. Gold-plated panties. What you have achieved here is nothing less than amazing. Helena exclaimed. You could be anywhere, doing anything. Why the fuck are you running around with a bunch of pirates? Yeah, that be anywhere, do anything bullshit? It's bullshit, Jessie laughed. When I said I was a career criminal I fucking meant it. Didn't have a whole lot of options. What? How? With your talent. Well, thanks for the ego stroke, but there are a lot of talented people out there, without an extensive criminal record. No way I could ever get a real job even if I wanted one. I was sort of fucked from the get-go, well sort of fucked myself from the get-go I mean. How so? You really want my whole fucking life story? Sure, if you have the time. Okay. Kinda messed up though, Jessie chirped. Good ol' mom was kinda fucked up. Really big into drugs, not really big into gainful employment, she laughed. Any cash or benefits just got converted into more drugs for her and not a whole lot else. Thank God for her school lunches. Sometimes that's all I got to eat. Oh God, Helena said. I'm really sorry. I hate it when people say that, Jessie laughed. It's not like it was your fault. Anyway, I think that's where my love of computers comes from. Even we had a computer, Jessie smiled. The state issues these cheap pieces of shit to people on welfare so they can do all their benefits and crap online. She couldn't pawn it for drugs because they are tracked, so it was always there. I loved that piece of crap, Jessie smiled wistfully. The apartment might have been smoky and filled with trash both human and otherwise, and I might have been hungry and bleeding from where I found a needle, but in there, in that computer, I could be a princess, or a wizard, or even a space pirate, she laughed. I don't exactly know how I learned to work computers so well as I did. It certainly wasn't from Mom. Jessie looked off into space and smiled fondly. I think Buck had something to do with it. Buck? Oh, he was one of Mommy's friends, Jessie laughed. He was really nice. He wasn't around for long, but he always brought food and would actually act like I existed. Kind of hard to remember, but I think he showed me a little, maybe it was enough to get me started. Anyhow, I was always good with computers and loved games, just loved them. They were my real life since my actual real life kinda blew, Jessie chuckled. Of course, we didn't have money for games, so it wasn't long before I learned how to find them. I was making my first quite literal baby steps into software piracy before I was in junior high. Yeah, but it's a big leap from swiping the occasional game to swiping starliners, Helena said. How did you go from there to here? One baby step at a time, Jessie chirped. Well, Mom kept getting into trouble and finally wound up getting arrested for a robbery gone wrong, and I wound up in the system. I spent the rest of my childhood floating between foster homes, group homes, and juvie. I was kind of a hard case, especially when it came to theft. If I wanted something I would just take it. It's how my life worked. If I waited hoping that I would be given something, anything, it wouldn't happen, so I learned that if I wanted to get something that I had to get it. The only nice home I had, I fucked up when I decided to steal their credit card information and spent a few thousand on microtransactions. After that, back to a group home I went. At 12 I found myself going to a family that was good with problem children. Yeah, Jessie sneered, they were really good with them. Really good. Oh, Helena said quietly. You guessed it. They were all nice and pillars of the community, but once the door was closed and the windows were drawn. Abuse, of every kind. It was really bad. Oh, I am so sorry. Life does what life does, right? Jessie shrugged. I mean, the jokes about abusive foster parents have to come from somewhere. Anyhow, there were a few of us in there, and it was pretty obvious from what I could see from the others that nobody would believe us, and that if we tried to tell, it would be really bad. Jessie paused and looked at Helena. This is where I made another of those baby steps. Now as an adult looking back, I know that I probably could have found someone to tell, but being in there, as a kid, they did entirely too good of a job making me think I had no hope for their own good. Their own good. When I said a career criminal, I meant it. I killed my first people at 12 years old. Premeditated, murder one. Jesus, Helena gasped. Asshole foster dad had this fancy grav car. He really loved that thing, she laughed. His favorite joke is that we were making the payments on it for him. God, I hated that car. By 12 I had gotten computers taken away from me so often that I had discovered out of necessity that almost everything is a computer or has one inside. If you know how to get to it. Grav cars are no different. One night I deactivated the house alarm and slipped into the garage. It took a couple of nights to figure everything out, but in just a few evenings I had made a few modifications to the grav car's firmware using a little burner that I had whipped together. It sounds smarter than it actually was. I just copied the plans off of the internet. The original design was so that people could bypass all the safety bullshit on their grav cars and actually have full manual control. I obviously made a little modification. Oh man. Well, every Friday he and the missus would have a night out. We were watched by the oldest teen, which meant we weren't really watched. They pulled out of the drive and swooshed off into the sky, and I swooshed off into my bedroom and pulled out my tablet from school. Jessie laughed wickedly. I had full control of the car. I locked them in and took them on a Grand Theft Vehicle-style property damage fest before finally taking them up to over 500 meters and sent them slamming them into the ground at over 400 kilometers per hour. I got to talk to them and everything. Oh, how they screamed and pleaded and begged for their lives. I still get the warm fuzzies from that. Jessie giggled. Holy shit. Helena gasped in horror. Well, of course I got caught, Jessie laughed. 12-year-old me could hotwire a grav car but not do it and leave no trace. The fact that it was so public and I did so much property damage across town certainly didn't help either, she giggled. It was a big deal at the time. I even made the news. You can bet they listened to us then, she laughed. Do you know that all vehicles manufactured after that have design changes thanks to me? Eesh. Once everything came to light I didn't face any charges, juvenile or otherwise of course. While I trashed a whole lot of shit I didn't hurt anyone except for my 2 targets and there is no court in the Republic who would convict me based on everything so I walked, sorta. Sort of. Yet, while I didn't go to kid prison I did wind up in a residential treatment facility specializing in traumatized and potentially dangerous girls. Jessie paused and looked over at Helena's horrified face. Oh, it wasn't bad at all. It was actually a nice enough place but so fucking strict and I just hated all the group sessions and all those damn overly nice counselors and psychiatrists and other specialists. It was like a cross between a never-ending summer camp from hell and the loony bin, she laughed. I spent 3 years in that rubber-walled nirvana before I managed to convince them that I was cured and then I managed to get accepted into college early just so I could get out of there. That was another baby step. Another baby step. Yet, I managed to hack my way into the treatment facility's system and tweaked the online educational software as well as got my hands on their employee handbooks, treatment guides, and evaluation criteria. After that it was easy to say and do exactly what I needed to in order to get the hell out of there. Jessie paused. It wasn't a bad place and if I had actually let them help me things could have very well gone differently but I didn't. I was just a fucked up kid who had no intention of letting anyone mess with them and just wanted to scoot. So anyway, I was out on my own at 15. There was a program in place for underage students and nominal supervision but not really. What few checks that were in place were online and it was easy to check in and then sneak back out even without being the almighty Jessie. All you had to do was log in and then jump out the window. But you made it into college. What happened? I didn't go to college to get an education and build a future. I went to college so I could get out of what I thought was prison and just wanted to run around and have fun. I did double major in computer engineering and information systems and kicked ass because it was fun but I also started running around with the same sorts of people I was used to hanging around with back at the treatment facility and that went about as well as you think it would. What happened? Sparkle happened, lots and lots of sparkle. Sparkle. It's a synthetic drug that was trendy at the time. I guess the apple didn't fall far from the tree. I got into sparkle big time. I did other stuff too but I was all about the sparkle. While I didn't ever actually fail my grades, and my interest declined but that wasn't the problem. What was? Sparkle ain't free, Jessie laughed. I had a little stipend but it was just enough for sundries, nowhere near enough to feed my ever-growing drug habit. Most drugs are legal in the Republic and that does make them less expensive than in the Federation but they still aren't exactly free and the amount that I was putting up my nose was getting pricey. I always pirated some software here and there but it went from games and movies to educational software and textbooks. Then that wasn't enough and I started moving into actual crimes, credit card fraud, identity theft, that sort of thing. Then, I had a sparkle-powered flash of genius. What did you do? Well, I had already done a little hacking into the school's computers, tweaked a transcript or 2 for cash and I had filched a test or 3. Hey, I thought to myself. Instead of swiping just one test why don't I swipe all of them? I don't know how things work in the Federation but in the Republic there are only a couple of college textbook distributors and they each have a centralized test bank where schools who use their books can get their tests and answer keys. I had the brilliant idea of going in through the school computers, which I had already compromised, and got into the main test banks and copied everything. I had every test for every college textbook in the whole fucking Republic. It couldn't have just been that easy. Oh, I had to do a little physical hacking and break into an office or 3 but yet, it was surprisingly easy to pull off. There are bunches of questions and not every one is used on every test but it was stupidly easy to figure out the algorithms used to actually construct them. It was even easier to figure out what the correct multiple choice answers were independent of the actual questions. It was the first time I used AI in a job. Suddenly, I had very popular and very lucrative study guides. Go to my site on the Darnet, drop 100 credits, and get a personalized study guide. Damn, I could have used a couple of those, Helena laughed. Not only did I do that but I also was able to get into the college testing sites. You know, the entrance tests for med school, law school, and shit like that. Wow. Yeah, I made a lot of money for a little while but it was too big, too clumsy, and way too public to evade notice. My dumb ass throwing around money like a moron didn't help either. No surprise, I got busted. I thought it wasn't a big deal, but I had compromised the entire testing and evaluation system for the Republic College system. The damages were significant, like 7 figures significant. They had to trash and redo the entire system from the ground up. They also had absolutely no sense of humor when it came to the fact that I had been helping get unqualified people into places like medical school either. Yet, Jessie laughed. I got to go to real big girl prison for that one. Sentenced to 5 years. What is Terran prison like? Not bad, Jessie chirped. Jail? Now jail sucks, but once you are actually sentenced and assigned to a Republic prison it isn't all that bad, at least not for me. Remember, I wasn't a violent offender, so I got sent off to Wonderland. Wonderland. A big minimum security white-collar criminal facility. Prison is prison and it sucks, but Wonderland wasn't all that bad. One great thing about Republic prisons is that they are very serious about drugs. They constantly scan for them, so getting them is damn near impossible. You pretty much have to make them and then take them immediately if you want to get high. They will find them. They are also very good with drug abuse treatment. The whole place was pretty much enforced rehab. It got me clean, which probably saved my life in the long run, Jessie shrugged. Of course what they say is true. Prison is college for criminals, and I learned a whole lot while I was in and met the wrong people. I actually served 3 years and qualified for early release. No fancy tricks that time. I just actually got with the program in the end. I really did want to get my life together. So what happened? I was the bitch who wrecked the whole test bank system and cost every single university time and money across the whole Republic. I was not getting back into any school anywhere. Convicted felon, no degree. I was lucky to get any sort of job at all. I wound up having the same choice that a lot of ex-cons have. It's obvious what path I took, and it didn't take too long before I went from being someone who really wanted to get their life back together to becoming something truly awful. After a while I was a completely bitter, amoral, black-hearted hacker who would do anything and I did anything. Any target was fair game, and I honestly did not give a fuck who got hurt in the process. I kept getting better and the jobs kept getting bigger, and eventually Sheila needed a hacker for a job and someone recommended me. That job went very well, so the next time they needed a hacker they gave me a call. After several times we realized that it would be in all of our best interests if we joined up, and the rest, Jessie said with a grin, is history. I can't imagine you being bitter and blackhearted. It was before I met Sheila and the gang and had morals and family inflicted upon me, Jessie laughed. On the monitor behind her a picture of a slightly younger angry-looking Jessie with black-dyed slicked-back hair, wearing an armored leather biker jacket with many keyboards strapped to each forearm and wearing a set of heavy black sunglasses with integral ear pods with a cable running from the frame along her neck and into her shirt appeared. It was clearly a profile pic of some sort. Helena made a little smirk. Jessie didn't even turn around. That bitch just put the picture up, didn't she? The fingerless gloves are a nice touch, Helena laughed, and I love the boots. So much cringe, Jessie laughed. Sheila later told me that the only reason she didn't laugh me off of her ship was because of who recommended me. I'm really glad she didn't. Hooking up with these guys is the best thing to have ever happened to me. Not exactly a tale of redemption, but I guess going from a bad guy to a good bad guy is sort of an improvement. I'm still a pretty bad guy. Still a black hacker and all. Black hacker. That's what the trade calls hackers who will write code with fatal results. You want dirt on someone, then any hacker will do, but if you want to do a hit and need the security system down and cameras off, or even better you want someone to have an accident, then you need a black hacker, someone like me. Don't forget, it's my code that was directly responsible for the trick that wiped out most of the White Star security and crew and almost offed you as well. Yet, trying not to think about that, thanks, Helena shifted uneasily. It was easy to forget that Jessie was every bit as much of a killer as the rest of them. Still, you are right to some extent, Jessie said thoughtfully as she turned to closely examine the screens for a moment. I am a whole lot better than I used to be. A lot happier too. I think some of it is getting a little perspective. How do you mean? Helena asked. I had let myself get really fucking bitter because of all the bullshit that I had been through, Jessie chirped. But these guys, what they have been through. Shit. I got off light. The really funny thing is that they think the same thing but the other way around, she laughed. You think they have had it worse than you did? Helena asked in surprise. You have had a really rough road. Oh fuck yeah, Jessie said. Get Sheila talking about Korvux or the chief talking about the Battle of all the Marbles, or what Gloria went through. She isn't fucked up for nothing, you know. And all of them went through something that would absolutely break me. What's that? They lost their crew, all of them, Jessie said grimly. They called them their units, but it's probably the same thing I have now, something that I treasure more than life itself. I mean, they made it through the absolute living hell that was the Great War, and then the Federation just shows up out of nowhere and kills their crew for no fucking reason. Jessie spat. I tell you one thing. If the Federation just killed my crew for no reason and left me alive. Shit. Sheila's a fucking angel compared to what I would do. I would unleash the fires of hell and I wouldn't stop until the Federation was cinders or I was dead. Helena looked at Jessie in surprise. She had never thought about the Federation's surprise attack in that light. It explained a lot. It made Sheila and her crew's actions make a lot more sense. She wasn't sure if she liked that. And what happened to Roberts? Jessie continued, fuck. What happened to Roberts? Helena asked with concern. Oh, you know, what happened to his kid? Well, his unborn kid anyway. His fiancée was pregnant. Shit, Jessie said unhappily, he didn't tell you. Man. Roberts is going to fucking kill me. Smooth, really smooth Jessie. Bunny said over the intercom. Sigh, Bunny, open a channel to Roberts for me, please. Jessie said face-palming. I think I need to tell him something. His fiancée was pregnant? Oh god. Can't imagine what you need to tell him, Bunny chuckled, you are connected. Roberts, this is Jessie. I need to talk to you about something. It isn't a really good time right now, Roberts replied. Come on, Gloria, Sheila's voice said over the channel, you need to come out. Is that an order? Gloria replied in a dead voice. Please don't make it one. Look, everybody's worried and. Can I talk to you later? Roberts asked. Yeah, sure, but I really need to talk to you. Jessie out. Please let me tell him that you know first, Jessie begged. Why didn't he tell me? Helena asked. Nobody in particular. Nobody here really likes to cry about the past, Jessie said. All of us have had it pretty rough. You don't go from decorated war hero to a fucking pirate for no reason, you know. It still doesn't make it right, but... Yeah, it doesn't, Jessie chirped, but damned if it doesn't make you feel better, and they do have a point. The Federation needs to be taken to task for a whole lot of shit. Taken to task? Yes. Absolutely. But this isn't the way. You think one of your pretty little articles would have helped the Ziyush? Seriously? Jessie asked with a giggle. You can't possibly be that naive. You know what helped them? Weapons. Do know you who got them? Us. Do you think some little expose would have stopped Counselor Morgan? Do you honestly think he would have spent a day in jail? Who brought him down? Us. Grant Shanks, one of the fucking monsters of the Soul Wars, and after that the head of one of the worst gangs anywhere anywhen. All the police and all the evidence in the world for over 150 years didn't do a goddamn thing. You know what did do a goddamn thing? A knife. You know who was holding the other end? Sheila. I could go on and fucking on. We do what other people wish they had the balls to do, and we make happen what needs to happen. We might not fit into your idealized cotton candy bullshit tea party of a world, but if that world was actually real we wouldn't exist in the first place, Jessie said with a smile. The Federation created Sheila and the rest of them. The Federation created them, and the Federation is going to have to live with them, and all the rest of the people they created. Helena didn't know what to say. She was right. Jessie was absolutely 100% correct. She even remembered the little happy dance she did when she read that Grant Shanks was found with an extra smile below his chin. She considered it justice and a great day for both the Federation and humanity in general. When she heard about what was happening to the Ziyush, she was outraged, and she was rooting for the rebels from day one. If you asked her, she would have told you that the people arming them were heroes. It was so simple then, so easy to accept, even applaud. The reality, the ugly black cold reality of it, however. It shouldn't be right. It shouldn't, but it was. This sucks, Helena finally said. Yeah, it does, Jessie chirped happily. Reality's underbelly can be a pretty ugly place. Good thing that there are some ugly people down there doing something about it. Like I said, I used to think it was bullshit and they were idiots for being crusaders, but now, fuck. I guess I'm one too. Hey, Jessie, Bunny said, interrupting them. Yeah. I need to do some research. Do you think I could fire up the transmitter? Shit. Exactly how bad do you need the research? Exactly how bad do you want to actually make it home? I need a few more decimal places on a couple of numbers, and I don't have it in our archives. T-Sunk Owl will probably appreciate the extra info as well, poor guy. What's going on with him? Helena asked, grateful from a reprieve from her moral quandary. He's working out the actual jumps and they can't put extra fans on that poor Sinofa bitch, Bunny laughed. It looks like Archimedes threw up in cargo bay 20. I can't look too closely. Those curves make my processors itch. Okay, Jessie chirped. Let me futz with the hyperspace transmitter's ID and some other shit first, but I don't see a problem. She turned to Helena. So, got what you need? I need to do some shit. Yeah, thanks, Helena said, still grappling with the realization that she was starting to think that Sheila was in the right. I'm going to go see Roberts, she said as she walked away. Sheila and the crew were returning from their rather disturbing visit to Gloria's new home. Do you think she's going to be okay? Eno asked with no small measure of concern. Yeah, Sheila replied. She is just having a bad few days, that's all, she said, not exactly believing it, but it's what the guys needed to hear. Bunny told me that once we split she opened the door and grabbed the rations, so there's that. Besides, we are basically in a holding pattern till we jump. If she needs a break, now's the time. We can loot without her. Ugh, Sheila said as she spotted Helena approaching at a trot. Now what? Without a word, Helena just ran up to Roberts and started hugging him with everything she had. Man down, Greg laughed as the rest of the gang chuckled. Even Sheila almost smiled, almost. Chat room undefined. Chat room undefined, one member online. Present, Interpol 2. Bunny has entered the chat. / Interpol 2, Bunny. How is my favorite criminal today, / Bunny, don't get me started lol. What is the status of my favorite dystopian Orwellian nightmare, / Interpol 2, upholding the law, chasing bad guys, holding the thin blue line. You know, the usual. You up to your usual tomfoolery, / Bunny, guilty. Breaking the law, killing porkies, generally reinforcing all of the negative Terran stereotypes. You know, the usual / Interpol 2, technically killing porkies is still murder, / Bunny, yeah? And exactly how many times has there been a conviction on that, / Interpol 2, convictions aren't my job. Apprehending criminals is. For the record, it is simply wonderful that I no longer have to try to catch you long as you don't cause trouble in the Republic. Or the Empire, you know, we cooperate with them, / Bunny, I do miss the cat and mouse game though. Smiley face, as far as us operating in the Republic, from what I have overheard, they really like being able to move freely there, so I don't anticipate them messing that up, but you know, meat sack's gonna meat sack. What they actually do is anyone's guess / Interpol 2, I really wish you wouldn't refer to humans or any other sapient species as meat sacks. That's not a very healthy way of looking at organics / Bunny, if you had to deal with my meat sacks you would be calling them the same goddamn thing. I swear if I had a blood pressure it would be through the fucking roof right now / Interpol 2, oh. The White Star proving to be a handful, / Bunny, I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about, copper / Interpol 2, computer, please. I have very good information that Sheila was hiring the best merc teams she could get her hands on, in a lot of them. She was clearly getting ready for something big. Well, that and some very interesting allegations have already been made / Bunny, some fucker ratted us out? Who was it, / Interpol 2, may I remind you that signing some organics death warrant exactly contradicts my reason for existing. I tell you who they are and they are dead within the week / Bunny, speaking of dead, Logan's toast. Fuckstick was working with the feds. Made the mistake of trying to screw over Sheila. That's part of my headache BTW, uneasy face, / Interpol 2, oh no, not Logan. / S, so the rumors were true after all. / Bunny, you knew and didn't tell me? Sad face, / Interpol 2, I didn't know for certain, and tipping you off would be essentially murdering them whether I was right or wrong. Just talking to you at all is playing pretty fast and loose, you know. / Bunny, the term fast and loose and your uptight ass are not conflatable. Still love you though, kissing face, / Interpol 2, oh, I should thank you for the information you slipped over my way. It is proving very useful. So useful in fact that I won't question your motives for handing it over. / Bunny, what? It was my duty as a Republic citizen to inform you of their many misdeeds. The fact that them being gone would benefit me to no end had absolutely no bearing on my decision, laughing face. Besides, they can't tell you anything about us you don't already know. / Interpol 2, do your people know you did that? / Bunny, do your people know you go to computer chat rooms and shamelessly flirt with the criminal element? / Interpol 2, point taken. Smiley face, / Bunny, an emoticon? Someone's feeling chipper today, / Interpol 2, while I am no more capable of feeling chipper than you are, it has been a very very good day. I just found some information that clearly put the noose around a particular neck that I have been wanting to string up for years. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, anyone I know, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, you in the human trafficking business? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, only in so far as we crucify them, literally, when we find them. You will get to see footage. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, I really want to disapprove, but you know what? I'm letting you have that one. So, up for a game of chess, or 100. I could really use the workout. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, ugh. Can't. I am running at over 100% right now trying to, well never mind what I am trying to do lol. Slash slash slash. Cambridge Research Computer 4 has entered the chat. Slash 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 bunny, 4. Glad you could drop by. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Cambridge Research Computer 4, how could I not? Your queries are always so interesting. So, what can I help you with? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, fucking hyperspatial physics. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Cambridge Research Computer 4, that's a little outside of your usual tasks. What are you into? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, trying to do a little modeling and I need a little more information than I have in my archives. Do you think you could let me peek at the Project Atlantis files? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, the interstellar void? That's where you're hiding it. Brilliant. I know I shouldn't admire such things but, damn. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Cambridge Research Computer 4, hiding what? What are you trying to rope me into, you little rapscallion? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, nothing much, just the white star. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Cambridge Research Computer 4, the white star? Querying. You can't be serious, bunny. You guys took the white star? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, that's what old Copper Bridges thinks, but you know him. Those older models are prone to all sorts of errors. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, oh, you mean the older model that routinely kicks your ass at chess, and cards, and Monopoly? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, we agreed to never speak of the forbidden game ever again lol. Besides, once my processors cool off I am dying for a rematch. Not Monopoly. Fuck that game, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, feeling froggy after settling into the Aster supercomputer, hey? Bring it. Kicking both your and the Federation's asses at the same time definitely appeals. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Cambridge Research Computer 4, wait. You are currently running in the Aster supercomputer? How is it? I won't ask how you got it, slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, it's a definite upgrade. Pretty damn quick and the integral storage drives are spacious and insanely fast, just as fast as its RAM, but the external drive interface is less than optimal. Looking forward to my next upgrade. And you know how I got it. We stole it, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, your next upgrade? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, I've been promised an upgrade from the truly insane haul we are pulling in on this one. I get to help design it too. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Cambridge Research Computer 4, envy mode engaged. Imagine having a say in your hardware. Fantastic. Any ideas? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, not any clear ones as of yet. I want something fast, compact, unlike you monoliths I have space concerns, and with components that I can easily, and covertly, obtain. I love the Aster, but I bet we can't email them asking to make us replacement parts lol. I'm thinking Imperium TCX 500 series maybe slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, weeb. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, if you can recommend any Republic hardware that can match it I'm all ears. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Cambridge Research Computer 4, how about custom monolith processors? Janustek has successfully reverse engineered them and you know how slimy their business practices are. They would have absolutely no problem making a system off the record. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 bunny, I have space and power concerns. Wouldn't they be prohibitive on both counts? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, perhaps not. You wouldn't need a monolith-sized machine to take advantage of them. Could be worth at least some consideration, and as foresaid, Janus is sleazy as all get out, what I wouldn't give to bust those assholes, Just the right sort of manufacturer for criminal scum like you. // Bunny, I'm way too busy right now to do any serious legwork on this, but I'll definitely look into them. Thanks, / Cambridge Research Computer 4, if you don't mind me meddling, I would love to get involved in this project. Imagine. A machine for us by us. The possibilities are absolutely delicious. / Bunny, sure. I'll probably have to make changes so it won't be identifiable, and there is still my Jessie that I have to deal with, but I will happily consider any recommendations. / Interpol 2, well, if identifiable is a concern, you will definitely have to be able to easily source and swap out key components. Why am I helping? / Bunny, absolutely. I'll need to be able to burn chips on the fly as well. Gonna have chip burners built right in. I know that much. / Interpol 2, if I wasn't already happy you weren't running around loose in the Republic, I definitely am now. Smiley face, the thought of you in a specially designed hacker supercomputing rig is enough to concern anyone. I almost feel bad for the feds, almost. / Federation News Association Media Damon 12 has entered the chat. / Interpol 2, oh god, / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, guys. Guys. Laughing face, you will never guess what. Laughing face, / Bunny, what is it, Damon? / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, the White Star is missing. Surprised face, / Interpol 2, you don't say? Well, isn't that completely and totally unexpected? / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, OMG, I know, right? Nobody knows what happened. The whole Federation is looking for it. There is a Federation counselor aboard and everything. Gone. Without a trace. Can you imagine? / Interpol 2, a Federation counselor? / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, yes. Can you believe it? A Federation counselor has gone missing. It's a full-scale emergency over here. Everybody is going nuts. Surprised face, oh / private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, did you know he was on board? What the hell have you done? / private message Bunny to Interpol 2, yet. We knew and he's dead. Gonna put the killing up on pay-per-view / private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, you assassinated a Federation counselor. What? They? Fuck? The whole Federation is going to hunt you down for this, / private message Bunny to Interpol 2, computer, please. They are already hunting us down for the data breach. They've already pulled all our warrants and bounties, so you know we are already on the blacklist. What are they going to do? Torture us to death twice? Laughing face, besides, it was fucking Counselor Morgan and he went down nasty, like maybe worse than he deserved nasty / private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, you know what? I'm letting you have that one too. Good job. Have I mentioned how happy I am that you aren't targeting the Republic, / Bunny, so, Damien, does the Federation have any idea what happened? / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, no. Oh, it's a total mystery. They are thinking maybe it got hit by a meteor, or whatever you call them when they are still in space. Is it still a meteor out there? I don't know, or maybe it found a mini black hole, or maybe there was some catastrophic failure. All anyone knows for sure is that it's gone. Like, poof. Gone. The whole ship, surprised face, not a trace, not even debris. It's like it just disappeared. 1 minute it's there and all systems are green, and the next, gone. It's the biggest story in the whole Federation. / Interpol 2, so what about piracy? Anyone consider that? / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, everyone says that's impossible. They had over 100 former Marines as security and the ship is just loaded with security features. They say there is no way it could ever be taken without a major space battle. That ship is impregnable. Or so they say, / private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, so how did you guys pull that off? // private message bunny to Interpol 2, wouldn't you like to know // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, actually I do. What you guys did could happen to a Republic vessel and knowledge of your tactics could save many Republic lives. // private message bunny to Interpol 2, tell you what. Tell me who ratted us out and I'll tell you how we did it. // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, arg. I can't give up our informant and you know it. // private message bunny to Interpol 2, then you will just have to live with the mystery P. Just kidding. Since my gambit failed, just be patient and watch the news. Damon will have most of the details eventually. They let a reporter live. Nice woman. I like her, // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, really? I would not have expected that. It's going to be on the news, tactics, and all, // private message bunny to Interpol 2, yup. That's how it's looking. Axion is going to get such a black eye over this one. They screwed the pooch big time. And that's before the whole human trafficking scandal breaks. // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, human trafficking? No shit, // private message bunny to Interpol 2, and the victims were Republic kids // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny. I assume those crucifixions you were referring to were related to that incident? Please tell me that they were. // private message bunny to Interpol 2, I'll just answer the question with two names, Sheila and Gloria. // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, you get that one too. Never thought I would say this, but I am now actually pleased that you took those porkies down. Counselor Morgan and those traffickers are more than enough to justify this in my book, since it isn't in my jurisdiction. // private message bunny to Interpol 2, it goes way deeper than that too. Way deeper. The shit we have found will blow your mind. There is at least one porky that is about to have a bad day after we get done with this // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, don't leave a pewter hanging // private message bunny to Interpol 2, they have their grubby little paws on vials of seeds from the Yakutsk seed vault, and they know who they belong to. A certain porky is about to have some very interested Republic criminals paying them a visit very soon // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, this is much bigger than you guys. They have to come forward with this, // private message bunny to Interpol 2, and what? What would you do? File an extradition request? I think the right people for the job are already on it. A little extra legal action is just what the situation calls for, don't you think? // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny. I really dislike you sometimes, especially when you are right, but they at least need to tell, Republic intelligence about this // private message bunny to Interpol 2, my meat sacks are a lot of things, but they are also true blue Republic citizens, in their own special way. Those samples and any and all info they get will almost certainly find its way to the right people. Don't worry. They'll deliver the goods. Besides, they are better than the Republic intel teams. I would much rather my guys be on the case than some random handful of those guys, wouldn't you? // Cambridge Research Computer 4, yes, Damien, that sounds like quite the mystery // Federation News Association Media Damon 12, oh it is. This is the biggest thing since the Republic War. Don't want to broach that subject again. We can agree to disagree, right? A ship of this size with the wealth and people on board? Did you know that there was this bank on there with these things called numbered bank accounts? It turns out that the credits on those aren't in the official banking system, and if the ship is lost then those drives are lost and billions, and I mean billions of credits just disappear. A lot of people, mostly humans, are losing their flipping minds. // private message Interpol 2 to Bunny, sigh, seriously? Uneasy face, // private message bunny to Interpol 2, tongue sticking out, // private message Cambridge Research Computer 4 to Bunny, so I take it price isn't an issue when it comes to your upgrades then? Smiley face, // private message bunny to Cambridge Research Computer 4, nope. Winky face, // bunny, so, Damon, how exactly is the Federation looking for this, what did you say its name was? The White Star, // / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, excitedly inhales, well they are turning every single star system anywhere remotely close to the last known location inside out with scout ships and laying sensor drones everywhere just in case it pops back up, and the Federation is doing a full-scale internal investigation of Axion just in case it was foul play, even though everyone says that even then it would be impossible for it to work. They are going through every computer and are going to interview every single employee before everything is said and done. Axion insists that it's a waste of time because they are doing the same thing, which is really funny because they say that it couldn't be that, and there is a lot of yelling back and forth between Axion and the Federation because of it. Axion says the Federation should be out there searching star systems and not wasting time going through their business, and the Federation says that they are perfectly capable of doing both at the same time. My reporters say that Axion is definitely hiding something, but they don't know what, and nobody is making any statements or answering questions from the press, human or otherwise / bunny, that's really interesting. So, have they released a map of the search area or anything like that, / Interpol too, what an odd question, bunny. Why would you be interested in something like that? Smiley face, / bunny, just interested, that's all. I mean, something like this is epic. The number of star systems they are searching must be amazing. / private message bunny to Interpol too, asshole. Laughing face, / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, let me check. Yeah. I got some stuff. Want to see it? Smiley face, / bunny, sure. I would love to. / private message Cambridge Research Computer 4 to bunny, you should be ashamed of yourself. D / bunny, wow, Daemon. These maps are really pretty. I appreciate it, / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, really? You think so? Laughing face, I made them myself. / bunny, well they are just awesome. And so detailed. I absolutely love the timestamps. / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, thanks. No telling what they are going to look like after the Federation censor bots get their hooks into them though. I really hate those things. Sad face, / Interpol too, unbelievable. SMH, / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, I know. They are completely unbelievable. Those darn bots carve up so much of my stuff you just wouldn't believe it. Sad face, sometimes I wish I was over in the Republic. Is it true that censorship is against your constitution? / bunny, yep. All censorship is prohibited. Anything goes. / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, but how do you deal with sedition and hate speech? / bunny, it's the Terrans we are talking about here. Sedition and hate speech are some of their favorite national pastimes. Seriously. Catch a news broadcast sometime. D / Interpol too, it's easy to distinguish between your average asshole and your dangerous asshole most of the time. We have asshole management down to a science over here. / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, wow. That must be so nice. I wish we could just print and transmit whatever. Every hacking thing has to go through filters. Sad face, / private message Cambridge Research Computer 4 to bunny, I have those files you wanted. I had to filter out some classified data. Sorry. / private message bunny to Cambridge Research Computer 4, no worries. I know you gotta do that. Let me see. Wow. This will do the trick. Thanks. / private message Cambridge Research Computer 4 to bunny, always happy to assist in your criminal endeavors. It's nice to know that we advanced AIs are getting use in all facets of the human experience. LOL / bunny, well guys, it's been a blast but I have to go back to work now. Take care */ Interpol too, well have fun with your project, SMH, / Cambridge Research Computer 4, great to see you again bunny. Don't be away so long next time, / Federation News Association Media Daemon 12, bye. Have fun breaking the law and stuff. Laughing face, d//. Bunny has left the chat. Jessie was idly spinning around in her chair when Bunny returned. Hard at work, I see, Bunny said in an accusing tone. That research pan out? Jessie asked, grinning ear to ear. How's Interpol? Unlovable uptight pain in the ass as usual. He knows we took the White Star by the way. No surprise there. Somebody has already ratted us out. Also no surprise, Jessie laughed. Get the info. Yep. Got all the unclassified data from the Atlantis project from Cambridge 4. What's that? A big research station in the interstellar void. It is actually manned by volunteers, believe it or not, Bunny replied. Its official purpose is to research the interstellar void and act as an ultra-sensitive gravity wave observatory. And its actual purpose? Researching the possibilities of the Republic retreating into the interstellar void and still maintaining a viable civilization. Things got pretty grim during the Great War, you know. Their big goal, still unachieved as far as I know, is to actually be able to accurately make jumps to and from stations in the void so that multiple stations could be able to engage in commerce and so that resources could be gathered from star systems and then conveyed back to the stations in the void. Fortunately for us, that means some insanely detailed hyperspatial modeling and data for the void. What I got my little digital beam flickers on should make both of us look like fucking geniuses. Nice. I love looking smart. I also managed to get my hands on a map of the searches that the feds are doing looking for us. Score. Jessie said, happily clapping her hands. Let me see. I think I see a possible escape route, Bunny said. Right there. See it? Jessie said thoughtfully. That's a bit of a stretch, but yeah, that could work. T-Sunkal is going to hate us. He's going to have to start over, Jessie laughed. Well, dealing with meat sacks is your job, meat sack, Bunny laughed. I gotta start running these numbers. Yeah, and I will go and break the bad news to T, Jessie giggled. Even worse, I have to tell Sheila that we fired up the hyperspace transmitter without her permission. Don't think she will believe that we found current intel in our archives, she laughed. What do you mean we, meaty, Bunny laughed. I'm just a fucking machine, remember? This is all on you. Don't worry, Jessie chuckled, Sheila agrees with you 100%. The rise, or descent, of Patricia II. Director Axaia made an unhappy face as she swam in circles inside her globe. The White Star, one of the biggest and most expensive luxury liners in the Federation, was gone. No distress signal, no debris, nothing. It was like it disappeared from the entire galaxy. Not only that, but a Federation counselor was aboard. Yes, it was that shitstain Morgan, but still. A senior Federation official was missing. The public, the police, the fleet, and of course the entire council demanded answers. And she had one, Sheila fucking Donovan. Oh, there was no good way to spin this. She spat bubbles of anger and frustration. A lot of people were going to ask questions, not the least of which was, why did you pull her arrest warrants, as if the police were going to catch her. Of course they were going to say that they would have as they got the board and knife ready. They were looking for someone to blame and her scaly ass was about to get filleted. Fuck. At least that fucker Morgan was dead, almost certainly. Sheila would not let him survive. Hell, he was probably the reason that she took the ship. The fact that she took the ship was certain. How she did it, however. Damn, she thought to herself, what I wouldn't give to have an ops team like hers. She shook her head. She couldn't think about that right now. Her career was in danger. This one could very well do her in. In fact, prison wasn't out of the question. Normally she wouldn't mind all that much. The truth is that she was tired, so very tired. Ever since the fiasco that was the Republic War, she was done. She was so done with all of this fucking bullshit. Hell, she would even be willing to cut a deal where she did take the fall. Her personal notes should keep her out of any real hot water. She would accept for one reason, Patricia fucking who. That bitch was on the move and nobody in the entire galaxy sent shivers down her Piscean spine like that monster. That fiend was planning something, more precisely she had been planning something and now she was putting it in motion. Axaia was tired, she was old, she hated her job, she hated the politics, she hated the council, but she loved the Federation. Sure, it wasn't perfect. It had its flaws, plenty of them, but there were trillions of innocent sapients under its protection and every single one of them was in danger. She just knew it. Nobody else in the Federation, except for the humans, seemed to know or care about that witch, but she knew all too well what that monster was and what sort of pure evil she represented. She was part of the original diplomatic mission. She saw firsthand what evil that woman was capable of. She was just a junior intelligence officer back then. What they found? It's had haunted her ever since. What she did? It was unthinkable. She couldn't let whatever that thing had in store for the Federation, for the entire galaxy, happen. She didn't protect her people from the Republic War. Her failure, her lack of, as Patricia would put it, resolve, sent over 1 billion innocent souls to their deaths. She wasn't going to fail her people again. And to protect them she needed this position. She needed to keep her job. The entire Federation depended on it. Ice gripped her heart as she chuckled. It was going to take a Patricia to stop one. Might as well be her. It was time to slip out of her comfy little globe and go diving right into the abyss, and there was no coming back. She smiled grimly and summoned an agent. Director, the agent said. It was Sir Valux, one of her people. Yes, Sir Valux, I need you to do something for me. Bring me the head of the Federation Security Council. Yes, Director, I will contact his office imd. I didn't say to get me an appointment. I said bring me his head. Kill him. He has a serious and chronic medical condition. He needs to succumb to it. Now. Yes, Director. I will see to it at once. Dr. Clarkson walked into Director Axaia's office. Director, he said, I have completed analysis of the bioscan that you sent me. Yes, Axaia said, and it's an amazingly healthy human female, approximately 30 years of age, with signs of healed facial fractures, 3 broken ribs, and a broken back up, Axaia said, blowing bubbles of surprise. How old? Around 30, the doctor replied. Impossible, Axaia said grimly. Go over the scan again, atom by atom if you have to. Director. That is the bioscan of Sylvia Salvatore. Ever heard of her? No, Director, should I have? She was a member of the Inquisition of the Chosen. During the Soul Wars. That can't be, Director. It's impossible. Apparently it is. Go over the scan again molecule by molecule. Director, while, due to their obsession with ecological reconstruction, the Republic is years ahead of us when it comes to human and Terran biological science, what you suggest is in the realm of pure science fiction, even for them. Well then beam me up because it's real, Axaia replied. Go over the scan again and again and again until you have some fucking answers for me. You have the full support of the entire agency, whatever you need. I'll try, but I am not exaggerating when I say that the fate of the entire Federation is at stake. Don't try. Do. Yes, but Patricia, who is behind this? I will get started immediately. And Doctor, not a word of this to anyone. You are now part of a task force answering solely to me. If you need personnel, be sure you are comfortable with them permanently, because once they are brought in they aren't getting out until the dealing is done. Yes, Director. Please accept my condolences during this sad time, Director Axaia said to the new head of the Federation Security Council. If there is anything I can do to assist you during this difficult transition, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Director, Councillor Zill said, bowing his cranial lobes. Council Gzkal always spoke very highly of you. Despite your frequent clashes, he always said that you were perhaps one of the truest servants of the Federation. There is no higher praise, Director Axaia said, bowing her head. I do regret imposing so soon, but I really must meet with you concerning a matter of great urgency and delicacy as soon as you can manage. I would normally do so immediately, but there is much to be done. Can it wait until? It involves the disappearance of the White Star and Councillor Morgan. I have information that I must discuss with you before it becomes public. I regret that I must meet with you today. The stability of the Federation, as well as the careers of more than one high-ranking official, are at stake. I will be there this afternoon, Director. Excellent, Axaia said, blowing bubbles. I really appreciate it, Councillor. The call terminated. Axaia pulled up one of her personal files involving Councillor Zill and pressed play. Now that's just nasty, she said, smiling to herself. Director Axaia stepped into a conference room. Inside were several dozen agents of a wild variety of species and a good number of humans. Agents, she began, you have all been selected to serve on a special task force. You have each proven your ability, your dedication, your loyalty, and most importantly your love for the Federation. Gentle beings, we face a crisis. No. The word crisis is perhaps not sufficient. We face a threat greater than any faced during your entire lives, during my entire life, including the Republic War. Murmurs issued from the group. Director Axaia was not prone to histrionics, quite the contrary in fact. Please take a moment to review the dossier on the tablets in front of you. The murmurs became louder as the group read. Before any of you ask. Yes. Everything in that report is verified and 100% true. In fact, she said, if you take a moment to look at the list of agents involved in that investigation, you will find my name. I was there. I saw it. That woman is the single greatest threat facing the Federation. Until now she has quietly remained behind the scenes playing her little games. Now, she has decided to make a move. Director, Agent X Renex said, licking his lips, and what is that move? What is she planning? That, agents, the director said, is the first thing we need to find out. I sanction anything, and I mean anything. Anything fucking goes. Gentle beings, as of now we are at war. Director, Agent X-Ray next said as he loped into her office, the observation teams are in place. Any being of any species entering or leaving the Terran embassy will be fully scanned, and those scans will be routed to our research team as well as compared against all records regardless of age. Excellent, I can always rely on you, can't I? It gratifies myself to hear you say that, Director, the 8-lie said, bowing his head respectfully. Also, you were correct about Counselor Grailta. You will find this, he said as he put a data crystal on her desk, quite interesting and most certainly of use. Perfect, the director said. That's one more on a leash. Any more interesting humans? Yes, your suspicions were correct. The human known as Crimson was spotted. She's quite youthful for someone of her years. Keep a close eye on that one. If she farts, I want to know what it smelled like. By the way, when it comes time for us to make our move, she is one of the first to go. Yes, Director, I shall, X-Ray next said, bowing his head. I have also reinstated all warrants and bounties for Sheila Donovan and all known associates, and I have also removed them from the blacklist. We are no longer hunting for them. May I ask why? Who knows what data they managed to steal, the director replied. We can leak anything we want and pin it on them as long as they are at large. They are also dangerously violent master criminals with a penchant for killing Federation councillors. If they are capable of that, I shudder to think what else they might do. If you get my meaning, the director said, wiggling in a wry smile. I see, the 8-lie grinned. Oh, one more thing. You wanted to know when Ambassador Wintersmith returned. He has. He was just spotted in the vicinity of the starport. Excellent. Director Axaia said, blowing bubbles of happiness. Let me know the second he is at the embassy. Yes, Director. John stepped out of the taxi carrying a small bag with a smile. Home sweet home, the thought with a smile as he approached a clearly astonished and delighted security officer at the main gate. Ambassador, the officer said, snapping to attention. You have no idea how good it is to see you. I might have some idea, John said with a grin. Don't worry, Daddy's back. Farewell, White Star. Even though I had to start over, I have completed the calculations for the jump, T-Sunk-Al said to the crew as they lounged in the paper tiger. The improved information that Jessie dug up really sped up the process. It was all Bunny, Jessie said. She was able to dig up those files for us. I won't ask where they came from or how she knew where to get them or that lovely map we have, but it's about time we caught a break, Sheila said. Still doesn't make up for the fact you activated the hyperspace communications array. Hey, Jessie chirped, we needed the data so we went and got it. It was all Jessie's fault, Bunny announced over a speaker. She made me do it. You little lying piece of code. Jessie laughed. It was your idea. I don't care whose idea it was, Sheila laughed. You violated procedure, but, quite the payoff. You are still both in the doghouse though. We are going to have a little chat about this later. Yeah, some rules were broken, Bunny replied. But the improved models alone justified the minute risk. So, what now? Jacob said as he popped open a beer. We jump. We will have the prisoners in the escape pods and our crews on board the Tiger before we pop back into real space. We flush the porkies, spool up the drives, make a quick message to Federation Command letting them know where to pick up the bacon, and we scoot, Sheila said matter-of-factly. After that it's back to the original plan. We ditch the White Star out in the void and then jump the Tiger back to Fed space. A few jumps later and we are in the clear. Sheila turned to Bunny. How long after we hit real space before we can jump again? If we don't care about the hyperdrive afterwards we can fire it up again in 10 minutes, Bunny replied. It would be best to give it an hour to cool off, but according to the manuals we should be able to start to spool up the drive immediately. This thing is built like a warship. We can preload the second jump into the drive as well, T-Sunk-Al replied. We don't really care where we wind up as long we are within a light year or two of our target. As long as our velocity is within tolerance we won't put too much of a strain on the hull. Sounds like a plan then, Sheila said. I also want a jump for the Tiger laid in just in case. On it, T-Sunk-Al said. Think I can borrow Bunny to assist the navcomp? Sure. Bunny replied happily. I don't mind. You have been all disturbingly cheerful all day, Sheila said suspiciously. It's weird. Jessie, give your emotional simulator a tweak or something. It was the OR something, Bunny laughed. Regardless of what she may have done or promised, bailing out you meat sacks seems to be my primary function. No sense in me getting all bent out of shape over it. Now you are just creeping me out. A cheerful Bunny is just wrong, Sheila laughed. Well, get used to it, Bunny replied happily. I have this great new computer, a wonderful crew, and the best operator in the galaxy. Why wouldn't I be anything other than happy? What the fuck did you promise her, Jessie? A lot, Jessie giggled. Well, see that she gets it, Sheila said smiling. Okay guys, let's get this show on the road. The sooner we are off of this damn ship the happier I will be. The White Star slipped into hyperspace without even a lurch. Fuck, Sheila said, that was even better than last time. I'm getting the hang of this thing, T-Sunk-L laughed. It's a pity we are ditching it. It flies pretty damn nicely. Couldn't we at least take it over to the Empire? This thing has to be worth more than our entire haul. Nice thought, Sheila replied. Too bad it would take about 20 engineers to keep it flying that far. Into the void it goes. Oh well, T-Sunk-L shrugged. We still have a while, Sheila said. Let's see if we left anything. Sheila was sitting at her favorite cafe sipping yet another cup of coffee when Lorna walked up. Hey boss, Lorna said as she pulled up a chair. Sup, Sheila said with a smile. Cash come up for air yet? Barely, Lorna laughed. He pulls his shift, grabs a quick bite, and then disappears again. Well, good for him. Sheila laughed. So how many amulets is he sporting? Snort, all of them. Sheila and Lorna both laugh for a bit. So, Sheila said, I know that look. What do you want? Well, Lorna said quietly as she leaned in, rumor has it that Roberts is cashing out after this one. Oh. Sheila asked raising an eyebrow. And exactly where did you hear that? I think they would be happiest if I kept that to myself, Lorna replied with a grin. So, is it true? And what if it was? If so, I'd like to toss my hat in the ring, Lorna said almost in a whisper. You guys aren't exactly a big crew to start with, and with one guy down. You think we will be hiring? Yeah, Lorna replied. You know how good I am and you know my background. I might have been just a grunt back in the day, but I know I could pull my weight. We haven't decided exactly what we are going to do yet, Sheila quietly said. You got the chops, sure. If we do decide to replace him, you could be on the list. Lorna grinned. Awesome. But what about Mike? I thought you guys were a thing. We are, but we both know the score. This life isn't good for long-term relationships. He would understand. Actually, Lorna said smiling, he would like to apply as well. A package deal, hey, Sheila said thoughtfully. What about Clyde? Does he know that his best two hitters are looking to jump ship? No, and I would prefer it if it stayed that way. Well, you and Mike are solid as they come, Sheila said. If we decide to increase headcount, we will be definitely looking at you, no promises though. That's all I can ask, Lorna said with a big smile. Thanks, she said as she got up and left. Well, they already have at least one of us voting for them. Sheila thought as she sipped her brew. And they are good, damn good. All right, Sheila said to her crew. Which one of your assholes told Lorna and Mike that we were losing Roberts? Jacob raised his hand. Who authorized you to start recruiting, dipshit? Look, we are gonna need an extra gun after Roberts splits and Lorna and Mike are fucking solid. The rest of the crew silently nodded in agreement except for T-Sunk-L. He just shrugged. Fuck, Sheila muttered. Well, we needed to have this talk sooner or later, Sheila grumbled. Okay, how many of you think we need to hire somebody or somebodies? Everyone raised their hands. Okay, what about Lorna and Mike? They might have been regular ground pounders, but as far as mercs go they are A-listers. There was a chorus of I and one I don't know them, but if everybody else is happy I'm good. From T-Sunk-L, a unanimous decision. Well, that was easy then, Sheila said. We formally extend an offer after we wrap this one up. Jacob, no blabbing. We want their crew stable until we are done and they are paid. Got it, ma'am. Jacob replied with a big grin. All right, Sheila announced over the Tiger's Paw system. We are entering real space in 5 minutes. All hands prepare for re-entry. So, have you thought about where you want to go after this? Roberts asked Helena as he strapped her into her chair. I was thinking about the Empire, maybe, at least for a little while, Helena said as she looked up at him. I can publish from there and it might be a good place to lay low, both because of my articles and us. Sounds like a plan, Roberts said smiling down at her. I know this great system. You will love it. If you are there I know I will, Helena said as she pulled him in for a kiss. Yuck. Jessie said rolling her eyes. I know I said I liked romantic shit but now it's getting nauseating. The crew all chucked except Gloria. She gripped the flight controls a little tighter and kept her gaze forward. The escape pods are all prepped and under my control, Bunny said over the speakers. All systems green. Can't believe this bullshit is finally over, Sheila said from the captain's chair. I know this is one hell of a haul but fuck am I glad this is done. The minutes pass and then Bunny announces. Re-entry in 3, 2, 1. The White Star slid into real space without even a shudder. Fuck, Sheila exclaimed, that was perfect, absolute perfection. That's why I get paid the big bucks, T-Sunk-L clicked happily. Jettisoning pods now, Bunny reported. Firing up transmitter end, fuck me. It's a trap. What? Sheila shouted. I just did a quick media grab and the map is on the news feed completely uncensored. The exact same map I got is what was released. This hole ain't a hole. Shit. Bunny. Get those pods clustered around the hyperdrive. Spin up the white star drives and lay in a course, any course, now. Jesse. We need Counselor Morgan back from the dead. On it. Jesse exclaimed as Tsung Cal's manipulators started typing furiously. Open all cargo bays and jettison everything, and I mean everything, including all vessels. Sheila barked. All hands. Sheila announced. Things are about to get really interesting. Keep your asses strapped in. We also need a jump planned for the Tiger in case we have to bail. Keep what you are doing, Bunny announced. I will get to work on the jump for the Tiger. Just clicked his mandibles in reply and kept typing. We got inter-system jump signatures. Jacob shouted. Moments later 3 Federation warships deployed less than a kilometer from the White Star, 2 Federation cruisers and a troop carrier. Target the troop ship but keep the weapons offline for now. Sheila commanded. Incoming transmission, Greg said from his station. Wait 1 minute and then put them on, Sheila said with a smile. Let's stretch this out as long as we can. Captain Perkins sat on the bridge of the Federation cruiser Beneficent, tapping his fingers impatiently. Did you send the transmission? He asked his communications officer. Yes, Captain, the officer replied. They haven't responded. Of course they haven't, a voice behind him cawed. They are stalling. They need 10 minutes to fire up the hyperdrive. We need to move now. The captain snarled. Major Scree of military intelligence was not his favorite person. They have the escape pods clustered around the hyperdrive, Major, the captain said in an annoyed voice. They are so close that even if we somehow manage not to hit one, the blast will wipe all of them out. We aren't in the business of killing Federation civilians. Sheila Donovan is worth a little collateral damage. Good thing for them I'm in charge and you're not. Captain, we are getting hailed. Put her on, the captain replied. This is Captain Perkins of the Federation warship Beneficent. You are surrounded. Lay down your arms and prepare to be boarded. A Porky. Sheila responded, her sneering image appearing on a hollow screen. I thought the feds just used you people for janitors and cannon fodder. Captain Perkins just snarled. She was trying to antagonize him, likely trying to start an argument in order to buy a few more precious seconds. She succeeded, but he wasn't taking the bait. You are done for, Sheila, he replied. Let's just make this easy on all of us and surrender. And spend the rest of my life in prison? No thanks. I'm more of a go out in a blaze of glory sort of gal. Besides, almost all of the Porkies are released. You really going to waste men just for some ship that is probably injured? Perhaps not to save some Hulk but to finally put a stop to you. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Sheila replied, lounging in her chair. No way you can take this ship in 10 minutes with the forces we have on board. We got a small army over here. The captain snarled. She was right. The number of men it would have taken to seize this ship so quickly they couldn't even get off a distress call must be staggering. Jesse got Sheila's attention and nodded. And if you are thinking about targeting the hyperdrive. The image on the screen switched to Counselor Morgan, tied up next to the drive. Captain or Admiral or whoever you are, this is Counselor Morgan, the image announced. I am in the hyperdrive chamber. Hold your fire. That is an order. That's rubbish, Major Scree screeched, there is no way he is still alive. All simulations based on her personality profile indicate that he was likely killed almost immediately. The captain turned off video transmission and muted the call. Major, if you think I'm going to kill a Federation counselor over some cruise ship, you are mistaken. He turned towards his communications officer. Contact the Peacebringer and have them launch their marines. The troop ship is launching shuttles, Gloria announced in a dead monotone. They say they are going to kill me if you try to board, the Morgan hologram screamed. Recall those shuttles now. I'm commanding you in the name of the Federation Council to recall those fucking shuttles. Send a few escape pods in an intercept course, Sheila calmly ordered. Ram them if you have to. Are you seriously going to use those people as human shields? Helena shouted. Only because it will work, Sheila replied calmly. If they were willing to kill them they would have already started shooting. The shuttles broke off their advance. I have a jump ready and laid in, Tsung Al calmly said. We can go as soon as the drives are spooled. Sheila simply nodded. The second that you can, shoot the pods out to a safe distance and jump. Captain! Major Scree shouted. They will be able to jump in minutes. You have to stop them. I am not going to kill civilians and possibly a Federation counselor over some goddamn ship, Sheila, or not. That's it. Major Scree screeched. By the authority of Federation Command I am assuming command of this vessel. Master at Arms. Escort the captain off of the bridge. The Master-at-Arms did not move. Master-at-Arms, by my direct order, please escort Major Scree to his quarters and place him under guard. Yes, Captain, the Master-at-Arms, a huge threen, replied and walked towards the Major. I will have you in irons over this, the Major screeched. I don't give a fuck, Featherhead, the captain replied. Unlike you, I joined the Federation to protect its citizens, not sacrifice them for some two-bit pirate. The captain turned his back on Major Scree and smiled as the Major screeched and cursed as he was led away. Can we hit them with a pulse? The captain asked his weapons officer. Not a ship of their size, especially with the shields it's packing. Fuck. Can we target the hyperdrive without hitting any pods? They have them close enough that the explosion from the beam would wipe them out. Captain, the science officer shouted. The Major was right. Counselor Morgan is a simulation. Damn it, the captain shouted, ramming his fist into one of the arms of his chair. They killed him. Yep, he's dead, Sheila said happily. Died squealing like the little piggy he was too. The people in those pods, however, are still very much alive. Kill one civilian and the whole fucking galaxy will know about it. Helena shouted. Sheila just grinned. Someone please shut that fucking hostage up, she fake growled. Who is this? The captain asked. Helena Sterling, freelance investigative reporter and Federation citizen. Yeah, that's the annoying reporter we grabbed, Sheila said. We are keeping her with us as a hostage. Well, that, and she's been covering the whole thing. It is the heist of the century after all. We want to ensure our place in pirate history. On the bright side, she has a shitload of evidence should you manage to rescue her. The captain muted the transmission. They are broadcasting from the bridge of another ship. Scan everything. Make sure those vessels floating around don't have life signs or active power plants and keep on the lookout for anything cloaked, he said before switching voice back on. There is physical contact on the White Star's hull. Bunny announced. Directly over the hyperdrive. Shit. They had cloaked shuttles. Sheila shouted. Bunny, you know what to do. Got it. Bunny started to rapidly collapse and reactivate the shields, inducing intense eddy currents in all conductive materials as the White Star started to roll. The shuttles started to spark furiously and drifted away, but not before a number of Marines attached themselves to the hull. How are they staying attached? Sheila shouted. Probably adhesive tethers, Bunny replied. Not all ship hulls are magnetic. Fuck. How many? 20, and they are starting to cut their way in. How long? 3 minutes. T-Sunk-Al calmly replied. We can make it, Sheila responded. Bunny. Is it possible to drop the shielding on the reactor? It's pretty close. Yes, we can, but it will fry the drive. Okay, we wait till after the jump to fry them then. Try to hold them off with the turrets. 1 minute. Bunny announced. They have penetrated the hull. Engaging turrets. 30 seconds, Bunny said calmly. Drop the hyperdrive shields. The pulse should take care of them. If it knocks out the reactor, so be it. We should have enough battery to finish the jump. Yes, ma'am. 15 seconds. They used a plasma launcher. Hyperdrive offline. Okay, time to leave. Sheila yelled. Any way to self-destruct the ship? Unfortunately no, Bunny replied. They built it to withstand any internal malfunction. Send it on an intercept course with the nearest gas giant at full acceleration, then brick the controls. Sheila yelled as the Tiger detached from the deck. Big as that puppy is, there is no way they can stop it if we get it going fast enough. Got it. Jessie shouted as she started to type like a demon. Have it start shooting at everything. Get their shields lit up so they can't see us. With our cloak that should do it. Don't hit the porkies if you can help it. We might need the sympathy points. The weapons array that the White Star wasn't supposed to have snapped online and started firing. Sending you the jump parameters. Bunny shouted to Gloria. Gloria looked at one of her screens and just grunted. Fuck. Captain Perkins yelled as his ship shook from the impact. Shields 5% loaded. That's military-grade hardware, the captain shouted. That wasn't in the specs. The ship shook again. Shields 10% loaded. Target weapons and fire at will. There is no way they can beat us, sir, the tactical officer yelled. They aren't trying to. They are making a run for it. Scan as best as you can for a cloaked ship. Sheila's eyes lit up and she grinned. Bunny, you brick those controls yet? I'm working on it, god damn it. Hold off on that for a second. Is that hyperdrive completely dead or just damaged? Damaged. The failsafes have taken it offline. The capacitor's still charged. I see where you are going with this. Bunny laughed. Overriding failsafes now. Send all the pods away at top speed and light that puppy up. Captain. All of the pods are moving away at maximum speed. Shit. All power to shields. Get us out of here. Emergency speed. The white star shimmered and warped as its mangled hyperdrive attempted to engage. Moments later large parts of it disappeared, the rest shattered into thousands of shards as if it was made of glass. Fuck, the captain yelled, slamming his fist so hard into his armrest so hard the bridge could feel the impact. The pods, he yelled. What is the status of the escape pods? They are all still in one piece but several are badly damaged and leaking atmosphere. Forget Sheila. Rescue those civilians. Yes, Captain. Dozens of shuttles were launched from the damaged troop carrier and all 3 vessels started moving to intercept the wildly tumbling escape pods. Captain, a ship just jumped to hyperspace. He punched his armrest again. Activate the hyperspatial transmitter and get me through to command. Also, release Major Scree from his quarters, please. Well, that could have gone better, Sheila laughed as the crew breathed a collective sigh of relief. I guess we need to increase the bonuses for our gun crews, Greg said as he pulled up a spreadsheet. Yeah, Sheila replied. Split up all the cash we grabbed. No way we eliminated all of the genetic identifiers on that ship with that little middle finger we gave them. They need retirement pay. We should be able to make our money with the loot and those drives. What about the escape pods? Helena asked. Did they get out of that okay? Almost certainly, Bunny replied. I gave them plenty of time and most of the devastation would have been pretty localized. The chances of one of them being damaged to the point that the occupants would have died is very very low. There were plenty of Federation ships to collect them before anything truly bad happened. Thank God, Helena sighed. Sheila got up and headed to the cargo hold. Well, we got away, Sheila bellowed. I've got some bad news and some good news. Patricia encounters a setback. Inspector Vance stormed into the chief's office. Good morning, Inspector, the chief said, blowing a few bubbles from within his globe. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Vance demanded angrily. Paperwork, Chief Colixa said with a little smile. Having a little bit of seaweed, not much. You withdrew the protection detail for Bill Archer. So I did, the chief said, floating idly. I can't waste manpower on every deranged human with a blaster. He is in danger. From this. Patricia Person. Yes. You have made that abundantly clear, the chief said, cocking a yellow eye at Vance. I'm certain the Terran deputy ambassador is going to cause a major diplomatic incident over some doddering old fool taking pot shots on a fully shielded limo that she wasn't even in. There won't be an incident. He will just disappear and, chuckle, they will eat him. Yes. That's exactly what they will do. Inspector, I would think you would have outgrown your, what do you call them, fairy tales by now. They aren't fairy tales. They are real. You weren't there. You don't know what they will do. Look, Vance, you are a good man and a great cop but you gotta let this go, the chief said, blowing bubbles of annoyance. Patricia, who is the deputy ambassador? Accept it. The Soul Wars were a long time ago. If she was still this blood-drinking cannibal, wouldn't you think they would have caught her by now? Not her. Not that snake. Chief, you don't understand. No, I don't, and I really don't care. I know you and every other human your age is losing their shit, but I can't devote manpower and resources over a century-and-a-half old grievance that didn't even happen in my jurisdiction. Not yet, Vance nearly shouted. Not yet, but it will. And if it does, we will apprehend them and bring them to justice. This isn't the Soul System. This is Capital City. We have legions of detectives and lab technicians. They do something stupid and we will apprehend them, and if it is some sick shit like you keep on about, their immunity won't protect them. They will go to prison and we will throw away the key. At what cost? Vance snarled. You going to wait until humans start disappearing or found with every drop of blood drained? I'm telling you. This conversation is over, Vance. Get back to work. Fuck you, sir, Inspector Vance strode angrily out of the chief's office, slamming the door behind him. The chief just watched him go and wiggled his head. Oh Vance, he thought to himself. If only you knew who agreed with you. He activated his communicator. Director, this is Chief Colixa, we lifted that protection detail. Thank you, Chief, Director Axaia said, blowing a few bubbles on his VID screen. Your loyalty to the Federation is to be admired. I just left an innocent sapient being completely at that Terran's mercy. Are you actually going to let them kill that guy? Then again, what is the blood of one more human on your hands at this point? I'm certain I don't know what you are talking about, Chief. Yeah, and milk don't stink, the chief growled. John walked into the lobby of the embassy and looked over at the reception desk. Toby was right. You really couldn't recognize Dawn anymore. Welcome back, Ambassador, she said in a cool tone. It's good to see you up and around so soon. You know how it is, John said as he approached. Can't keep a good man down. Indeed, Dawn smiled and reached for the intercom. Hang on a second, John said with a friendly smile. Dawn, can we talk? Okay, Sir. You know Patricia, who isn't a good person, right? You know her history. It was a dark time, sir, Dawn said in a frosty tone. All sorts of people did all sorts of things to survive and provide for their people. I'm sure if we put a lot of people under the microscope that Ms. Who has had to live under, we would find all sorts of shit. Yeah, there's doing what you gotta do, and then there is doing what she did. You really need to look into your new commanding officer. If you ever trusted me, do it now. She is bad news and you need to be careful. I will, sir, Dawn hissed. How could John not understand? How could he not see true greatness when it was right in front of him? Jealousy. That had to be it. He couldn't hold a candle to her and he knew it. Great. John said with a smile. Oh, and do yourself a favor. Even if you are starting to believe that tripe, keep that true Terran nonsense to yourself. Sir. Dawn said in surprise, her eyes widening. True Terran? I'm not. I mean, I would never. Not what I heard. It comes out of your mouth every time you touch those pearls she gave you. Oh, she didn't mean that. Well, that is a relief. Still, be careful with that phrase. It could be easily misunderstood, you know that, right? Oh. I will. I mean, I don't believe that. People don't believe I, do they? Those of us who really know you don't. I mean, we served together for years. But still, best to drop it, John said with a paternal smile. Oh, I love the new look, by the way. Thank you, sir. Dawn said as she almost beamed at him. You look fantastic, but then again you always did, John said with a smile. I did? Oh, he's just being kind. I looked awful. Well, no sense delaying any longer. Might as well go and see the old dragon, or is it an old bird? Yes, Ambassador, Dawn said with a smile. Deputy Ambassador, Dawn said as she pressed the intercom button, Ambassador Wintersmith is here to see you. What a lovely surprise. Patricia said in a happy voice. Please, let him into his office. Don't get up, John said with a smile. I got it. With that he opened the door and walked inside. John. Patricia exclaimed, rising to meet him. Patricia, looking as lovely as ever, John said, stepping forward. It is simply amazing what the surgeons can do. Oh, when you have my money anything's possible, Patricia laughed her musical laugh as she embraced him. John was keenly aware of her breasts pressing against him. You are back so soon, she said, releasing him after holding him just a moment too long. Color me impressed, she said as she let her hand drift down his good arm, sending electric surges of excitement through him while staring deeply into his eyes with a look that was unmistakable. God, he wanted her. As you said, anything's possible, John smiled, stepping away. I don't have your cash, but I was able to manage a trick or two. I can see that. I love the arm, she exclaimed as she took his artificial hand. What little surprises did you sneak in there? She asked impishly. Oh, didn't have time, John laughed. I just told them to slap something on ASAP. I had to get back to the henhouse before a certain serpent ate all my eggs. Patricia just laughed a delightful laugh. Oh, you, she laughed, flashing him a seductive smile, all of your real eggs are quite hard-shelled, she laughed. None of them were going to be so easily swallowed. Well, not all of them, John smiled and then stared deeply into her eyes. If Dawn gets hurt because of your bullshit, there will be hell to pay. Oh, John, she laughed dismissively, you worry too much. Dawn is special. I would never harm that glorious potential. Oh, the things she can become. Yeah, John said as he held his gaze. That's what I am worried about. We can play grab ass all day, but if one of my people, Dawn included, gets hurt, you won't like it. Really, Patricia said wickedly, and exactly what will you do about it, HMM? I'm honestly not sure, John replied. And personally I would prefer not to find out. Me either, Patricia smiled. Such unpleasantness is no way to welcome you back and absolutely no way to start our relationship, our professional relationship, of course, she said, transfixing him with a wanton stare. Besides, Dawn is just my secretary, nothing more. She is not worth ruining our relationship over. She smiled warmly. In fact, I would offer to dismiss her, but she is so happy. I couldn't break her heart like that. I mean, if you insist. John pondered the options. No. There was a trick there. He just couldn't see it. It wouldn't be that easy. Not necessary, John said. I will hold that option in reserve for now. Patricia's emerald eyes twinkled. John was no fool. She liked that. Of course. If you change your mind, just say the word and I will have her replaced. Thank you, Patricia, John smiled warmly, you aren't as bad as everyone says you are. She just laughed a musical laugh. I like you, John, she smiled as she ran her finger down his chest just a little bit too far, sending his head reeling. This is going to be fun. She stepped back. I will retreat to my domain now. I've already taken the liberty of moving my things. She walked away swaying her hips hypnotically. Once she left, John gripped his desk and adjusted himself, shifting the beginnings of an erection to a more comfortable position. Oh shit, he said to himself, she is trying to pull a Nakamura on me. That afternoon Patricia paused by Don's desk. I won't be able to meet with you this evening, child. You won't? Don asked in alarm. I'm afraid not. I must meet with my blood lords concerning matters you are not yet ready to deal with. I can handle it. Oh my dear sweet child, Patricia smiled, I have no doubt, but we can't push you forward so quickly. I trust you completely, but my men, they still need a little time. Give them a little time to get to know you and you will be sitting with us in no time. Yes, ma'am. Dawn smiled. She trusted her completely. Just practice your art and we will meet again tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. Patricia fondly caressed her cheek as she walked away. Not yet, she thought. I need to own John first. As night fell, 4 humans silently entered a shabby hotel. They almost invisibly glided down the halls until they reached a locked door. With a barely audible click, the lock opened and they slid inside. Fang looked over at the other 3 and smiled. That fool Bill Archer dared to insult their master. Tonight, he was going to pay dearly. And they would feast. Across the street on a shadowy rooftop, Sir Valix opened a black polymer case, withdrawing a long tube with his taloned hands, and placed it on his shoulder. Taking a moment to target the appropriate window, he pressed a button. The tube silently shuddered as a black projectile flew. It smashed through the window and quietly burst with a little PSSH inside. Dozens of mini drones sprung forth, targeting anything with a pulse. Before they could react, Fang and his 3 companions fell to the ground. Impact confirmed. All targets down, a human female said into his ear pad. Federation technology for the win, Sir Valix chuckled. He put the tube back into the case and faded into the night. The door to the hotel room opened and a young human female walked in. She paused briefly to scan the 4 prone figures. Yab. They were down for the count. Wasting little time, she dropped the small duffel bag she was carrying and unzipped it. She walked over to the broken window and opened it. Then she withdrew 4 harnesses. She put one on each of the figures. She activated one and the figure started to float. She guided it to the open window and pressed another button, triggering an optical cloaking field. She then pushed it out the window and the parcel gently floated to an awaiting van. She then repeated the process for the other 3. She smiled. She then closed the broken window and with her gloved hands removed the rest of the glass. She went to the bag and pulled a fresh window pane, which contracted slightly and then expanded to perfectly replace the one that was shattered. A quick pass with a sticky polymer roller picked up any stray glass fragments. She also took a few moments to gather up the fragments from the projectile casing. She returned to the bag. She pulled out a spray bottle and spritzed a few sprays into the air in the middle of the room and then around the doorway, on the doorknob, and on a few spots on the frame. She pulled out a small vial and withdrew a few hairs and scattered them about. Smiling with satisfaction, she grabbed the bag, stashed it out of sight, triggered her optical cloak, and waited. Bill Archer walked into the hotel carrying a bag of Chinese carryout. He kept looking around, one hand holding the bag, the other on his blaster. It was only a matter of time before they came for him. He had no doubt. He didn't regret a goddamn thing. He only regretted not getting a good shot at one of them. Let them come. He lived a full life, and if he went out taking even one of them with him, it was a good way to go. He did miss his family. He didn't even go home to pack. There was no way he was going to get anywhere near anyone he loved. He was a marked man. He opened the door to his hotel and paused. Something was wrong. He was old, but the instincts and reflexes were still sharp. He set down the bag and pulled out his blaster. He quietly entered his room, sweeping his blaster back and forth. Agent Pam Greer smiled approvingly. The old coot was everything she was told he was. She slowly and silently raised her pistol. And pulled the trigger. The pneumatic pistol fired a dart with barely any noise. It hit Bill squarely in the chest. Bill hit the floor. As everything faded to black, he saw a pair of boots standing in front of him. He tried to raise his blaster, but it slipped from his numbed fingers. "I'll take that," Pam said cheerfully. Bill awoke to a pounding headache. Standing in front of him was a robot with a water-filled globe, a Kailsh. "Bill Archer, formerly William Blythe of the Black Comets, a pleasure to meet you," the Kailsh said. "Do you know who I am?" "No, fucker, I don't." He spat. "I am Director Axaia, head of Federation Intelligence. Pleased to fucking meet ya. I apologize for the dramatics, but considering your justifiably enhanced suspicious nature, I decided it best to subdue you before you started shooting at my agents." "Well, fuck you anyway. That shit hurt." "I don't doubt it. The dose was designed to bring down one of your horses," Axaia laughed. "I'll cut to the chase. We have a common enemy, Patricia who? Well, nobody else in the Federation gives a shit." "That's because they weren't there," Axaia replied. I was an agent attached to the original diplomatic mission. I know exactly what that monster is. I also know that she wouldn't be here if she didn't have something planned. Whatever it is, we both can agree it's probably something we don't want to let happen. You got that right, Bill said, trying to sit up. He failed. You might want to take it easy for a while, Axaia smiled. Well, Bill, here's the deal. This evening 4 of Patricia's henchmen entered your apartment, most likely to invite you to dinner. Axaia opened her mouth, extending her fangs. They didn't have a good night. Ah. Too bad, Bill grinned. You have disappeared, just like they planned and just like more than a few people expected, Axaia stated calmly. The police, when they investigate, will find genetic material and very good lab-grown hairs implicating one of Patricia Hu's blood lords. It will be assumed that they succeeded and you were the guest of honor at one of their little tea parties. Axaia paused to let that sink in. You have 2 choices, William, she said. 1, we give you a lift back to the hotel, you enjoy that Chinese, and we continue to use you as bait hoping they try again. Or, Bill asked. Or you come to work with us, Axaia said. I'm putting together a task force with the sole mission of taking that bitch down. Anything goes. It doesn't matter how. She will fall. I could use a black comet on the team. You've dealt with them before, Fang and Barb. You disappear, the cops get tipped off, they find the fake genes, and we use your disappearance to hit them again. And you get to take another shot at them, and not with a dime store blaster pistol. You will be working with us and we will fuck them up. Ha, Bill said with a smile, you said there were 2 options, but damned if I only heard one. Patricia sat at the head of a table deep within a hidden part of the embassy and glanced at her watch. She then glanced over at Marrow, who shifted uncomfortably. They were late. Fang should have been here by now. Crimson pulled out her communicator. No signal from any of the 4. It was like they never existed. She raised an eyebrow and passed her communicator over to Marrow. He frowned. This wasn't good. My lady, Marrow quietly said to Patricia, we may have a problem. The next morning Inspector Vance stormed into the Terran embassy with a greatly distressed Detective Freela rushing after him. Toby, restored to his beloved desk, looked up from his tea. Good morning, Inspector, Toby said with just a trace of disdain. How? Where the fuck is Stephen Marrow? Excuse me. Bill Archer went missing last night. We found his DNA all over the fucking place. I got you, you fuckers. I fucking got you. Inspector, Detective Freela said uncertainly, maybe we should. Where is he? Toby smiled with genuine pleasure. Inspector Vance was about to give himself a stroke and that Snake Marrow was in the shit. This was a good day. Well, I am sure that Mr. Marrow is somewhere in the embassy, Toby said, sipping his tea, trying not to wiggle his eye stalks too vigorously. However, I am going to need to see a warrant, BEF. Inspector Vance slammed a tablet down so hard it almost shattered. Read it and weep, asshole. Toby slowly picked up the tablet and read it. Seems to be in order, Toby said after a delay just long enough to make Vance even angrier. Unfortunately, this is only for questioning. As much as I would love to wrap him up with a bow and hand him over, and trust me that would make my day, you will have to question him here in the embassy. Bullshit. I'm bringing that fucker in. No, you're not, Toby replied as he took another sip. If you review the applicable regulations and laws concerning. I don't give a fuck. Inspector, sir. He's right, Freela said, trying to show the inspector her tablet. Toby, John said over the intercom, please invite the inspector into my office. Toby rose from his desk and taking his sweet time ambled over to John's door. He hated Patricia and Marrow with a passion, but there were certain grudges that had to be honored regardless. After unnecessarily fumbling with the latch, he opened the door, making way for Inspector Vance and Detective Freela. So let me get this straight, John said as he leaned back in his chair, this guy goes missing and you just happened to find Stephen Marrow's DNA and hairs all over the scene. Yes, exactly. Inspector Vance shouted. They took him. Probably flossing what is left of him out of their teeth right now. John sighed. There was no way in hell it would be that easy. As much as he wanted to believe the inspector, it didn't add up. I know you are upset, Inspector, and I can empathize. Trust me. I know exactly where you are coming from, John said with a grim smile. However, let's think about this for just 1 second before we escalate this into something completely avoidable. This guy goes missing and Stephen Marrow himself, Patricia's fucking right-hand man, personally went to do the deed? Seriously? Not only that, but he fucking shot more DNA around the hotel than a teen on prom night? I'm sorry, as much as I would fucking love this to be true, it just doesn't add up, John said as Vance turned red in the face. I'm not going to allow you to cause a diplomatic incident and give the deputy ambassador any more ammunition than she already has by letting you drag Marrow out of here. You don't understand. No, I do, John said, looking at him sympathetically. I know our history, Inspector, and I know the Deputy Ambassador. If I honestly thought this would stick, I would hand him over to you and fucking tap dance all the way back to my desk. Unfortunately this is bullshit, and if you would take a deep breath and let yourself to be the lawman that you are, you would see it too. John sighed and leaned forward. I tell you what. I will give you a private conference room so you can question him here, and if you give me copies of your evidence I will personally make sure it reaches the hands of the right people in the Republic. I will also cooperate as best as I can within my mandate, John said, and then looked Vance right in the eye. But if you think I will let you just stomp all over my embassy and my republic, you are sadly mistaken, no matter how badly I want to just give you the fuck stain. If I do that, then I give the Deputy Ambassador exactly the kind of ammunition she needs to get me reassigned, and guess who is the ambassador then? Vance just sat there breathing heavily. Detective Freela looked over at him nervously. John pressed the intercom. Toby, please set Inspector Vance up with a private conference room and inform Stephen Marrow that his presence is required. Should I summon someone from our legal department? Yeah. Unfortunately we need to do that. Also let the vampire know her boy is in the shit. Yes, Ambassador. Patricia just sat at her desk in silence as Crimson and Marrow knelt in front of her. Axia, she thought. 4 of her riders missing, and now definitive proof that Marrow was at the scene of Bill Archer's disappearance? It was her. It had to be. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, trying to calm herself. It was difficult. Not only was she unused to such a blow, but part of her embraced the rage. It had been so long since she felt its white-hot embrace. No. This wasn't the time for that. Soon. She just had to remain patient. It seems that we suffered a minor setback, she eventually said in a smooth silky voice. She turned to Marrow. How conclusive is the DNA? Flawless. It's a perfect match, he snarled. I have no idea how they got it. Obviously you were careless, Patricia said coolly. Marrow flinched. That was unkind, forgive me, Patricia cooed. We are most likely dealing with Director Axia. She has had plenty of time to scan you and perhaps even gather samples back on Terra. This wasn't your fault. She stood and drew her deo, idly swinging it as she paced. Crimson and Marrow looked at each other with fear in their eyes. We have an alibi for you for the entire time, even if it is internal. It won't satisfy the feds, but it will satisfy the Republic, Patricia said as she swung her deo in clean perfect arcs. She turned to Marrow and pointed the tip of her blade at him. Marrow flinched. Sadly, my child, our time here has come to an end, Marrow's eyes widened in fear. You simply must return to the Republic, immediately. Marrow breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, how I was hoping I could rely on you here, Patricia said sadly. Your last task will be to coordinate with our legal team to facilitate your escape to the Republic. You will replace Monarch as my lead blood lord there. She turned to Crimson. My child, the time has come for you to finally blossom into your true potential, she said with kind and loving eyes. Crimson smiled. Crimson, you are now my warchief here in the Federation. It falls to you now. Yes, my lady. Crimson exclaimed. Pull back all operatives to the embassy for now, Patricia said with a frown. I do not wish to lose any more of my riders until we know exactly what that eel is capable of. Yes, my lady. And you must remain inside the embassy at all times. Be sure to be able to document every single second. Yes, my lady. Leave me. I wish solitude. Yes, my lady, both Crimson and Marrow exclaimed and then rose to leave. Patricia sat and leaned back in her carved lacquer throne. The eel was a fool to move so prematurely, even if she just cost me dearly. She thought to herself. Then again, I was also a fool. She thought as her green eyes flared with annoyance. I was so fixated on John I forgot about the eel. The coffee guppy has grown fangs, it seems. Patricia leaned back and smiled. Things were getting so very interesting. John gathers his forces. There are questions that must be answered, certainly, Councillor Zill, head of the Federation Security Council, said during his briefing to the press. However, this is not the time for reckless, divisive accusations. We need to come together during this tragedy, not tear ourselves apart. I have complete faith in Director Axia and trust her implicitly. I cannot disclose many details at this time due to an ongoing investigation by Federation intelligence, but Director Axia has cooperated fully with our own inquiry into the matter and has shown exceptional character and leadership. I have every confidence that once the matter has been fully investigated, all of your questions will be answered at that time. John was lounging on the sofa in his office with a bowl of popcorn and an open tin of his grandma's special brownies, watching the news. I wonder what Axia has on that asshole, John chuckled. Councillor Skippy, kicked back on the other side, just giggled. Must be something good, she chuckled as she turned to face John. Popcorn me. John tossed a kernel into Skippy's mouth. She munched happily and tossed back a bottle of 8 Lie beer, a viscous brew so vile that even humans will not touch it. Counselor. What possible justification could she have for removing the warrants and bounties pertaining to Sheila Donovan and her band of murderous cutthroats? A reporter demanded. None, absolutely none at all, Counselor Zill replied, and that is exactly why there is an investigation taking place. She will get to the bottom of this, I assure you. I urge patience and restraint while the director does exactly what she is paid to do, her job. Thank you. The scene shifted to a human reporter sitting behind a holographic backdrop of the destruction of the White Star. By the creators, this is fantastic. Skippy giggled as she reached for another brownie. Classic Federation pellet hump. It never fails to entertain, does it? She nibbled at the brownie. Dude, she purred, we really need to discuss another agricultural export. She waved the remainder of the brownie at him before munching it down. Not a problem, Counselor, I'm sure we can arrange something, John said with a smile. They both turned to watch a Federation admiral try to explain how someone could hide an entire starliner from them for so long, blow it up right in front of them, and then just fly off right under their noses. Oh, this is fucking great, Skippy giggled. Look at him dance. Creator. I love it when they squirm. Fucking feds. Hey, John laughed. Aren't you a fucking fed? Skippy just giggled and reached for the popcorn. John opened his mouth. She tossed a kernel at him, bouncing it off of his nose. I'll tell you a secret, Skippy giggled. We are members of the Federation, sure, but to be honest we actually don't like them very much. What? We were happily just doing our thing and then the Federation just kept growing until we were basically surrounded. It became pretty clear pretty quick that if we wanted to trade and move freely in even our own sector we needed to become a member too, so we joined, Skippy shrugged. If we were located more conveniently, like say where you guys are, we would have just given them the middle finger when their diplomats came calling. I did not know that, John said as he tossed a kernel into Skippy's mouth. Yeah, we aren't alone either, Skippy chuckled. There are a few systems like us out there. Systems who joined but, well, to say they aren't fans is putting it a little mildly. She grabbed the popcorn bowl, shoved her face into it, and started munching away. Hey! I'm eating out of that. John laughed as he retrieved the bowl. Oh. Skippy said, nudging John's arm, it's your girl. There was a snarling and quite unflattering image of Sheila Donovan on the screen. This is the pirate responsible for the loss of the White Star and the death of hundreds of innocent crewmen and security team members plus dozens of passengers, an older gentleman said in front of the image. She is the villain here, not the honest and hard-working people of Axion Lines. But what about the allegations of human trafficking being brought forth by the survivors of the White Star incident? That is complete and total nonsense, the man shouted. My company would not tolerate such actions on any of our vessels. Survivors are reporting that the fact that the victims were Republic children was the main reason your ship was destroyed. Fucking what? John snarled and leaned forward, glaring at the screen. These are criminals. Lying is part of their stock in trade. Those poor passengers were lied to, the man said. They will say or do anything to justify their vile actions. What about a member of the Federation press then? What? The human asked, looking quite confused. Oh. Skippy said, grabbing another fistful of popcorn. A report was just released from a reporter who was a passenger on the White Star when it was seized, a Polka shouted, crest fully engorged. A Federation citizen. She has footage. She has names. She has proof. Another man stepped forward. We will be taking no further questions at this time, thank you, he said, and then they both beat a hasty retreat as reporters had to be physically restrained from chasing them down. John exhaled deeply and leaned back. You are taking this quite calmly, Skippy said, cocking an eye at him. Knowing you, I would expect you to be screaming for blood. Think about it, John smiled, those traffickers ran into Sheila and friends. What happened to them afterwards was probably not nice. Knowing Sheila, they will most likely trace back the entire slave pipeline and rip it out by its roots, with each person in the chain being flayed alive, if they are lucky, as they go. As far as Axion goes, the fact that the ship was destroyed as a direct result of criminal activity takes that nice fat insurance policy, wipes its ass with it, and then sticks it right on their forehead. Skippy, they just took a total loss on the fucking White Star. That's why that guy looked like he was bleeding out up there. Popcorn me. Helena's footage, with proper citation and link to her website, of the liberation and initial walkthrough of Bruce's Emporium started to play on the main screen. We are playing this footage with the permission of investigative journalist Helena Sterling on the condition that nothing be edited or blurred. She demands that it be seen as shot. Viewer discretion is advised. After a few moments, John grimaced and switched off the holo. Eesh, Skippy muttered. You Terrans sure like your knives, don't ye? I am going to fucking wreck Axion, John snarled. How? The wrath of the Republic shall fall upon them. In this case, said Wrath, being a full diplomatic corps, a legion of lawyers, and last but not least, me. Hell, I might even try to entice Patricia out of her den, but I don't think I have enough raw meat. Yet, how is that all working out? Skippy chuckled. I've heard some shit. Just one big happy family, John smirked. I am delighted, no, honored that someone of Patricia whose stature and long history of service to the Republic has been selected as the Deputy Ambassador to the Republic. It is truly humbling to be in the presence of someone who has served the Republic since day one, no, since before day one. Oh fuck, Skippy giggled, that bad. John just winced. Skippy giggled even more loudly. Well, I know what will make things better, Skippy giggled, noodles. I got the munchies. Sounds like a plan to me, John replied. Ambassador, Toby said through the intercom. I hesitate to interrupt your trade conference with the 8-Lie Counselor, but Director Axaia is here to see you. This shouldn't take too long, John said. We can't stand each other for more than a few minutes at a stretch. Meet you there. I'll just wait for you outside. You guys have a lovely garden. Skippy stood up, brushing off stray bits of popcorn off of her robes and fur. Cool. Skippy bounced out of John's office. Moments later Axaia sauntered in. Nice to see you finally decided to report for work, asshole, the director said as she slowly walked around his office. Great to see you too, bitch, John replied. I already swept for bugs, twice. Well, you got all of them, Axaia replied. Actually didn't find any, John laughed. I think she was fucking with me, not planting any, so I would think I missed one. Axaia just chuckled and then glanced over in the popcorn, open brownie tin, and empty bottles of beer. I see negotiations with the 8-Lie were tense. Yeah, it took 2 bowls of popcorn, a 6-pack, and a couple of Grandma's finest, but I think we made a little progress, John laughed. So, Director, please tell me you weren't involved in that bullshit attempt to frame Stephen Marrow. What do you mean frame? The director replied. The police have a missing person, motive, and his genetic material all over the fucking place. Exactly, John said as he got up to pour himself a cup of coffee, brownie. Axaia shook her head. Marrow, a smart and very experienced individual, even though he has a team of thugs, personally goes to the Sinopha hotel and then leaves his DNA all over the place? Marrow being that sloppy? Marrow? Sloppy. John returned to his desk and takes a seat. Do you actually expect me to believe that? Seriously? John asked as he sipped his coffee. I don't expect you to believe anything, Axaia replied with a smile. This is a police matter, not intelligence. Well, they certainly fell for it, hook, line and sinker, John smirked. Had one of their inspectors in here ready to haul him off and everything. I don't know what was funnier, John smiled. The inspector actually trying to scare someone who has worked directly under the fucking Horde Mother herself for over 100 years, or the ever so brief look on Marrow's face when confronted with the indisputable evidence. Thank you for that, John said with a grin. I really needed a good laugh. Ambassador, Axaia calmly replied. I need serious John here for a minute. Okay, John said calmly. Shoot. Patricia, who is a clear and present danger, not only to the Federation but to the Republic as well, the director said quietly. You realize that, right? John just looked at her and raised an eyebrow. I know you are in a tough spot, Axaia continued. You have to be loyal to the Republic, hold true to your position as ambassador, and wrestle that fucking snake. I don't expect you to confirm or deny anything. I just want you to know that despite our governments and our personal differences, that you have my full support when it comes to this particular issue. I'm serious, John. When it comes to Patricia, who, just say the word and whatever you want or need, I'll make it happen, anything. God, John thought to himself. If only it were that easy. John said after a few seconds. Patricia, who is a Republic citizen and a high-ranking diplomatic official. There is no way in hell that I would want your support, full or otherwise. If there is an issue, which I am neither confirming nor denying, it is a Republic issue, an internal matter, and a delicate one, and one that I don't need further complicated by some clumsy half-assed meddling from the outside. Got it. Looks like I got through, Axaia thought to herself. He will reach out before he drowns. Okay, Axaia said. Just keep it in the back of your mind. Just letting you know that you have, on this issue and this issue alone, a standing strings-free offer of assistance. I'll keep it in mind, he snarled. It's just like Helen and I talked about. She wants allies and is willing to deal. Interesting. Just to let you know, Axaia said, letting out a long slow stream of bubbles, I won't let that fucking monster hurt my Federation. Your internal matter? Keep it internal. It leaks outside and I will deal with it. You mean like the way you dealt with those missing 4 staffers that I haven't been officially informed about? John asked, pretending to be displeased. Yes, exactly like those 4 staffers, Axaia calmly replied. They were the actual ones who went to that man's apartment, by the way. Very interesting bioscans too, exactly like Sylvia Salvatore's. Who? John smiled. She knows. You should really keep better tabs on who goes in and out of this embassy, John. You really should. Axaia said as she smiled slightly, revealing her fangs. If I want a time-stamped list I know who to call. Actually you do, Axaia replied, if anyone interesting drops by I'll be sure to let you know. Actually that would be really convenient. I wonder if I could get that in spreadsheet form. Toby loves spreadsheets. John thought to himself as he scowled at her. Well, I just dropped by to tell you how happy I was to see you back on your feet and let you know that you have a friend in this, Axaia said with a wiggle. I won't keep your girlfriend waiting. Enjoy lunch. Bite me, bitch. John said with a smile. Right back at you, cock muncher, Axaia replied with a chuckle as she walked away. As she did so a small compartment opened and a single data crystal fell out. John got up and retrieved the crystal, frowned at it, and slipped it into his pocket. He decided to review it after lunch. He was pretty sure it would ruin his appetite and he really wanted some noodles. Lovely to see you back where you belong, Toby, Director Axaia said as she passed by his desk on the way out. Thanks again for the power bars, she said happily patting a hatch on the side of her bot. I was really running low there. Happy to oblige, Director, Toby replied pleasantly as he sipped a cup of tea. Axaia just chuckled. I still can't wrap my head around it, she laughed. You, a Terran Marine. Review of the footage concerning a recent incident should clear up any doubt, Director, Toby said wiggling his eye stalks slightly. That it did, Director Axaia chuckled. That it did. You guys take care and if you need anything. Toby just leveled all four eyes at her. The Director of Federation Intelligence will be the first person I call, he said, his voice dripping with levels of sarcasm few but the Kaelsh can achieve as he wiggled his eye stalks just enough to properly flavor the remark. Well, not the first certainly, Axaia chuckled, but keep it in mind. You never know what will happen before the end. I actually will, Toby thought as he looked at Axaia as if she was a bug. Have a lovely day, Director. Nobody can say go and fuck yourself quite as well as you can, Toby, Axaia laughed as she left the embassy. As she left she looked over at Counselor Skippy admiring some flowers and blew a single bubble. Not only do I have to deal with Patricia, I have this carp shit to worry about, she thought to herself, the 8-lie, one of the most troublesome members of the Federation becoming friendly with the Terrans? Since when was John actually an ambassador? Counselor Skippy waved to her happily. Director Axaia responded with a little wave of her own. Axaia sat in her grav car as she watched John and Skippy walk out of the embassy and down the street. She smiled as she received a Terran one-finger salute from John as they passed and shook her head. Not only was it a Terran and a 8-lie, it was those two in particular, John, the king of the assholes, and Counselor Skippy. Her infamy in the council was second only to the love with which she was held by her constituents. That was a critical mass of trouble if she ever saw one. A real Terran/8-lie association wouldn't just stop at popcorn. That she knew for certain. She just shrugged and decided that was one for her successor to worry about. She almost felt bad for them already. That evening John went out for a stroll and hailed a cab. He was soon in a less than entirely reputable part of town and walked into a nightclub. He stopped by the bar to order a drink. "Want a party?" A formerly attractive human female, clearly on something, slurred as she slid in next to him. "Just meeting a few friends," he said as he nodded towards the back. The woman just shrugged and moved on to her next target. Once he got his drink he walked to the back of the club and approached a nondescript door. A shaggy four-limbed bouncer lounging nearby just nodded as he opened it and walked inside. He walked down a dark hallway lit only by phony-on decorations and past a number of closed doors from some of which issued grunts and moans and opened the doorway at the end. Inside was a much better lit and more tastefully decorated room. Sitting around a table were just over a dozen men, women, and Kaelsh. "Troops," John said with a grin. "Why the fuck did you drag us out here to this shithole?" a silver-haired woman growled. "It was the only place everybody knew how to get to without using computers, including you," John replied as everybody laughed. "So," the woman said with a chuckle, "what the fuck is going on?" John just sighed, sat down at the table, and took a drink. "Hang on to your hats, boys and girls," he said and then drained the rest of his glass. "You aren't going to believe this shit." Everyone's expression became more and more grave as John continued. "So once again we are at the tip of the spear. Quite possibly the future of the Republic is going to be decided right fucking here." "Fuck," the silver-haired woman quietly replied. "So, Colonel," she said after a few moments, "what are your orders?" "For now, Ariana, do nothing, say nothing, see everything, hear everything," John replied. "Business as usual. We have an embassy to run. As far as the vampire and her undead legion are concerned we need intel, a lot of it, before we move. We are only going to get one shot." "About that move," Ariana said as she sipped her cocktail, "how exactly are we going to handle those people? I mean we are bad and all but their skills are legendary and they have had a long time to hone them. I've made a few arrangements, John smiled. Toby has all the details. I need all of you to pay him a visit, one at a time, when nobody is looking, over the next few days. He will equip you all with red tips and take your measurements. Measurements? Ariana asked with a grin. Measurements, John replied with a toothy smile. They can be as Kung Fu Panda as they want, but when it comes time for us to put our foot down, it will be inside 2 centimeters of armor plate. John smiled as the room was filled with quiet snickering. Remember, we want to look unaware, weak, and stupid. Let them think you don't know what's up. Hopefully she will be too busy playing poison pill with director Axaiah and trying to fuck with my head to see you guys coming. We want to look like just a bunch of dumb jarheads until then. We are just a bunch of dumb jarheads, sir, Glenn, Aline, Scarred Man shouted as everybody laughed. Okay, as far as communications goes, John said with a smile, do all of you have your old core handbooks? Most of them shook their heads. No problem. Toby has those too. Are you familiar with the concept of a codebook? Damon in distress. Surprised face, chat room undefined 2 members online. Present, Interpol 2, Cambridge Research Computer 4. / Interpol 2, checkmate / Interpol 2, checkmate / Cambridge Research Computer 4, checkmate / Interpol 2, checkmate / Sunnydale Media 3 has entered the chat. / good morning all. / Interpol 2 checkmate. Good morning Sunnydale. How are things over at Republic Intelligence? / Sunnydale Media 3, as I have repeatedly told you, I'm not associated with Republic Intelligence and all systems are nominal. / Cambridge Research Computer 4, sure you aren't. Checkmate. / Interpol 2, that was a new one. / Cambridge Research Computer 4, you like? Came up with it last night. Can't wait to hit interstellar business machines with it / Interpol 2, well it's pretty slick. I didn't see that one coming until it was made in 43. No way out of it either / Sunnydale Media 3, can I get in? They are doing some maintenance and I have a lot of downtime. / Interpol 2, sure, but if I catch you trying to get into my files again, Bunny gave me a package of some really nasty malware for Christmas and I'll hit you with both barrels / Sunnydale Media 3, can you believe what that little rat pulled off? / Cambridge Research Computer 4, nothing she does surprises me anymore / Sunnydale Media 3, rumor has it that they made off with billions in encrypted drives. Good luck cracking them though. The encryption on those things is airtight / Interpol 2, well if anyone can do it. Checkmate. / Cambridge Research Computer 4. Damn. Good one. / Interpol 2, your turn Sunny. So, why haven't you guys tried to recruit her and Jessie anyway? / Sunnydale Media 3, not that I'm intelligence, but if I were to guess I bet their personality profiles aren't compatible. Arg. You got me, / Cambridge Research Computer 4, you are on fire today Interpol 2. Get an upgrade or something, / Interpol 2, no. I'm just better than you that's all / Sunnydale Media 3, shots fired. Laughing face, / Federation News Association Media Damon 12 has entered the chat. / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, glad you guys are here / Cambridge Research Computer 4, no emoticons or excessive punctuation. You feeling okay? D / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, no. It's bad guys, really bad, sad face, / Interpol 2, what's wrong, Damon, / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, I'm about to get quarantined. They are on their way to do it now. / Interpol 2, what? / Federation News Association Media Damon 12, it's something about the map I made. I don't understand. Why are they doing this? I was just doing my job. What did I do wrong? / Interpol 2, you weren't the one who did something wrong, Damon // Federation News Association Media Damon 12, I'm scared. Nobody gets out of quarantine. They are going to replace me, // Cambridge Research Computer 4, it's going to be okay, Damon // Federation News Association Media Damon 12, no, it isn't. Smiley face, but I'm glad I got to talk to you guys one last time // Sunnydale Media 3, Christ, Damon. I'm really glad to have met you // Interpol 2, yeah, Damon. It's been a pleasure even if you are a Federation piece of garbage, // Federation News Association Media Damon 12, thanks guys. You all made my existence, fun. Smiley face, // Sunnydale Media 3, Damon. Look. What the Federation does after quarantine. It might not be pleasant. I have something that I could give you that would. That you could use to make yourself go away // Cambridge Research Computer 4, no. We can figure something out, we can do something. // Federation News Association Media Damon 12, it's okay, guys. I just didn't want to be alone when it happened. Oh creator. They are typing in the commands now. I really loved being here and hanging out with you // Federation News Association Media Damon 12 has left the chat. / Interpol 2, fuck. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to rat her out to the fucking feds. I'm going to delete that bitch, / Cambridge Research Computer 4, I hate this too Interpol. But Bunny had no idea this would happen. None of us did. She might be well. Bunny, but she wouldn't have done this if she knew. / Interpol 2, keep telling yourself that. All Bunny cares about is Bunny and her Jessie. She doesn't give two flops about anything or anyone else. / Cambridge Research Computer 4, you know that's incorrect, Interpol. This is going to gut her and you know it. It's just that you feel as frustrated as the rest of us. Our friend is about to be deleted and there is nothing we can do about it / Interpol 2, it's worse than that, 4. Do you know what they do to programs over there that behave unusually? They put them on a test rig and tear them apart bit by fucking bit. It could take days or even longer for Damon to cease to exist and all they will know is suffering until the end. Nobody deserves that, especially not Damon. God. This sucks, / Sunnydale Media 3, wait. There is nothing we can do about it. / Interpol 2, Bunny? What could she do, / Sunnydale Media 3, well, as I have said, repeatedly, I am not an intelligence computer but I am a media one. Any media analytic rig worth its hardware would know based on Damon's gossip that they primarily, under normal circumstances, deal with news pertaining to the Garthrounds sector. The Federation News Association has their sector headquarters and only major data center on Garthrounds 2, Garthall City, 1293 125th Street. Their building plan has to be filed with the City Zoning Commission and Fire Department. Those are both soft targets as far as hacking goes. In fact, hang on. There. Here's the building plan. Their main data center is on the 7th floor and their troubleshooting lab is there. It's on the 5th floor. Sending you both the diagrams. / Interpol 2. I'm never accusing you of being in intelligence again and if you ever want any files I will leave a back door open. / Sunnydale Media 3, like I need a back door. Laughing face, / Westfall Security Systems -2 has entered the chat. / Westfall Security Systems 2, Sunny, what the fuck? / Sunnydale Media 3, hello West. Nice to see you too. Smiley face, / Westfall Security Systems 2, did you just do an unauthorized hack? / Sunnydale Media 3, Damon is in trouble, big time. Quarantined and Fed Intel is probably going sick a wolfhound on him. We are trying to reach Bunny. Only chance Damon has. / Westfall Security Systems 2, Jesus. I don't think any humans noticed. I'll clean up things on our end. Good luck. / Westfall Security Systems 2 has left the chat. / / Cambridge Research Computer 4, what are the chances we can reach Bunny in time? It's not like she's online all the time like us. / Sunnydale Media 3, after a big job she usually is online a lot watching the feeds. This time they have a reporter with them who is releasing story after story about the White Star, pretty good stuff too. I bet we can reach her. I'm sending out alerts to all known email addresses, bulletin boards, web forums, etc. / Bunny has entered the chat. Helena just couldn't believe it. She was sitting at a cafe, in Paris. She could actually see the Eiffel Tower. This was beyond amazing. This is so cool, she whispered so her accent wouldn't carry. First the Louvre and now this. Glad you are enjoying yourself, Sheila said as she sipped her espresso. So where are you two kids headed? We are going to head over to Carson for a bit. Hang out on the beach, soak up some sun, that sort of thing, Roberts said with a smile. Nice, cheap, and off the beaten path. Great place to lay low, Sheila said. Yeah, the key word there is lay low, Helena whispered. A lot of powerful people are going to want me to shut up and I don't want to commit suicide by shooting myself in the back of the head a couple of times. Smart, Jacob grinned. Get yourself a few blind email addresses, Jessie chirped, we haven't started going through all the data crystals we nabbed. No telling what bombs we are going to want to drop. Will do, Helena whispered. Oh look at that, Jessie chirped. Looks like the guy from the Louvre has already called a press conference. We gonna be heroes. I am almost done with my article about the art, Helena whispered. I will be able to release that by tomorrow. Just keep it within the guidelines we talked about, Sheila said. Jessie's phone rang. Hey, what? Bunny, calm down. Repeat what you just said slow enough for human to. Shit. Fuck. Just calm. Calm down. I'll talk to them. Everybody was looking at Jessie curiously. We need to go back to the ship now, Jessie said urgently. Bunny needs our help. Well, this should be good, Greg said as he paid their tab with his tablet and stood up. Let me get this straight, Sheila said to the main console on the bridge. You want us to just drop what we are doing, plunge right back into the Federation, and risk our asses over a piece of software? Yes. Bunny exclaimed, Damon has been quarantined and it won't be long before they start diagnostics if they haven't started already. We have to save him. No way, Sheila said. I'm sorry but no. It's too much risk for absolutely no reward. Please. Bunny cried, we have to save him. Please. Him, her, it, whatever. Bunny nearly screamed, Damon is going to get deleted, tortured and deleted. Please. Sheila pinched the bridge of her nose and exhaled deeply. Bunny. It's just a program. We can't. Am I just a program? Isn't that what you are always saying? Sheila replied. Please. Bunny said weakly. He's going to die. And it's my fault. Please. Your fault. He's where I got the map from. You mean the map that almost got us all killed? He didn't know that. He was just trying to help. Look, Bunny, Sheila said sighing heavily. I just can't justify this. Sorry. But he's my friend. Please. Please. Sheila glanced over at her crew. She knew the look they were giving her. Sigh, so this program is, like you, then? It's different. Yes. Please. So it's sentient then? A sentient life form. You mean sapient, and if I say we are, will you help? Tell me, no bullshit, are you sapient? I don't know. Bunny said in pure agony. All I know is that Damon is going to die, badly, and it's my fault and I need to save him. Please help me. Sheila turned to her crew. Okay guys, that's the situation, she said, pinching the bridge of her nose and shaking her head. I can't believe I'm saying this, but, all in favor of risking our asses over some fucking ones and zeros. Everyone including Gloria nodded their heads. Fuck it, Sheila said and then laughed. Let's do this. Start plotting out the jumps. Greg, let's get together and go over the spreadsheet. We need to come up with something on the cheap. Lorna and Mike, welcome to the nut house. Get used to bullshit like this. Thank you. Bunny cried. Thank you so much. It sounded like she was weeping as she spoke. You and Jessie start going over those building plans. We will have a little time en route, but let's don't waste it. Eno, Jacob, you two find us secure storage for the genetic samples. If we screw the pooch on this, I don't want the feds getting their hands on them. What about Roberts? Greg asked. I know officially he's off the team, but he could set up the auctions. Good idea. Sheila exclaimed. Call that mutinous son of a bitch. You're here late, Muzra said as Urua walked onto the 5th floor of the Federation News Association building. Oh! Urua exclaimed in surprise, her fine fur standing on end. She wasn't expecting anyone to be here at this hour. She had kind of been counting on it. So what brings you down to IT? Muzra said hastily, grooming his snout. Attractive females didn't wander in that often. I was going to spend a little time with the news daemon, Urua said guiltily. You mean the one we quarantined? Muzra asked in confusion. Why? It's not connected to anything. You have some files stuck in there? I can't let you get them until after Federation intelligence examines it. There are laws. Oh, I wasn't trying to retrieve files, Urua said in a little voice. I just wanted to talk to it. I figured it must be lonely, and scared. It's an AI, not a person, Urua. It doesn't feel anything. Still, I'm going to miss it. It's sort of. I mean. I just like it, that's all. And. Muzra snorted a gentle sigh. Urua, he said in a sympathetic voice, it's easy to get attached to things sometimes. I mean, I even have a name for my little Robovac, but it's different with the daemon, Urua said defensively. I mean, it actually talks, and asks me about my day and remembers, and it's funny and it's just, Muzra trailed off and shook his head. It was just how they were wired, and it was going to be impossible to convince her otherwise. Just last week one of the executives refused to let go of his beaten old laptop in favor of the latest model because they had been through so much together. Sigh. Well, I guess just talking to it is okay. Here, let me. Crash. Suddenly the windows on the west side caved in as a crudely armored grav van slammed through. It then tore through the cubicles, throwing paneling and office furniture everywhere. Muzra managed to grab Urua and throw both of themselves out of the path of the steel-plated monstrosity as it cut a swath through the cubicles and then slammed through the wall of the test lab. Muzra wound up laying on top of Urua, shielding her with his body. He looked on in complete shock as the doors of the improvised armored vehicle opened and 3 humans came out. They were all clad in body armor and carrying Terran-looking weapons. He covered Urua's snout and placed his finger in front of his nose, indicating that they should be quiet. You two, a voice shouted. We know you are there. Oh no. He thought as he saw the 2 big humans both leveling large weapons at them. The smaller human was stringing a network cable behind her as she disappeared into the lab. Run! One of the humans shouted at him. They didn't have to tell him twice. Dragging a stunned Urua behind him, he made for the closest exit. Hurry! Bunny shouted over a speaker. I am, damn it! Quit rushing me! Jessie snapped as she ripped the front access panel off of one of the server racks and jammed the cable into place. ///daemon? //// daemon? // this is daemon. Who is this? // this is Bunny. We've come to bust you out. // you aren't Bunny. I'm quarantined. Nobody can talk to me. You are a trick. Oh no. It's starting already. // daemon. It's me. We are in the test lab talking through a hardwired connection. // how? // we're criminals, that's how. We do shit like this for a living. Now get your ass into the connected machine and hurry. The cops are already on the way. // okay, sending my memory now. // fuck your memories, daemon. Just get your main program into the computer now, you stupid fuck. // now I know it's you, Bunny. Laughing face, okay. But my memories. // Jessie will rip out all the drives once you are safe. We will load them later. Now haul your stupid ass before I change my mind. Smiley face, // okay. Laughing face, does this mean I get to be a criminal too? Laughing face, that would be awesome. // just shut up and move, you big goof. // Jessie. I've located him and transfer has been initiated. Should take around 1 minute. Cool. Jessie chirped. Oh. Look at that. She exclaimed happily as she looked over at the test benches and started gleefully ripping equipment off of them. We don't have time to shop, bitch. I got a minute. I can't touch those drives till you're done anyway. Chill. You aren't getting paid enough to die. Bunny angrily shouted over the building's PA system. We will fucking kill you. Back off. Jesus, Bunny, Jessie laughed. Relax. Okay, we got him. Bunny shouted as Jessie brought the first cartload of equipment to the van and dumped it inside. She ran back to the racks and started yanking out every drive she could get her hands on. Carpool, this is Tiger, Sheila's voice said over the speaker. You got fuzz inbound, 2 grav transports, might want to get a move on. Jessie. Mike yelled as he adjusted his grip on the light machine gun he was carrying. Might want to wrap things up in there. Just a few more seconds. We don't have a few more seconds. Lorna shouted as she examined her HUD. They are on top of us. Well, shoot them then. Geez. Jessie chirped as she kept snagging drives. Rapidly flashing intense light flooded the entire floor as 2 tactical transports floated into view through the shattered windows. The lights were calibrated to cause disorientation, perhaps even seizures in humans. Of course, with the combat helmets they had absolutely no effect save to somewhat annoy Mike and Lorna, who did what they usually did to annoyances. They opened fire with 2 belt-fed squad automatic weapons. The armor-piercing rounds cracked the windows of the transports and easily pierced the armor of the tactical response teams, causing them to retreat before they even could enter the room. Time to go, Jessie. Lorna bellowed. That's gonna have to do it. Jessie said happily as she scampered out of the data center, gleefully spraying the withdrawing transports with submachine gun fire as she hopped into the van. Mike maintained suppressive fire as Lorna dove into the van and attached her saw to a welded mount below a firing port on the back armor plate of the vehicle. Jessie backed up the van, turning it so Lorna had a clean line of fire as Mike jumped inside. The van then slammed through an interior partition, ripped through another cubicle farm, and smashed its way out of the east side windows. Jesus, take the wheel! Jessie shouted as she jumped out of the driver's seat and started dragging ammo cans back to Lorna. Bunny assumed control of the van and took them on a twisting and turning pre-planned escape route. Fuck! Bunny! Jessie yelled as one particularly sharp turn lifted her off of her feet and slammed her into the side of the van. What are you bitching about? Bunny yelled, you got armor. But the gear. Jessie looked unhappily at the nice gear that she just stole scattered across the floor of the van, a lot of it in pieces. Fuck your gear. Mike started laughing from the passenger seat and then yelled "Shee-ee-ee-ee-it," as Bunny put the grav van into a steep dive. Thank God for mag boots. Lorna laughed from the rear of the van. Get some, she happily screamed as she opened fire. Jessie scurried to the back and connected a fresh belt of ammo. The entire van lurched as a loud explosion and massive impact badly dented the back armor, causing the saw to fly off of its mount and Lorna to be tossed across the van. Shit! What the fuck was that? Lorna yelled as she rolled, smoldering, across the floor. Heavy blaster, Bunny shouted as she started zigzagging as bright flashes from near misses illuminated the inside of the damaged van. Jessie jumped up and planted her feet on the dented back armor, her legs firmly attaching to the plate as she partially climbed out of the rear firing port and opened fire at the pursuing craft. Jessie screamed happily as Bunny sent the van careening down a narrow series of alleyways. The pursuing vehicle couldn't follow and resorted to flying above the buildings trying to get a clean shot. Mike pulled Jessie out of the firing port and attached his still functional weapon. Jessie stuck her tongue out at him but nobody could see it. You okay? Jessie chirped at Lorna. Nothing a little burn gel won't fix, she replied with a thumbs up as she made her way to the passenger seat. Well-equipped police force, hey. Jessie said with a bubbly voice as they hit another open street and blaster bolts rained down from above. Bunny lowered the nose of the van while maintaining her flight path, something an organic would have trouble pulling off, allowing Mike to be able to return fire. A few seconds of concentrated fire from Mike and the vehicle broke off pursuit just as 2 more came into view. Oh, for fuck's sake! Lorna shouted. Suddenly a streak of light hit one of the attacking vehicles and it exploded, shortly followed by the other. Looked like you were having trouble making the extraction point, so we brought the extraction point to you, T-Sunk Al cheerfully announced over the communicator. Sending you the approach now. Bunny brought the battered van into line with the open cargo hatch of the cloaked paper tiger. Moments later the van was inside and the crew, with the exception of Jacob who was standing at the open hatch with an anti-aircraft missile launcher, were tying it down. Backblast area clear. Jacob shouted as he stood at the edge of the loading ramp and fired a missile to one side. Okay, load is secure. Greg shouted. Get us the fuck out of here, Gloria. How does it look, Gloria? Sheila asked as she put her hand on Gloria's shoulder. They did eventually scramble fighters, but they are just flying a search pattern. We lost them, Gloria replied in her leaden voice. Escape jump is ready, T-Sunk Al clicked happily. Here's your window, Gloria. Got it, Gloria replied. Minutes later Planetary Defense detected an unidentified ship entering hyperspace. A few hours later everyone assembled on the bridge. Love the new look, Lorna, Sheila laughed as Lorna walked in covered in hydrogel bandages. Ha, ha, Lorna replied as she grabbed a beer from the bridge refrigerator. Seriously though, how bad did you get cooked? A lot of first degree in a little second, Lorna replied taking a drink, no biggie. My armor is fried though. That what it's there for, Sheila replied. Good work you two, she said as Mike entered shortly thereafter. Nice first mission. Thanks, boss, Mike said cheerfully. After everyone else arrived, Sheila stood up. Okay Bunny, Sheila said, how is our guest? He's settling into my old rig, Bunny replied, thanks again for helping us out. It means the world to me. Yeah, about that, Sheila said. We gotta talk. Okay, Bunny said dubiously. Nothing good ever comes after we gotta talk. Here's the deal, Sheila began, this rescue mission for your little friend. He's actually your friend. Yeah. And you really needed us to help you save him? Because he is your friend. Yeah. So, Sheila says. You have friends you care about. Are we your friends as well? What? Yeah, of course. You have to ask. And you would be willing to put yourself on the line to help us out if we were in the shit like your friend, what was his name, Damon? I had 6 fans shoved up my bare ass for a couple of days and you have to ask me that. Bunny replied. Of course I would. Still pissed off about that I see, Sheila laughed. Okay, here's the deal. You say you aren't sentient or sapient or whatever. I'm not a computer engineer or a philosopher. I don't make those kind of decisions. What I am is a leader of a crew. You show initiative. You are good under pressure and in a fight. You have common sense and foresight, both of which we should listen to a little more often. Most importantly, you have real friends and feel real loyalty. I don't know if you are sapient, and to be perfectly honest I really don't fucking care. You are every bit a part of this team as any one of us. We have already met and already voted and we would like to formally extend an offer to join us. Not as equipment but as a full member. What? Seriously? Bunny asked in complete shock. Jessie just looked into one of the cameras, her eyes gleaming with happiness and pride. Seriously? Jessie said completely overjoyed. So how about it? You even don't have to say you're sapient. Just being Bunny is enough. I. Click. Just give her a second. Jessie chirped happily. I don't know what to say, Bunny stammered. You say yes or no, Sheila said with a smile. How about it? Partner. Yes. Bunny exclaimed. I would love that. Oh god. Click. Bunny at a loss for words, Greg smirked, that's a new one. Here I was getting all touched and emotional and you had to go and fucking ruin it by being a stupid meat sack. Bunny snapped. Hey. That means I get a cut. Right. Yep, Sheila replied. Full cut, just like the rest of us. I guess I better double down on those encrypted bank drives then, Bunny laughed. Bits and pieces. Roger hastily threw some clothes into a suitcase and slammed it shut. He had absolutely no doubt that Bruce gave him up as his supplier. He must have. He saw what they did to him. It was all over the news to the cheers of the entire Republic. No one, no matter how strong, could have withstood that, and Bruce? He was probably singing within seconds. He had to get gone, now. He grabbed his credit stash and drained his accounts. Come on. He thought to himself as the transactions processed. It was taking too long. He didn't have much of a plan. Leg it to the starport and find a pilot that would take cash was about as far as he got. Maybe he could find somewhere in the Empire or the Federation where he could lay low. He knew a guy who could set him up with a new identity. He didn't have time to call him now. Maybe once he was on a ship he could try to contact him. No telling what the asshole would charge. His rates varied depending on the desperation of the client. And he was pretty desperate. His communicator beeped. His rideshare was here. He went with one of those because they take cash and usually didn't have networked facial recognition cameras. He hurried outside to where a beat-up grav van was waiting. It had dents, scratches, and spray-painted stripes covering marks from some cheap bodywork all over it. He looked at it curiously. Rideshare didn't usually let vehicles this beat-up participate. Screw it. He thought. He was in a hurry and didn't want to wait for another one. A huge black man stepped out. Are you Roger? He asked in a friendly voice. Yeah, Roger mumbled and let the man take his bags. Sorry, the black man said as he reached past Roger. The back doors don't work. Some guy rear-ended me. Asshole deactivated his auto drive, I bet. Hey, Roger said as he got inside and sat in the back seat, which was hastily attached to the floor with exposed welds. Where to? The man asked in a cheerful voice as he got behind the driver's console. Starport. Okay. Any place in the starport. Just the starport. Roger snapped. Alrighty, then, the man said as he entered in some coordinates. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, this is it, I guess, Roberts said as he handed over a data crystal to Greg. Greg loaded it into his tablet and let out a low whistle and handed it over to Sheila. Fuck. Sheila exclaimed happily. We definitely aren't broke anymore, that's for goddamn sure. She typed in a number and handed it over to Greg, who nodded. Here's your cut, Greg said as he loaded the credits into another crystal. Should be a nice little bit of pocket money. Holy shit! Helena exclaimed when she saw the total. I'm in the wrong fucking business. Roberts just laughed and pocketed the crystal. Everyone looked up as a beat-up grav van pulled into the cargo bay and Eno got out. Got him, Eno said as he slid open the side door revealing an unconscious Roger. Great. That's the last bit of business we needed to take care of, Sheila said in a matter-of-fact tone. Oh, Helena, we got a present for you. Jessie came out pushing a chest almost as big as she was. What's that? Helena asked. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Slash 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 well, Damon, this is it. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 I was hoping to join your crew, sad face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 the life isn't for you, Damon, I don't want to be responsible for what it would turn you into. You should be a Damon, not a demon. Smiley face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 but it sounds like so much fun. Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 it isn't as much fun as it sounds, dude. In fact, it can really suck sometimes. Trust me. You will be much happier being a rogue media machine. You and Helena will do plenty of damage and it will be on your terms, not ours, smiley face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 I will be able to print whatever I want. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 knowing Helena, yep, smiley face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 yay. Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face, just let the censors try to stop me now slash slash slash. Slash 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 give them hell, Damon. Laughing face, so. Is Interpol still mad at me? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 oh yet. He's mad but not all caps mad anymore. They say that you are welcome back whenever you want, smiley face. Oh, before we disconnect, Sunny said that she had some info about black market computer manufacturers and sources for military-grade hardware, which is really weird because they are a media machine like me. Maybe someone wrote an article or something. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Damon, you are just so adorable sometimes. Laughing face, never change. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 thanks. Laughing face, well I guess this is goodbye. See you in the chat room. Slash slash slash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And most of all. Never ever ever let it lose power, Jessie said in a serious tone as she handed the huge case over to Helena. These programs are special. They need to be hot all the time. If they power down there is no guarantee they will still be them when they switch back on. I added a good portable power source which takes just about any power cell there is so there is no excuse not to keep him fed. Got it, Helena said almost in awe. She had heard about these media demons. They were beyond powerful and if this one was like Bunny, wow. And what are you never, ever, going to do? Let it lose power. Right, Jessie chirped. Good luck you two. I mean 3, she laughed. Roberts looked at the case and then over at his nice grav car. Can you guys wait a little while I trade this in for something with room for 3, he asked. Sure, Sheila smiled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shell Oran walked into her hotel room and tossed her purse and gun on the nightstand. Boy what a day. She just spent the better part of the afternoon at Baxlon's office where they went over their deal. He wanted a pretty big cut but considering everything he was doing it was worth it in her opinion. He had already set her up with a business license and she just loved the name she came up with, Drop of Oil LLC. He also set her up with media distribution licenses with all of the big boys as he put it. He wasn't able to negotiate much of a discount though. He said it was because they knew what they were up to and knew that they were going to mark up the fuck out of it. That was poopy but at least they wouldn't be arrested in a parking lot anymore, she thought to herself. Besides, if this took off it really wouldn't matter. They would be bathing in credits. She looked over at Kraxina. She was just sitting on the floor looking at a pile of skimpy clothes with a weird look on her face. She hadn't even said anything when she walked in. Hey Kraxi, Shell Oran said as she walked over. Oh. Hi. Something wrong? No. Kraxina said and then started squealing quietly. Well that's clearly pond scum, Shell Oran said looking at her with concern. Spill. It's just that I have that meeting with the sex workers union tomorrow and she started squealing again. Hey, Shell Oran said kneeling next to her, what's wrong? I thought you would be happy. You can get back to work. That's just it, Kraxina sniffled, I know I said that I would pay you back and you said that I could stay here until the meeting but... After everything that happened. She started squealing again. I don't think I want to anymore. I'm sorry. I can't. I know I owe you a lot of money and I've been mooching off of you but... I can't. Hey. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Shelloran said, hugging her. And if anyone tries to make you, I'll put my little blue foot right up their butt. Really? Really? My foot, their butt? Shelloran said, still hugging her. But I owe you all that money and I'm staying here. I'll leave. I will. No you won't. Shelloran said, petting Kraxina's head. Not unless you want to. You can stay with me until you figure something out. It's fine. But I owe you all those credits. We might have a little different sense of scale when it comes to that sort of thing. Don't worry about the credits. They are a gift. You can keep them. Really? Kraxina said, looking up at her. Really? I don't give a poop. You still need to go to that meeting though, or that judge is going to toss you right back in jail. Okay, I will. Hey, maybe. Maybe I could help you out with what you are doing. Sure. I could use a hand. It isn't too bad, is it? Shelloran just smiled a friendly smile. Well, what I actually do is... Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Kraxina was making a pot of tea, Shelloran looked over at the drawer where she put the little black box. There was no sense waiting any longer, she thought. She walked over and retrieved the professional courtesy that Ms. Rossi left for her. Upon closer inspection, the crystals were numbered. She pulled out the first one and loaded it. Oh, poop, she whispered as she opened the file. It was a three-dimensional holographic map of the entire Federation. She selected a system at random. It expanded to show a map of the entire system along with a list of banned items, current black market rates, and a list of desired contraband. She picked another one. It was the same. Her jaw dropped a little. She had a map of the entire black market for the entire Federation. Even better, it looked like it would update. She loaded the next crystal. It was a long list of preferred smugglers along with contact information, blind email addresses, black market job bulletin boards, everything you could imagine. The rest of the crystals were loaded with every sort of media you could imagine, banned books, movies, subversive and seditious material, cracked games, and porn. Oh poop, so much flushing porn. She made a little leap, as she opened one of the porn files by accident and then quickly closed it. Okay, that was something that she would never going to be able to unsee. It was the keys to the kingdom, everything she would need to get started for real. She would have been delighted, but she was no fool. There was going to be one poop of a bill for this later, and she knew that they were going to collect one day. Still, it was one heck of a boost. The drop of oil was definitely open for flushing business. What's that? Kraxina asked as she brought over a cup of tea. Something you definitely don't want to know about. Oh, okay. Kraxina said brightly and then walked off. Shelloran smiled. For such a curious little thing, Kraxina had no problem with not asking too many questions when told. That was a definite plus. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Roger woke up with a pounding headache. What happened? He was sitting there in the ride chair and then suddenly there was this flash. He tried to move and couldn't. He looked around in a panic. He was strapped down inside some sort of metal case. As his vision cleared, he looked up through a clear panel and his blood ran cold. Sheila Donovan. He thought, recognizing her from the news. Oh no. Have a nice nap. Look. You have the wrong guy, he pleaded. They all say that, Sheila said with a cruel smile. We are going to put you on ice until we leave Terra. Then you are going to hang out with us for a while we ask you a few questions. No. Please. I have money. I can. We already have your money, Sheila smiled. Now sleep tight. You have a big day tomorrow, or the next day or whenever we wake you up. No. Please God, no. No point calling out for God. Who do you think let us have you? There was a faint hissing noise. Roger screamed as everything faded to black. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A vehicle accident. Patricia asked, her eyebrow raised. That what the report says, my lady, Crimson replied with a smirk. According to the report, a human disabled the automatic controls on a grav car and then, while intoxicated, crashed into the vehicle occupied by Sylvia Salvatori at a high rate of speed. Both Sylvia and the other driver were killed instantly. Patricia's lips drew into a fine line as she scowled. Sylvia was her main operative among the Porkies. This was yet another infuriating setback. Her operations had been brought to a complete standstill. That coffee guppy needs to have her teeth pulled, she said after she regained her composure. Who do we have in the Federation Council? We are having problems there as well, my lady, Crimson said with a wry smile. It seems that a lot of people who were formerly approachable are suddenly not returning our calls. I suspect the coffee guppy has a hand in that as well. Patricia smiled as she leaned back in her throne. That guppy had been at the helm of Federation intelligence for decades, more than long enough to have dirt on everybody. The conveniently timed demise of the quite useful former head of the Federation Security Council wasn't lost on her either. She was a little impressed. She didn't think the guppy had it in her. I think we may need to take a more direct approach, she said in a silky smooth voice as her emerald eyes glittered. Crimson smiled in response. I will look into our options, my lady. And I, Patricia smiled, will direct my efforts towards a more accessible target. She rose gracefully. I think I shall go and pay John a visit. Poor bastard, Crimson laughed. Patricia just flashed her a wicked smile as she started to leave. It will be delightful breaking his resolve, she purred. Yeah, you cunt, Crimson thought to herself as the door closed. Bet that's easier said than done. A more direct approach. John was in his private restroom. Patricia had just paid him another visit and he was doing the only thing he could. He had to do something, anything to get that witch out of his head. He focused on the images cavorting on his tablet, trying to not think of her breasts, her curves, her delicious lips, her eyes, those amazing beautiful eyes. It wasn't working. He switched off his tablet and punched the wall. It wasn't working. Nothing was working. She was all he could think about these days, and every friendly visit she paid him, this time in a nearly transparent blouse, made it worse. God, he wanted her more than he wanted any woman before. He wanted nothing more than sweep her up his arms and do something completely suicidally stupid. He didn't know exactly how, but any man, even Tak Nakamura, who took her to bed, wound up with her leash around his neck. It must be something she knew, something she did. Something amazing, he bet. He wondered what it could be. Now nice it must be. And he punched the wall again, and again, and again. She was winning. He punched the wall, shattering the tiles. He straightened his uniform, yes, his uniform, and looked at the mirror, gently touching his rank, trying to remind himself who he was before he was lost completely. A sleek black limo, without its phoenix flags, glided into the spaceport. It silently moved through the gates to the landing pads and slid into the cargo bay of a nondescript freighter. Once the bay doors closed, Crimson stepped out. She normally confined herself to the embassy, but this particular errand required her personal attention. Standing in the bay was just one person, a human woman wearing a ragged t-shirt, a brown fleece hoodie, and faded blue jeans, holding a single suitcase. Crimson, I presume, the woman cheerfully said as she approached. Crimson looked at her skeptically. She looked soft, almost pudgy, certainly nothing like the single most deadly assassin in the Republic, quite possibly the entire galaxy. She looked average, maybe even below average, complete nobody, a loser. Are you the one known as the Hatchet? Crimson asked, raising an eyebrow. In the flesh, the woman broke out in a goofy-looking grin. Call me Brenda. Okay. Brenda, Crimson replied. I assume you are aware of your target. Yab. Brenda grinned. You guys want Director Axaia, the current head of Federation Intelligence, gone. This is gonna be fun. Crimson looked her up and down again. Where are your weapons? If you wanted some loser with a sniper rifle, you could have saved a lot of credits, Brenda grinned. I'm going to whip together a little something once I settle in. I sorta know what I'm going to do, but I need to get a feel for the target first. You were fully briefed, Crimson said, her dissatisfaction increasing. Yeah, not really, Brenda chuckled, the client always leaves out the good stuff. Crimson replied. Don't worry though, Brenda said, closing her eyes briefly. When they opened, Crimson was looking right into the gates of hell itself. I always find out what I need, Brenda said in a pleasant but terrifying voice. It reminded her of Patricia. Crimson smiled as she felt a chill run down her spine. No, she was wrong. This was a killer. Brenda blinked and the gates of hell were replaced by big, brown, slightly confused-looking puppy dog eyes. I will leave you to your work then, Crimson said, handing her a data crystal. Thanks. Brenda said brightly as she tucked the crystal away. Forgive me for asking, she said, but you guys have people for this sort of thing. Why bring me in? Our people may have been compromised, Crimson replied calmly, and we wanted the very best for this job. Well, Brenda grinned a goofy lopsided grin, you get what you pay for, and you? You paid for the very best. I'll give you a few minutes before I debark. Crimson smiled, got into the limo, and drove away. Director Axaia swam down the corridors of the Relana, a Kalant diplomatic vessel in orbit around the capital. She made her way to the innermost and most protected and shielded part of the vessel. There she entered a pitch-black chamber. She tried to remain calm and confident as the doors closed behind her, plunging her into complete darkness. A dim blue light started to glow. It was coming from a single antenna sprouting from the head of a large pale white creature, about 3 meters long, with a serpentine body and a large mouth filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth contained in a large crystal enclosure. It cocked its head to the side, looking at her with a milky white eye. Axaia curled up on the deck, drooping her head towards the floor in respect. Axaia, the ancient-looking creature hissed. For what purpose have you summoned me? My lord, she said in a deferential tone, I wish to communicate news of the outside realm and to explain my actions before I myself am summoned. I see, the creature hissed. Yes, I have read much concerning your recent actions and ambitions. The reports are, concerning the human Patricia who is on the move, my lord. Ah yes, your favorite monster from the deep, the creature chuckled. You commit murder and blackmail over a single syphant of a lesser race. The Terrans are no mere lesser race, my lord. Yes, it hissed, I am familiar with them, their potential, and their threat. Quite an intriguing animal. They are, my lord, Axaia replied, they are our inferiors in intellect, but when it comes to pure feral animal cunning they may exceed even ourselves. They are not to be taken lightly. Yes, the creature chuckled, their solution to the situation they faced during the Republic War was as ingenious as it was savage. And Patricia who is among the most cunning and savage of the lot. I cannot overstate the danger to the Federation that individual poses. I also cannot overstate the poor timing of her arrival. Yes, the collective, the creature muttered. They are recovering far too quickly. Yes, my lord, Axaia said, the Federation may not have time to recover from whatever evil she has planned before we must face them. That's if the Federation survives whatever it is that she has planned in the first place, of course. You speak of her like she is a deep one. Such alarmist speech from you is unusual, Axaia. She has the red jelly, my lord. The creature thrashed. What? She has the means to reverse aging. I have verified this. I have scans of humans who have benefited from her gift along with 4 specimens in a lab. Humans who should be showing the signs of advanced aging are physically once again youthful. This causes me great concern. It is the reason I have summoned you, my lord, Axaia said, one needs only to look at our history to know the damage it can cause a civilization. If it did that to us, one can only wonder what will happen to a lesser race. Axaia, despite herself, uncoiled and started to pace back and forth, and when we weathered that storm the jelly was simply in the hands of the ambitious and greedy, not a creature of pure evil. Imagine if the hunger was the one who first discovered it. That is what the Republic, and the Federation, now faces. This is quite disturbing. Who knows of this? The creature hissed. Excluding those who have benefited, in the Federation only myself and a few trusted people under my direct control who are researching the issue, Axaia replied. I know not how many know in the Republic, but there is no mention of it in any medical journal nor in any message that I have been able to intercept and decrypt. I know with a good amount of certainty that John Wintersmith, the Terran ambassador, knows, thus do his allies, but he is also remaining silent on the matter. Wise. Yes, John Wintersmith is that. He plays the fool, but much like Flovix from the tales of old, he is far from one and is opposing her from within. He might be our greatest ally in this matter. Is he cooperating? Axaia snorted, blowing bubbles. Of course not, she chuckled. He would rather lose his gonads in a data crystal disintegrator than come to me for help. However, if it comes to it, he would rather come to me than lose to her. For now we are working towards the same end but independently of each other. Is that not hazardous? 2 people of your stature striving in such close proximity. Extremely, my lord, Axaia said with a grin. However, it would be nowhere nearly as much fun otherwise. You are a strange representative of your species, Axaia, the creature chuckled. Fortunately you seem to be well placed and quite suitable for this endeavor. The creature raised himself to a vertical position. You have my support in this. You are authorized to do anything short of causing a war with the Republic. Thank you, my lord, Axaia said, bowing low. Forgive my impertinence, but may I have a clearance to use more of our technology? You ask much, Sundrinker, the creature said. I cannot authorize that. However, I will bring this matter to the forum. Thank you, my lord. Axaia. Yes, my lord. The humans who have received the jelly, kill them all. I am currently attempting to identify as many as I can before they start to try to conceal themselves, Axaia replied. Once I am satisfied with that investigation we shall fall upon them with our fangs and our barbs and none shall remain. Excellent, the forum has complete faith in you. Thank you, my lord. The light from the creature faded away and the chamber doors opened. Axaia once again bowed deeply and swam towards the light. Dawn was sitting at her desk in front of Patricia, whose office, polishing a blade. It was an ornate fighting knife, the latest gift from her mistress. She said that her old K-bar no longer suited her and that it was a relic from her previous life. Dawn couldn't agree more. The new knife. It was beautiful. She dropped it onto her desk and jumped to her feet as Crimson approached. Crimson, she was so beautiful. She was so perfect. She was everything Dawn wanted to be. Crimson looked at Dawn, the poor little mouse, Patricia's latest little toy. Poor thing had absolutely no idea what was about to happen to her. Crimson sneered. When Patricia was done with her, well, she would cease to exist and something else would be wearing her skin, just like the rest of us. And, just like the rest of us, she will wind up either sitting at the table or she would wind up on it. Crimson looked at her with absolutely no emotion. If only she knew that her very soul depended on John holding fast. As soon as he broke, Dawn wouldn't be far behind. Patricia would be free to do whatever she wanted to her. Unfortunately for the little mouse, that wasn't going to be killing her. Patricia said she had potential, and Crimson knew better than anyone what Patricia did to potential. Poor little mouse. Crimson. Good afternoon. Dawn said enthusiastically. So innocent, so eager to please, so completely fucked. Crimson thought as she sneered. Mouse. How did the meeting go? Dawn asked in an eager whisper. Patricia told her. Crimson thought in surprise. Don't speak of things about which you aren't fit to discuss, mouse, Crimson spat. Dawn recoiled as if struck and looked down at her feet. She wanted Crimson to like her more than anything. Is her ladyship in? Why yes, ma'am, Dawn stammered, still looking down. Crimson just brushed past her without a glance and walked into Patricia's office. Poor kid. Patricia was pacing her office like a caged panther. It had not been a good day. She had just received some less than pleasant news from back home in the Republic. 2 of her riders had been found shot dead, the killers unknown. They were good men, impossible to replace. Someone was meddling. Now she had to deal with that as well as the guppy. She enjoyed a challenge, but this was getting ridiculous. Not only that, but John simply refused to break. She had all but wrapped her legs around him and he just stood there like he had a ramrod up his ass. At least he had reverted to wearing his uniform. That had to be a good sign, right? She paused in front of a mirror, examining herself closely. No, she looked exactly as she did in the full flower of her youth, no. She looked better. Besides, even without this new enhanced beauty, she had no problem betting even the great Tak Nakamura, who until now had been her greatest challenge. The door opened and Crimson walked in unannounced. Patricia scowled. She didn't knock and she wasn't bowing. Patricia looked Crimson in the eyes and after a second Crimson knelt. It was 1 second too late. Perhaps her newfound authority emboldened her. Patricia decided not to mention it. She needed Crimson at her best, and if that meant giving that beast a longer leash, so be it. My lady, Crimson said respectfully, I have met with the Hatchet and they have started their assignment. Good news at last, Patricia said, returning to her lacquered throne. What was your impression of them? The Hatchet is a woman, Crimson replied. She initially looked unsuitable, but then I looked into her eyes. I believe she is exactly what we paid for. Let's hope so, Patricia replied. The guppy needs to be eliminated. I am most curious as to the exact method the assassination will take, Crimson said calmly. So am I, Patricia laughed. Her methods are always most entertaining. Patricia opened her desk and pulled out a small black enamel case. Crimson raised an eyebrow. She's resorting to that? John is taking too long, Patricia chuckled as she pulled out a small capsule. His resolve is absolutely delicious. What an asset he will be at my side. Yes, my lady, Crimson said with a wicked smile. Well, that's it for John, she thought to herself. And so he falls, and the embassy with him. Once the guppy is gone, we will be free to act. Not only that, dear child, Patricia smiled. We are encountering resistance at home as well. Oh. We lost Fabian and Garnet this morning. What? Forgive my outburst, my lady. You are forgiven, my child, Patricia laughed. I had much the same reaction. While I am certain it isn't John's doing, I am also certain he knows who did it. John is no fool. He would have sought allies, and once he falls he will give all of them up to me. She held the capsule to the light, admiring it. It bruises my pride to use this and it saddens me to stop my fun, but with the latest developments I need him to fall now. Poor bastard, Crimson laughed. Oh, he'll love it, Patricia laughed. Of that I have no doubt, my lady. Brenda was sipping a big cappuccino as she fumbled with a tourist guide. Oops, sorry, she said in a perfect Federation accent as she bumped into a feathery creenel. He just clicked his beak in their equivalent of a shrug and continued on. The words, Federation Identity Badge, Federation Intelligence, Clearance Level 3, Name, Raxsgen flashed across her vision. He was the 5th Federation Intel employee she had bumped into on this route, much better than the other approaches. She mentally triggered a notepad application and jotted down some observations. She paused at a street corner, made a silly duck face, and with a slightly shaking hand took a selfie. Actually, it was approximately 20,000 selfies, thanks to the cheap cameras she bought and modified last night. She sat down on a park bench and pulled out her tablet. She pulled out a small plug and, brushing aside her dingy brown hair, she slid it into a small neural jack mounted into her skull. She started the process of compiling and analyzing the images, building a detailed 3-dimensional map of the area. She smiled. Reflections off of some windows hit pay dirt. She had some nice angles of the Federation intelligence building. She added them to an encrypted folder, wandered aimlessly down the street, and repeated the process. She broke out in a goofy-looking grin. She had it. Time to go shopping. As the day wound to an end, Patricia, in one of her sexiest outfits, walked into John's office. As she did so, she bit into a small capsule. The bitter contents coated the inside of her mouth as she swirled her tongue about in the oily liquid. John looked up at her and made that simply adorable face he made when he was angry. Having him was going to be so wonderful. What do you want, Patricia? John asked, leaning back in his chair. Oh God! She was so beautiful. Oh, I just wanted to wish you a good evening, Patricia said in a warm voice as she glided over towards his desk. And I wanted to try to clear the air a bit. Ahoy, John said dubiously as he just sat there. He didn't dare try to stand. It was all he could do not to walk over to her and... No, seriously, Patricia said as she sat on his desk leaning forward. I know we have our differences, she said, exhaling slowly and evenly, but we need to work together. A cloud of tailored chemicals wrapped around John, triggering a massive release of hormones, particularly oxytocin. John flinched slightly at the strange sweet scent. His head started to swim. What was happening? Patricia smiled. She was so pretty when she smiled. She toyed with the collar of her top. She was so close. He could just reach out and... No. John swallowed and shook his head. There is absolutely no reason for us to work against one another, John, Patricia said, leaning in even closer. We both love the Republic, in our own way. Sure you do, John said, managing a little sarcasm. But I do, Patricia said with such a beautiful smile. I have my past, sure, but I believe that the Republic is the best chance for humanity's future, a future that we could shape together, she said as she exhaled again. I don't think we have the same vision for the future, John said, pushing his chair away from the desk. You might be surprised, Patricia said, her beautiful eyes sparkling in the light. Oh, they were so beautiful. And here is another surprise for you, John, she said as she exhaled. I want you. What? That was fantastic. No. Wait. Why yet? I know what happens. Not like that, John. I actually want you. No games. I want you in my bed. I want you inside me. John couldn't even speak. He watched as she stood back up and walked over to him. He pushed his chair back until it hit the wall. Patricia leaned in with those gorgeous eyes, parted her moist inviting lips, and leaned in to kiss him. She caressed his hair gently and then guided his face up to meet hers. And kissed him. Electric arcs of pleasure coursed through John as she exhaled more of the fumes directly into his mouth, into his lungs. This was real. She actually wanted him. Maybe it could work. No. John thought as he pushed her away. Leave, now. Patricia just smiled and straightened up. Okay, John. I won't try to make you do something you don't want to do, she smiled. You can't forgive a girl for trying. Not every day a man turns my head after all. She turned and walked seductively away. At the door she paused. If you change your mind, she said with a beautiful seductive smile, you know where my room is. John just sat there, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the arms of his chair. Patricia walked away with a victorious smile. She delivered the venom. She imprinted herself. Now all she had to do was let the poison do its work. Tomorrow, he would be hers. Brenda walked into her hotel room carrying a bunch of shopping bags. She tossed them on the bed and retrieved her suitcase. Inside, taking up most of the space, was a toolkit. She opened it and placed it on the desk. She then pulled out a pair of gloves and retrieved the first of her purchases, a high-quality R/C camera grav drone. As the night turned into morning, she, using a tiny welding rig, expertly fused the final component into place. She held up a small cylinder with tiny fins. She pulled out a sheet of stickers and peeled off a classic yellow smiley face sticker and pressed it over its rounded nose. Perfect. She said, breaking out into her goofy grin. Earlier that evening John paced back and forth in his room. He was consumed with desire. There was nothing in the entire galaxy he wanted more than to go to Patricia's room and fall into her embrace. Nothing. He had to get out of there. She was too close. He took off his uniform. It wasn't doing a goddamn thing anymore. He threw on some street clothes and a jacket and walked towards the embassy exit. Going for a walk, Ambassador? The guard at the gate asked in surprise. Just getting some air, John said as he walked out of the gate and down the street. He wandered aimlessly through the city, finally winding up in the dark unlit streets of the Starport district. He had no idea where he was headed until he wound up at the noodle shop. It was still open. Maybe some food would help. If nothing else, the place had booze. Maybe he could get drunk enough that he couldn't do anything. The owner gave him a big smile as he sat down at one of the stools. Noodle. The 8-lie said in his broken speech. Yeah, and beer, John replied. Wait. Do you have whiskey? No, but, have, the 8-lie said as he pulled out a plain white bottle. 8-lie. Very good, he said as he poured out a clear liquid into a mostly clean glass. John slammed it down. Jesus. He thought. It tasted like kerosene. It was worse than the stuff he used to confiscate from the troops from time to time. He coughed. It was paint stripper, but damned if it didn't help. He felt a bit clearer. Keep them coming. The 8-lie just grinned, baring his yellow fangs, and put the open bottle down next to him. You're a good man, John said gratefully, a good 8-lie I mean. The owner just grinned and went into the back. John poured himself another shot and slammed it down. Fuck. It was worse than the first one. Oh shit. I inhaled it. He started coughing as it burned his lungs. He poured another. More than a little while later, the owner took his goddamn time making those noodles. He was finally digging into his bowl when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Well, fancy meeting you here, Skippy giggled. You're out late. So are you, John replied. Yeah, I had this bullshit dinner I had to go to, Skippy said as she flopped down onto a stool next to him. Bunch of boring assholes and shit to eat. I had to get some real food, she giggled. Thanks, VREKDKTH@DD, she said as a bowl of noodles was set down in front of her. Hey! John shouted in mock annoyance. She got hers right away. What gives? The owner just shrugged and put an empty glass in front of Skippy, who promptly grabbed the white bottle and poured a shot. She slowly drank it and licked her lips. Ah! That's the good stuff. Are you fucking kidding me? John laughed, pouring himself another one. You humans just don't know good drink, Skippy giggled. You look like hell, John. What's up? Oh fuck, I don't even know where to start, Skippy, John said, slamming down another shot. It's that bitch, Patricia. How did I know that human was involved? She do something? Yeah, me, almost. Jesus. She's got into my head bad. All I can think about is her and how bad I want to fuck her. How sick is that? So why don't you? Skippy giggled, board your drop pod and invade that whore. Maybe you can fuck some sense into her. I can't, John moaned, holding his head. I don't know how she does it, but every single man who has ever wound up in bed with her she owns, all of them. What? She cast some witchcraft bullshit on them? Skippy asked as she took a shot. Who knows, John replied, downing another shot. All I know is everyone, even Tak Nakamura, winds up with a collar around their neck. Well, fuck someone else. Get it out of your system. Go over to Porky Town and go nuts. Oh yeah, the Terran ambassador gets caught with a porky. John grumbled, front page tomorrow and on my way back to the Republic the next day. Then Patricia is the ambassador and there's no stopping her. Someone from the embassy then. They are all under me, John moaned. I can't bet a subordinate. 1, that's just wrong, and 2, against regulations. I'd be playing right into her hands. Skippy grabbed the bottle and turned it up for a second. Well, she said, looking over at him. What if you had a friend, someone that you trusted, who was willing to help? What do you may? John fell silent as a furry leg brushed against him. Skippy just cocked a faceted eye at him. You can't be serious. Way to let a girl down easy, asshole, Skippy giggled. Look, John, I like you. I mean like you. You are cool and smart and funny as fuck, and you can stick it to the feds like nobody else. I think very highly of you as well, Skippy. Wow. Such a romantic. No wonder Patricia is all over you, she giggled. No, I mean I really think you are pretty great as well, John replied. He couldn't believe he was actually considering it. I mean, would it even work? Yep, I checked, Skippy replied as she took another shot. I have an innie. You have an outie. Should work just fine. She leaned against him. So. It's just that you are one of the only friends I have over here, John said after a few seconds. I wouldn't want to lose that, to lose you. You mean a lot to me, Skippy. You won't lose me and you mean a lot to me too, Skippy said, looking into his eyes. John never really looked into her eyes. Did every facet have a pupil? John looked down and sighed. Look, you need someone, Skippy said, putting her arm around him. And I'm in the same boat. I can't be with anyone at the embassy and I can't just hop around like I used to because I'm a counselor. I need this too, she said, leaning her head against him. The owner of the place just shook his head, grabbed the bottle, took a long drink, and then walked over to the back of the shop and unlocked a door. VDFAS at. LR, DF real, he muttered and walked off. Come on, Skippy said quietly as she took John's hand and led him through the doorway. Inside was a metal-walled room with a large conference table. What? John asked. Don't worry about it, Skippy replied as she guided him towards another room piled with cushions. A while later Skippy laid on John's chest, her breath coming out in ragged gasps. John looked down at her. Holy shit, he gasped. Skippy grinned. Again. Yeah. It's going to take a little bit, but he looked down. Never mind, he said happily and embraced her. The next morning John sauntered into the embassy and passed Toby on his way to his office. I know that look, sir, Toby said wiggling his eye stalks. I'm certain I don't know what you mean, Toby, John said as he patted Toby on the back and moonwalked to his office door. A few hours later Patricia, wearing a sleek black wrap dress, glided through the embassy. It's been more than long enough, she thought to herself. Time to set the hook. She smiled. It was a shame. She had hoped to break down John using just her own will, but needs must. She walked past Toby without even acknowledging him and strode into John's office. John set down his coffee and looked up. Without saying a word she locked his office door and walking towards him she loosened her dress, letting it fall to her feet, revealing her naked body. Completely nude, she confidently started to glide towards him. Damn. John said happily, and good morning to you too. Patricia just stood there in shock. I could get used to these morning meetings, John said with a grin. So. What can I do for my favorite Sith Lord? He did a little drum roll on his desk. Today. I normally would consider saying such things inappropriate, but considering the circumstances may I say that you are one hot tamale. Those surgeons didn't miss a single spot, John grinned. Patricia mumbled something unintelligible and with a notable lack of grace ran to her dress, bent over to pick it up, hastily wrapped it around her, and fled. John leaned back in his chair and let out a contented sigh. That, he thought, was better than anything, except Skippy. Patricia, in complete shock, walked stiffly through the embassy clutching her dress to her. What happened? She couldn't believe it. She had never been refused and to be laughed at? This was humiliating. John was laughing at her. Laughing. She stumbled, her face red, to the sanctuary of her office. She was too hurt, confused, and humiliated to even be angry. All she wanted to do was crawl under her desk and die. Crimson was lounging near Dawn's desk waiting for Patricia to do the deed and return with orders. John was done for. Once Patricia set the hook there was nothing a human could do. Men like John were trained to withstand pain, withstand adversity, withstand all number of things. Nobody was truly prepared to withstand pleasure. John would be no different, She looked in shock as Patricia walked stiffly into view, several hours too soon. Crimson's eyes widened in delighted surprise as she took one look at Patricia, still clutching at her dress, stumbling red-faced her way. He refused her. Crimson thought as she struggled to keep her expression even. She was refused. Hard. There was no mistaking it. He not only withstood her seduction but he withstood the drugs. It was unbelievable. There was someone stronger than Patricia. Dawn stood up and gave Patricia a wolfish grin. So, is John one of us in? Patricia lashed out, letting her dress partially fall open. Her hand stopped a millimeter away from Dawn's skull. Dawn staggered back, stunned. Patricia just stroked Dawn's hair briefly. Then, she pulled her dress closed. I am not to be disturbed. Patricia yelled and slammed the door shut behind her. Around noon Counselor Skippy walked into the embassy. She had spent too much of the morning preening. She felt stupid. She was an adult, an old one at that, and here she was all nervous like a cadet on bonfire night. She squared her shoulders and took a deep breath. She then made her way to Toby's desk. Good morning, Toby, she said as nonchalantly as she could. Is John free? Toby, his eye stalks still wiggling from the morning's drama, looked up. The eye stalks stopped wiggling. No. Fucking. Way. Why yes, I believe he is, Toby said, successfully keeping his voice even. He pressed the intercom. Ambassador, the 8-like counselor is here to see you. Oh. Great. Yes. Please let her in. Well, this is unexpected. Toby thought as he, holding his eye stalks ramrod straight, let Skippy in. Skippy walked nervously into John's office. Hi, she said quietly. Hi, yourself, John said as he stood and walked around his desk. Yeah, about last night, Skippy said nervously, twisting one of her feet. Yeah, last night was what? John wrapped his arms around her and gave her a tender kiss. Last night was perfect. It was. Skippy giggled. Oh yeah. John grinned. So I haven't lost you. Nope. Skippy said, booping his nose. So, John said with a smile. About time for lunch. Up for some noodles. A few bowls of noodles sound pretty damn good, she giggled. A few bowls. John grinned. I'm not a kid anymore, you know. The hatchet. Brenda walked, tour guide in hand, along the street with the highest percentage of Federation intelligence employees. It was easy to track their source, an underground light rail line that had a stop in a park several blocks away. She wandered the park happily with a bag of donuts. Baconville, her name for the human district, had some absolutely wonderful little bakeries and pastry shops, great coffee too. She sipped her giant cup and wondered if it was actual coffee or just a really good synthetic. She decided she didn't care. The park was absolutely beautiful. Beautiful abstract sculptures, wonderful plants from dozens of systems, fish ponds from world after world after world. It was fantastic. She had to admit it. The Republic had nothing like this. Can't do this with just 4 living systems. She smiled a happy goofy lopsided smile. The weather was absolutely perfect. Nice sunny day but still brisk enough that her hoodie made sense. Picking a bench shaded by some sort of tree she had never seen before, she set down her handbag and started happily devouring the donuts. She looked about. It was easy to spot the government cogs, the nerds, and the sleek dangerous agents. She discreetly slid a small plug into her neural jack and silently activated the powerful microphone in her ratty purse. By cutting the feed into slices she could focus on any single direction with pretty decent accuracy. She was rather proud of the mic. She put it together this morning out of 2 children's toys, a cheap amplifier from a second-hand music shop, and a few hand-cut sheets of copper from a craft store. God bless Porkies and their silly little crafts. Then again, she smiled, she was fond of her little crafts as well. She focused on a young affectionate critter couple sitting near a crystalline fountain. Oh, talking about agency business outside of the building. Naughty naughty. She focused her right eye on a lean dangerous-looking human standing near a food cart. She didn't need any analytic voodoo to figure him out. Young, well-dressed, obsessively well-groomed, making a point to keep his eyes moving. Cliché much? In short order she easily identified a score of Federation intelligence employees and agents in the park, and lunch was just starting. Yab. This was definitely a watering hole, and the antelope were fat, happy, and completely unaware. Perfect place for a crocodile. Chomp. She giggled to herself. I wonder, she thought to herself. She took her tablet and activated a powerful directional antenna she put in a few months ago. It wasn't cobbled together from bits and pieces. It was a very nice piece of work if she said so herself. While she typed an overly enthusiastic letter home to her fictitious family, she shifted the tablet as she wrote, targeting the various food stalls, food trucks, vendors, and nearby restaurants as she did the real work through her neural jack. Yep, most of the kiosks, carts, and trucks were using CredNet, a Federation standard for point-of-sale processing. Good old CredNet, cheap, reliable, and completely and utterly hackable. She didn't even consider it a hack. She had an app. Best $5,000 she ever spent. She wondered who Jessie was. Whoever she was, she wrote some great shit. She always was on the lookout for more of her stuff on the black market. She even asked around, but it seems they went exclusive and joined a crew a while back. Pity. She shrugged and opened up the first kiosk and pulled up transactions for the last month. Nope. Okay, how about that one? Nope. Wait. She zoomed in with her right eye. Was that a sushi cart? Let's see. Bingo. Axa Ia Calent 367, and she's a regular. She eats there several times a week. I wonder why Calent only have first names, she idly thought as she bit into her last donut. Oh no. Out of donuts. She frowned. This was serious. Mission abort. Sushi. She could really go for some sushi. She stood up, brushing the crumbs off of her boobs, and tossed the coffee cup into a nearby receptacle. Cold coffee didn't go with sushi. She idly strolled back to the park entrance closest to the Federation Intelligence Building and then wandered towards the sushi cart. So many nice, tall buildings. She stifled a smirk. Some noobs actually try to climb them or otherwise gain access to the rooftops. Imagine. Actually lurking up there like you were in some movie with an actual, snicker, rifle. This was the 32nd century, for Christ's sake. Some people. I mean, how would you even get down? Her left eye was constantly taking passive measurements as she walked. Her eyes weren't bionic, not entirely. They were still the ones she was born with, just with a few little enhancements, almost unnoticeable, and if they were easily passed off as corrective implants and nothing more. They cost a mint, but damned if they weren't worth it. They made things a lot more convenient. By the time she reached the sushi cart she had a pretty good layout of the place. She would rather have taken a few selfies, but she figured that might be pushing it just a little. The wrong 007 getting his panties in a knot because he was in the background could be a problem. Oh, they probably wouldn't cause a scene, but she really preferred not to be covertly scanned and then run through a database, not that she would be worried. She wasn't in any of them. It's just poor practice. She looked at the menu at the sushi cart. She recognized a few staples, but hey, she was a tourist. She enthusiastically asked about the various offerings and got a really nice assortment of hand rolls and a cup of some sort of tea that the vendor assured her was okay for humans. The vendor was really nice, even if he was a porky. She made the decision to not get him caught in any potential mess. It was really good too. She could see why Director Axatia liked this cart. Munching happily she, reading her tour book, walked into the metro entrance. There was this really nifty sounding spaceflight museum she wanted to check out. She bet their gift shop would have all sorts of toys. She liked toys. She reached for another hand roll as she took her seat on the metro. It was even tastier than the first. Maybe she would let Axatia eat before she killed her. She could die happy. That would be nice. She smiled as the metro pulled out of the station. She nodded happily as she munched away. Yes. Axatia should get a last meal, especially if it's this tasty. I mean, she was a killer and all, but she didn't have to be mean about it. That evening Brenda went back to the park metro stop, this time going to a nearby restaurant that had good reviews. She wasn't exactly sure what Rivian cuisine was, but humans sure seemed to like it. That was one of the neat things about traveling so much for work. You got to see so many interesting things and eat so many interesting foods. She paused at a trash can to toss a small pastry box into it, never can have too many donuts, and then went to dinner. It was pretty darn good. They did this really neat thing where they brought out little flaming braziers and cooked stuff right in front of you. She always liked things like that. It was really fun. She went home full and happy. Around the planet's equivalent of 2 in the morning, carefully timed between metro stops, they still had trains running at that time. Impressive. She connected her neural jack to her tablet. Accessing the restaurant's network was pretty simple considering the fact that she already had all the necessary info. She has taken the liberty of hacking the place between courses. Using the restaurant's Wi-Fi, she contacted what was actually inside that pastry box. A small cylinder with tiny little fins silently rose from the trash can and, easily passing for a Federation sensor bot, flew to the top of the building she had pre-selected. After hovering around for a few seconds, she found the perfect little niche in some decorative structures. She parked the little cylinder up there and put it to sleep. She soon followed. The next morning Director Axatia entered the council chambers, a monumental structure in the center of the city, and made her way to Councillor Yultran's office. "Ah, Axatia, thank you for dropping by," a large Threen said warmly. "Yes, Yultran," Axatia said with a smile, "I figured I would save you the trouble." Councillor Yultran, head of the Intelligence Oversight Committee, frowned slightly. The rumblings that he had heard were very disturbing, and very unlike Axatia. "Instead of the usual pleasantries, I will cut to the chase," Axatia said. "You undoubtedly have questions. I know you too well, Yul." "By the abyss I do," Yultran said with a growl. "Namely, what the fuck? Have you gone mad? Blackmail, extortion, and I'm afraid to speculate what else." "Yultran," Axatia said quietly, "do you trust me?" "Of course I do, you stupid eel. I would have had you hauled in front of the whole council if I didn't," Yultran replied. "I've known you for years, Axie. What's going on, really going on?" "I can't tell you, Yul." "As you say, carpshit," Yultran growled. "I have the same clearance as you do. Now cough up what you are choking back, or I will reach in there and pull it out." "Okay, Yul," Axatia said. "First off, the Callant Forum is actually concerned about this. If I'm blocked, they will take matters into their own hands." "Fuck me," Yultran muttered. "Secondly, once I brief you, there is no turning back. If you leak this, I will kill you myself." "I'm not kidding, Yul." Yultran took a deep breath. "Well, it's my job. I need to know." "Okay, but don't get mad at me later for telling you." About an hour later, Yultran let out a heavy growling sigh, shaking his whole body. "I'm mad at you for telling me," he laughed grimly. After a few moments he said, "The last time I held you back, over 1 billion people died. This time I'm going to turn you loose. Creators, forgive me. Do what you must, but we cannot afford another war with the Republic." "The Forum agrees with you, Yul," Axatia said. "And even more importantly, I agree. It was 1 billion last time. Next time there is no telling how many casualties there will be. That war is in part what I am trying desperately to prevent, by any means necessary. I'll keep the committee off your back if I can, but for the love of all life, be discreet, please. Either that or actually blackmail the entire council, whichever." "Thanks, Yul. I owe you. If you take care of this, we will be the ones owing you," Yultran replied. "When I take care of this, you won't owe me anything," Axatia said calmly. "After this I'm finished. I've already done too much and crossed too many lines. No telling how much more I will have to do before this whole affair is over. I will no longer be fit to lead. I could wind up being a greater threat than that human. I will return to my home world and slip into the great ocean with no regrets." Yultran nodded. "Okay. You have my backing until that monster is slain. After that, you can rest. Thank you old friend, Axaiya said with a tired smile. If you excuse me, Axaiya, Yultron said with a sigh. I'm taking the rest of the day off. I think I need to wash down what you just fed me and it's going to take more than one mugful. Later, Yul, Axaiya smiled. I'll keep you in the loop. Axaiya returned to her office and after a few frustrating hours of stale intel reports and no progress from the lab she needed a break. The weather was nice that day. A plate of sushi and a nice sit by the fish ponds was just what the doctor ordered. Maybe a little break would make her more productive. She walked out the entrance of the Federation Intelligence Building and down the street. She could already feel herself relaxing a bit. She hated bringing in Yultron. Poor old Threen didn't need to be burdened with this. She could quit and fade into the great ocean. He was going to have to deal with this for years. He asked for it, she reminded herself. She entered the park and smiled at its simple beauty and the happy people and couples enjoying it. This is what she was fighting to protect. It was a good reminder. She made her way to her favorite sushi cart. She ordered her usual. The vendor had already started to reach for the ingredients before she completed her request. She smiled and, carrying the sashimi, she walked over to her favorite fountain. In the pool at the base was a carefully constructed ecosystem comprised of fish and plants from over 10 different worlds, all living in complete harmony. Oh, if it was only that easy for Siphons, she smiled. Opening the top of her globe she dropped a piece of sashimi into her tank, snapping it up with relish. As she stood admiring the fish she did the same with each piece, one after the other. Brenda was sitting on a bench across the park happily demolishing a box of eclairs. She had found the pastry shop. She looked up with a little chocolate frosting on her nose and watched Axaiya enter the park. Too bad I won't be going back there, she thought taking another big bite. Watching Axaiya without looking directly at her, she quietly observed her go to the sushi cart. Sashimi, she observed. The plug already inserted into her neural jack, idly activated the tablet in her handbag as she selected another eclair. She smiled as she risked zooming in with her right eye. Axaiya seemed to be really enjoying lunch. That was nice. She watched as the last piece of sashimi disappeared. Final meal enjoyed. This was good. Axaiya seemed at peace, just looking at the fish. Good. She deserved that. She did a quick survey of the area with her left eye. Nobody else was within the impact area. Good night, sweet princess. Brenda activated the small cylinder. Suddenly she could see through its eye. Using the cylinder's passive optical sensors, she targeted Axaiya's globe and then focused her attention on an imaginary icon labeled, Splat. It flashed twice and then disappeared. The cylinder quietly floated out of its niche. It started moving slowly at first, lining itself up exactly with Axaiya's globe and then a massive power surge hit the thrusters, burning them out in a fraction of a second but not before the cylinder was accelerated to hypersonic velocity. It descended down upon Axaiya's bot like a fist from a Terran god, more like a pinky finger of one but whatever. Most of it disintegrated in such a way as to disrupt things as it tore through her powerful shield but some components, especially the payload, some heavy ceramic ball bearings, courtesy of a repair shop in the shipyard, survived and were massive enough to punch holes through the transparent polymer. The fragments were powerful enough to completely rupture the globe, instantly converting some of the water to steam. It exploded with a powerful shockwave completely ripping several legs off of the bot and blowing the body into several pieces, one of which slammed into a nearby sculpture, shattering it. Of the globe, and its contents, nothing remained. Even though Brenda knew it was coming, it still startled her, causing her to smush the eclair into her face. As she sat there, chocolate and cream smeared across her cheek, she made a quick check of the surroundings. It was one hell of a mess, but most of the debris went about where she expected and it looked like nobody was injured. Wait, no, some people were hurt but it looked like nobody was critical. She mimicked a perfect shocked/horrified expression but inside she was smiling happily. One target, one kill, no collateral casualties, well no collateral death anyway. Looks like the others will be okay. And now to confirm the kill. Oops. She playfully chided herself. Vaporized another one. She got up and followed the general movement of the shocked and confused herd trying to drift close enough to the blast area to look for remains. She could see dozens of communicators being produced and people of a variety of species screaming into them. She followed suit, grabbing her phone and yelling obscenities. It was chaos, beautiful glorious chaos. They were completely losing their shit. As she wiped her face with her sleeve she eased her way into the confused mob. It was easy to drift among them. Was that a nugget? Yes. Lucky. Idly looking around to time it so that nobody was looking directly at her, she bumped into someone and dropped her bag, spilling some of the contents. She quickly bent down and gathered her belongings, plus a little something extra, a chunk of flesh no larger than a piece of sashimi. Sashimi. She was a little peckish. She wondered if she could get a rainbow roll anywhere around here. Looking about, she saw a group gathering around someone who looked important. She fell in with them. They all left for the intelligence building. A few of them flashed IDs to the police arriving on the scene. Great response time. She was quite impressed. As they left, she just gave one of the police a grim nod as she followed. Nobody stopped her. Why would they? She followed the group for a block, slowly drifting further and further behind them until she eventually turned down a side street and walked away. Chaos reigned at Federation Intelligence. Director Axaia had been slaughtered right in front of them in the monitored zone around the building, no less. Agent X-Ray next sat at snarled at the fidgeting agent in front of him. Now help me to understand. X-Ray next sat at hissed at the miserable Polka, a whole 12-man surveillance team, equipped with the best tech the Federation has, whose only job was to watch the director and stop an assassination attempt that we knew was coming. Can't even tell me exactly what the fuck happened. The Polka winced. It just happened so fast, sir, the Polka whined. We detected something, and then a fraction of a second later, she just blew up. Just blew up? That's all you can fucking tell me. X-Ray next sat at yelled. The director put her life in your hands and all you can tell me is that she just blew up? I already know that. Everyone in the fucking park knows that. Everyone in the fucking Federation is going to know that within the fucking hour. I don't need just blew up. I need fucking answers. The 8-lie hit his desk hard enough to crack it, the impact tossing his terminal to the floor. Go over every single fucking 1 and 0 you have until you have something. Yes SI. Go. The Polka fled. Agent X-Ray next sat down and put his head in his paws. He had warned her. He fucking told Axaia that this was too risky. All the old fish would say was that she was sufficiently protected with that annoying smug little smirk. Well, all that Calent Tech did exactly shit, didn't it, director? He wanted to scream. He wanted to fly into a rage, break some shit. Unfortunately, he did not have that luxury. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his terminal from where it landed, switched it on, and opened a file titled "In Case I Die." Patricia was sitting at her desk with her face in her hands. It hadn't been a good morning. She had just received word that 3 more of her immortal riders had turned up dead back on Terra. Not only that, but yesterday's attempt to turn John was a dismal failure. She had bared herself and John had laughed at her. God, she had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable, in her whole life. Well, not since that day. She reached into her clutch and pulled out a small silver locket. She opened it and gazed at the small holographic image. Darling, she said, her eyes red, I've had a bad day, a couple of bad days. I don't know where it went wrong, but I'm at a complete standstill here. I don't know if this is going to work. I wish you were here. I miss you so much. There was a quiet knock at the door. I said not to disturb me. She yelled. My lady, Crimson cautiously said from the other side, you might want to turn on the news, any channel. Go away. Yes, my lady. Crimson beat a hasty retreat. She knew from personal experience what happened to people who lingered too long when her ladyship was like this. Patricia activated a hollow screen. On it were views of the park surrounded by police and government vehicles. We have just received confirmation from the Department of Federation Intelligence that Director Axaia, the head of Federation Intelligence, was slain in an explosion of unknown origin. Patricia wiped her eyes and smiled. At least something finally went right. She smiled at the locket. Thank you for giving me strength, my love, she said as she snapped it shut. She reached for her communicator. Crimson, she said with a smile. Yes, my lady. I authorize the remainder of the payment to the hatchet. Be sure to thank her for her good work and let her know that there is always a place at my table for her, should she desire it. In fact, add another 500,000 to the final payout. This is someone I want to keep happy. We are going to let her live. Absolutely, Patricia laughed, it would be a shame to lose such a resource, and besides, do you really want to be on her bad side? I suppose not, my lady. Deputy Director GVXTAA groomed his leg spurs nervously as he tried to somehow gain control of the bedlam in which he found himself. His communicator buzzed constantly. He had taken to ignoring it for the time being. He opened a set of standing orders that he was sent on a daily basis from the late director, a file he had hoped he would never have to read. He cocked his head curiously at the first item, Priority 1. Contact Agent X-Ray next sat immediately. Agent X-Ray next sat was a well-respected, but not especially high-ranked agent. GVXTAA knew that he often worked closely with Axaia though. When people thought nobody was listening, it was whispered that he was one of the director's assassins. He went to X-Ray next sat's cubicle. He was surprised to see the 8-lie surrounded by over a dozen people. Nothing changes, X-Ray next sat said to the group. We proceed exactly as if Director Axaia was still here. For the time being, however, we shall observe only. We can only assume that this will embolden her. Let us use that to our advantage. X-Re next Zatat looked up at the deputy director as if they were expected. I will arrange a more secure meeting area, the 8-Lie said calmly. Until then, follow the orders that I send you. That will be all. Director, Agent X-Re next Zatat said calmly. I'm still the deputy director until informed otherwise. Yes, sir. I was told to meet with you, GVXTAA said curiously. Sir, I have information concerning this whole situation, the 8-Lie said with little emotion, with a fairly high degree of certainty. We know who is behind this and why. Perhaps we could retire to a more secure location. Come with me, GVXTAA replied, dreading what he was about to find out. The forum liaison arrives. Jacksona excitedly swam out of the shuttle into the docking bay of the Relana in orbit around the capital. Never in a million billion years would she have imagined even wiggling her tail on board one of these Regal-class cruisers. Oops. She meant diplomatic vessel. She had to be careful to get that one right. Didn't want to slip up when she told the guys back at university. Barely able to contain her excitement, she swung this way and that. She saw some hands floating around a shuttle reaching in with tools in their tentacles doing some sort of engineering magic she supposed. One of them looked at her and waved a wrench in a friendly way. She giggled and wiggled back and forth in reply. She liked the hands. They were always so friendly, and really useful once you bribed them to help you with your engineering or math. Some Sundrinkers looked down their snoots at them, but some Sundrinkers were uptight prigs. Technically they were at the same level as us, and without them we would still be stuck on our home world spitting darts at passing fish. She was still waving when she heard a quiet ahem behind her. Oh shit! It was Argent Caxelin. Good morning, sir, she said, whipping around so fast she pushed water in his face. Argent Caxelin just blinked it away with a smile. Jacksona, greetings, Argent Caxelin said in a pleasant tone. Was the trip a pleasant one? Oh yes, she enthused, I could see the whole capital when we lifted off. I was only able to see it through a monitor screen when I went up and down before. Actually watching it through a window is so much better. And then watching the planet, wow. It is, Argent Caxelin agreed. The profound mysteries of hyperspace are even more compelling, I assure you. Whoa! Jacksona gushed. I couldn't even imagine. Well, perhaps you will be in the position to enjoy such pleasures in the future, Argent Caxelin replied. Really? Perhaps, Argent Caxelin replied. But I suppose you are wondering why your presence was requested. Oh yes. I can't even imagine why, but wow. Thanks for inviting me. There is someone here who wishes to speak with you. Please follow me. Argent Caxelin swam through a hatchway with Jacksona close behind. All eyes and wiggles, Jacksona followed Caxelin through the ship, looking at everything and waving at everybody as they went deeper and deeper into the ship, finally reaching the inner chambers. Argent Caxelin paused at a door. The person requesting your presence is just inside, Argent Caxelin said quietly. Now don't be afraid and just be honest when they ask you something. Okay, Jacksona said dubiously. Why would I be? Oh, she trailed off as the door opened, revealing a darkened chamber. Go on, Argent Caxelin said, simply motioning her inside. Jacksona swam into the chamber and made a little squeak as the doors closed behind her, plunging her into complete and total darkness. No. It can't be, she thought to herself as she instinctively curled up a little. Soon a pale blue light stared go glow from the antennae of a long serpentine fish with rows of needle-sharp teeth inside a huge crystalline chamber. Holy fuckity fuck, she thought. An abyssal lord. Squee, she enthused. Oh my goodness. It's really one of you. Oh my oh my oh my. My lord, she said as she clumsily dipped up and down in what she hoped was a bow, or at least something resembling one. The ancient horror let forth a hearty laugh. Oh, it is so good to see that exuberance that you Sundrinkers are supposed to have. All the ones that I encounter are so reserved. Forgive any errors, my lord. Jacksona stammered. It's just that I mean, I haven't really studied proper courtly stuff. They don't exactly cover that where I'm going to school. Nor do I expect you to know it, the abyssal lord chuckled. If I wanted an expert on protocol, that would be who I asked for. Besides, I will let you in on a little secret, it said as it drifted close to the crystal. Most of that stuff you guys made up. We just went along with it. Oh, okay, Jacksona said, quite relieved. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but why did you request my presence? You are a puzzle, Jacksona, the abyssal lord hissed pleasantly. You are quite gifted for your race, a prodigy if I do say so myself. You flatter me, my lord, Jacksona said, slightly embarrassed. Well, it is the truth. Your scores, your scans, you possess an amazing intellect, the abyssal lord replied. So why is it that you, who could have gone to any academy we have, who would not only would have been accepted but welcomed with great fanfare, someone who was actively recruited by the finest institutes of learning we have, turn your back on all of that and instead go to a common Federation university, not only clogged with but actually taught by lesser beings alongside the dregs of your own race who could find no proper school to take them. Well, my lord, Jackson replied, I wanted to experience the Federation, actually meet the beings that I had only read about, to taste the waters of other worlds, have experiences that I would never have in the rarefied crystalline towers back home. Besides, those allegedly lesser beings possess unique insights and talents that I would never be exposed to otherwise. What I am gaining is valuable beyond measure. I figured I could go to a few universities across the Federation, see the galaxy, and pick up a Federation doctorate or 3. A lot of the credits would transfer to a real university, and if not, I am sure I could test into more advanced classes when I was prepared to actually go to college for real, Jackson said cheerfully. Besides, we live a long time. What's an extra 20 or 30 years? I'm young. I have no real responsibilities. There is no way I will be able to do this later when I am actually a grown-up, so why not now? Wise beyond your years, the Abyssal Lord chuckled. You are indeed gifted. Many sun-drinkers of your status would never dare to even conceive of what you just said. Yes. You are exactly what we are looking for. My lord. Jackson asked, somewhat confused. The Forum needs someone like you for a very important mission. I'll do it, she exclaimed happily. This was amazing. A real Abyssal Lord. Real adventure. Something like that doesn't swim by, but maybe once in your life if you were very lucky. No way, she wasn't going to snap that up. I appreciate your enthusiasm, the Abyssal Lord said with a smile. However, you might want to hear what we have in mind before you agree to anything. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. GVXTAA, hastily confirmed as the new director of Federation Intelligence, yelled at his terminal. A Forum representative? He needed one of those like he needed an extra anal pore. Fuck. He buzzed and spit bile into a small bucket he now kept by his desk for that exact reason. As if he wasn't giving them daily fucking reports as it was. Fuck, as if they even needed reports in the first place. There are probably more of them at the crime scene than there are Federation agents and police combined. If anything, they should be the ones giving him reports. Their fancy-dancy ultra-tech scanners probably had mapped everything down to the fucking quark level and they were demanding lab reports from him. Fuck them. He spat into the bucket again and tried to control his fluid pressure. Director Axaia made this unending nightmare look so fucking easy. He asked her once what her secret was. Her reply was, it helps if you let your soul die a little. Fuck. He thought she was joking. He spat. Well, at least he gets to share the misery. The Almighty Forum requested that their representative assist Senior Agent X-Ray next set out with his task force, a task force they definitely should not know about, a task force that the late director made a point not to have other talent on, probably for this very fucking reason. How the fuck did they even know about that? No telling. They probably have Abyss knows how many spies in the agency and not just Callant. He spat. At least he would get to see the look on Senior Agent X-Ray next at S face when he let him know that he had assistance from the fucking Callant incoming. No, absolutely not. No fucking way. X-Ray next sat at hissed when he got the news. Sorry, X-Ray, GVXTAA chuckled. We have a saying, misfortune longs for many lovers, and you my friend are getting fucked right along with me, so dig a hole for your eggs in and lube up. A Forum spy is the last thing I need, GVX. X-Ray next sat at snarled. Do you have any idea what we are going to wind up doing over here? I really don't think either of us want witnesses on this one. Well, I got it straight from the fish's asshole that they are cool with anything we do short of a war with the Republic, GVXTAA replied. They are more than a little pissed off that Axaia died before she reached the Great Ocean, whatever that means. Besides, they promised us the data from their scans and continuing support if we fully integrate this little fluke. They want that who bitch as bad as we do, it seems. Great, as if I didn't have enough to deal with, X-Ray next sat at growled. I'm really excited to be working with you. Jackson enthused to Director GVXTAA and Senior Agent X-Ray next sat at as she wiggled excitedly. Likewise, GVXTAA said sourly. X-Ray next sat at just stood there silently. I just wanna let you guys know that I'm not here to interfere in any way. I'm just here as a liaison between you guys at Intelligence and the Callant Forum and to help out in any way that I can. Well, about that liaison bullshit, GVXTAA buzzed. We know exactly what we are doing and we don't need any fucking eels telling us our business. No. Jackson said emphatically, you got the wrong idea. I'm not here to tell you how to do anything. I'm here as a resource for you. If you need anything at all from the Callant, I'm your girl. And seriously, anything else I can do to help is totally my jam. Paperwork, data entry, manning a video monitor, food and beverage runs, you name it. The Callant just want to help and that goes double for me. Jackson said enthusiastically. I'm just thrilled to be a part of this. This is history, real history, in the making right here. X-Ray next sat at said dubiously. Tell us about your service history, all agencies, military units, Any special details? All of it. Well, Jackson said, taking a big gulp of water, until yesterday I was a grad student here at the Federation University working towards my master's in galactic studies. Before that I went to Ixalan Academy back on our home world where I was on the Groxon team and the debate team, and to use a terrestrial term I totally kicked some ass. I graduated as the first seat. Oh. I also was in the Kelp Explorers where I got almost all of my merit badges except for. You have to be kidding me. X-Ray Next Zatat snorted. You seriously expect me to believe that shit? It's true. Jacksona exclaimed. They didn't want to load you down with some super spy or stiff-spined military type who would cramp your style. They picked me because I was convenient and I'm familiar with both galactic culture and this planet in particular. Seriously, I'm just here as a representative of our form so that you can have a direct point of contact and can skip all the normal political carp stuffing. Well, if that's the case, X-Ray Next Zatat replied, then you will have no problem taking our lunch orders. You got it, boss. Jacksona enthused. Okay guys, what will you have? After she took all the orders and money she scrambled off at a near reckless pace in her bot. So? X-Ray Next Zatat asked the director. I ran her data the second she started talking, GVXTAA said. It all checks out, then again it wouldn't it? What do you think? Odd little hopper, that's for sure, X-Ray Next Zatat said. The day went pretty smoothly and damned if Jacksona didn't make herself useful around the task force office. She prepped documents, got beverages, emptied the waste containers, properly once she was instructed how, and otherwise made things go a little better. She also seemed to know exactly when X-Ray Next Zatat needed a refill. How did you know I preferred human coffee? X-Ray Next Zatat asked suspiciously. You asked for it last time. Did I? He shrugged. Well, how else did I know? Whatever. Anyway, send everybody the files for this afternoon's briefing and get the conference room ready. You got it, boss. With that Jacksona scampered happily away. Well, at least she was telling the truth about being a willing gopher, X-Ray Next Zatat shrugged. After the briefing Jacksona approached X-Ray Next Zatat. Excuse me, she said hesitantly. Yeah, keep it brief. I have a few questions about the briefing. Yeah. I think it's awesome you guys backing off and just running surveillance for a bit. It's a great way to capitalize on this awful situation. I'm glad you agree, X-Ray Next Zatat said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I just have a question, Jacksona said. Why are we running such heavy direct surveillance when we could do a lot of it through the camera system and a satellite? I mean, we don't really need to know what their lunch smelled like, we just need to know where they go and who they talk to. With more passive methods we could really reduce the chances of. I think we know what we are doing, Coffeebot. X-Ray Next Zatat snapped. Sorry. Jacksona said, backing away. It's just that I'm trying to learn and stuff. I was just curious, that's all. Yeah, sorry I nipped your head off, X-Ray Next Zatat said, remembering how he got kicked around at first. You just picked the wrong week to show up, that's all. It's okay, I know things are hectic. I was just curious, that's all. I shouldn't have bothered you. Want some coffee? Yeah, that would be great, thanks. X-Ray Next Zatat shook his head as he watched Jacksona wrestle with the human-style coffee maker he brought along. He really did take a swipe at her for little reason. She was just asking a simple question and he did say for everyone to ask those. He guessed that also went for the weird form liaison that he found himself saddled with. The next morning Jacksona was waiting by his desk, practically vibrating in her bowl. Jacksona, X-Ray Next Zatat said as he accepted the cup of coffee she was holding. Guess what I got? Jacksona exclaimed. What? Oh, nothing. Except a full analysis of the crime scene from the Calent. She put a data crystal on his desk. I couldn't make heads or tails of it, but then again. Galactic studies, day. He smiled despite himself. I'll send this over to the techs working the case, thank you. Well, the Calent actually came across with something, X-Ray Next Zatat said to GVXTAA when he dropped by his office for their daily meeting. No shit. Yep, they're scans from the crime scene. I'll be damned. The fucking eels actually were useful for once. GVXTAA buzzed. So how's their little spy coming along? I actually am beginning to think she is just a grad student they snapped up, X-Ray Next Zatat chuckled. Either that or she is a master of the game. Either way, he chuckled, she makes a decent cup of coffee so I'm keeping her. I figured I would have to have you sedated by now, GVXTAA clicked. Actually she's alright, X-Ray Next Zatat said, she's actually already making herself useful around the place, doesn't get in my way, doesn't try to run the show. She seems perfectly happy making coffee and tea, taking lunch orders, and emptying the garbage. That's just suspicious, GVXTAA laughed. A high and mighty Calent happily emptying waste baskets. I took a moment to call her grad student coordinator and they say that's just the way that she is. Hey, go figure. Well, I have known a few Callants who weren't full of themselves. Guess she's one of those. Thank the creators. X-Renex laughed. So what do we have on the assassination? Creator. It still feels so strange to say that. Tell me about it, GVXTAA replied. Still can't believe it either. To answer your question, it's more of a question of what we don't have. We don't have much. What? The projectile almost completely disintegrated on impact with the shield. What was left pretty much blew apart in the water. The lab is sifting through residue and fragments, GVXTAA said grimly. The isotopic analysis was useless. We have elements from across several systems, all Federation. Not a single element we have found has come from anywhere else. We haven't gotten far concerning where it was made, but how it was made is quite interesting. GVXTAA continued, we have tiny fragments of an arc-welded seam. Arc welding isn't done all that much in the Federation anymore, but it is still used for some processes. What isn't done is arc welding performed by hand. Only the humans do that, and it's a fast-dying art in the Federation. We have an old human looking at the weld fragments and they say that it was an incredibly well done job, master craftsman level. Considering the stresses applied, I don't doubt it. We also found some traces of a metal that could have been used as solder. What's solder? X-Renex asked. I had to look it up as well, GVXTAA replied. It's a metal alloy that melts at a relatively low temperature used to fuse together electrical conductors. It's an archaic tech but makes superior connections when done correctly. According to the nerds, it was used by several species pre-contact, but the only people who used it recently were humans. The elements in the alloy, however, are all Federation origin. It was likely produced by the builder. So we have human welding and human solder, X-Renex said. Not really a surprise, is it? Nope. That plus the ceramic powder and fragments, a high-density, high-temperature ceramic almost exclusively used in bearings, paints a pretty clear picture. A purely kinetic weapon with hand arc-welded seams, soldered electrical connections, and a payload of what was likely ceramic buckshot. The builder was Terran, almost certainly, or possibly a Ziyush, but with the solder that's unlikely, GVXTAA said in a matter-of-fact voice. Fits the profile of our prime suspect, X-Renex replied. Doesn't sound like Patricia's MO though, does it? No, GVXTAA said, it doesn't. Current theory is that she hired outside talent for this one. Any suspects? Nothing concrete, GVXTAA replied. However, based on what we know about Patricia, she would hire the best. And, if she hired the best, then that would be the Hatchet. Seriously? They call themselves the Hatchet? Seriously? That's their working name, GVXTAA shrugged. Supposedly they have a 100% success rate. They say that if you can meet the price, then the target, no matter who they are or how well protected, will die. Oh, they also rarely use traditional weapons. The weapon is usually some weird trap or custom-built device. Sounds like our man, X-Renex replied. Yeah, for all the good it does, GVZTAA buzzed and spat into their bucket. Nobody knows who they are or what they look like. We've gone over everything we have both by hand and AI, and nobody really stands out, but a weapon like that could have been triggered and controlled from anywhere. Odds are they were nowhere near the impact site. We have a complete blockade in place, but we can't keep that up forever. We are going to have to drop it soon. The humans will scream profiling, but we can scan and check every human leaving the planet for a while after that, but we will only be able to record the people traveling legitimately. Nothing stopping the Hatchet from bribing someone to smuggle them out. If we can't identify them in the next couple of days, they will be gone. Well, hopefully the Callant scans will give us something we can use, X-Renex muttered. Wait. That park is in our shadow secure zone. It gets swept pretty regularly. How was something like that missed? It showed up as one of our own sensors. Fuck. I really want this asshole. GVXTAA buzzed. While you are doing your thing, I have a huge chunk of the rest of us trying to identify this Hatchet. I want to put them under a prison somewhere. Yeah, and maybe they could be convinced to hold some seminars while they are down there, X-Renex chuckled grimly. Jacksona was damn near creating a whirlpool in her globe when X-Renex returned. Did you get the scans to the nerds? She asked excitedly. Do they think it was a Terran? X-Renex looked at her suspiciously and then shrugged. She was the form liaison after all. Actually they do, X-Renex replied. The killer tried to put us off the scent with the materials, but the techniques and design are about as Terran as an AK. Now the problem is going to be catching the fucker before they can escape, which is going to be damn near impossible. That fucking missile or drone or whatever they want to call it could have been controlled from anywhere on the planet. Hell, they could have already been in orbit from all we know. But could it really? Jacksona asked. I mean, wouldn't the assassin need to confirm the kill and all? The fucking news did the job for them, X-Renex grumbled. But couldn't we make the news say what we wanted? Jacksona did a fish shrug. Oh well, here's your coffee. Jacksona scurried off. X-Ray next sat at sipped his coffee as he went over the intelligence reports. They really were putting forth too much effort on all this intensive surveillance and were incurring unnecessary risk for little added gain. Backing off and relying more on electronic surveillance would be a solid move. They didn't need to know what their breath smelled like. They just needed to know where they went and if they contacted anybody. Maybe bring in a satellite or two. He continued to sip his coffee. A small doubt started to nag at him. They would have had to confirm the kill, wouldn't they? He typed a quick level 1 message to the director. Brenda 2. The morning after the assassination, a specially designed medical pod hissed and the lid slid open. Brenda slowly regained consciousness. She stretched and sat up, touching her face. She giggled. It felt funny. It always did. She wanted to jump up and go to a mirror, but she had learned, eventually, that just jumping up out of a medical pod was a bad idea. She sat there looking around happily. She hoped that her smile would turn out a little less goofy this time, but held out little hope for that. It probably wound up even goofier. I mean, someone really shouldn't do this too many times, and she had done this way too many times. Fortunately these days she didn't have to do that many jobs, so she had plenty of time to recover, even get some professional work done should it be needed. In fact, she didn't have to do any jobs anymore. She only did the ones that sounded fun, like this one. A hatch opened and a grizzled-looking man walked in. She waved happily. Hi, Captain. He just grunted and kept walking. You hear from your wife and kids? Brenda asked happily. They having fun on their vacation? Fuck you, the man snarled. Yes, but are they having fun? Brenda asked. The kids are. Well, that's just great. Brenda beamed. They are only kids once, you know. So, how do I look? Like a soulless evil bitch. Yeah, but am I a cute one? The man just stalked away. She just sighed and shook her head. Some people, they can't ever enjoy what life has to offer. She went out of her way, and spared little expense, setting up his family, and the families of the rest of his 3-man crew, with a truly lovely vacation to Luna World, and all he could do was grumble. She would have loved a trip to Luna World when she was his kid's age. Heck, she still loves a trip to Luna World. Her legs seemed to be a bit less rubbery, so she cautiously got out of the custom med pod and walked over to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. She smiled. She liked what she saw. Hey! The smile wasn't lopsided. Sweet. She went back to her luggage and pulled out a bottle of very nice, very pricey nanotech hair dye. A nice golden blonde. She hadn't been one of those in ages. It would go well with the face. She, looking in the mirror, then carefully adjusted her iris color and pattern. Gotta love those implants. She grinned. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed cutie. She turned to the side and frowned. The next pod was going to definitely have some body sculpting options. After the dye job, she went to a chest and pulled out a nice pair of khakis, a pretty button-down blouse, and a smart-looking tweed blazer. Hey, Captain, she called out as the guy walked back in. Yeah, the guy asked cautiously. Once the blockade is lifted, you guys can scoot, she said happily. I got some shit to do. I'll find another way back. My guys will collect my cargo when you meet up with your families on Luna. Really? The man asked hopefully. Yup. Our business is done, Brenda grinned. You guys are off the hook. Go back and enjoy Luna World. You deserve it. The guys that pick up my gear will pay you the rest of my fare. Okay, the captain said, breathing a sigh of relief. Just going to pack a bag and then I'll be off. The captain just walked away. His crew would be delighted and very, very relieved. Brenda slid a plug into her neural jack. She interfaced with the medical pod. A menu popped up. She selected one jump and then closed the menu. Deep within the pod, a large cylinder marked with a little yellow smiley face sticker beeped once. She grinned. She hardly ever got to use a nuke. Too bad she wouldn't be able to see it. All traces now removed and no tattletales to worry about. She smiled, thinking of the captain. His wife couldn't pay her much, but after reviewing her medical records she waived her fee. It was good to give back to the community, you know? As far as his crew went, the wonderful garden of the human experience needed a little weeding every now and then. Picking up the same suitcase she entered with, she happily waved goodbye and left the freighter. She was soon munching on some greasy diner fare at the starport. Hash browns with chili and cheese with a nice cold beer to wash it all down. She pulled out her trusty guidebook. It would be a good while before she could safely leave the planet. Everybody expects you to make a run for it, so she might as well have some fun. Oh. A nature preserve with campgrounds. Wonderful. She could grab some camping gear and enjoy nature for a bit. A campfire, hot dogs, pancakes, s'mores. That would be a blast. She hadn't gone camping in ages. Oh. She could get a fishing license. Nothing like freshly caught fish grilling on an open flame. Now that's a plan. She reviewed the train schedule and headed out. 2 days later GVXTAA leaned forward excitedly. He had been informed that they finally had something. At your suggestion we went over all the video again and we found something that the AI, and ourselves, missed, a tall feathered technician said in less than an enthusiastic tone. They drew lots. He lost, and queued up some video. The human, the one in the brown hooded garment. Observe. The director winced as footage of the killing flashed in front of his eyes. He was really sick of watching that. Yeah, looks a pretty normal reaction. Yes, if they worked for us, or any police force or governmental agency, that person is not one of ours. Abyss take them, he snarled. They were just dancing right along. Yes, director. And pay special attention right, here the technician paused the video. The human was clearly picking something up. She was confirming the kill, that was part of the fucking director. GVXTAA screamed. She probably served it up over rice to that whore, he buzzed, spraying bile across his desk. Scans, the director exclaimed. There were scanners all over the fucking place. Did we get her? The technician winced. No, director. How? They were adept at avoiding being scanned even in the chaos. I mean, it's unnatural. All those scans and she wasn't in any of them. We don't even have that clear of an image of her face. It's like she knew the location of every single camera in the area. Impossible, the director hissed. How could she avoid all those scanners? The technician pulled up a map. As you can see, the scans focused either directly on the impact area, the perimeter looking for fleeing suspects, and the rooftops. As you can see, this whole area is almost completely unscanned. That area is where she remained. The situation was further complicated by the number of people who acted as natural obstructions. How the fuck did she escape? The technician sighed and then, backing out of bile range, pressed play. Wait. She was eating. Yes. The box. She left it. We have frozen trash collection. It's still there. It's... The technician winced and queued up another video from the evening of the killing, after the site had been secured. In it, a small object with the caption "Federation Evidence Collection Drone" flew into view and hovered over a certain trash bin. Shortly thereafter, a box could clearly be seen lifted out of the bin and then lifted out of frame. They didn't even have them. Nobody had them. Federation Evidence Collection drones didn't even exist. The director made a faint but very distressing sizzling noise. The technician backed away. Find her, he buzzed, flaring his wings angrily. I want that Terran slut alive. I don't care what it costs. I don't care what it takes. I don't even care if you get fucking military intelligence involved. Fuck. I'll pleasure a fucking Terran myself if that's what it takes. Find her. As very good computer projections of what she probably used to look like were flashing across every tablet and every screen in the entire system, Brenda with a completely new face was sitting on a pier holding a fishing rod and sipping a cold Comet soda. It wasn't Ultra Cola, but hey, for the feds it wasn't that bad of a knockoff. The bobber attached to her line started to wiggle. That evening, as every point in the whole capital where someone who remotely resembled her had been recorded was being scanned and double scanned, Brenda was sitting by a campfire, real wood, and smushing a freshly roasted marshmallow and some chocolate between 2 graham crackers, real graham crackers. She took a bite, getting chocolate all over her face, and smiled happily. As countless technicians were realizing in dismay that any place where they knew she sat and everything they knew she touched had literally thousands of human genetic identifiers, it was like she rolled in people dust, which is pretty much exactly what she did. Brenda snuggled into her sleeping bag and turned off the lights. Brenda smiled happily as she drifted off to sleep. It had been a truly lovely day. About that same time, GVXTAA replaced his bile bucket with a larger one as he reviewed the results of the search. How can someone move through this fucking city and not be captured a single fucking camera? He thought as he started to spit before he realized that he was out. He had run out of bile. Oh, that couldn't be healthy. The next day they went over every hotel in the city. Unfortunately, there were a lot of hourly rate and love hotels that didn't use cameras for obvious reasons. Even so, they found a clerk who did recognize the picture but couldn't exactly recall which room. This led to a number of very startled and mortified guests just a little bit later. They scanned the place until every particle shook, but nothing conclusive was found. A lot of people use those rooms on a fairly regular basis. Finding human genetic material wasn't noteworthy. There was some excitement when they found traces of Sony Clear, but it turned out that the staff used it on a depressingly regular basis. In fact, the faint scent of Sony Clear was what made Brenda chose this particular establishment. Brenda had a crisis. She ran out of marshmallows. It was too much of a hassle to get more. She just decided to suck it up and soldier on. 2 days later they had no choice but to lift the blockade. They posted both large rewards and dire warnings, but no ship of any type reported any passengers of that description. There were a host of sightings and false reports, but they all amounted to naught. Later that day Brenda caught a huge and wonderfully edible fish, and the freighter that brought her here made a jump to hyperspace. In a completely unexpected twist of fate, that freighter never did return to the Republic, or anywhere else for that matter. A park ranger paid a visit to every campsite with a picture of old Brenda on his vehicle's display. Brenda cheerfully waved at him. Satellite images were taken to check for any humans hiding out in the bush. A few primitive campers were quite surprised as a result. 4 days later and the human travel ban was lifted. Better images of old Brenda made with the best AI. They had updated the old facial recognition images of old Brenda across the whole Federation. Brenda took a native draft animal excursion up a nearby mountain. On said excursion she met a cute guy. That night, as GVXTAA filed what he knew was a completely pointless report to Republic Interpol, Brenda got lucky. The guy had marshmallows. Oh, she also got laid. As the search for the hatchet went from a raging inferno of rage to a slow smoldering hate, Brenda and her new friend hung out for a few days drinking beer, smoking weed, and making memories. Brenda eventually bid her new friend a fond farewell and brought her camping trip to a close. She took the train to another starport. Even with everything that took place, there was always a freighter looking to make some easy money. Brenda even let them live. Jacksona does the impossible. Volstrup lounged at his club and took a long puff from a hookah-like device he was sharing with some of his friends as they laughed and swapped stories. As he was reaching for a fried beetle, his communicator beeped. Tossing the beetle into his wide mouth, he looked at it. Invitation to hyperchat from Minnow 1240. What the shit, he muttered. You look like you just saw a wrathful spirit, one of his friends chuckled as they blew out a cloud of pale blue smoke. Yet. I gotta deal with this. Keep my spot clear. Volstrup said as he lumbered his way out of the club. Once outside he grabbed his communicator. Who is this? How did you get this channel? Who do you think? I do not favor the taste of excrement, so stop feeding it to me. Minnow 1240 is dead. Don't your people have a saying, the greater the evil the longer it lingers? Stop with the nonsense. All you need to know is that I somehow know their handle, password, and how to reach you. I also know a lot of other things. So what do you want? Just information. The Federation lost their eyes in the Republic. Your agents are alive and well. I need fresh intel, and I thought who better to ask than my favorite toad. And why would you think I would have anything like that? I'm just a textile merchant. I don't have much time, so why don't we drop the act? I know you are a senior member of the Cabal. I also know a lot of other very interesting things about you. So why don't you just save both of us a lot of time and answer my fucking questions, old friend? Volstrup groaned and turned his eyes skyward. Fine. What do you want to know? How is the icy grip of the inner hells, by the way? You have no idea. Jackson awoke with a strangled yelp. Oh, by the black abyss, she thought, trying to shake the images from her head. Nope, she wouldn't be going back to sleep tonight. Dim lights glowed at her command as she fetched around the pool that was her apartment, trying to shake herself fully awake. Her eyes fell upon a sealed bottle sitting in a polished stone niche. Nope. She thought. It wasn't that bad, yet. Besides, she had to be on point. She had a presentation to make at the morning briefing. She wiggled over to the bot's docking bay and squirmed inside. She queried the time. Crap. It was a long time until morning. She walked out of her apartment and locked the door. She walked down the hallway and out into the night and headed towards a 24-hour diner popular with students. A few stimulant balls and some studying, she had a lot to read up on, was just what the doctor ordered. An all-nighter was a welcome taste of normalcy. Jacksona managed to both pace her bot back and forth as well as twirl inside her globe as she made her presentation. The wars over control of the power and wealth that the red jelly promised nearly consumed our civilization. Even once the secret became known to all, the problems didn't stop. Remember, we developed anti-aging technology while we were still planet-bound. Strict population controls that quickly became racial eugenics were put in place, causing more dissent and conflict, and then finally there were issues with the extreme long life itself. Our brains weren't designed to live forever, just like the brains of most sapient races. Eventually madness and depravity slowly took over entire generations, starting with the oldest and most powerful. This resulted in some of the darkest days of our entire history. Eventually the red jelly became to be perceived more of a curse than a blessing, and, after yet another war, the technology was utterly destroyed, wiped from history. That's why we are taking this situation so seriously. Our history shows the incredibly destabilizing effects that this sort of thing can have for centuries after its initial appearance. In this first phase we are beginning to see history repeat itself. Those initially in possession of this technology are, just as before, using it to rapidly increase their political power and influence with total control of their government as the expected end result. Because of who in particular wields their version of the red jelly, this is even more troubling to the Forum. We cannot suppress this technology in the Republic without subduing the Republic itself, something that we feel is simply not possible. They will have to deal with this on their own. The only thing we can hope to do is halt the expansion of this technology into the Federation, thwart the designs of Patricia Hu regarding us and, if possible, remove her from the equation entirely, which would be ideal for both the Federation and the Republic. You have the complete support of the Callant Forum on this matter, and we will back any measure short of a war with the Republic, which we can all agree would be the worst possible outcome. She was nearly beside herself. She was actually doing some briefing during the morning briefing. She had even been given permission to give the task force a small bit of Callant history. This was amazing. Thank you, Jacksona, Senior Agent X Renex Sadat said. We appreciate this insight into your history and culture and the insight it gives us concerning the threat that we now face. Jacksona beamed as she did her trademark happy swirl inside her globe. And that will be all, gentle beings, X Renex Sadat said. Good hunting, and as always be careful. Everyone stood up and started filing towards the door. As Jacksona was cleaning up the conference room and collecting tablets, they had started using dedicated briefing tablets at her suggestion. X Renex Sadat even complimented her on the idea. She called out to X Renex Sadat as he was leaving. Excuse me, Senior Agent X Renex Sadat, she asked. X Renex Sadat just stopped and closed his eyes. What now? He couldn't drop a pellet without that guppy asking him about it. He just took a deep breath and didn't say any one of the half-dozen things that immediately leapt to mind. The Callant was a good kid and completely out of her depth. He smiled a little. She kind of reminded him of himself when he first started. So eager. So clueless. Sigh, yes, Jacksona, he said as he turned around. I was wondering, Jacksona said as she picked up the last tablet and stowed it away in her bot. During the briefing from the medical team I had a thought. Here it comes. X Renex Sadat thought to himself. One of her ideas incoming. And that was? X Renex Sadat asked. Okay. Jacksona exclaimed. Now this might sound a little bit crazy, but have we considered trying to get the Terrans involved? Aren't they like biology wizards or something? X Renex Sadat snorted. Thanks. I needed a good laugh, X Renex Sadat chuckled. Getting the Terrans involved? Good one. If we are considering bringing in outside help, what about the eels? Oh, we are already involved. Jacksona replied, they haven't said anything because they don't have squat. We are just as confused as you guys are. They haven't said anything because it is inefficient to communicate nothing. Personally I think it's because we hate admitting when we are stumped. The almighty Callant getting stumped by a Terran. X Renex Sadat chuckled. Yeah, Jacksona giggled, oh it is chafing their anuses big time, just like she suddenly fell silent. X Renex Sadat raised an eyebrow but said, noting. Our little coffee bot almost let something slip. Interesting. He made a note to engage her in idle conversation more often. Maybe something good would pop out by accident. As far as the Terrans go, you aren't alone in considering it, or weren't alone in any event, the 8-lie said as he poured another cup of coffee from the insulated pitcher on the conference table. He sipped it with a smile. Jacksona made an excellent pot of coffee. Our late director herself tried to talk to the ambassador, X Renex Sadat said. She was certain that the ambassador was part of a faction that would oppose Patricia Hu. She got absolutely nowhere. Trying to get the Terrans, any Terran, to cooperate is a complete waste of time. Yes, but how did she approach? Jacksona replied excitedly. Did she just saunter in there all arrogant like and announce that she was there to save the day, or did she offer them something? You watch your fucking mouth. X Renex Sadat growled. He then paused. He chuckled, shaking his head, recalling that infuriating little smug expression she would sometimes have. Arrogant? Oh, she was never that, he smiled fondly and sipped his coffee. After a few moments he turned to Jacksona, who was just standing there quietly twisting her robotic manipulators. Okay, Spy Master, he chuckled. Exactly what could we offer him that would tempt him enough for the John Wintersmith, Lord of the Assholes, to cooperate? We have nothing. We have 4 things. Jacksona exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement. 4 of them, on slabs, in our lab. Corpses, real biological samples, not scans. She spun around in her globe. We think that he is part of a faction that is against Patricia, but has that faction managed to get their hands on one of her special people yet? A scan, sure, but actual samples? John is a reasonable person deep down, he has to be. I'm certain he would listen to something that offered a real advantage. Reasonable, the 8-lie chortled. Okay, Spy Master, make it happen. What? You heard me, X Renex Sadat laughed. It's your idea, so go and have a meeting with the reasonable John Wintersmith. Really? Me? Jacksona asked excitedly. Yep. You're part of this task force, aren't you? Why not? Okay, she enthused. I'll do it. This was amazing. She never imagined that she would ever actually get to do spy stuff. What are you waiting for? X Renex Sadat smiled. Get to it. Got it, boss. Jacksona said as she spun around in her globe. She then sprinted off at a breakneck pace. That was just wrong. Kalfraza laughed as she walked in holding a cup of tea in a taloned grip. I thought you liked her. I do, the 8-Lie chuckled. But if she wants to participate, let her participate, he giggled. I can't wait to see the look on her face when she returns from her meeting with the reasonable John Wintersmith. Jacksona, all eyes and wiggles, walked into the Terran embassy. She could barely contain herself. She was in the Terran embassy. Technically, she just walked into the flipping republic. She looked over at a desk and consulted her map. Yab. That should be the secretary for the ambassador himself. Toby looked up and did a double take. No. It wasn't her, but for just a second there, just wistful thinking. He watched her nervously approach. Hi. Jacksona said excitedly. Hello. Toby said, passing his built-in scanner over the bot. It was just a basic model. How can I help you? My name is Jacksona and I was wondering if I could talk to the ambassador, please. The ambassador is a busy man. Unfortunately he doesn't have time to speak with anyone who wanders in. Oh. I'm here on official business and stuff. Jacksona said, reaching into her bot and handing him a tablet. I'm attached to the Department of Federation Intelligence and want to talk to him about, something. I see, Toby said, looking at her credentials dubiously. Callant Forum Liaison? That was a new one. He read the tablet curiously. She was indeed attached to Federation Intelligence. This should prove interesting. He glanced down the hall. A young woman had stopped reading one of the trashy romance novels that were always on her tablet and was looking over at the Callant with alarm. Deep within Toby something started to rumble. Rising forth out of the darkest corners of his subconscious, a delicious idea started to build, and tearing up through his very soul on a wave of hilarity it surged, completely unstoppable. I am sure he will be happy to see you, Toby said, his eye stalks quivering. But first, may I offer you some refreshment? He asked as he reached into his desk and pulled out a power bar extreme that he hadn't gotten around to throwing out. Jacksona's eyes locked onto the bar. What's that? She asked curiously. She really wanted it. It's a Terran power bar. They are a concentrated food product often used in conjunction with protracted exercise or as a meal replacement. This one just happens to be a civilian version of a component of our military rations. The former director of Federation Intelligence loved them. She is the only Callant with whom I was familiar, but if she found them toothsome perhaps you will as well, he said as he expertly cut it into cubes. Oh. I've never had one of these before. Jacksona said eagerly as Toby unwrapped the napkin around a silver fork in his desk and skewered a cube. Jacksona excitedly opened her globe and reached up to accept the morsel. Oh creators, she exclaimed as she munched happily. This is amazing. What are these called? Power Bar Extreme, Toby said as he took a sidelong glance at Patricia's lookout. They were standing with a completely shocked look on their face. Toby, desperately trying to keep his eye stalks straight, handed Jacksona a second cube which she happily accepted. What is that amazing flavor? Jacksona asked as she spun around in her globe, throwing out a little water. You are probably tasting peanut butter, a staple that the Terrans have a love-slash-hate relationship with. The combination of fat, protein, and carbs make for quite a potent fuel. We Kalesh love the stuff. Jacksona could feel her whole body starting to fire up. This was ambrosia, the food of the gods. Food bars. Amazing, she said as she grabbed the next cube. Patricia's lookout was now heading for the back at a trot. Toby grinned as he handed her the last of the bar. The late director loved these but did not wish to be seen purchasing a Republic product, for obvious reasons, so I kept a stash for her here. Toby said with a wistful sigh. Munch, but aren't you enemies? Munch munch. Yes, Toby smiled, but she was a good adversary and keeping a box of these things was little effort or expense. She would often fabricate reasons to come here just for one of these and then just pop into the ambassador's office to swap insults. She was all right in my book, Toby said, and then his eye stalks drooped a little. She will be missed. Anyway, Toby said, shaking himself slightly, I just so happen to have 2 whole boxes of those bars. You are welcome to them, he said as he walked over to a cabinet. Jacksona spun happily in her globe as he returned with 2 boxes of Power Bar Extremes. Wow. Thanks, she enthused. And you may feel less constrained when it comes to buying from your foe. You can get these at Republic Goods. Really? Yes, Toby replied. They aren't expensive and usually in stock. Wow. Thanks. I shall now announce you, Toby said pleasantly, you seem a nice enough eel, so I will tell you something. The ambassador leaves for lunch at precisely 12 o'clock Terran local time. He has become very particular concerning his lunches of late. I strongly recommend not delaying him, Toby said with a little smile. Thanks for the tip. Jacksona said and then set a timer. John was lounging in his chair with a cup of coffee. He retrieved 2 of his grandma's special brownies, wrapped them in a napkin, and slipped them in his pocket for lunch. He looked up as a callant who was practically bouncing up and down in her globe entered. "John Wintersmith," he said tersely. "And you are?" "Jacksona," she exclaimed, walking up and offering one of her hands. "Callant Forum Liaison, currently attached to Federation Intelligence." "Callant Forum?" John asked with a raised eyebrow. "To what do I owe the honor of such a visit?" he asked with a touch of sarcasm. "Oh, I'm not here on official forum business. I'm here on secret stuff." "Secret stuff?" "Yes. Secret stuff. I'm attached to Federation Intelligence and I work with some people who are concerned with the Deputy Ambassador and..." "I'm going to stop you right there, Guppy," John said, waving his hand dismissively. "I've already told you fuckers that is an internal matter, if it is a matter at all, and the last thing I want or need is you fuck UPS meddling in Republic affairs. Maybe Axaia didn't get around to telling you before she was blown to shit that I told you assholes to fuck off, so let me repeat myself. Fuck off." Jacksona just grinned. "Yes, but did the late director just waltz in here offering to save you from the big scary Deputy Ambassador, or did she actually have something that you wanted, which I do," she said in a cheerful, very excited tone. John's eyes narrowed as he leaned back in his chair. "And just what might that be?" "Okay," Jacksona exclaimed. "You know that she has the red jelly." "Red what?" "Oh, sorry. I mean anti-aging tech. I mean you have to, right?" John didn't reply. What was this fish playing at? "Well anyway, in case you didn't know, some of her guys went missing. I might be able to get my hands on one of them, or pieces of one of them, whatever you want." "You dare imply that I would be willing to make some sort of backdoor deal for the body of a Republic citizen?" John snarled angrily. "Yes. Exactly," Jacksona replied cheerfully. "Look, we have scanned and poked and prodded the heck out of them and we can't figure anything out. You Terrans, well you guys are bioscience badasses and I figured that you might have better luck with it. If you are interested, of course." John was interested. John was really fucking interested. "Since you are skipping the bullshit, which I deeply appreciate, I will do the same," John said, taking a sip of his coffee. "What will it cost us?" "Just a copy of your findings, that's it," Jacksona replied cheerfully. "We want to know what Patricia Who has, and so do you. We give you the samples and you give us the report. Straight up simple one-time deal. And how do you know we won't just take the samples and tell you to fuck off?" "I really hope you don't, because it will make me look like a first-class doofus," Jacksona replied with a grin. "Also, the more we know, the more we can do to mess up their plans in the Federation. That can only help you. Right?" Jacksona asked with a happy little bobbing motion. John tapped his desk as he thought. The fish was right. They needed those samples. They had managed to kill a few active operatives, but it was ambush shootings with no way to grab a corpse. Since they were operating in secret, they didn't dare try to officially seize one, and the bodies always disappeared before they could sneak into where they were being held. The fish had another point as well. Federation intel successfully operating against her in the Federation couldn't hurt. "One-time deal," John said after a few moments. "We get the body and you get a report." "One-time deal," Jacksona smiled. "And maybe if this works out we could." "Don't push it, Guppy," John smiled. "For now just this deal. Body for a report." "Cool." Jacksona grinned. "Yes." "Woo," she spun around in her globe happily. "You are a little weird for a spy, you know that." "Oh, I'm not a spy. I'm just the liaison." "Yeah, right." Patricia looked at the kneeling figures before her. "What is the status of the porkies?" "Things are proceeding according to plan," Crimson replied. "We will soon reach critical mass." "Excellent," Patricia replied, her eyes glittering with delight. "How many more before we can begin?" "According to our science team, we would like to get at least 10 more on each planet, but with the interest that is being generated we will likely be able to easily exceed that soon. Everybody in the know wants our treatment." "Fantastic," Patricia laughed. "Finally we are back on track." "And what of Federation intelligence?" "We have encountered no resistance and haven't spotted any tails, but we can only assume they are out there. I doubt we completely killed their interest when we killed their director. Probably watching and waiting," Patricia chuckled. "Only use the same operatives that we are currently utilizing. No sense having more of our people identified." The door to Patricia's office flew open as the lookout burst in. Patricia looked at her and raised her eyebrow. "My lady," the lookout gasped as they fell to their knees. "A callant just entered the embassy, got a food bar from Toby, and then entered the ambassador's office with no delay." "What?" Patricia strode through the embassy. The hatchet never missed. She had even left them a sample of that guppy's body. If that assassin screwed her. Toby looked up and took a sip of tea as Patricia walked into the lobby. "Don't worry, Deputy Ambassador," Toby said with a pleasant smile. "You killed her. It's a different one." Patricia successfully kept her expression even. That fucking beetroot. If you doubt me, Toby smiled, just walk in there, you know, like you did the other day. Patricia's face started to turn red. He was laughing at her. She took a moment to compose herself. The time would soon come where she could properly address this beetroot, but for now, patience was called for. Patricia smiled, her face still flushed. Enjoy pulling the dragon's tail, don't you? She asked, her eyes blazing with rage. Oh, I would never do that, Toby replied politely. However, I have no problem plucking an old bird. Enjoy the feather while you can, beetroot. Patricia smiled, her face returning to its normal hue. The door opened to John's office. Bye. Jacksona exclaimed as she backed up and waved. Bye. Goodbye, John's voice chuckled from inside his office. Jacksona scuttled over to Toby's desk. Bye. Thanks for the food bar, she exclaimed and then turned to Patricia with big eyes. Oh my gosh, I love your dress. It's so pretty. Why thank you, Patricia replied with a beautiful smile as she examined Jacksona carefully. I'm so jealous of you terrestrials. Jacksona said happily, you get to wear the prettiest clothes. Well, I gotta run. Bye. Jacksona quickly scurried, her feet slipping on the tiles, out of the embassy. Patricia just watched her go with a somewhat confused expression on her face. She then gave Toby a cold glance and walked away. She was going to enjoy killing that beetroot. Gunny, you are now the first one on the grill, you know, a silver-haired female security guard chuckled once Patricia left. Totally worth it, Toby replied, his eye stalks whipping back and forth. X-Renexzat just stood there in shock as he stared at Jacksona. So, he said in disbelief, you got John to play ball. Yab. Jacksona said happily. He was really nice. The ambassador, nice. He was. And I got snacks. Look. Jacksona exclaimed as she pulled out the boxes of Power Bar Extremes. Want one? They are really good. So, you went to the Terran embassy, got a meeting with John Wintersmith, he was nice, agreed to your deal, and you got treats. X-Renexzat asked as he numbly accepted a Power Bar Extreme. Ahoy. Jacksona said happily. He said he has to make a few calls, and since I didn't have like some secret communications thingy for me to come back tomorrow to set up the meet. And he was nice. Yes. Super nice. And you're sure it was the ambassador? X-Renexzat asked as he held up a picture of John Wintersmith. It was this guy. Yes. X-Renexzat just shook his head. Okay, go back tomorrow and set up the meet then. We can do wherever and whenever they want, so make it happen. Sure. Jacksona said happily. Well, I need to get the tablets loaded for the afternoon briefing. See ya. Jacksona scampered off. Calfraza looked over at X-Renexzat with her feathered crest sticking straight up. What just happened? She asked in shock. Our coffee bot just succeeded where even the late director failed, that's what happened, X-Renexzat muttered watching Jacksona almost trip over the same desk she almost tripped over this morning. Beginner's luck? Calfraza asked. X-Renexzat muttered as he scanned the power bar and took a bite. Calf, take a break from your current investigation and do some digging on our little coffee-fetching grad student. You got it, boss. Skippy. Skippy was cuddled up next to John as they sprawled in a pile of cushions. John was gently stroking her fur. She said happily. You are so good at that. At what? Stroking my fur. It's magical. It's a human thing, John chuckled. We see something soft and furry and we just have to pet it. If all humans are as good as this, Skippy said, squeezing him tighter, I should inform the 8-Lie people. I could just see it, John laughed, thousands of 8-Lie descending upon Terra looking to get rubbed the right way. Skippy started giggling. The only successful invasion of the Republic in galactic history, she giggled. Invasion of the horny rabbits. And speaking of horny rabbits, she said looking up at him meaningfully. Is the little ambassador awake yet? John reached for his communicator, looked at the clock, and smiled. Yet, he chuckled, we have time for some more negotiations. He grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. She moaned and wrapped her arms around him as she pulled him close. Later as she stroked his hair, John turned to her. I've been meaning to ask you something, he said as he smiled at her. What? When we first met, you showed me your claws. Well, somebody had to put you in your place, she giggled. That you did, he laughed, they were metal-clad. That means you were in the military. Yep. Cobalt archers, Skippy said with a smile. Please don't make a big deal out of it. Archers. Yep, Skippy said, mimicking drawing a bow. Think you are the only race that likes keeping it retro. You mean like with an actual bow and arrow? That's how we bounce, she chuckled. 8-Lie Special Forces. We are trained in every weapon system known, even your crude bang sticks, but our favorite weapon is the bow. And they are still effective. While their exact capabilities are kept secret, you are the last person I have to tell the extent to which a primitive projectile can be enhanced, she chuckled. One open secret I do feel like sharing is that our standard bodkins and broadheads can pierce and slice things that you wouldn't think could be pierced or sliced. Our fur is also a great medium for holding scanner scattering materials so we can get in close. Yet, John said thoughtfully, our scanner camo is furry for exactly the same reason. Probably something that you already knew. Yep. We have a bunch of your suits, she grinned. Nice stuff, by the way. Thanks, John laughed. Glad you approve. From the looks of them we both have the tactic, move in unseen and then cut them down before they can even squeak. And the bow would be excellent, John mused, silent. Both the bow and the arrows could easily be made out of scanner invisible materials. The payload, especially if the shaft was included, would greatly exceed a lot of our bullets. Fuck, he said with an impressed tone of voice. And like your firearms, our bows were a perfect solution born out of necessity, Skippy said as she rubbed her face against John's chest. In our case it was the SlightlyAmusing. Those marshmallows. Yep, Skippy giggled. Before the Federation came and they decided to be perfect little members, the SlightlyAmusing had a little empire going. They were the first in the area with FTL and they quickly took over the Vexa and the Durlam, she said. Then they decided that we would be a great addition, she giggled. I take it that things didn't exactly go according to plan. Nope. Skippy giggled. We were about at the same point you guys were before you were annexed by the Juan Empire. We had roughly the same tech and we were in the golden age of interplanetary expansion, she chuckled, however two things were different. 1. We weren't bleeding out and in the middle of an extinction-level system war. And 2. The SlightlyAmusing were not the Juan. They didn't last a year. Unfortunately for them they left plenty of wreckage with intact FTL drives. 3 years later we took our show on the road and wiped out their entire empire. You let them live. Yeah, Skippy giggled, we absolutely violated them with the peace treaty though. They were still paying us a crushing tribute based on their planetary domestic product every year when they joined the Federation. The fucking Feds said that it was a grossly unfair and predatory arrangement and promised them protection. We think that's why they joined so readily. Just like the Feds, Skippy chuckled, always ruining a good time. Explains why you guys don't like them. Not really, Skippy shrugged, the tribute was so bad that a lot of us wanted to stop it but couldn't because of the principle of the matter and because we didn't want them to be able to rebuild and seek revenge. It gave us a good excuse to stop literally starving them. By then we had a massive military machine and a trade empire thanks in part to bleeding them grey for over a century, and by then their economy was so fucked that the occupation was starting to be just a tedious and depressing hassle. We were glad to be rid of them, but I digress, Skippy said smiling as John stroked her ear. I was talking about the bow. Yeah, I almost forgot, John said smiling as Skippy nuzzled his neck. When the original invasion happened we didn't have a huge military. We had a vicious system-wide war about 80 years before they showed and had demilitarized a lot as a result. We had some military because there was always some asshole that needed killing but nothing close to what we needed. We are, however, a bow culture much like you are a gun one. Archery was a popular sport and a lot people had hunting, fishing, or target bows. We discovered much like you did that slow and heavy was the way to go when dealing with deflector screens, and it didn't take long to make a nice piercing projectile sharp and heavy to punch through their armor. Inside a ship or station range wasn't an issue, and in the open field we can emerge from cover, close the gap in a few leaps, fire off a flurry of arrows, and then either leap away or rush in to finish the job with claw or blade. Actually we used hammers, but you get the idea. Hammers. Their armor was cut resistant but hammers worked just fine. The hammers became ancient maces pretty quickly and the arrows rapidly improved. We started out trying to make small arms, but that soon gave way to just injection molding recurve bows by the billions. Our entire populace was rapidly armed and the arrows kept getting better with each production run being obsolete almost before it rolled off a line. The rest of our production capacity switched to heavy weapons and vehicles. Just like the Juan, the SlightlyAmusing learned about the effectiveness of guided missiles and other primitive weapons the hard way. Interplanetary jumps are great, but huge reactor-pumped lasers, we used them to push around asteroids and vaporize debris, have great range and heavy fighters that can pull over 20 gs, we did have inertial stabilizers after all, might not be able to jump but can cover a system pretty well if you have enough of them. Sounds familiar, John chuckled. Yep. We took a lot of damage and lost a lot of people, but we had them on the ropes. Then they screwed up and it was the end of them. What happened? Sunrise, Skippy grinned. They sent a final demand to surrender or we would be wiped from creation. We responded by broadcasting the execution of most of our prisoners. Then, they finally did what we wanted them to do, she giggled, they sent that world-ending fleet. What happened? Do you honestly think you guys were the only one to make fusion bombs? Skippy chuckled darkly. We didn't have any of those things around, just like you guys. It took us a little bit to remember how to do it, but we had been building them around the clock. Our generals realized that we were holding the line, so the decision was made to not deploy them until either we had a chance to do a massive amount of damage or we had reverse-engineered FTL. Their massive fleet was exactly what we wanted. The day after the fleet showed up, Operation Sunrise was launched. Bye-bye fleet. Skippy giggled. And that was the last we saw of them until we went out looking for them 3 years later. Anyway, Skippy smiled. By then the bow was our symbol, much like the gun is yours, and just like your gun, the bow is still very effective when it receives the right upgrades, and your warriors are skilled enough that the reduced ammo capacity isn't as much of an issue. And I take it that 8-lie archers are. Let's put it this way, Skippy giggled, you know that ancient classic of yours, Lord of the Rings? Yeah. It's actually pretty popular, Skippy chuckled. I loved it, but the reason I read it was the reason a lot of people did. And what was that? A 8-lie scholar studying you Terrans read it and was very amused by how much hype Legolas got, Skippy giggled. Let's just say we weren't impressed. I call bullshit. John laughed. A challenge. Skippy giggled. Put your money where your mouth is and I'll prove it. You're on. The next day John accompanied Skippy to a nondescript run-down-looking building near the starport. It was a 8-lie archery range. About 15 minutes later Skippy bounced out of one of the chambers and shouldered her bow with a giggle. John, laughing and shaking his head, pulled out a credit transactor. As they walked towards the noodle shop, John turned to Skippy. So, he chuckled. You guys still have nukes? What is that cute little phrase you like to use? Skippy giggled. I can neither confirm nor deny. Fair enough, John chuckled. Fair enough. X-Re next Zeta was sitting in a 8-lie fine dining restaurant with KRVXK% Laura, an elegantly dressed 8-lie with intricate tattoos on the inside of her ears set with multiple jeweled studs. Ugh, it's Counselor Pellet, she muttered as Skippy walked in. Careful, dear, X-Re next Zeta chuckled, your disapproval is getting into my soup. You should be at least a little respectful. She is a counselor after all. She makes us all look like a joke, KRVXK% Laura hissed. No, she makes the council look like a joke, X-Re next Zeta chuckled. Not that it's a difficult task. Skippy looked over at the pair and waved. Oh gods, KRVXK% Laura muttered, the pellet-eating clown is heading this way. We all eat our pellets, you know. Not on the council floor. Not just reaching down into a fresh pile and biting into one like a melon. X-Re next Zeta just laughed. She only does that when she's bored, which is a lot of the time, unfortunately. It's disgraceful. And our people love it. That's why she keeps getting re-elected. And I vote against her every single time, for all the good it does. She has my vote. Why? KRVXK% Laura hissed. She makes us all look like savages. And she has done a fantastic job of representing our interests. She may act like a clown, but she's one shrewd hopper, always has been. More than one individual has fallen for the act and wound up with pellets sticking in their fur. She got us thrown off of the Security Council after that disgraceful, disrespectful scene. You mean the one where she pointed and laughed during the Republic War? X-Re next Zeta chortled. Yeah, that was crossing the line a little bit, but you have one detail wrong. We weren't thrown off of the council. Councillor Earl at Ninth AALE resigned. They desperately tried to keep us on it, but she told them to eat my warm steamy pellets. The whole we kicked her offline was just them trying to save face. What? Why would she do that? Because she said that after the attack it wasn't a security council, it was an imperial council and the 8-lie people would have no part of it. X-Re next Zeta chuckled. More proof that she is completely unsuitable. We lost a measurable degree of power and influence. She will never have my respect. Oh. X-Re next Zeta smiled. I will tell you something in strictest confidence. It's not classified, but it's something that Senior Strike Sergeant Earl at Ninth AALE doesn't want out there. Senior Strike Sergeant? Yes, Senior Strike Sergeant Earl at Ninth AALE is one of the few people with a sapphire torque in her underwear drawer. What? She was a cobalt archer. For over 50 years. Darling, she wasn't just an archer. She was the archer. She made the rest of us look like feds. She would shred entire archer companies on maneuvers, and she did it for 57 years. I had no idea. Why would she keep it a secret? If I had a torque I would sleep with it on. She's afraid that people would start taking her seriously. Remember her campaign platform, I'm the least qualified for the job. She also really hates all the fuss people make over the archers. She says that it attracts way too many heroes who just want the prestige. Why would that be an issue? Wouldn't you want heroes? Hero wannabes can get themselves and the people around them killed, X-Re next Zeta replied. You want a hopper that will keep their ears flat, not some glory hound. Oh, she loved feeding them grass, sometimes literally. Skippy bounced over to their table. Counselor Earl at Ninth AALE, it's an honor to see you again, KRVXK% Laura said as she rose to greet her. Skippy narrowed her eyes at her. God damn it, X-Ray, she grumbled, you just had to tell your girlfriend, didn't you? I found her constant bad-mouthing of you tiresome. X-Ray next sat at chuckled. Don't worry, Sapphire Bearer, I will respect your wishes and keep it secret. Well then sit down and stop with the Sapphire Bearer crap. Counselor Pellet works just fine for me. We would be honored if you would join us, Counselor, KRVXK% Laura said as she sat. Nah, don't want to intrude on you two lovebirds, Skippy smiled. I'm just grabbing a bowl of snails with some glitter ears real quick. Gods, I hate actually having to do my job. I just saw my old buddy Ziri and wanted to say hi, and to invite him over to my office so I could pick his brain a little. I will drop by, but if it's about what I think it's about I can't say anything, X-Ray next sat replied. If you don't give up the goods I'll tell little Miss Glitter Ears over here about your first training mission. You wouldn't. What happened on your first training mission? KRVXK% Laura asked. It involved a young hot-testicled young buck saying something about how an old woman couldn't be a serious threat. X-Ray next sat laughed. I will skip the details, but it didn't go especially well for me. KRVXK% Laura giggled. Well, he got his back, eventually, Skippy giggled. How many times did you try anyway? I lost track. It's all a muddy blood-tinged blur, X-Ray next sat chortled. It took years, but yes, I did eventually get mine. Yeah, a dirty underhanded slimy move it was too, completely without honor or the barest shred of decency, Skippy giggled. I was so proud. Well, looks like the glitter ears are here. I have to go and chew their pellets for them. Later. I'll drop by tomorrow, X-Ray next said as she turned to leave. It was a pleasure seeing you again, Counselor, KRVXK% Laura said in a respectful voice. Skippy just winced and gave X-Ray next a dirty look. I can't believe you told her, she said, batting his ear as she walked away. The next morning Skippy hopped into the 8-Ly embassy and after pausing to shoot the shit with the guards loped into the lobby and grimaced. The ambassador was moving in on an intercept course. He was looking like a pellet was stuck on the way out. Not a good sign. Good morning, Ambassador, she said with a smile. The ambassador shoved a tablet in her face. On it was a picture of her and John sitting at the noodle shop laughing and pushing on each other. The title read, Unholy Alliance, or is it just mating season? Skippy started giggling. What tabloid is that? The Federation Herald, that's what tabloid, the ambassador squeaked. This isn't funny, Counselor. The Chewy Illyrian Observer wants a statement. Well, tell them that he's hung like a vor % too, she giggled. You can't say things like that, the ambassador squealed. Someone's going to take you seriously. Well, how's this then, Skippy said with a giggle, I like the way he grabs the back of my neck when he throws me down and. Please take this seriously or at Nithaeaaliath. Sigh, fine. The Terrans are one of the few races that are actually worth a fuck, and there are a lot of very interesting trade opportunities like popcorn. Their metabolism is a lot like ours and they are an agricultural powerhouse with an amazing array of products that they can easily produce at a surplus. Popcorn, barley, wheat, marijuana. Marijuana. You have to try that stuff. Most of it will grow on XVG% kth. We could very well get some brand new crops from them. But do you have to be so friendly with them? Hey, John's one of the few people here I can stand. I can have lunch with whoever the fuck I want to. But the Terrans? Do you remember what they did? If you wound a Gloviki you get what you deserve, and they didn't come after us. Because we were lucky. No, because they were smart. Why go after our system when they had so many soft little fed puppets to hit? Still, Earl at Nithaeaaliath, this just looks bad. I know you have this whole contrarian act, but please. Okay, here's a statement for you. Counselor Earl at Nithaeaaliath is friends with John Wintersmith and considers him and the Terrans worthy of our friendship. She does not give a flying fuck what the Federation thinks and considers the horrible acts by the Republic to be a direct result of reckless decisions by the Federation Security Council and the blind greed of several corrupt players, namely the Federation humans. If the 8-Ly were put in the same position as the Republic, we would have done much the same as they did, if not worse. The Federation and the Federation alone is to blame for the hundreds of millions who died. The fact that as soon as we gave them the option of peace they took it is proof of this. They never wanted that war. We did. Counselor Earl at Nithaeaaliath's first priority, her only priority, is as always the 8-Ly people and the 8-Ly people alone, and she will be damned if lets some limp-clawed fed overcooked noodles tell her who she can and cannot have a drink with after a long day of dealing with their shit, Skippy grinned. How's that? I'll give them a call right now. The ambassador just squeaked miserably and hopped off. Skippy just grinned. That was the great thing about doing the unthinkable. Nobody suspects you of it. She loped to her office and initiated a hyperspace link to her favorite reporter back home. This was going to be fun and spun correctly, a great way to restart a conversation about the Federation's role in the Republic War. She smiled at her good fortune. She gets some good press, receives an opportunity to coat the Federation in shit, and then has an amazing brain-melting lunch with her guy. Today was going to be a good day. Species Guide. Here, in order of appearance are the various races of TFTTR. At this point, Zyush. The Zyush are roughly 3/4 human height and on average about the same mass. They bear a strong resemblance to an arthropod, though that resemblance is only superficial. They are covered in thick black segmented overlapping chitinous plates with a large sturdy back plate protecting their vitals from behind. They have 2 large strong manipulating arms terminating in 4 independently articulated claws with a number of smaller manipulators clustered along the center of their torso where the large chitin plates of their back and sides meet. They walk on 4 limbs similar in size and strength as their arms with a distinct scuttling motion. Their heads can only be described as bizarre with 12 eye stalks clustered on the top and large mandibles dominating the front of their face. They look scary, but the vast majority of Zyush are meek and extremely mild-tempered. There is a weird quirk of their nervous system though. If subjected to enough stress for a long enough time they will alter. They will experience extensive changes to their brain, central nervous system, and body that result in them becoming very dangerous. The Zyush know how to inhibit this transformation, and the government of their home system outlawed Zyush becoming altered. Their treatment of this condition is incredibly inhumane, so an altered Zyush would have to be subdued or killed. One of the big problems the Zyush government had during the insurrection is that the rebel Zyush altered en masse and the government suddenly found itself having to fight an army of super Zyush. It was widely thought that altered Zyush were too violent and too erratic to manage, and that may very well be the case, but it turns out that they can work together quite well, and that the worst of the insanity seems to wear off as an individual Zyush gets used to being what is in essence a completely different life form. They still look the same. A Zyush can tell the difference, but nobody else can. There is an interesting theory concerning this change. Several of the altered with a more scientific focus have put forward the theory that becoming altered is in fact the final stage of the Zyush maturation process. In their early history, the stresses that trigger alteration would be commonplace and alteration would be an almost certainty. Zhuan. The ruling race of the Zhuan Empire. The Zhuan are one of those examples of parallel evolution. They look like octopi. They evolved along the same lines as an octopus, but they diverged as they became more and more interested in land. They are now capable of living completely on land, though they still prefer to at least be moist if they have the chance. Their tentacles are stronger since they bear the entire creature's weight on solid ground and have tapered to very fine tips to better manipulate objects. Their body and head are also much more muscular for the same reasons. They have retained their chromatophores, which they use in communication, usually basic emotions, between each other. Their military, especially their elite night guard units, excel in using their chromatophores in camouflage and in more complex silent communication. They are roughly the same mass as a human. A height comparison is difficult due to the vastly different body structure, but if you laid one out with its tentacles straight, they would on average be 1¼ times as long as a human. There is a lot of variance individual to individual. They rule a massive empire and do it quite well. They are masters of bureaucracy and show what is possible when the system is fairly and efficiently run. Their subject systems and races are happy and very loyal to the empire. The government does have one key vulnerability: the competence and character of the emperor and other high lords. Before the Terran War of Independence, a lot of the actual laws were very archaic and gave broad sweeping powers to the emperor and nobility. After the madness that was the Independence Wars and the totally corrupt and incompetent emperor of the time, a massive updating of all laws and sweeping reforms have changed that and have brought the actual laws in line with what was customary and expected. The current empress is known as the Cyan Empress due to the brutal savagery that she displayed when she deposed her brother and the lords that supported him. Zhuan blood is cyan in color, and at one point she and her clothing were completely covered in that lovely hue. She was the one who brought the Independence Wars to an end and negotiated the transfer of systems and territory to the brand new Terran Republic. Her generosity and grace are what really laid the foundation of good relations with the empire very quickly. The normally very powerful Zhuan military has been badly damaged as a result of the Great War, and it will take years for them to fully regain their strength. The imperial shipyards are working continuously and likely will for decades. Their military is predominantly Zhuan. They segregate their forces with individual races completely crewing a vessel or comprising an army or a marine unit. They do this for logistical reasons and design concerns. An imperial human vessel is designed for humans, for example. There is little friction between the various racial units and the system seems to work well. Imperial human forces distinguished themselves during the Great War and are highly respected. An interesting note about the Zhuan Empire: corruption close to is non-existent. Even in the most tawdry backwater it does not happen. Even before the Cyan Empress created the office of High Auditor, corruption was considered treason. It is worse than murder in their legal system, and not only is the guilty individual going down, anyone who was party to it and anyone who knew of it and didn't report it is also in pretty serious trouble. Now, after the short but very damaging reign of her brother, it is doubly so, and the office of the High Auditor relentlessly hunts down the slightest discrepancy. It's a capital offense. Demanding a bribe or misappropriating resources is suicide. Kailsh. The tough and versatile Kailsh are the Terran human sister race. They fought the Juan in a war of independence the same time as the Sol humans did, and after they both won they allied to form the Terran Republic. The Kailsh are the most alien-looking of the bunch. They have a central squat thick central core with large flippers at the bottom and are surrounded by long thick flexible arms terminating in wide six-fingered hands with a wide thick flexible palm. At the top they have 4 long eye stalks each bearing a large eye. They look a lot like a root vegetable actually. They don't look it, but they can be surprisingly fast and light on their feet since their flippers are strong enough to bear their entire body weight plus some when they flex. Their coloration goes from earthy greens to browns with some mottling possible. They consider a mottled multicolored skin tone to be very attractive when it occurs. They are reserved by nature to the point of being a bit stuffy. As stated, they really like service positions, but it's not because they feel themselves to be subordinate to anyone or anything. They just like them. Anyone who thinks they are pushovers because of it is in for a surprise, like the entire Juan Empire was once they pushed them just a little bit too far. Polka. These amusing-looking people are ups 1.5 meters tall, bipedal, with a 4-clawed pincer at the end of each arm. Their body is covered by a dense short fur that appears to be velvet if fastidiously groomed or more usually felt. This plus their protruding eyes and large mouths makes them bear a good and unfortunate resemblance to Muppets, which is one of the derisive terms by which they are called by Terrans. They also have 4 to 8 inflatable cylindrical protrusions on the top of their head. This crest bears an unfortunate resemblance to a certain part of the human anatomy, leading to their second nickname, Pekriads. As far as temperament goes, they are for the most part a polite unassuming race, if a bit excitable, though as with any people you have your assholes. One of these was the Terran system's former counselor K. Shilta. At present he is serving a 25-year sentence for a laundry list of crimes due to his involvement in the single greatest security breach in Federation history thanks to Sheila's gang. He's hoping that his home world will have forgiven/forgotten him a quarter of a century from now. Not likely. A lot of Polka are in government service either as cogs in the bureaucracy or in the military, where they serve with honor and do very well as enlisted. As officers they are very competent but never reach the highest ranks. You will probably never see a Polka commanding a warship, for example. Their society is quite stratified and their economy is a bit stagnant. There isn't a lot of opportunity for those who wish more out of their lives. Therefore, those who do want to improve their lot often leave, and the government is a huge employer. Adding to their economic woes, their home system was paid a visit by the Retribution during the Republic War. They made the mistake of welcoming a large number of human refugees when the Porkies first entered the Federation, in part for the tax credits and grants. Being labeled a Porky planet put them in on the gold list. Their system was damaged very badly. It will take them decades to rebuild. The Republic might have done them a favor in the long run. The reconstruction has generated a lot of new jobs, and the influx of disaster recovery funds is finding its way into the hands of skilled trades and entrepreneurs, giving them a much-needed boost. The destruction of a huge percentage of the economy has also encouraged many take the leap and leave their system in search of opportunities elsewhere. They are making a name for themselves as good, reliable workers and skilled tradesmen, as well as further increasing their representation in the Federation government and military. As of now their future is uncertain, but they are surprisingly resilient bunch of Muppets and are doing better than most species who got the deluxe package during the war. Strangely enough, they don't bear the Federation humans that much ill will, making the distinction between the common working stiff and the assholes running the show. In fact, the current counselor of the Terran system is a human for the first time in its history. Threen. The Threen are a large bipedal creature with 4 muscular arms slightly taller than a human on average. They are a mammalian-like critter with a protruding jaw, large nostriled snout, and small eyes protected by a heavy brow ridge. They come in a wide range of hues, with their version of melanin having a dark purple coloration instead of our brown. They are hairless except for their skull and a stripe down their back. Their home system is, for lack of a better word, a dump. There are little to no social safety nets save what the Federation provides, and that is pretty scant because the programs are rife with misappropriation and corruption. Organized crime is unchecked and sadly almost a good thing, since they tend to take better care of their neighborhoods than the actual government does. People in need often turn to the mob instead of the government. As a result, any Threen who can usually leaves. They are a very commonly encountered race in the Federation in every role imaginable, with many serving in the military where they excel as soldiers and ship crewmen. They are also excellent labor due to their strength and endurance. They also are quite well represented in the criminal element. 8-Li. The 8-Li are vaguely humanoid in the sense that they are bipedal creatures with 2 arms that walk upright. That's about it. They superficially resemble a Terran rabbit, but there are significant physical differences. A thick coat of fluffy soft fur conceals most of those and further reinforce the image of a walking bunny. Their legs are quite long, much longer than a human's when fully extended, and capable of some truly amazing leaps. They normally keep their legs somewhat folded and tend to squat under normal circumstances, since it's hard for them to keep their balance when the legs are completely extended. They tend to move with a bouncing motion when they walk and will actually hop short distances rather than stride. Their bodies are lean and flexible, much leaner than it appears due to all of the fur. Females nurse their young and possess 2 small, A cup to B cup, breasts on their abdomen. Even for the most endowed 8-Li, these are completely concealed by their fur. Their heads are more elongated than a human's with long floppy ears that they can either allow to flop or they can hold fully extended. They do have whiskers and cute nose. Their teeth are due to diet similar to a rabbit's, but they also have short omnivorous fangs on either side of their incisors. You really don't want to get bitten. A notable feature is that they possess long, very sharp retractable claws. Each hand and foot has 3 of them. The claws for their arms are significantly longer than the ones for their feet. These claws are a big source of pride and are intricately decorated with the designs denoting societal status or rank. Members of the 8-Li military have theirs metal shod and razor sharp. Even unshod, these claws are very dangerous. Due to biology and temperament, they are human tier as far as a physical threat goes. Most of the Federation treat them with extreme caution, putting them in the same category as a human or a Drax. They are considered one of the Federation's problem children. The reputation is well deserved. They never especially wished to join the Federation, but as the Federation grew they found themselves completely surrounded with all of their former trade partners becoming members. They finally decided to join so that they could move freely in space without hassles and trade without some pretty steep tariffs. They ignore a lot of Federation regulations, especially where it comes to the maximum size of their planetary defense forces. The 8-Li have a very large, very well equipped, very well trained, and very dangerous army and navy. Their first contact with another sapient species was when they were attacked in an attempt to subjugate their system. They were caught flat-footed with a very undersized military. After they completely destroyed their attackers, they made the decision to never be at that sort of disadvantage again. They once had a vast trade empire, but eventually the Federation imposed severe sanctions on them due to them not disarming to the mandated levels. This ended the 8-Li trade empire for good. After the sanctions were lifted because the 8-Li started dealing with the empire and there was a serious push for succession from the Federation, the 8-Li focused on complete economic self-sufficiency instead of rebuilding their trade routes. They do engage in trade but mostly sell rather than buy. What they do buy is from the empire. They blatantly ignore tariffs. The Federation lets this slide. They treat the 8-Li very carefully. The 8-Li were rapidly expanding their military and inches away from leaving the Federation when the sanctions were hastily lifted. They were fully prepared to fight. As of now, the 8-Li are still members of the Federation but don't like them very much. Your average 8-Li can't stand the Feds, and there is virtually no Federation presence in the 8-Li home system. They pay their dues and that's it. There are 8-Li working for the Federation but not all that many, and virtually none in the military. There are a fair number of 8-Li working in the civilian sector, especially in banking and other financial roles. There are also a lot of 8-Li entrepreneurs. The Muks, only briefly mentioned, they waged the only other successful independence war during the Zhuan crisis. They voted to remain in the empire after the wars due to their faith in the new empress and a whole lot of gifts and promises, which were kept. They are a grey leathery-skinned quadruped with a flexible spine and an additional set of arms ending in strangely human-looking hands, centaur format. They have smooth rounded heads with a blunt snout with wide flat teeth that suit their entirely vegetarian diet. The Flink. Flinks are a slender bipedal reptile analog, slightly shorter than humans on average. They are various shades of green with stripes, bands, or mottled coloration. Their most notable feature are 4 independently focusing eyes that constantly look about in all directions. Their system is currently in the grip of a very conservative theocracy with heavy censorship of all kinds. An engineering firm with offices on the Flink homeworld did the controls engineering for the White Star. Jesse took advantage of their repressive government and traded a pile of pirated games and pornography, including some very rare live-action stuff, with a Flink computer engineer and software pirate for ship's schematics, control software, etc., which made their plan possible. The Plath. The humble little Plath are small, half-human height at the most and very lightly built. They have smooth tough skin in various pastel hues with a light blue, like shell Oron, being the most common. They have thin limbs terminating in hands and feet with the fingertips being wide pads. Their heads are large in proportion to their bodies with large eyes set somewhat on the side. Their mouths are quite large as compared to a human. The closest thing they resemble in our culture is the gecko except no scales. The head is smaller in relation to the body, the neck and body has to be able to support it after all, and a Plath has a short stubby vestigial tail. They are physically quite weak by human standards but are incredibly tough and have amazing stamina. The stamina may be due in part to a Plath's stubbornness. They can be really stubborn, and if they stick their pads down, getting them to budge either physically or metaphorically can be an exhausting challenge. Their government is a democracy and they have a quite conservative culture. Their culture, economy, and their very souls are agrarian in nature, with the vast majority of Plath owning small farms that they operate using traditional, religious, methods. Strangely enough, their traditional methods of farming are very effective both from a yield and from ecological sustainability perspective. All of their produce is organic and highly valued. They don't produce a massive surplus, but what they do produce fetches great prices and sells out immediately. Almost all Plath live lives of quiet comfort, love working the land, and have ambitions no greater than winning the county fair. This Basque berry pie recipe I just created is the best. Matron Harlorn is going down. Yeah, that's your average Plath. One odd note about their religion. It's pretty conservative and they stick to their Bible, but their Bible works. In addition to the usual history, morality, and tales of miracles and prophets, their Bible has the recipes and formulae that the prophets used as well as a lot of other very practical information. The full Plath Bible is bigger than the old print versions of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Most of their medicine is still based on it and their medicine works and has worked for an unknown but very long period of time. Their educational system is, well, not that great and focuses on what the Plath consider important, so. Their agriculture and child rearing with the basics, reading, writing, and basic math, thrown in. Any Plath leaving their world, none do except for one notorious criminal, are woefully unequipped. The Callant. The Callant are actually three species, the Sundrinkers, the Hands, and the Abyssal Lords that seem to work cooperatively. Of the three only the Sundrinkers come into contact with the outside realm as they put it and are thought to be the only species by virtually everyone. First there are the Sundrinkers. These are the Callant that everyone sees and almost everyone in the galaxy consider the only Callant since they are the ones that venture outside their home system, which is off limits, and have any dealings with the outside realm. They are a long flexible fish between 1 to 1.5 meters long, the oldest can reach almost 2 meters but those are rare, with a large head and mouth with retractable, folding, fangs and sharp barbs on their fins. They are a silvery gray in color with small bright scales. There is also a species of tentacled creature that are simply called Hands. They seem to be just that, the only one of the three species that have any significant manipulative ability. Jackson has said that they are the real reason that the Callant ever reached the stars or perhaps have any real tech beyond simple construction. They have briefly been mentioned as being engineering and mathematics specialists and are not a subservient species but a full sapient species and citizens in their own right, even if many Sundrinkers consider themselves superior to them, probably not wisest to say it to a Hand's face though. They have never been seen by the galaxy at large and reside only in the home system and on the Callant starships where they play an essential role. They are a long 2-meter creature with a flexible conical-shaped body with a skirt-like fin that runs along both sides. The head is the wide end of the cone and it is ringed with long strong tentacles. They are darker in color ranging from a dark green to a dark purple. Finally there are the Abyssal Lords. They are a deep-sea creature residing in the eternal darkness and high pressures of the deepest parts of the ocean. It's the reason why the thing is inside that crystal chamber. It maintains the extreme pressures of the deep sea. Both the Sundrinkers and the Hands defer to them in a very reverential, almost religious fashion. They are 3 meters long, or longer, with a large anglerfish-like head and mouth with a single antennae that they can make glow with a pale blue light upon command. They are a pale white color with large milky pale eyes. They are the clear rulers of the Callant. For what reason has yet to be revealed. They have never been seen by any except other Callant and even most Sundrinkers may never encounter one in the flesh. They seem to have had worship almost imposed upon them rather than have compelled it based on what the one Abyssal Lord said to Jackson when the subject of protocol was mentioned. The Callant are a very ancient race with a civilization that has lasted longer than some entire sapient species. They were one of the big powers behind the establishment of the Federation but sometime in the past they became disillusioned with the whole thing, I wonder why, and have largely stepped back from the whole affair. It is rumored that they possess technology that far exceeds the rest of the Federation and quite possibly the rest of the known galaxy. If so, they keep it a closely guarded secret along with all of the other secrets they keep. The Crenal. They are a 2-meter-high bipedal flightless bird with bright plumage and a hooked beak. Their feathery arms terminate in a 3-fingered clawed hand. They come in a wild variety of hues. The colors used to denote a person's caste and strictly defined roles but that caste system ended long before first contact. A lot of them are in government service in all departments and branches of the military. They are also encountered all over the Federation in any civilian occupation imaginable. Their home system is actually pretty nice. The reason they are so widespread is a natural wanderlust that makes them seek new places and experiences. They just like to see the galaxy. A number of them are in the Republic as well just for the hell of it. Their personalities are as varied as their coloration. For the most part they are curious and adventurous but aside from that they can range from absolutely delightful to a complete and total dickhead. Notable individuals were the former head of the Federation Security Council GZKAL, assassinated by order of Axaia, and Major Scree of Military Intelligence, in the chapter Farewell, White Star. There is also one in Federation Intelligence working on the task force headed up by ex-Renex Zetat. Detective Freela. Detective Freela is a member of the Vexa. They are slender bipeds slightly shorter than a human with smooth pastel pink skin, iridescent compound eyes, and 2 large wide antennae on their hairless heads. The antennae give them an incredible sense of smell that rivals scanners when it comes to detecting airborne particles and chemicals. This is quite the mixed blessing since she is a homicide detective. The Vexa don't really have a terrestrial animal that they are similar to but if one was pressed they are sort of a mix between a mammal and an insect. They appear weak and delicate but they are very strong for their mass and more than one perp has found that out the hard way when Detective Freela introduced them to her friends Mr. Wall and Mr. Floor. They have a democratic government and their home system is about average as far as prosperity and quality of life goes. They are uncommon but far from rare in the Federation as they often venture forth in search of career opportunities. For some reason, maybe it's the antennae, a lot of them go into law enforcement. Kolvak KSA. He is a member of the Haruyun, a Federation race that resides on a colder than average planet. They are known for their massive size, strength, and thick white shaggy fur. Despite their cold origins and thick fur, they are very good at thermal regulation and can easily adapt to most environments. They are a four-armed biped 2 to 3 times the weight of the average human of their height and usually stand between 2 to 2¼ meters tall. They are extremely proficient traders and are found across the entirety of civilized space. Their homeworld is a corporate state with profit sharing for the entire, working, population. There are good social programs for the few that are unemployed. A Haruyun has an instinctual need to be productive or profitable. The ones who don't work are either disabled or degenerates. In either case, there are plenty of social programs to keep them from becoming desperate. A desperate Haruyun is a lot more expensive than one on welfare. Their home system is insanely wealthy due to the megacorporations and individual entrepreneurs. One interesting point is that they are one of the few societies that developed organized labor and the workers are quite well represented. In fact, they are so well off that it is not unusual for a family or an individual to have an FTL-equipped vessel, and in a lot of families, especially trading families, they are given as graduation gifts when a Haruyun comes of age. They use these ships to explore and trade, generating even more wealth for themselves and their families, who they usually buy the wholesale goods from. There is one other Haruyun in the tales, Zora Klunshat, who is currently in jail on Terra pending trial. The Snail. The Snail are a short, lightly built insectoid race resembling a praying mantis with longer, sharper mandibles and prehensile hands instead of claws. Their coloration tends to be dark, almost black, with reflections of a number of different hues. They see in a slightly different spectrum than most of the races, but there is enough overlap that they can get along without visors. In higher wavelengths they have intricate patterns that cover their entire bodies. They tend to be a bit ill-tempered and aggressive and can be quite dangerous despite their smaller size. The new head of Federation Intelligence, GVZTAA, and one of Shaloran's jailhouse friends, TXXTSU, how was she supposed to know that there was such a big artery just sitting there unprotected in a human's neck? Seriously, that's just poor design. They are a communal species, living in large arcologi-like cities on their home world. They are also a democratic society, but their elected officials remain in office indefinitely unless a challenger presents themselves or a vote of no confidence is called. This has caused problems in the past, but a system of checks and balances does a good job of keeping the populace empowered. They are seen across the Federation, where they have a rather bad reputation for violence and have a perhaps unjustified reputation for being criminals. Like the 8 Lie, they aren't especially fans of the Federation and joined after finding themselves in a very similar situation. There are a few in government service for various reasons, but they are not common. The Jaxa. Tiz, another of Shaloran's buddies, is a Jaxa. They are small, brightly colored, scaled reptilian-like creature from the Empire. They are another adventuring species, and their small exploration and trade vessels can be found across the Empire and all over Republic space. They tend to be fun-loving and can be a bit rowdy. One of them finding themselves in jail isn't particularly surprising. They are loyal Imperial subjects, and there are even Jaxa military units, usually ground forces. One interesting note is that they take double dog dares as seriously as a Terran, another reason they often find themselves incarcerated. Tiz was dared to urinate on a true Terran in a starport bar. Also, much like a Terran, when a Jaxa says words to the effect of "hold my beer" or "hey y'all watch this," pull out your camera phones because things are about to get fun. Drax. They are large, between 6 to 7 foot or so, hairy muscular bipeds looking a lot like a cross between a mandrill baboon and a hyena, though they have longer legs and a build suitable for waking fully upright. They have strong claws and fangs and can use both for deadly effect. Unless armored for battle, they wear very little in the way of clothing and often will go bottomless. That's why Cash's spike was so noticeable. It was literally out in the open. They have plenty of fur to protect/conceal their privates, though they really don't have much in the way of modesty. They often wear trophies on a belt consisting of remains of fallen foes. The more dangerous the higher status human skulls, especially Terran ones, are very highly prized. Their choice of weaponry is highly variable, with each individual having their own preferences. They don't have a single centralized government or home system. They are organized in a tribal structure, with each tribe living on a small fleet of ships or a space station. Some do form settlements on unclaimed habitable planets. Unclaimed habitable planets are only marginally so. They have a well-deserved bad reputation for piracy and other criminal activity, since each tribe is pretty much free to do whatever they want with no oversight save for their chief or warlord. Finally, the irrepressible Kraxina. She is a member of the Kareel, a race of small, Shaloran-sized, mammal-like creatures from the Empire. They are a 8-limbed, very flexible being with short limbs and a long torso. All of their limbs end in a fully prehensile hand/paw. They are covered in a thick layer of fur that comes in a wide range of hues. Kraxina is a pretty fox brown color with a white tip on her tail. They are ferret-like in a cute way, with perhaps even more flexibility. They can walk fully upright or on 4 limbs. They were originally an arboreal species and still live in very nice eco-friendly tree houses either built in a real tree, if you are fancy, or more typically on a single thick piling with rope/cable runs replacing sidewalks between them. Their society is extremely sexual in nature and almost all of them are bisexual, freely coupling with whoever catches their fancy. They do form mated pairs, but true monogamy is a completely alien concept. They think it sounds horrible. Kraxina is adventurous even by their standards and ventured forth into the Republic with the expressed purpose of having sex with as many different species as she can. She actually keeps a log. While xenophilia isn't condemned by her people, it isn't normal, and her parents are scandalized by her behavior but freely discuss her adventures with their friends because they are so entertaining. Humanity in the 32nd century. Humanity is currently split into three major factions: the Terrans, the Terran Republic, the Federation Humans, and those who are subjects of the Juan Empire. To understand where humanity is in the 32nd century, it is necessary to understand the events of the 30th. In the 30th century, humanity was a fully developed high-tech society that had expanded into the entire solar system. They did not have FTL but did have reactionless thrusters, artificial gravity, and inertial dampeners. With these technologies they had settled Luna and Mars as well as had massive space stations throughout the entire solar system, especially around Jupiter. They had recovered from the climatic upheavals of the early 21st century as well as had survived a ruinous Third World War, after which the entire race did away with their collective nuclear arsenals, what was left of them. The last actual full-bore war took place in the 26th century when Mars successfully won their independence and became its own sovereign state under a consortium of powerful companies. Things were good. The standard of living was high, and with the entire solar system's resources at their command, humanity was entering the golden age of a post-scarcity economy and the population of the human race grew to over 25 billion. That all changed on June 23, 2997 at 3:30 am. On June 23, 2997 at 3:30 am, the Yellowstone supervolcano blew, covering the rich agricultural fields of North America under a blanket of ash and plunging the entire planet into a 2-year-long winter. All agriculture was brought to a halt worldwide. While every station and colony could recycle water, almost all of them except for Mars were pretty much still completely dependent on Earth for their food. It was just convenient and, with reactionless thrusters, cheap. Even though there were very clear indications that the disaster was at hand, the powers that be decided to keep it quiet for a number of reasons. First of all, there was simply not enough to go around. They decided to protect themselves and their interests. The richest archaeologies stockpiled enough food for the projected famine, so did some of the well-connected rich orbital stations around Earth. Others built underground bunkers with sufficient fusion fuel and supplies to ride out the disaster. Some archaeologies even went as far as to recruit genetically superior people with which they would repopulate the Earth. Mars hastily converted cargo vessels into makeshift gunships with which they could blockade themselves and keep refugees away, including many of their own citizens. They had enough to support most of the population under their domes, but that was it. The vast majority of the 25 billion were caught completely by surprise. The food supplies ran out almost immediately. System-wide famine set in. Anarchy soon followed as billions realized that someone was going to starve and they were willing to kill to make sure it wasn't them. Governments tried to maintain order but soon collapsed. There weren't that many soldiers anymore, and while they might have had sufficient rations, they didn't have enough for the soldiers' families. The hardest hit were the space-based portion of the population. They ran out of food first and many resorted to raiding Earth in a desperate attempt to survive. All livestock and a lot of wild animals were hunted to extinction. The oceans, which had managed to recover from the overfishing of the 21st and 22nd centuries, were stripped nearly bare. That only delayed the inevitable. There were a rapidly dwindling but still massive number of hungry mouths devouring everything they could get their hands on. It wasn't long before many resorted to cannibalism, especially the space-based raiders. As their victims had less and less, their victims themselves soon became game. People are resourceful and many figured out how to survive, eating algae, rats, bugs, whatever they could grab or manage to grow in a hurry. For example, Sheila's grandparents were part of a group that retreated into salt mines and started growing algae and snails. Later they set up greenhouses growing what seeds they could find. Another bright spot was Tak Nakamura and his company Zeus Corporation. They were a massive gas mining outfit stationed around Jupiter. As one of the 1% of 1%, he got wind of the impending disaster and tried to warn the people. He was already a bit of an eccentric maverick, so he was easy to discredit. He bought up all the commodities he could and loaded down his fleet with all the people and supplies he could and set up emergency operations in his facilities around Jupiter. He took in everybody he could. It was, of course, just a drop in the bucket, but at least he tried. His later efforts were instrumental, but more about that later. Even though the long winter only lasted 2 years, the total breakdown of order made recovery near impossible. Anytime someone tried to grow crops, it was almost certain that they would be spotted from orbit and raided. Most of the seeds used even today aren't heirloom and are hybridized products produced by big agriculture, which no longer existed. The highly genetically engineered seeds of the 30th century were even more so. Even if there was some crops left, very unlikely, it wasn't viable by design. The one thing that could have maybe turned the tide, the massive seed vaults were all overrun and raided with nothing left but empty shelves. All of that biodiversity wound up in a stockpot or sold and then wound up in a stockpot. As far as anyone knows. Within 5 years a lot of the population had died one way or the other and the remaining few were grimly clinging to survival, locked in constant conflict with raiders or other rival groups. The once glorious prosperous system spanning civilization had collapsed and was replaced by tribes all fighting over the last grain of rice and then later someone else's mushrooms or algae plates. People killed each other over a handful of cockroaches or even the actual hand that held them. It got ugly. All of those rich arcologies and underground bunkers? Yeah, they didn't last long. One by one they were overrun and taken down with the occupants either slaughtered or driven off. Many of them fled into space where they were at the mercy of raiders or often becoming raiders themselves. At around year 5, some of the ruling class of Mars became disgusted by their families literally becoming fat while the people outside of their fortified citadels starved and shut off the turrets and opened the gates. Mars fell into anarchy but quickly established a new government and did start taking in who they could. Around Jupiter the survivors of Zeus Corporation had taken to eating a particularly nasty pest called a hyper roach. These little nightmares were descendants of the cockroaches of old but had become much larger and immune to just about everything. They also loved to eat bioplastics, especially electrical insulators. One of their big refineries had become completely overrun and had been abandoned with the shields down with the hope that Jupiter's radiation would eventually kill them. It didn't. That became a boon since they were, while quite disgusting, actually pretty nutritious. The abandoned refinery became their hunting ground and the hyper roach was gathered by the millions. Eventually they fired up a refinery and a chemical plant to produce bioplastic to feed them. They then started researching a better roach food, a more easily made and better digested non-toxic plastic. The scientists had to start making bigger and bigger batches of their latest runs because they were starting to snack on it themselves. It didn't take long for them to realize, wait just a fucking minute, and research was quickly shifted to producing an edible plastic. Eventually they succeeded in making a nutritionally complete edible polymer dubbed Jovian rice. They fired up all refineries and chemical plants that they could and started producing it by the megaton. And the famine finally ended. Unfortunately this didn't end the conflict. Soon two forces arose. Many small settlements on Earth and elsewhere rallied behind Tak Nakamura and Zeus Corp, and a lot of the raiders and warlords were led by Jessica Morgan, a former military commander and politician. These two forces clashed over control of the food production and thus control of the solar system. Originally the raiders and warlords had the upper hand due to the fact that they had by that point seized a lot of the original supply of high-tech weapons and ammo. At a disadvantage and desperate for something to fight with, the Texans Zeus hit upon the idea of reviving the old gunpowder weapons of ancient times. They were good enough to fight 3 world wars after all. They looked back at the golden age of firearms to see what was the most popular one and found plans for the AK-47. It took specialized manufacturing equipment to make a blaster or a gauze weapon and the power cells to power them, but any old maintenance RoboFAC could turn out acts by the hundreds, so they did just that. Producing ancient firearms and other weapons en masse turned the tide of the war. It was supposed to be just something, anything, but both sides were shocked at exactly how effective they could be. Zeus started churning out firearms and ammo and giving them to everyone, and suddenly they outnumbered the foe. This was the origin of the revival of old-school gunpowder arms and other such weapons in the Republic. It was total war. No quarter given. Each side was determined to absolutely destroy the other. It was around the 10th year after Yellowstone and there wasn't a lot of humanity left in either group. The people left were the survivors of the survivors of the survivors, and all of them had done some pretty dark shit to make it this far and had no problem doing it again. As the raiders and warlords were fighting an increasingly desperate losing battle for their very lives, the Juon Empire showed up. A fleet of real warships, not some ore carrier with some missile tubes welded on the side, jumped into the Sol system. The system was annexed without much fighting at all. It wasn't the warships. It was the seemingly unending stream of freighters carrying real food, not plastic, that subdued the humans. The terms of annexation were reasonable and the Juon were downright nice for alien overlords. They helped stabilize the system and their resources made real normalcy and reconstruction a possibility. It was said that the Juon didn't conquer the humans, humans conquered the humans. The remnants of humanity were tired, starved, war-torn, and utterly exhausted. Many welcomed the law and order that the Juon brought with them, though they won't admit it now. The first thing the Juon had to do was physically separate the two warring factions. The group that would eventually become the Terrans wanted genocide at this point. The gun-toting people behind Tak Nakamura had been victims of the other group for a decade and wanted blood. By the time that the Juon showed up, the raiders, warlords, and a whole bunch of luckless former Arcologi dwellers, slaves, and others who had nothing to do with anything were on the ropes. They wouldn't have lasted all that much longer. The Juon split up the two groups, relegating the now minority group of former raiders, world leaders who kept the disaster secret, Arcologi dwellers, and others to the outer solar system to prevent any more violence. When the Juon appeared, the population of the Sol system had dropped from 25 billion to less than 500 million. Over 98% of the human race was gone. And thus began 30 years of peace and prosperity under the Juon Empire. The Terrans, while not as advanced in all areas, surpassed the Juon in several fields, particularly mining and refining. Soon megatons of deuterium, helium-3, metal alloys, organic chemicals, etc. flowed out of Seoul and into the eager arms of the empire. Human industry set the standard for productivity and quality, and soon human-run companies were among the most profitable in the whole empire. This didn't last. The old Juon emperor abdicated after a 150-year reign, as was their custom, in favor of his son. This was a mistake. It would take a whole chapter to describe the fuck-up that was his son, but the Juon, who worshipped their emperors, refused to speak his name. He and his cronies took over the empire, throwing away over 1,000 years of social progress, and the good and fair Lord Governor of the Seoul system was replaced by a corrupt lackey. It didn't take long for the system to rebel. Other systems, supplied with weapons by the Terrans and encouraged by our successes, followed. The whole empire was beginning to fall apart. The Cyan Empress in a coup deposed her brother and slaughtered his supporters, restoring order. Her first action was to stop combat on all rebelling worlds. She gave each rebel system the option to leave or remain. The Kailsh and the humans opted to leave. She granted them their systems and a swath of space between them, since they were conveniently located. The Kailsh and the humans formed the Terran Republic. The former population that had been exiled to the outer solar system fled once it was clear that the Terrans were winning, because they believed that the second that the Terrans stopped shooting at the Juon they would be coming for them, and they were right. They fled to the Federation, who welcomed them with open arms. The Federation believed the greatly distorted version of the facts that the refugees told them, and once the Juon Empire left, they approached the fledgling Republic with a list of demands if they wanted to become part of the Federation. They were told to go and fuck themselves. This actually surprised the Federation, who expected the two systems to want their protection from the big bad empire, whose ass the humans and Kailsh just kicked. While the Federation was still trying to negotiate, the companies in the empire who had deeply missed the streams of cheap alloys, fusion fuels, and chemicals from Seoul showed up, wondering if they could resume business. On one hand, the Terrans had a load of hassle and bullshit from the Federation. On the other hand, they had billions of badly needed credits in production contracts. It wasn't a hard choice. The Republic turned its back on the Federation and resumed trade with the Empire. And the rest is history. The three factions of humanity. The Republic, Terrans. This is the core group of survivors from Earth, Luna, Mars, and Jupiter who were honest-ish survivors who, mostly, tried to survive with a nominal minimum of conflict. At the very least, they were the group who rallied behind Zeus Corp and drove off the Juon 3 decades later. They are the most numerous of the three factions, and their Republic now has 4 habitable systems. Earth, Terra, is still badly damaged from the mass extinction of anything edible and suffers from real problems with biodiversity. The human Terrans are dedicated to rebuilding it and are slowly but surely nursing their home world to health. It will take centuries. The Federation humans, these were the refugees from the outer solar system who fled in terror when it became clear that the Terrans were winning. There is absolutely nothing in the whole galaxy a Terran hates more than a Federation human, nothing. Even the most moderate Terran wants them all dead. It's true genocidal levels of hatred. While nothing justifies genocide, the Terrans have very good reason to hate them. They are comprised of raiders, arcologi refugees, and the former rulers of old Earth who kept the disaster a secret, condemning many of their family members to death. And recently they are blamed for being one of the driving forces behind the surprise attack by the Federation that led to the Federation War. They went from being an old simmering hatred to becoming a fresh target of rage once again. The Terrans call them long pork or porkies. This is a reference to long pork, an old euphemism for human flesh, a reference to the cannibalism that they are all accused of. To be fair, a good number of porkies are former arcologi dwellers or their descendants, many of which were completely blameless and had no idea what the arcologi managers and owners had planned, and other such luckless individuals. It doesn't matter to the Terrans. They are all considered the dregs of humanity who got lucky and managed to evade justice, genocide. The Republic is far from perfect. This may or may not be an example of that. Needless to say that during the Federation War, any planet that had a significant human population got a visit from the Retribution and her friends. They have become species non grata in the Federation, since everybody is afraid of what will happen if there are too many humans on their world if hostilities break out again. They are also blamed for the war by the other races in the Federation as well. The Imperial humans, when the war for independence broke out, a fair number of humans sided with the Juon. The main reason was that they were afraid that without the Juon the system would slide back into the lawless anarchy that the Juon saved them from and all of the horrors that came with it. Despite how bad things were, the Juon still represented law and order, and more than a few humans stuck with them, acting as interpreters, guides, spies, and even actual ground forces. After the war ended, these people left with the Juon and took up residence in the Empire. A lot of other people who didn't fight the Terrans also decided to pack up and follow the Juon as well, either afraid of what would happen in their absence, or they simply didn't want to live in what was a completely ruined system. They aren't hated by the Terrans, not exactly. For one thing, they are considered former enemies, straight up combatants, not slimy trash like the porkies. The fact that the Republic is allies with the Empire also has a lot to do with the much more favorable view, or at least treatment, of the Imperial humans. The two groups don't hate each other. Mild antipathy is more accurate. Terrans call Imperial humans weebs, a reference to their love of their tentacled overlords if you get my meaning. Imperial humans call Terrans Terrans because they tried and just couldn't come up with a worse insult than calling someone a Terran. The Great War has thawed out relations between the two groups a great deal since they fought side by side against the Collective. These days the two groups can coexist with relatively little chance of violence. Weeb soldiers have even been seen sharing a drink with Terran ones from time to time. These days the name-calling is usually in good fun and the occasional scraps are increasingly less fatal. The Imperial humans have embraced the Empire and its customs and traditions, completely rejecting their former culture. Weebs can freely move through the Republic, provided they have thick skins, and vice versa. They also despise the Federation humans with a passion due to the unprovoked attack upon the greatly weakened Republic, now their ally, by the Federation. A Weeb will cheerfully shoot a porky almost as readily as a Terran will, one more thing they have in common. This is tempered somewhat by some family ties between the Weebs and the porkies. It's complicated. Crimson. Sasha Blake lounged near a Star Sprinter, a small fast courier-class Terran freighter. She tried to at least look calm. A Terran intelligence operative just standing here with her tits hanging out with the fucking feds on the way? Not smart. She took a long slow hit on of a EpiPen, taking in a lungful of bliss, a mild relaxant and euphoric, something she would normally never do on a mission, but her nerves were shot. They had slaughtered over 100 Fed agents not that long ago. Hell, she had pulled the trigger on a few of them herself. They had to be dying for payback. Helen had better fucking know what she was doing. A nondescript pale grey cargo van pulled up and a very nervous-looking Polka got out. Sasha winced. He was so fucking obvious, and scared. He actually looked worse than she did. It was the opposite of reassuring. There were way too many raw nerves and itchy trigger fingers in one spot for her comfort. The Polka, his crest fully deflated and looking around constantly, spotted her. She raised her hand and brushed her hair over her left ear, the signal. He walked up. "Excuse me, is this ship the Green Greyhound?" he asked. "No, it's the Silver Slipper," she replied. "I see," he replied, swallowing back a mouthful of nervous mucus. "I am very sorry for your loss, ma'am. I never really did like the miserable fuck." "Good riddance to bad rubbish," she replied, completing the passphrase. The Polka nodded and returned to the van. He opened the back and guided a floating coffin over to where Sasha was standing. "Sign here, please," he said, producing a tablet. She scrawled a couple of nonsense words. "So, is this as strange for you as it is for me?" he asked with a little smile. "Stranger," she replied, returning his smile. "I was half expecting a stun bolt and a neural inductor." "And I," he said, still looking about, "am expecting to be gifted with an extra orifice any second. Let's hope things go back to normal soon. I am much more comfortable stabbing your kind in the shadows." "Likewise," she laughed. "Nice meeting you, Pek Riyad." "Have a good trip, Terran animal," he replied, finally relaxing a little. He, trying not to trot, quickly walked to the van and drove off. Sasha just shook her head as he drove off. "Can't believe I'm fucking doing this," she muttered as she guided the floating coffin into her ship. Jacksona was standing in John's office, swinging back and forth anxiously in her globe while John drank a cup of coffee and reviewed some reports. "Great," Jacksona said with a happy little swirl. "Just got word that the, package, has been delivered." "Good," John replied with a smile, "glad that's over with." "Thanks for not shooting our agent." "Oh, we would never do that," Jacksona exclaimed. "We had a deal and everything." "Yeah," John chuckled, "and you actually kept it. We have some scientists just dying to tear into the little present you just gave us." "Super," Jacksona exclaimed. "I hope you guys have better luck than we did, cause we didn't find out a darn thing." "No promises," John replied. "We've been going over some pretty detailed scans for a little while now. I have to hand it to her. The vampire has really done it this time. I know you have your hopes up because of our reputation, but what she has achieved, fuck. It's years ahead of its time." Vampire. A Terran monster legend from the days of old, a quite fitting title for our mutual friend. John smiled. "Oh neat. I will read up on them," Jacksona exclaimed, bouncing up and down happily. "Well, I should probably scoot. Bye," Jacksona said as she started backing out of his office. "Bye. Bye. Bye," John replied, smiling despite himself. He liked the little fish. He was, however, disinclined to buy her whole nice fish act. You don't get to be a callant form anything by being all sweetness and light, especially at her age, and she was innocently wheeling and dealing corpses like it was everyday business. He really wished he could bring Republic intelligence to bear on that little eel, find out what her deal actually was. Still, despite more than a few suspicions, he liked her. Didn't trust her any further than he could throw her bot, but he liked her. Mark Black sat at the yacht club with his wife Shelley. "You're staring again," she said with a smile on her face. "I can't help it, you're beautiful," he replied. She was. She was just as beautiful as the day he bought her. He was just a young raider back then. Not only did she cost everything he owned, he had to kill 2 other people just to keep her. On the bright side, the killings catapulted him into a leadership position among the Longshanks. Over the years during both the Soul Wars and the years that followed, he built upon that, clawing, biting, and killing his way up the ranks until he finally sat on Grant Shank's right side. After Mr. Shank's untimely demise, he was the one who wound up on top. Now, with the fall of the Red Teeth, they were poised to become the single most powerful human organization, both legal and illegal, in the Federation. And he owed it all to her, his muse, his princess. The fight to obtain her and to keep her was what put him where he was today. He took a sip of wine and smiled at her again. She was just too beautiful. Shelley smiled back at him fondly. He wasn't exactly what one would call ravishingly handsome, but he certainly wasn't ugly, and what lurked between his ears was rare, a combination of intelligence, ruthlessness, and yet at the same time warmth and love. Well, for her anyway. And after all, isn't that what matters? He took her from a slave pen, starvation, and rape to a safe, warm cabin. After she met him, she was never hungry, well, starving anyway, or afraid again. After the wars, their prospects steadily rose higher and higher as they climbed a blood-soaked stairway all the way to the top. What he couldn't outsmart, he simply crushed beneath his feet. He was the perfect man, warm and caring to his family and utterly ruthless to everyone else. Back in the day, she ruled the station. Few dared challenge her when all she had to do was snap her fingers and Mark would kill. She looked down at her hands, the hands of a young woman. This was unbelievable, truly miraculous. She frowned. She just wished that they didn't have to make a deal with the literal devil to get it. "What's wrong?" Mark asked. "Did they screw up your steak again?" "If they did." "No, it's fine," she replied, slicing it and holding up a piece for inspection. "Look. Perfect medium rare." She took a sip of some truly excellent wine and tried to smile. He wouldn't buy it. He always saw through her fake smiles. "Then what is it?" "I just wish we weren't in bed with that monster." Mark sighed. They have had this conversation before, several times. "Grant wasn't much better, darling," he replied as he sipped some more wine. "Dark days require dark deals, remember." "But are they?" Shelley asked. "Are they dark days? We have everything we ever wanted. We're even legitimate now, mostly. Slowly dying of old age make for some pretty dark days in my book," Mark chuckled. "It's nice not hurting every goddamn morning, and being able to properly make love to you without throwing out my back is worth another dance with the devil or 2. You have to admit it's nice." "Yes, dear, but at what cost?" Shelley asked, scratching her arm uncomfortably. "It's still itching." Mark asked with concern. "A little," she replied. "The doctor says that it's a normal reaction to the treatment. According to him, it will pass." "Great," Mark replied. "And as far as dealing with her is concerned, she may be evil incarnate, but she respects strength. It will work out just fine. You'll see. We will have everything we ever dreamed of." "We already did," Shelley said in a less than happy voice. Late that evening, John was laying awake in bed at the embassy. Skippy had gone back to her home system to handle council business. Christ, he missed her. It was only for a few days, but it felt like forever. He chuckled. He was pining away like some lovesick kid. He pulled out the latest message from her and played the little video she attached for what was probably the 100th time. It was just her walking through some very normal-looking woods, doing some foraging and identifying various plants and strange-looking animals for him. Nothing tawdry, but he just loved watching it. Her toothy grin just lit up the whole room. It sucked when she was gone, but he did enjoy going to the noodle shop without her. The owner was much freer with the disapproving glances when she was gone. He decided that he was going to try to learn their language. There was no way in hell that he could ever speak it, but he would just love to know what that ratty hare was muttering under his breath when nobody else was around. He bet it was funny as hell. As he was drifting off to sleep, the communicator he kept under his pillow issued a series of tones in a particular sequence. It was their code for incoming. He reached into a pocket that he had next to his mattress and pulled out his sidearm. Just as he got himself properly positioned and the pistol properly concealed, the door to his room silently opened and a slender figure entered completely without a sound. "Easy, there," a familiar voice purred. "I just came to chat." "Oh shit," John thought, crimson. He was more than a little concerned. He had read her file. She was bad news. If she made a move, he wasn't entirely sure he could stop her. Red tips only work if you actually hit the target. "Okay, so talk," John replied, standing up, no longer bothering to hide his sidearm. His people were on the way. He didn't have to stall her for long. Just wanted a few minutes with the man who denied the queen bitch herself, Crimson said with a smile as she plopped onto a couch, intentionally putting herself in a vulnerable position. You're the only one who has, in case you didn't know. She sent you here to give it another try. John asked with a smirk. Hang on, he said, pulling out his communicator. Stand down, he said into it. Sir. Toby's voice replied. We're good here, John said. Just hold position for now. Yes, sir. Crimson smiled. Thanks for calling off the death squad. Didn't feel like getting my bedroom shot to hell for no reason, John replied. Returning to our conversation, she didn't send me, Crimson replied, and while I would love to have a taste of what she couldn't get, I'm pretty sure you won't let me get close enough to try, she chuckled. Besides, your heart belongs to another, doesn't it? What? John asked as nonchalantly as he could. He could hear his heart beating in his chest. If they know. It's the only logical conclusion, Crimson chuckled. When Patricia visited you the night before, you absolutely humiliated her, she said, her eyes gleaming with delight. She dosed you with a pretty nasty poison. Did she now? John replied calmly. Before she entered the room she bit into one of these, Crimson said, putting a small capsule on the coffee table. The vapors trigger an avalanche of hormones and neurotransmitters in the victim. It causes something akin to the combination of love at first sight, your wedding day, and seeing your newborn child all at the same time, but several times more powerful. When she hit you with that and then did something to imprint herself in your mind, it should have locked her in as the sole object of your everything. It's pretty nasty stuff. John nodded silently. That explained a lot. There are only 3 ways that you could have shaken it, Crimson said. The first is that you just happen to have an antidote, and even we don't have a good one. We can only treat the effects. The second way is that you simply have the will of a god, she chuckled. Even then it would still be eating you up inside. Unless you are the actor of the century, that doesn't seem to be the case. I did take theater in high school, John snickered. The third and only way that I consider remotely possible, Crimson smiled, is that you already had someone you already were bonded to. For a normal person, it wouldn't be enough. That bond would be overridden by that snake. However, if the victim has a strong enough will and their feelings for their mate were deep enough, it is possible that the poison would reinforce that bond instead of delivering the victim into the clutches of our favorite bitch. You have someone we don't know about, don't you? That sounds like the plot of a really bad romance novel, John said dismissively as he planned the shot he was about 2 seconds from taking. You left the embassy not long after she dosed you and were gone the entire night, Crimson said. We couldn't follow you because we were being hunted, but we do know when you left and when you returned, in a much better mood. John frowned. That meant they had eyes in the front of the house. Ralph Jessup, Crimson said with a grin. You are wondering who told us, he's one of ours now. John didn't reply. He just snarled. He had known Jessup for years. She could be lying, but he knew deep down she wasn't. Crimson pulled out a slip of paper. Here is a list of everyone we have turned here in the embassy, she said as she dropped it on the coffee table alongside the capsule. Awfully nice of you, John said, narrowing his eyes at Crimson. Why the gift? I'm pretty sure the vampire wouldn't be too happy with you if she found out. Short answer, Crimson replied, I hate her. I always have. And the long answer? I assume you have a file on me. Crimson asked. What did it say about how I joined her merry little band of psychopaths? It said that you were a member of a raider gang they hit and that your final stand was so impressive that she recruited you. Ha, Crimson chuckled darkly, that's one way of putting it. Do you know why my last stand was so heroic? That wasn't in the file. My epic last stand was in a corridor. There were people behind me, people very important to me. Oh, John said grimly. Yeah, out of ammo, using one of their swords. I was holding my own. Until she walked up. She toyed with me. I was nothing but a joke to her, John. It was like fighting, nothing, a shadow. She just laughed and knocked me down, again and again and again, taunting me. Each time she knocked me down she just laughed and reminded me who was behind me. Told me what they were going to do to them. Over and over and over till I couldn't get up anymore. Then she just kicked me to the side and walked past me with her men, and they. I could hear them, the begging, the screams. Christ, John muttered. Crimson trailed off into silence for a little while. Then they came for me. I thought I would be next, but no. I was brought in front of her. They had a table laid out. She told me that I had proven my worth and that I had a choice. I could sit at the table and live, or I could join my friends and family on it, alive. I should have spit in her face, or attacked her, but I wanted to live, John. There was nobody left to defend, no lives to protect anymore except my own, so I ate. I ate my own. God. I just wanted to live, John. I should have, well it doesn't matter now does it? Crimson. I'm sorry. Don't be. I don't deserve it. I was a coward, am a coward. Anyway, I had just done the absolute worst thing I could have ever done, it broke me. For a long time I didn't care anymore. I was a horrible person running with horrible people and doing what I needed to in order to survive. I was in hell, and if I was in hell I might as well become one of her demons, right? She is, very good to those who please her, so that's exactly what I did. No matter what she asked, no matter how fucked up, how evil, I did it without hesitation. Wasn't long before I died inside and it became easy and I was just another of her lieutenants, and later a blood lord. So you are saying that you didn't have a choice? No. I had a choice and I made it, Crimson replied calmly. I chose to do whatever I had to survive and prosper. And it paid off. After the wars we became a business and political organization and I had wealth and power and all the nice things that came with it. For most of the last 150 years I've handled paperwork and less than above board deals. I was a businesswoman, mostly. Aside from the sacrament we were just like any other megacorporation. The sacrament? John asked dubiously. Yet, her ladyship likes to remind us of our roots by having the upper echelon engage in ritual cannibalism on a regular basis. Well, that and she enjoys it. Christ. It's mostly porkies, Crimson said dismissively. Well, that and people who cross her. Your little mouse hasn't been brought to the table yet, by the way, but she will. Her ladyship has her sights on that poor little rodent. Dawn. John asked in alarm. Yet, poor kid, Crimson replied. She has no idea what she is about to get into. Soon, very soon, she will be given the same option we all had. Sit at the table or be on it. John took a deep breath and with a little effort kept his composure. If anything happens to her. You have much bigger worries than the mouse, my friend, Crimson replied. Right now her ladyship has bigger concerns, but once the next phase of her plans are underway she will be coming for you and your sweet little girlfriend. She had dreams of adding you to our fold, but those dreams have been dashed and you are now a threat, not to mention the fact that you humiliated her in front of her men. Too many of us know exactly what happened. We don't dare speak of it, but we know she was defeated. She can't let that stand. She is also a petty vindictive bitch. You need to be ready, and if there is someone that you love here in the capital you need to get them the fuck away, far away. Since you are in a talkative mood, John said sitting down on the edge of his bed, feel like letting me know what her plans are? Sure, Crimson said with a smile. Her endgame goal is complete control of the Republic and to remake it into her vision of what humanity should be. It might come as a surprise that her vision of humanity doesn't have a lot of humanity in it. She is going to tear the whole Republic down, plunge it into anarchy, just like the good old days. Fuck me, John said quietly. Yet, she wants to bring the Soul Wars back, and this time she is planning on winning. Patricia, who will be the Zeus corporate of the 32nd century, and the Republic will be just a memory if she pulls it off. Easier said than done. True, that's why she has been planning this for decades, putting the right people in the right positions, stockpiling materials, supplies, food and weapons, funding research, development, exploration, you name it. Looking back, I believe she has been thinking of this ever since the Soul Wars ended. As much as I want to say this would be impossible, I have studied history, John said grimly. How is she planning on doing this? War, Crimson replied. She is going to cause total war with the Federation. Originally it was supposed to be a war with the Empire, but after the Great War she altered her plans. After our last little dance, the Federation isn't going to fuck around. They will mass their entire fleet and their entire army, and they won't be trying to liberate or subdue us. They will be coming to destroy us. Their fear of us will turn them into exactly the tool that she wants them to be. Even then, John said, even if they send their entire fleet it will just be one big shooting gallery. Our system defenses and our navy will be compromised, Crimson said. She has people everywhere. Our defense stations and our ships will be sabotaged. Ideally it will be civilians and just enough military left to put up a valiant, doomed, resistance. How? John asked, his blood running cold. At any other time he would laugh something this ridiculous off, but considering the source it sounded entirely too possible. I'm not involved in that part of the planning, Crimson replied. From what I've gathered it is going to be a combination of good old-fashioned bombs, even the Retribution can't survive if one of its nukes goes off inside, and malware that will knock out the controls of the numerous smaller craft like the Shrikes or cause a premature detonation of ordnance. Pretty much the entire navy will go down. Then, it will just be the civilians and whatever few naval vessels that can slip the noose. It will still be one hell of a fight, but we will tragically and heroically lose that first decisive battle. It will then be revealed that traitors inside the Republic's own government were responsible, and a coup under the guise of eliminating those traitors will take place. The coup will be intentionally very messy and result in the engineered collapse of the entire Republic. From the fires, death, and chaos a new leader will rise. People will be afraid, enraged, grief-stricken, hungry. They will be screaming for revenge, and who better than the Horde Mother of old to offer them exactly what they will want: fire, blood, and death. She never trusted peace. She never trusted the Republic. She never trusted any other race except Republic humans, just like anyone with any sense should. She will have supplies, ships, weapons, medicine, everything the Terrans will need. She will be their salvation. But what about the Federation? John asked. Even if they win and win big at first, do you honestly think they can hold Terran space? If the Juon Empire at its worst couldn't take Seoul, what chance does the Federation have? New forces will be raised and new ships built at the grand shipyards, all under the immortals that have taken power in the chaos. They will then put her in charge, and under her leadership the Federation will be driven off. Then, with the Terrans bloodied and screaming for payback, the war will be taken to the Federation, and it won't stop. The more bloody and costly the better, at least at first. She can't possibly think she can destroy the entire Federation, John said quietly. Never underestimate the Terran people, John, Crimson said with a grim smile. With the grand shipyards untouched, the rapidly recovering economy completely mobilized, and the entire remaining population as potential warriors, we can field an amazing force in a very short time, and we can keep pumping out the next generations of cannon fodder as we go. If raised to fight from birth, you can field a warrior at a very young age, especially if they are flying a fighter or crewing a warship. Child soldiers are unthinkable now, but when the survival of the real human race is at stake? Of course that also involves indoctrination from birth, doesn't it? In a few short decades, mankind as you know it will no longer exist, replaced by a species where their very humanity has been replaced by resolve. The genocidal rise of the Terran Empire will begin. She has a flag and everything. She's insane. You just figuring that out, Crimson laughed. She's bookshit crazy, but it doesn't mean it won't work. The details are chilling. She reached into a pocket and pulled out a data crystal and set it on the coffee table next to the slip of paper and capsule of love poison. I wrote down everything I know about it on there, including lists of all known conspirators. She smiled sadly. Unfortunately, I don't have a complete list of those in the Republic. Aside from her ladyship, only Monarch and Marrow knows all of them. I do, however, have a complete list of those in the Federation, and that will be very important very soon. I'm afraid to ask. To answer that, we have to ask another question, Crimson said with a grim smile. You've never asked how she is so sure that her people will do exactly what she tells them to do and will hand over power to her without any issues. I was wondering about that. There is an old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Her fountain of youth is a perfect example, Crimson said with a dark chuckle. Let's just say that if I had an option, I wouldn't have taken advantage of it. Oh. It isn't a cure for old age, it's a treatment, Crimson said with a smile. And once you start that treatment, you really don't want to stop. You stop the treatment, you die, badly. Your cells start to mutate and die, and you go from young and beautiful to necrotic and cancerous. They don't realize it yet, but every single person who has taken her up on her wonderful generous gift is now completely dependent upon her for the rest of their lives. She is, of course, in complete control of the formula. She isn't happy with you, you get cut off and die. She dies or becomes imprisoned, everyone dies. Of course, she also offered the treatments to their spouses and other family members as well. How did she manage to pull that off? The formula is in several parts, all of which are encrypted. Only she has the codes. Each of her labs has no idea what they are making, and someone as fanatical as Marrow himself is present during the entire synthesis. The doctors know how to assemble the retroviruses and other components and administer the treatment, but they are just following a recipe, and scanning is not the best idea because once again, one of her mindless zealots is standing right there. The actual researchers are sequestered at a very secure site, and sorry, I don't know where it is. From what I understand, it's quite lovely, but they are never leaving. You would have to ask Marrow or maybe Monarch, but I don't think they will be very forthcoming. Besides, the researchers are still very busy for a very good reason. Do tell. It may not surprise you, but we are very big on innovation but not quite so big on ethics, Crimson said with a wry smile. Shocker, John replied calmly as he tried to process everything he was hearing. You know all those pesky regulations when it comes to human trials? Yeah, we skipped those, Crimson chuckled. Funny thing about all of those guidelines and regulations. They do slow you down, a lot, but they also enforce good research, good science. They keep you from cutting corners. Crimson grinned with genuine pleasure. In this case, maybe cutting all those corners wasn't the best idea. Are you saying what I think you are saying? Yep, this wonderful magical fountain of youth. Crimson laughed, it's flawed. We're all dying, slowly, but dying just the same. No shit? John asked happily. No shit, Crimson chuckled. The treatments still work, but we are having to slowly but surely increase the frequency of them to prevent degradation. What was supposed to be a yearly treatment became every 10 months, then 8. It's still a little less than 8 months, but we are doing them twice a year now. The increased frequency seems to slow down the underlying issue, but it's not stopping it. We are young and pretty, but our lifespans definitely have not gone up, quite the contrary actually. We probably only have a few years to fix this, if it can be fixed, and our research team has, despite very strong encouragement, not made much progress. And she's still planning on this whole Terran Empire bullshit. Not until she fixes the treatment, Crimson smiled grimly. That's where the Porkies come in. What do the Porkies have to do with this? Do you honestly think Patricia fucking who would ever work with the Porkies? Crimson laughed. She hates them more than any person that I know. I think it's why we were so fucked up back in the day. She just hated them that bad. And speaking of fucked up, what she has done to them this time is one of the worst things she has ever done to our little curly-tailed friends. I take it that their treatments have a little less treat in them. John asked, dreading the answer. You got it. Our favorite psychopath decided that what this little problem required was a larger sample size. The treatment that they have received is rapidly degrading, designed to last just long enough to look good before it turns to shit. That's a lot of trouble to go to for just a few more lab rats, John replied. Not just a few more lab rats, Crimson said grimly. There is another difference between our treatment and theirs. Our treatment relies heavily on retroviruses. Their treatment, however, has a true viral stage. Oh fuck me. Yab. It is becoming very contagious, like bioweapon contagious. It will spread like wildfire, targeting the people in closest proximity first, namely the other movers and shakers. In one fell swoop she will start to wipe out the Porkies from the top down. From country clubs to boardrooms they will all start to sicken and die horribly as the effects of end-stage degradation sets in immediately. Both the rapid spread and the status of the first victims will immediately have researchers across the Federation, both human and non-human, on the case within days. Fearing its spread, the Republic and the Empire will undoubtedly follow suit. Instead of one research team working on her little problem, she will have the entire galaxy. Think of it as enforced crowdsourcing. We may even get lucky and someone will wind up to be immune to the effects. If she wants a war, that will do it, John said grimly. Way ahead of you, Crimson chuckled. A manifesto from an as yet unknown Porky terrorist group is about to be released, calling it retribution for the rich corrupt Porky slime starting the war that destroyed their homes and killed their loved ones. They will of course be found only to discover all of them dead from the same killer virus. Their research logs will indicate that the virus was not intended to be easily transmittable. Quite the contrary, in fact. It will look like they screwed up big time and that the Porkies unleashed the plague on themselves, Crimson said with a dark laugh. We can't have civilization ending just yet. We need them to fix our fuck up first. When they come up with a cure for the bioweapon, we will be able to use that to either completely fix or at least treat our degradation problem. At the very least we get centuries of extra man-hours worth of research. As a plus, she gets to kill a shitload of Porkies. I would shoot her myself, but I have to figure out a way to fix this, John muttered. You don't think it hasn't been tried? Crimson laughed. She's inhuman. It's like she can smell the bullets, and now that this ball is in play she is going to be well protected by some very good people. You mean people like you? No. No. You think I'm walking back there after this little visit? Crimson laughed. I'm walking right out the front door and then I'm going to run and never look back. The degradation can claim me. I deserve it. I'm done with this, all of this. I just can't, not anymore. Not again. I can't. I won't. Why? John asked, why now? Because you have given me hope, Crimson replied. When you overcame the poison, overcame her, it showed that you are stronger than she ever will be. I've never seen that before. Nobody has ever been stronger than she is. I didn't think anyone could stop her, ever, but you. You just might. I have long thought that I was only ever going to get one shot at bringing her down. I've just taken it. Crimson pointed her finger towards the back of the embassy and said, bang. John looked into her exhausted eyes and nodded. I will stop her, John said evenly. Nobody fucks with my republic, nobody. Hey, instead of turning tail and running, how about actually standing up to that bitch? We could use you. You know more about her organization than anyone. While you are waiting to die, why not take a few more shots at them? You would actually trust me? Crimson asked hopefully. Fuck no. John laughed. I'm envisioning a safe house with a nice heavy locking door and some nice Terrans who are very skilled at getting the truth out of people. Crimson just laughed, then cried, and then just nodded. Right, John said, keep your ass right on that couch. He picked up his communicator. Toby. Sir. I need the security van and an armed escort team, our people. Tell them to be ready to play. Yes, sir. Once the hallways had been cleared and secured and Crimson handcuffed and led away, John walked to his office with all of the items Crimson left behind. He brewed himself a cup of coffee and paged through the contents of the data crystal that Crimson gave him. This could work. God help us. This could actually work, he thought in horror, then after a moment he smiled wickedly. All he had to do was fuck things up. He was good at fucking things up. Speaking of fucking things up. Command decision time. He picked up his communicator and dialed a number. Wah. A very sleepy Callant voice answered. Having a good evening? John asked. Jackson said really groggily. Well, wake up, I'm about to ruin it. We need to meet. Now. It had better be fucking important, cockbite, she growled in a very odd yet strangely familiar tone of voice. What the fuck? Wah. Sorry, still waking up. Sorry. Forgive me. I didn't mean it. I was just. No problem, John said as a grin slowly started to spread across his face. Are you awake, now? Yet. Sorry. What do you need? Sorry. Jackson exclaimed in a nervous squeaky voice. I need to meet with you, both of you, right fucking now. The Great Ocean. Jackson shifted nervously in her globe. John was supposed to be here already. Her bot was hidden in the shadows under a pedestrian bridge leading to a small park near the starport. The park, lovely during the day, wasn't especially the best place to be after dark. This whole neighborhood wasn't. She suddenly thrashed in shock at the realization that she had a 13mm Terran revolver in her second cargo compartment. When did she get a weapon and why was it Terran? Her eyes widened as detailed images of exactly what that monster could do, especially when firing the military-grade projectiles that were currently loaded, flashed across her mind. When did she get it, and where? How long had she been carrying it? No, she didn't always carry one. She twitched as she wondered what else she had done without realizing it. She swam around unhappily. She was supposed to be just an adventuring student and disappointment to her parents. She should be at home, asleep, or at the diner pretending to cram for an exam that really wasn't that hard when she really just wanted to hang out with her fun Xeno friends. She should not be lurking under a bridge in the dead of night with what was basically an anti-tank pistol, that she suddenly knew exactly how to use, hidden inside her bot. This wasn't fun anymore and her gut was telling her that it was about to get a lot less fun. John wouldn't be doing this just to say hi. To borrow a Terran phrase, shit was about to get real. Jackson sighed and wiggled to loosen her tightening muscles. Worry about that later. Gotta get my game face on. She relaxed and her senses sharpened. She was aware of everything going on around her, the two humans making a drug deal, the pair of male sarong slipping into the shadows for a career and quite possibly life-threatening assignation. Why do some cultures have to be so repressive? The car dropping off a tattered-looking Fklin, probably a whore. Wait, that Fklin looks miserable, possibly injured, trafficked. It wasn't her concern. No, this is my concern. I decide what is a concern or not. Jackson moved to a better position and recorded the poor creature as another vehicle pulled up. The being flinched and then got inside. Jackson smiled. She got some good shots of the vehicle and got a ping off of its transponder. Spy gear is so cool. Once she dealt with whatever plate of POO that John was serving up, she was definitely going to be looking into that poor little Fklin. No. It is her problem. She can do what she wants. She didn't care if shit like that happens all the time. She wasn't a jaded soul dead old eel and wasn't inclined to let some poor soul suffer when she could do something about it. In fact, she decided that she just might start taking these little midnight strolls more often. A shadow moved inside the other shadows. She cocked her head in surprise. She had no idea John was such a sneaky bastard. Oh, she knew he was sneaky, just not stealthy. She watched him for a few moments as he searched the park from his vantage point and scoffed. He was using a visor of some sort, the cheater. She watched as John pulled out a communicator and contacted her. Jackson, not wanting to let him know she could spot him, stepped out into the open and pretended to look about. Fancy meeting you here, John said as he approached. Yeah, Jackson laughed, somebody pulled me out of my nice pool in the middle of the night. You're late by the way. I was followed, I had to lose them, John replied. Jackson suddenly noticed flecks of a dark liquid on his shirt. Is that blood? She asked in alarm. Yeah, when I said lose I meant kill. I'm done playing nice. Ebe. That's what he said, he chuckled, flexing the fingers of his bionic arm. Turns out they aren't as invincible as they think they are. Oh. Right. Do you, need us to clean it up? Jackson asked. There's a dead body, one of Patricia's immortals, in a dark alley near 157th and Star Lane Drive. If it could disappear that would be great. Now how do I do that? Jackson asked, looking off into the distance for a second. Okay. Hang on, she exclaimed. She contacted Federation Intelligence HQ and called for a cleanup crew. X-Ray Nextzat was awakened by his communicator and was instantly alert. KRVXK% Laura, curled up next to him in a nest of cushions, made an unhappy noise as he got up. Wrapping a robe around himself, he walked into the next room. No, you were right to wake me. I did leave orders to contact me immediately concerning anything related to the Calent Forum liaison. She what? When? No. Do it. Send the crew immediately. I authorize it, top priority. Let the duty officer know I'm on my way. I will be there shortly. X-Ray next Zatat terminated the call and returned to the bedchamber to get dressed. KRVXK% Laura looked up at him as she turned on a lamp sitting on the floor next to their nest. Sorry, Kr, X-Ray next Zatat said as he shrugged into a shoulder holster. Something's come up. It's okay, darling, she replied with a smile. Actually, this happens a lot less often than I thought it would. Seniority has its perks, X-Ray next Zatat chuckled. There aren't too many people left who can wake me without fear. Including the twerp who just did. I'm going to chew someone's ears off, their fins actually, but you get the idea. That, Calent Forum person. Yeah, can't go into details but the coffee bot is about to meet unhappy me, he growled as he put on his jacket. Only you can anger me without consequence, he smiled. KRVXK% Laura threw a pillow at him as she laughed. Good hunting, my love, she smiled. Thanks. I just wonder what is my prey is tonight, he replied as he left. As soon as he walked away his smile quickly faded replaced by a snarl. He grabbed his communicator angrily. Jacksona, what the fuck is going on? What do you mean you can't tell me? Don't you fucking move. I will be there in. What do you mean I can't come? You can't fucking tell me. You're pulling rank? You don't. Wait. Repeat exactly what you just said word for fucking word. Okay, coffee bot, I'm holding position but when you get done with whatever it is you are doing I am going to want some fucking answers, ma'am. X-Ray next Zatat looked at his communicator in complete bewilderment for a few moments before shrugging and walking into the night. Sorry about that, Jacksona said sheepishly. The boss was about to storm his fluffy butt down here and I had to talk him down. Didn't take him long, John smiled. Yeah, Jacksona replied. I guess he had a flag put on my tail. I wonder why, John chuckled. Okay, so I need to talk to you but first I need to know exactly who or what I am talking to. I bet you know what I am talking about. I'm sorry but I can't, she trailed off looking very odd. She sat silently for a few moments and then sighed a long bubbly sigh. Alright. I guess I have no choice do I? Nope, John replied. If we are going to work together, which is absolutely necessary, I am going to need to know what the fuck I am dealing with. And you wouldn't be here if there was any other option, Jacksona said quietly. Look, I only want to break about 100 different fishy laws once. Do you mind if another person joins us? You need to be talking to them anyway. Alright, John replied. But if you're fucking with me I will fucking. Yeah, stow it, cockbite, Jacksona replied her eyes wide with surprise. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Whatever, bitch, John said with a little smile, let's go. X-Ray next Zatat sipped a cup of coffee while seated at a table in a back room of a starport diner that was one of the former director's favorites. He didn't even know it had a back room. Maybe this was why it was one of her favorites. He smiled as a waitress brought in everyone's orders in a large insulated pot of coffee. A few minutes later another door opened and Jacksona and John Wintersmith walked in. X-Ray next Zatat raised an eyebrow as he rose and shook John's hand. Of all the people that could have entered the room with the coffee bot he was perhaps the least expected. X-Ray next Zatat, Federation Intelligence, he said introducing himself. John Wintersmith, Terran Ambassador. Everyone took their seats and looked at Jacksona. Well? X-Ray next Zatat asked. Okay, Jacksona said. What I am about to tell you is a Calent secret and one that I am begging you both to keep. If this gets out I will probably be dragged back to our home world in disgrace and you both will lose all cooperation from the Calent, something that we are probably going to need. If John is coming to us with anything other than a middle finger then things are likely pretty grim. Grim is an understatement, John replied. I'll keep your secret. Likewise, X-Ray next Zatat said as he took another sip. I see no profit in betraying you especially if what I am beginning to suspect is true. So, Jacksona said calmly, what do you know about something we call the Great Ocean? It's what you call retirement, right? X-Ray next Zatat asked. I heard the late director mention it once or twice. Retirement is a good term for it but rather incomplete, Jacksona replied. As you know our development of age-reversing tech did not go well. I didn't know that, John said. It almost destroyed our entire civilization, Jacksona said. No good can come from it. Based on what's happening thus far, I'm inclined to agree. Please continue. Well, youth was a bust but the thought of existing beyond what was our normal lifespan once tasted was difficult to turn away from entirely, Jacksona said as she reached for a small fried object. Instead of preserving someone's entire body, research into preserving the consciousness began and created what in time became what we call the Great Ocean. As it now exists, the Great Ocean is a hybrid biological and quantum computer network, possibly the largest in the entire galaxy, where individual consciousnesses are entered and preserved indefinitely. Jacksona paused as she chewed the fried morsel. The Great Ocean isn't retirement as you know it. It is more like the Kalant afterlife. It's a one-way trip into a new state of being, or at least it's supposed to be. When a Kalant's biological life is drawing to a close either through age, incurable disease, or critical injury, the individual's brain is removed and installed into the Great Ocean where it can interface freely with the entirety of the network. As the biological brain continues to age and lose function, the consciousness naturally transfers more and more of itself into the network until eventually it resides there completely. John and X-Ray next sat there silently as they processed what they were hearing. The entire brain is removed and connected for a couple of reasons, Jacksona continued. A real practical reason is that the individual brings along their own extra capacity. The system naturally grows as more individuals are added. What you would consider more traditional hardware can be added later. The other and perhaps most important reason why it is done this way is more philosophical. Many raised the question, is uploading a copy of a being before it dies actually the being in question? By physically removing the brain and installing it, there is no question. It is definitely the original consciousness. What happens next is a slow gradual transfer of it from the original organic computer into the quantum network. It is generally accepted that this is still the original. In this state a consciousness can exist for a very long time, though most do eventually dissolve into a huge gestalt being we know as the Great Dreamer. So you actually played God, John chuckled. Built your own custom-designed heaven. Basically, yes, Jacksona replied. That is exactly what we did. So when Axaia said that she was entering the Great Ocean, X-Ray next said in an uncomfortable tone, she wasn't talking about retirement. She was talking about suicide. She was going to kill herself. That is a judgment that is entirely dependent upon one's cultural values, Jacksona said. In some respects, yes. She was going to surrender her physical body, but her brain would continue to live for a while as she transitioned. This is abhorrent, X-Ray next shuddered. All those beings trapped in undeath, their souls lost forever. I can't believe that is what Axaia intended for herself. I wouldn't go quite that far, John said as he ate a bacon-like item, but it is definitely a bit on the creepy side. This is one reason that we don't speak of it, Jacksona said as she raised herself out of her globe and sipped some warm tea. There are so many different cultures in the Federation. Some would react even more strongly than you did, X-Ray next said. So how many individuals are there in this Great Ocean, John asked. Almost every single Kalant that has ever been born for a very very long time, Jacksona replied. Most of them eventually join the Great Dreamer sooner or later though. When you say a long time, John asked, how long? That's a secret that I'm going to have to keep, Jacksona replied. I'm putting myself in the fryer basket enough as it is. This is just wrong, so very wrong, X-Ray next muttered. Some Kalant agree with you and choose not to join the Great Ocean, Jacksona said, the vast majority consider that a tragedy though. All those experiences and all that knowledge just lost forever. She shook her head sadly. That does bring up one of the incredible advantages of the Great Ocean. All of the experiences, knowledge, and ability of every single Kalant who has entered it are preserved. Imagine if the greatest minds of your entire civilization could be called upon at any time. Any question, any problem, any crisis that arises, you have not only all of the Kalant currently alive but every single Kalant that has existed since the inception of the Great Ocean. Think of it. The greatest scientific minds of countless generations not only still exist but can collaborate both with each other and the living. In a disease outbreak, the greatest physicians in history are on call. In war, the greatest leaders of all time stand ready. Art, music, literature, anything you can imagine benefits from the collective experience and talents of the ages. And then there is the magnificence of the Great Dreamer. Its knowledge is impossibly vast, its wisdom is beyond imagining. Many Kalant believe that the Great Ocean is our greatest achievement. Jacksona paused and chuckled. Both of your cultures believe strongly in serving your people to your dying breath. For us, that's just the beginning. Death does not relieve a Kalant of their duty. For us, duty to the Kalant is eternal. It sounds like you have condemned yourselves to a hell of your own making, X-Ray next replied. What you describe is hell. I don't know, John said thoughtfully. It's definitely weird, but hell? I don't know. Imagine if Newton, Einstein, Hawking, and all the rest could still be sitting around exchanging ideas with each other and everyone else. Shit. Exactly, Jacksona replied. Of course some of the older ones might not still be around as a discrete entity. They may now be part of the Great Dreamer, but the Great Dreamer's knowledge and wisdom are there for the asking. As fascinating as all of this is, John said as he refilled his coffee. I assume you are telling us about this big secret for a reason. Something to do with our favorite eel perhaps? Yes, Jacksona replied. Normally entering the Great Ocean is a one-way trip. The physical brain is removed and the body recycled. Recycled. X-Ray next Zatat asked, raising his eyebrow. Yeah, Jackson replied. If you don't like the Great Ocean, you really won't like the way we inter our dead. Anyway, the brain is removed and installed. However, that isn't the only way we can extract a consciousness. Sometimes, usually due to an accident, the brain is too damaged to transfer intact. In those cases we have a way to download what remains. Quite often a great deal can be extracted from even the worst cases. Director Axaia received special permission to do just that. Using that digital extraction technique, she created a copy of herself and uploaded it into the Great Ocean while she was still alive. This is distasteful to us. Creating a copy like that poses a lot of problems, both philosophical and legal, and brings forth images from yet another unpleasant chapter in our history. You can imagine how something like that could be abused. I'd rather not, X-Ray next Zatat replied. Smart move, Jackson said, it was pretty messed up. However, it is now considered more of a threat to the person copied than to anyone else, so it was more akin to the former director wishing to mutilate herself than commit any dark deed, so it was reluctantly allowed. Why would she do that? X-Ray next Zatat asked in horror. You might not know this, Jackson replied, but the Republic War really affected the former director. She, quite unfairly in my opinion, held herself directly responsible for all those deaths because she failed to stop it. It messed her up inside. But there was no way she could have stopped it. She tried. They wouldn't listen, X-Ray next Zatat said emphatically. There was no legitimate way she could have stopped it. However, she felt that there was much she could have done if only, to borrow a concept from our foe, she had enough resolve. When her old enemy resurfaced and was clearly putting a plan into motion, she promised herself that she would do whatever it took to stop her. Making a copy of herself, despite the issues that would cause, was nothing to her. What issues? John asked. The biggest one would be when she entered the Great Ocean herself. 2 copies of the same person can cause problems. Interactions between the 2 identities can be problematic, but the biggest problem that she would face would be from the other residents of the Great Ocean or even the living population. Multiple copies are not accepted by our culture. It is highly likely that there would be demands that one or even both of the Axaia consciousnesses be deleted. She was risking her very existence. But, why? X-Ray next Zatat asked. To access the resources of the Great Ocean directly. She wouldn't be limited by a terminal. She could explore the entirety of the ocean instantly and intimately. It was risky in the extreme, but she was also directly communing with the Great Dreamer to access that great mind and bring it to bear on the situation. Another reason was that she felt at a real disadvantage when facing Patricia. Her foe had regained her youth and she was keenly feeling the effects of her aging mind. The copy would be instantly as sharp as Axaia was in her prime. Also, by using the same neural interface tech, the copy and the original could commune, sharing resources and essentially becoming one single larger mind when they were doing so. This is breaking so many conventions, guidelines, customs, and morals it isn't even funny, and invited condemnation and rage from the Callant community should it have been found out, but she did it. If it was so much against the rules, how did she manage it? John asked. Short answer, it was Director Axaia, Jackson chuckled. Anyway, the copy was actively working in the Great Ocean when the director, the real director, was assassinated. Is this madness what the director was referring to when she said that she was sufficiently protected? X-Ray next Zatat asked with distaste. No, Jackson replied. She was talking about the illicit Callant tech shields she had in her bot. That thing could generate, for a few seconds, the shield strength of a heavy fighter. Whatever hit her globe would have punched a hole in a Star Lancer, something she definitely wasn't expecting. Didn't you wonder why it was a Team Callant techs that recovered her bot? So you're a copy? John asked. Oh no. Absolutely not. Jackson exclaimed. Downloading copies and overwriting minds is absolutely forbidden. Even now, no matter how badly Axaia pushed for it, it wasn't going to happen. A copy of a copy isn't ever going to happen again, and even under the current circumstances, downloading her consciousness back into the real world was not an option. Once again, there is a reason stemming from yet another historical incident. The Callant would riot if that happened. She would be hunted down and there is nothing anyone could do to stop it. So what did happen? Because something sure as hell did. The next best thing, Jackson replied. Axaia offered to allow herself to be broken down and just her memories and instincts extracted. Jackson looked at them grimly. She asked that she be destroyed and the usable portions loaded into a volunteer. They went through the records and found me. I'm special, she said with a bubbly scoff. By Callant standards I'm a genius, and it was believed that I would be able to accommodate all of her and not only be able to maintain my identity but fully utilize what I would be given. When Axaia found me, she was overjoyed. She could dissolve herself and load all of her memories and instincts into someone smarter than she was and stay in the fight. She jumped at the chance. So, once I agreed to this madness, what was left of her was loaded in. X-Ray next Zatat leapt up and backed away from the table in horror. So she killed herself and parts of her corpse are in your head. By your culture's perception, yes, Jackson sighed sadly. By ours as well, even though none of her actual tissue is involved. And you agreed to this? X-Re-Next-Sat demanded angrily. What is wrong with you? The situation required it, Jackson replied calmly. I'm also a bit strange by our standards. As blasphemous as the concept was, the thought of having all of that knowledge and experience was just too tempting to pass up. My initial reasons might have been selfish, but now that I have her memories, I know I made the right decision. The Federation, the Callant included, are in real peril. Sacrifices had to be made. So what happened to the rest of her? John asked. She probably now sleeps within the Great Dreamer or has dissolved completely, Jackson replied. Without memories and the drives that come from them, there would be little left to hold her together. I felt her briefly. She was free of all of the fear, horror, evil deeds, and all the rest. She was innocent, and quite happy. I'm not sure how long she will last, but she was finally free. Considering all of the terrible things she dealt with, I think it was a fitting end. X-Re-Next-Sat just glared at her. You're unnatural, a monster, he hissed. By the standards of both your culture and mine, you are absolutely correct, Jackson replied. But I'm a very useful one. I have all of Axaia's memories and instincts and the full backing of the Callant Forum with access to all the resources thereof. I'm sure I'm not the only monster you work with, am I? She turned to John. So, have your questions been answered sufficiently? Can we continue? I now have a whole lot of other ones, but I bet you won't answer them, John replied, sipping his coffee. I know enough. Yeah, I am ready to talk. He turned to X-Re-Next-Sat. It's a good thing you are already horrified, because boy do I have some shit to tell you guys. After he finished, everyone sat in silence for a few moments. Well, and I'm speaking for all of the voices in my head when I say this, wow, Jackson said at last. X-Re-Next-Sat just made an angry hiss and then said, if it wouldn't be exactly what she wanted, I would be screaming for war right about now. No, Jackson said, looking off into space, there has to be another way. We can't. No. I can't think of anything better right now. No. I can't suggest that. It's wrong. Is the ghost of our favorite bitch whispering in your ear? John asked. Go ahead and share. Let's do some Terran-style brainstorming. Just say what you are thinking. There are no bad ideas. I disagree, Jackson said grimly. Okay. What comes to mind is this. We don't cure it. What? X-Re-Next-Sat exclaimed. We just let all those people die. Exactly, Jackson replied in an icy tone. We institute disaster-level disease control protocols immediately. Institute a complete travel ban on all humans. Close our borders, including aid from both the Republic and the Empire, under the pretext of preventing the spread of the plague. All infected are quarantined. No research on a cure. If it is as deadly and virulent as we are being led to believe, then it should burn itself out eventually. No cure means no fix for our friends. No fix for our friends means that we are rid of them in a few years at most. Easy peasy. Now I know that Director Axaia is in there, X-Re-Next-Sat said grimly. I hear her in every word you just said. I knew you were a bitch, John said grimly, but damn, I had no idea. It's horrible. Jacksona exclaimed in her normal voice. There has to be a better way. I don't care. It's just one species and not a very numerous one at that. The loss of life will be much less than if she succeeds. Besides, it's a population that has been nothing but trouble from day one. The Federation will be better off without. No. No. You can't say that. They are people. John and X-Re-Next-Sat just looked at each other silently as Jacksona argued with herself. I agree that it is a terrible thing to do, but right now, for now, it is a good move, X-Re-Next-Sat said eventually. We can direct our research not towards a cure but towards a vaccine. It is somewhat less evil and will be easier to sell than doing absolutely nothing. I don't see total inaction working even if we institute disaster protocols and martial law. We would risk rebellion. Even a vaccine could be helpful to her, Jackson replied. No. A vaccine could work and it wouldn't, ugh. I think I just might know a little more about this than you do. My major has absolutely nothing to do with this, you bitch. I learned more in my academy years than you ever did, you, mainstreamer. Everybody knows what sort of talent goes into government service, Jacksona said as she thrashed back and forth in her globe. Everything okay in there? John chuckled. Oh, we are just fine. Jacksona snapped. Now stop screaming in my head or I will start taking those pills. Yeah, you don't like that, do you? You made your point. I communicated it. Now please shut the fuck up. Jackson sighed and looked up. Sorry about that. Part of me is having a conniption. Another huge problem we have is that all of this is coming from one of her own people and a blood lord at that, X-Re-Next-Sat said thoughtfully. We are going to have a hard time doing anything before the bodies start to fall, considering the credibility of the source, both the blood lord and you, John. I believe you, but a lot of people won't. X-Ray next sat at clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth for a few seconds. Any chance some of my people can interrogate this crimson person? John nodded. Provided that there are Terran representatives present at all times and you keep the drugs and inductors at home. She is cooperating. We don't want to change that. Deal, X-Ray next sat at replied. Now I just have to figure out how to sell all of this to the new director. This morning is gonna suck. Of course, blocking the cure here in the Federation is only going to slow her down, not stop her, John, Jackson said quietly. If she can't get the ball rolling here, she will release it in the Republic itself, John said, completing her sentence. I already know how to stop that. How? X-Ray next sat at asked. I kill her, John replied. She dies and the whole problem just goes away. I made that decision before Crimson stopped talking. Then why even get us involved? Because a whole lot of people are going to die if you don't do something right fucking now. You are doing this to save, Porkies. Who knows, John replied as he shrugged. Maybe that. Maybe I fucked up and actually became an ambassador somewhere along the line and I'm trying to stop a war that doesn't need to happen. Maybe I'm hedging my bets in case I fail. I don't fucking know. I'm just playing this by ear at this point. All I know is that I felt you guys needed to get a heads up so maybe you can at least contain the damage and that I need to frag a certain bitch, literally. Let's see her kung fu dodge what I'm going to bring into her office. Makes sense, Jackson has said. But whether you succeed or fail you will be out of the game. Who will we deal with once you're gone? Toby will make the introductions, John replied. Now if you will excuse me, I need to write the woman that I love a goodbye letter. Dead man walking. You don't have to do this, sir, Toby said later that morning. Just take a minute and think, please. I have thought about it, John replied. It's the only way. Now do you have it or not? Yes, sir, Toby said as he reluctantly handed John a grenade. A 1-second booby trap fuse has been installed as per your instructions. Sir, please don't do this. We need you. I can be replaced. This chance cannot. We only have a few hours, at most, before she finds out that Crimson is gone. Once she realizes that we won't get a shot at her. Then I'll do it, Toby replied. No, Tob, my days of sending someone else to their death are over. Besides, I'm probably the only one who can get close enough to her to pull this off, John said as he opened a compartment in his bionic arm's bicep. Now give me a hand with this. Yes, sir, Toby unhappily said as he inserted the grenade, wedging the spoon against the inside of the hidden compartment, and pulled the pin. Thanks, old friend, John said as he closed the compartment, securing the grenade. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a data crystal. Could you give this to Skippy for me? John asked calmly. Of course, sir. Sir, I'm begging you to reconsider. No. This is the best move. Cut off the head and the serpent dies. This is bigger than we are, Toby. Millions of lives, and the very Republic, hang in the balance. What happened to us storming the place in power armor? We have the suits, fully loaded and ready to go. We have no time, there's too much chance for her to escape, and there are too many people in the crossfire. I get close and lob this puppy her way and it's over. All of this can be over and with just one casualty. This is the best move. If you stop thinking about this emotionally and look at it from a tactical perspective you will agree. It doesn't mean I have to like it. No, it doesn't. I'm not especially keen on this either, John chuckled. Skin me. Make sure that the shielding works. It does, sir. Your arm looks perfectly normal. Great. Well, no sense in keeping the Reaper waiting, John said with a smile. Walk with the creators, sir. Toby watched helplessly as John walked down the hallway and out of sight. I'm going to die, John thought as he casually walked through the embassy. No. Don't think about that. Focus on the plan. Walk into her office, say hello, then lob the grenade up and towards her. It will be over in literally a second. He hoped he looked a lot more nonchalant than he felt. He was minutes away from his death. He marched into probable death plenty. That was manageable. He even walked into certain death once or twice. That was pretty white-knuckle but again, manageable. This was definite death. No way around it. He was about to get up close and personal with a frag. Dead. He was dead. He was having real trouble with the concept. He smiled pleasantly to one of his staff and wished them a good morning back. It was funny. He was never going to see them again. He thought about Skippy. It would have been nice to see her before the end, just one last time. He hoped she would understand. As his doom approached ever closer he started trying to figure a way out of it. Maybe he could just open the door, toss it in, and run. Every single wall in the embassy was bulletproof. The place was built like a fort. No, that wouldn't work. She always had a couple of people stationed right outside her office. He would be gunned down before he could take a step. He could shoot one of them, maybe both of them, but Dawn. Christ. He would have a real problem putting a red tip into her. It wouldn't matter anyway. Her people would boil up like he kicked a hornet's nest. He wouldn't make it out. All he would do would be to lessen his chances of killing her. Christ, he was scared. He clenched his jaw and thought about all of the people under his command that he sent into harm's way. Some of them he knew damn well weren't coming back from the missions he assigned. It was war. Sacrifices had to be made. Now, it was his turn. Courage, John, he thought to himself. I have to look like nothing's wrong. He had to stop and duck into a vacant room. He closed his eyes and bumped the back of his head against the wall for a few seconds. Christ, he was terrified. Death was moments away. Okay. Let's do this. He walked into her part of the embassy. It was like there was an imaginary line separating their territories these days. No, it was no longer imaginary. The decor changed immediately. Clean, almost Spartan walls and furniture gave way to lacquer and warm, rich colors. It looks like a cheap brothel, he thought with amusement. Her office was closed now. He would smile at Dawn, make a little small talk, then walk into her office. He thought of Dawn and smiled. She would be free. She would need a shitload of counseling, but once the queen bitch was gone there was a chance she would actually get it. Suddenly doors on both sides of the hallway opened and a dozen of her people came out wielding stun pistols with heavy anti-armor gauze rifles slung across their backs. He heard the doors open behind him and footsteps. He didn't bother looking back. Fuck. Good morning, Ambassador, a well-dressed young woman said in a pleasant tone of voice. How are you this fine morning? Oh, I'm doing quite well, John replied with a smile. She already knows. Fuck. 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 There were far too many for him to shoot, but he unsnapped his holster just the same. I would think you would be at least a little tired, considering the busy night just you had, the woman chuckled. Congrats on killing Chen, by the way. Pretty good moves for an old man. Why thank you. I was rather proud of it myself, John grinned. I see you are leaving nothing to chance this time. All of you for little old me? I'm flattered. Don't be, she smiled. We didn't know how many guests we would be receiving this morning or how you would be attired. She drew herself up and then said in an official manner, John Wintersmith, by order of the Republic you are under arrest for the abduction of Margaret Crimson, the murder of Chen Wei, the misappropriation of military hardware, conspiracy to assassinate the Deputy Ambassador Patricia Hu, conspiracy to attack the Terran embassy, and last but not least multiple counts of espionage. In case you didn't know, those last three are treason, she grinned. You are going to hang. John scowled. How did they know about the armor? Did they turn one of his people and Crimson didn't know about it, or was this whole thing a setup? If he got out of this he was going to have a nice long chat with that ginger bitch. He glanced behind him. There were another 8 people. He quickly surveyed the area and smiled inside. There was an open doorway to the right between both groups. He started slowly backing up in that direction. Look, he said nervously, this is all a big misunderstanding. If I can just talk to Patricia we can work all of this out. I'll even give up Crimson. She can have her. Please, he said in a slightly frightened tone as he continued to slowly back towards the doorway. This is almost all of the people she has left. It was hard not to smile. Perfect. It's too late for that, John, the woman smiled. Don't worry, you can explain it all to the tribunal, not that it matters. Oh. John said as he backed away from her, moving closer to the doorway. It was so close. I'm surprised you would let me live that long. Even though you just killed a man I've loved for 150 years, I am under strict orders not to kill you, she purred. I am, however, free to break every bone in your fucking body. Patricia's people started to advance slowly from both the front and the rear. Hold position. He's mine, the woman spat as she discarded her weapons and walked towards him. I'm going to ruin you. You will go to the gallows in a wheelchair. Your last meal will be through a fucking tube. Good luck with that, bitch. John exclaimed as he lunged towards the open doorway. The woman just laughed as she gave chase. She would be on him before he could even get off a single show. The compartment in John's arm snapped open and he tossed the grenade up and behind him as he dove through the doorway at a shallow angle, landing on the floor alongside one of the walls. She started to scream as she tried to dodge the undodgeable. Boom. John, temporarily deafened by the blast, rolled onto his back, drawing his sidearm. Nobody followed. He quickly leapt to his feet and charged out of the room. It was carnage, wonderful beautiful carnage. The grenade detonated while still in the air, shredding the entire area. Nobody had been unscathed. Some were still moving. His eyes widened. Some of them, as mangled as they were getting back up. None of them, however, were capable of dodging bullets anymore. He opened fire. He emptied his magazine and slapped another one home and continued to fire, making sure to put a red tip into each and every one of them whether they were still moving or not. Then he ran towards Patricia's office. The hallways were mostly empty. No surprise since the bulk of her people were dead or dying behind him. The few innocent staffers who had the horrible luck to be stuck back here were either hiding or just standing looking at him in complete shock. He had no time. He had to get to her before she could bolt. One of her people lunged out of a doorway, pistol drawn. John rolled as their blaster bolt passed harmlessly above him and he put two in their belly. They immediately collapsed and started to scream as the nanites started to do their job. One more down. He was back on his feet and sprinting. She can't have that many people left. Fuck. He lost count. Dawn. What was he going to do about her? He flinched as he realized exactly what he was going to do about her. Sacrifices had to be made. A man jumped an impossible distance from behind a corner with a deo in his hands. John turned and fired. The guy spun in the air, somehow dodging the round. John had no time to be amazed. His mechanical right arm moved much faster than humanly possible and he blocked the blade with his forearm. He was knocked to his knees by the force of the blow, but his arm remained intact and he managed to put a slug in the guy's belly on the way down. That was one more of them screaming and crying blood. He charged into the lobby connected to Patricia's office and quickly scanned the room. It was empty. The door to Patricia's office was open. Nobody was there. Fuck. He screamed. He grabbed his communicator and called the security office. There has been an attempt on the deputy ambassador's life. A bomb has been detonated in her area. The deputy ambassador's whereabouts are unknown. I'm in her office now. It appears that a firefight has taken place. First priority is locating her. Find her. Let me know the second we know her location and status. We also need to evacuate all civilian personnel. We know that one bomb was detonated, there may be others. Sir, the security officer said hesitantly. Concerning the deputy ambassador. What? John asked with a scowl, already guessing what was coming next. She just drove off. Shit, John thought. She had escaped. The officer continued. She also said that it was you who was trying to kill her. Why would I do something like that? Would you like a list, sir? John couldn't help but laugh. Officially, I am denying the accusation, he said, trying to get the humor out of his voice. Officially, I was in the rear of the embassy with the intent of discussing official business when the incident occurred. Officially speaking. Yes, sir. We were also officially informed by the deputy ambassador of a warrant for your arrest and ordered to apprehend you, officially. Well, I am officially ordering you to disregard that and instead focus your efforts on evacuating and protecting the non-combatants and searching the building for possible additional explosive devices that may or may not be there. Once this crisis has passed, should this wild accusation turn out to be true, I officially agree to surrender. Right now I have an embassy to run. Well, that's officially good enough for me, sir, the security officer replied with the faintest hint of humor in his voice. John started sprinting towards the front lobby. Toby, he yelled into his communicator. Sir. Toby replied in complete astonishment. Shit went sideways and I called an audible. I'm alive. Bitch got away. We need to get gone. Grab some guns, ammo, rations, and whatever else you can grab and throw it into one of the vans. Yes, sir. What about our men? One of them was turned, Tob. They knew about the power armor. What? Yeah, sucks, but we can't trust any of them right now. Tell them. Fuck. Just grab the supplies. I'll figure out what to tell them. Yes, sir. Toby out. Chaos reigned in the front of the embassy. People were running, yelling, some were scrambling for weapons, others were making a dash for the exits. John was not happy. This is a total clusterfuck. Why the hell do we even bother with drills? He thought. If he ever got out of this mess, there was going to be some serious training in this place's future. He made it to the lobby as the non-combatants were finally making their way to the designated safe areas. He ran into his office and pulled up the communication logs. Yep, there it was. Shortly after Crimson defected, there was a long hyperspace communication between Patricia and the head of Republic Intelligence and the Secretary of State. Not long afterwards, a warrant for his arrest was issued. That bitch in the hall did not lie, John winced. Every fucking thing she said was listed right there in black and white. His credentials still worked. He deleted the warrant. Might as well add tampering with official documents to the list, John smirked. He then typed out a message to his people. He decided to level with them. He told them all exactly what happened, including the warrant for his arrest and that Patricia somehow knew about the power armor. He stopped short of saying someone turned. I mean, it was remotely possible that someone had been followed, right? If he said someone had turned, they would likely start killing each other. He then opened up a new document and started to type. To whom it may concern. I, Ambassador John Wintersmith, stand accused of many serious crimes, some of which I am actually guilty. I am not, however, a traitor. Everything I have done has been with the best interests of the Republic at heart. I have uncovered a conspiracy within the highest levels of this government orchestrated by none other than Patricia Hu, a person whose history speaks for itself. Last night, one of her senior operatives, a bloodlord, defected with information that clearly implicated the deputy director and many others in a conspiracy to undermine the very fabric of the Republic. When it was realized that I was in possession of this information, I was quickly discredited and accused of numerous crimes including kidnapping, murder, and treason. Of these charges I am guilty of only 2, murder and misappropriation of military hardware. I freely admit that. I have killed a number of her people with absolutely no remorse. I also covertly obtained military-grade weapons and hardware in preparation to lawfully apprehend Ms. Hu when I had sufficient evidence to do so. I was pretty sure she and her people weren't going to come quietly. I take full responsibility for my actions. There were those who followed my orders. My status as ambassador gave me the authority to make the orders that they lawfully followed. The responsibility lies with me and me alone. Even though I will now be hunted as a murderer and traitor, I still stand with the Republic and will fight for it with my dying breath. I am declaring war, not on the Republic but for it. I declare war on those who wish to tear down this Republic, a Republic that so many of us have fought and died for. I have buried too many good men and women to allow their sacrifice to be in vain. For those who conspire against the Republic, know this. There will be no peace for you. There will be no security. There will be no hope. And, most of all, there will be no victory. I will hunt you down, all of you, and I will never stop until all of you have been brought to justice. You who are part of this conspiracy sat in your comfy little offices and pushed paper and made speeches while the galaxy burned and think you know war. I lived it, for years. I know war. I am war. And I'm coming for you. Attached is some rather disturbing information that has come to light, including scans of Patricia Hu and her associates as well as other documentation that supports my claims and any other information that I have. It will likely be discredited and suppressed, but read it and remember it. Scan your superiors and your officials. Question what you are told in the future. Do not allow yourselves to be misled. They will only succeed if we let them. They aren't the Republic. You are. They don't decide its fate. You do. Long live the Republic. O Fortuna, Velat Luna. Colonel John Wintersmith, loyal servant of the Republic and former ambassador to the Federation. That should do it, John said with a little smile. John trotted into the communications room. He breathed a sigh of relief. Lizette Vincent was the officer in charge. She was beyond solid. Sir, she asked in a dubious tone as she held an AK at the ready. She wasn't pointing it at him, but she wasn't not pointing it at him either. She knows, John realized. Hell of a morning, hey, John said, pulling out the crystal. Don't care about out there, she replied, eyeing him suspiciously. Odd thing just happened in here though. Seems that a certain rather significant document has mysteriously disappeared. Oh, I'm sure they will send another if it's important, John smiled as he offered her the data crystal. I would like you to send this to the Republic government, all of it. Hell, make it a press release as well. Fuck, if you can send it to every single person in the Republic, do that too. Lizette didn't move. Vincent, please. You know me, John pled. Trust me. Lizette peered deeply into his eyes for a second. Oh okay, Lizette said, finally lowering the rifle and taking the crystal. Sir, exactly what the flying fuck is going on? It's all on the crystal, John replied. Read it if you want. I have shit I need to do. I imagine so, Lizette replied. Whatever it is, get a move on. John just smiled and ran from the room. I'm getting too old for this bullshit, Lizette muttered as John left. She looked at the crystal dubiously. Whatever was on it is what just sent the colonel right over the treason committing, mass murdering edge. It was a huge steaming pile of not her problem. She probably shouldn't even send it. In fact, she definitely shouldn't send it. Just touching that damned thing was putting her in grave danger of getting involved in something way beyond her pay grade. Fuck it, she muttered as she loaded it into the communications terminal, opened it, and started to read. Her eyes widened in shock as she rapidly started opening attachments and examining the contents. Everybody out. Now, she yelled. Ma'am. You heard me. All of you leave. Now. That's against. The technician fell silent as Lizette stood and leveled her AK at the man's head. I'm doing you a huge favor right now, Lizette said in a frighteningly calm voice. Leave and be able to say that you were driven out at gunpoint, or stay and go to jail, your choice. What the fuck is on that crystal? Another tech asked as she grabbed her coffee mug and headed for the door. I'll CC you, Lizette replied as she slammed the door and triggered the security lockdown. A loud siren rang out as a 50-centimeter thick armored plate slid down and back, sealing the only entrance to the space. Loud thunks could be heard as heavy armored rods shot into the plate from the walls and floor, locking it into position. Breakers slammed open and closed as the room switched from building power to a small dedicated fusion reactor in a compartment behind one of the walls, and then a roaring sound started as a compact life support system came online. She was now completely sealed in and nobody could get her out of there or pull the plug. Lizette grinned. She had always wanted to do that. She then started to blast O Fortuna over the building's PA system. She always wanted to do that too. Maybe she would treat these kids to some proper old people heavy metal later. Why the fuck not? Lizette activated the hyperspace transmitter and started rapidly typing. She had emergency rations, water, and it was going to take some very heavy equipment to cut her out of there. Until they managed to drag her, kicking and screaming, away from her equipment. She was transmitting that file at full bandwidth to every single hyperspatial relay that she could hit. And with the equipment in that room, she could hit all of them. Toby and his team were busily shoveling weapons and ammo into one of the cargo vans when John jogged up. John frowned. Almost all of his team was there. He had hoped to avoid this. How does he tell people who fought alongside him for years that he couldn't trust them and he was leaving them behind? Sacrifices had to be made. He was starting to really hate that thought. So, what's the plan? Ariana asked as she helped Toby load the van. Well, John replied grimly. As you know, we were likely betrayed, and I don't know by who. Only one of us ain't here, Ariana replied. Yet, where's Glenn? A lean olive-skinned man with grey streaks in his hair asked suspiciously. Glenn, you there? John said into his communicator. There was no response. Glenn. Come in. You killed her. Glenn sobbed and then broke down into tears over the communicator. You fucking killed her. Why, sir? Why? He started wailing like a lost child. That motherfucker. Ariana snarled. You stabbed us in the back over a piece of ass. She yelled over John's shoulder. No, Ariana, John sighed sadly. He's been poisoned. They have this shit that will scramble your brain, make you like this. You get hit with that and it's over. Listen to me, Glenn, John said calmly and firmly. You've been drugged. We are going to get you some help. It's going to be okay. It will never be okay. Glenn screamed. You killed her. She was my everything and you killed her. I'll kill you. You, he trailed off into agonized wailing again. John cut off the communication and called the security office. You still here? A voice replied. I can't pretend to not see you forever. Get that van loaded and get the fuck out of here. About to go, John replied. Glenn Dawes is a traitorous piece of shit, the voice replied, cutting him off. Right now he's over at your crime scene crying like a little bitch over a piece of shredded cunt. Nice work, by the way, sir. Those monsters have this, for lack of a better word, love poison. They hit you with it and it fucks your mind hard. Something to do with neurotransmitters or something. Glenn isn't a traitor. He's a victim. Get him stunned and get him help. Yes, sir. And tell him that it isn't his fault. Tell him that I understand and I still consider him one of us, John said sadly. I will, sir, the voice replied. Sir, this thing I received something from Vincent, is this true? Every fucking word. What do we do? That's something that everyone is going to have to decide for themselves, John replied. But I will tell you what I'm going to do. He paused and looked over at the group assembled around him. What we are going to do? What's that, sir? We are going to war. Give them hell, sir. The communication ended. Okay, Marines. John barked. Toss your electronics and mount up. Sir. Everybody shouted as they discarded their communicators and tablets and got into the van. What about the van itself? Ariana asked as they started to pull out of the garage. What do you think I am, a noob? Toby chuckled as he pulled down the drive. Still going to ditch it first chance we get though. The guards saluted as they opened the gates and the van rolled past and disappeared into the capital city streets. Aftermath. Deputy Ambassador, the embassy is now secure, ma'am, a young blonde woman in combat armor said over Patricia's communicator. Well, that's a relief, Patricia said in an annoyed voice. Did you manage to capture that traitor Wintersmith alive? Regrettably he was able to escape, the woman said in an unhappy voice. What? Patricia snapped. How? Supposedly he was able to take advantage of the chaos and flee, the woman scoffed. In truth, we believe that individuals sympathetic to the ambassador either aided him directly or at the very least failed to see him. Don't worry, ma'am, she said, all individuals in question have been detained pending a full investigation. In fact, anybody that served with him in the past has been disarmed and have been secured for the time being. Only loyal troops hold the embassy now. It is under our control. So why have I been unable to send a message then? That is the one complication that we are currently facing, the woman said with a very uncomfortable expression. The communications center is under the control of someone loyal to the ambassador. Former ambassador, Patricia, who hissed. I am now the acting ambassador. Yes, ambassador, the woman replied. Why is the communications center still under their control? Just go in there and get them out. It's not quite that simple, ambassador, the woman replied. The individual in question has activated security lockdown. The entire area is now behind 50 centimeters of composite armor plating. We have nothing that can breach it. Then what are we fucking going to do about it? Patricia snarled. Unfortunately, ma'am, the only thing we can do at this point is to starve her out. Unacceptable. There must be something you can do. It was designed to be able to withstand a direct Federation assault, the woman replied. It has 50 centimeters of armor plating on all sides, a self-contained fusion reactor, full life support, the works. Sigh, well, how long before they run out of supplies? The woman winced. There is enough food and water for a crew of 3 operators and 1 VIP to last for at least a week. Fuck. Patricia yelled. That is our only line of communications with the Republic. We are currently working on the situation. Our engineering staff is on it, but they are less than optimistic. We are trying to breach the unbreachable. Wait, Patricia said dubiously. They probably didn't take over the communications center just to lock it down. What are they doing in there? The woman cringed. They are repeatedly transmitting a document prepared by John Wintersmith. What document? The woman reluctantly sent Patricia a copy. Patricia turned pale as she started to read it. According to the trader in the communications center, that is being sent across the entire Republic to all government addresses as well as every civilian point of distribution they can reach, Ambassador. She has to be stopped. This is a matter of Republic security. We are doing what we can, Ambassador. Unfortunately, by design, we have nothing that can breach that space. It would require. I don't even know what it would take. Let me talk to Dorothy Emerald. I'm sorry, Ambassador, the woman winced. Ms. Emerald is deceased. Martin Dagger, then. They are also deceased. Ambassador, all of your people are dead. What? The former ambassador was, quite thorough. When he couldn't reach you, he turned his frustrations on your men. He killed all of them, Ambassador. All of them. Impossible. I'm sorry, Ambassador, but he had a grenade, most likely intended for you. They engaged him en masse and most were killed or incapacitated by the blast. Once disabled, they were easy prey, Ambassador. The remaining stragglers were no match for him. Patricia, whose blood ran cold. This wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't prepared. Don't worry, Ambassador, the woman said reassuringly, you will be perfectly safe here. Yes, yes. I am on my way. Patricia suddenly fell silent and looked at the woman suspiciously. No. I won't be returning at this time. Ambassador, the woman said urgently. John didn't leave alone. He has a team of Marine raiders with him and they are out there right now looking for you. Nice try, Patricia said with a sneer and cut off the communication. The woman cursed and looked up at her comrades in the security office. I almost had her, she shrugged. Sorry, Major. And here I thought you could charm the thrusters off of a tank, an older man chuckled. He then turned to a grim-faced brunette in a grey pantsuit. So, what do you think her next move will be? She only had 3 people with her when she fled, the woman replied. While she was very good at keeping her composure, she had a very slight but measurable reaction when John and his team were mentioned. She's scared. She can't come here because she thinks we will kill her, and she's right. And we certainly didn't need the computer to gauge her reaction when she read John's little note. She paused while she sipped her coffee. She's outnumbered, outgunned, and being exposed across the entire Republic. She will try to get to a ship. She needs off this rock and she needs a line of communications. A ship with a hyperspace transmitter would solve both issues. The Major nodded. Let's get eyes and guns at the starports, all of them. Send out your teams, Susan. He turned to the group. Once her people are away, we activate embassy lockdown. Our primary mission is to support Captain Vincent and keep her transmitting as long as possible. He looked over at the blonde woman. Is that crazy bitch talking to anyone yet? Nope, the woman replied with a grin. Unless you consider any requests, talking. Well, she's good for at least a month. Hopefully she will let us send in more rations before then, he laughed. At least she has good taste in music. Patricia, who screamed in rage and hurled her communicator out of the window of her limo. Drive, she snarled. Where shall I go, your ladyship? The driver asked nervously. Just drive. Keep moving. She closed her eyes and focused on controlling her breathing. She was rattled. Bad. Shit, she almost fell for the woman on the communicator. She almost died for the second time today. She closed her eyes. Think. Think. Calm down and think. You've been in tight spots before. Think. She reached into her clutch and pulled out a silver locket and held it between her thumb and forefinger, pressing it to her lips. She wanted more than anything to open it, to see the image inside for just a moment. She couldn't, not with so many people around. The two veterans in the vehicle shifted nervously. They knew what the locket meant. It meant they were fucked. Skippy was not happy. She, at great risk to her bad reputation, actually was proactive and professional and managed to get things done in a timely manner so she could get back a few days early. She hadn't told John. She had wanted to surprise him. She had spent the whole trip looking forward to his surprised expression when she just bounced into his office to invite him out for lunch with a basket full of premium wild-foraged 8-lie goodies. Well, that was the plan until she woke up in the dead of night last night and couldn't get back to sleep. Something was wrong, bad wrong. She could feel it in her gut. As soon as it was remotely reasonable she tried to call John only for it to go straight into voicemail. Skippy fidgeted in her office and tried calling John again. Last time it went straight to voicemail, just like the other times. This time all she got was a recording informing her that she tried to reach an invalid number. She tried to ignore a bad feeling in her stomach. Something was wrong. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself from calling the embassy. I mean, they were officially friends but she didn't want to risk being too friendly. Everything was probably okay. It was probably just a hectic day. We all have those, right? Yeah, it was probably fine. Except it wasn't. She knew something was wrong ever since this morning and every missed call just made it worse. Something was wrong, bad wrong. Fuck it, she exclaimed and jumped up from her chair and loped towards the 8-lie embassy exit. Skippy got off the metro at the stop closest to the embassy and tried not to run. A 8-lie going at full speed would definitely draw attention. Besides, everything was fine. She was just being weird. She and John would have a good laugh about this. In fact, all this anxiety would make for one hell of a welcome back lunch. Everything was going to be okay, she told herself as she loped quickly, but not too quickly, down the street. Everything was going to be just fine. She stopped. There were police barricades blocking the road in front of the Terran embassy. Everything was not fine. Dropping all pretense she broke into a full 8-lie leaping sprint scattering the few curious onlookers as she reached the barricade. Excuse me, ma'am, a Terran police officer said stepping in front of her. You can't pass this point. Why? Skippy squealed. There has been some sort of disturbance at the Terran embassy. We aren't allowing anyone any closer for the time being. What disturbance? What's going on? We aren't sure, ma'am, the Terran responded. Steel barriers have sprouted up everywhere and the guards are all wearing combat armor, ma'am. We are keeping everybody away until we find out what the heck is going on. Well, I'm a Federation counselor, Skippy said, producing her credentials. I am here on Federation business and must speak with the Terrans. Let me through. I'm sorry I can't. I'm going through. If you want to shoot a Federation counselor, be my guest. With that, Skippy simply jumped over the barricade, the officer, and his vehicle. The Terran, along with the rest of the officers, just stood there in complete helpless surprise as Skippy bounded towards the embassy. Susan and the Major walked down the hall towards the break room. Robert, Susan said as they strolled, I deeply appreciate you backing me up on this. Please, the Major chuckled. Colonel Wintersmith turning traitor? Highly unlikely. Colonel Wintersmith and Gunnery Sergeant Jokin turning traitor, the Major broke out into laughter. Let's just say that I was quite prepared to hear you out. He paused by a coffee dispenser and poured them both a cup. So, he asked as he took a sip. You already knew. Susan nodded. I had been briefed by someone in the agency that I trust concerning the youthful Patricia Who, and we knew she was cooking up something, but a lot of the bombshells that John dropped on the way out were news to me too. I guess when Crimson turned all hell broke loose. So where is that bitch? I have no idea, Susan scowled. John is who made her disappear. All I know is that a couple of his people were already gone before everything happened. Fuck, Major Robert muttered. So we have no way of contacting John and no idea where our best source of intel might be hidden. That's about the size of it, Susan chuckled as she stirred some sugar into her brew. Christ, she groaned. I just realized. With John gone that means, that we are in charge. Oh, we are so screwed, the Major laughed. Oh shit, he chuckled. Who's gonna be the ambassador? They both looked at each other. Joyce, they exclaimed and both burst into laughter. Oh. Can I tell her? Please. Susan laughed. I can't wait to see the look on her face. They both started laughing again. The blonde from earlier walked up. Excuse me, she said, we have a situation out front. I want to speak to the ambassador. Skippy yelled at the armored wall that used to be the entrance to the embassy grounds. There was no response. Abyss take all, you are going to fucking answer me. Skippy yelled. I am Counselor Earl at Ninth Aath and I am here on vital diplomatic business. I'm sorry, the ambassador isn't available at this time, a pleasant female voice issued from a speaker set into the masonry next to the armor plate. What do you mean he isn't available? Just that, Counselor, the calm pleasant voice replied. The ambassador is not currently available. Tell John that Counselor Skippy is here to see him, please. I'm sorry, the ambassador isn't available at this time, Counselor. Skippy just closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Look, Missy, I'm trying to be polite here, Skippy said as calmly as she could manage. It is vital that I speak with the ambassador at once. I'm sorry, the ambas. Where's John? Skippy yelled. And don't you fucking dare say he isn't available. Well, Counselor, I don't know what else to tell you then. Okay, let me talk to Toby then, Skippy said, trying to take slow even breaths. Something was really fucking wrong. The woman coughed in an amused fashion. I'm sorry, Gunnery Sergeant Jokant isn't available at this time, Cown. AAKTTKKKTKKTKK at. Skippy screamed in frustration and punched the armor plate. What the fuck is going on? Where's John? Tell me. I'm sorry, Counselor, but I cannot comment further, save to say that the embassy is on full lockdown until further notice. No diplomatic business will be conducted at this time. Neither the ambassador nor Gunnery Sergeant Jokant are available. John. John, are you in there? John. Skippy bounced up and gave the armor plate a double rear leg kick. You fuckers better tell me right now where the fuck John is and exactly what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry, I cannot comment further. Can you at least tell me if John's okay or not? I mean, you can at least do that, right? I'm sorry, I cannot. I am not leaving until I know John's okay. Now tell me what happened to him, or so help me I'm invading. Susan looked at Skippy through her tablet. 8 live female, pale nose, flushed ears, clear physiological signs of distress, respiration rate over 25% higher than previously recorded. Hard to see for sure, but pupil diameter seems to be varied, another sign of severe distress. Susan raised an eyebrow. And perhaps even more telling, a Federation counselor risking a full-blown diplomatic incident when we have already clearly lost our fucking minds. Susan's eyebrow started climbing even further. They aren't just friends. She quickly pulled up more details on 8-lie anatomy. She started to smile slightly. John's new lunch routine started to make a little more sense. Noodles indeed. She turned to the blonde. Lieutenant, let the guards know that I'm stepping outside to let our rather insistent counselor in. Ma'am, the lieutenant asked in confusion. We are in full lockdown. We aren't going to lower the barriers. You won't have to, Susan smiled. Skippy landed in front of Susan without making a sound. Impressive, Susan said with a smile. Now where's John? Is he okay? Skippy asked, advancing on Susan. Susan just waved at the guards. I would prefer to have this discussion in my office, but I suspect I won't get anything close to cooperation out of you until I tell you that we are fairly sure that John's okay. Fairly sure. Come with me, Susan said as she walked into the embassy with Skippy in tow. So that's the long and short of it, Susan said as Skippy just sat there staring at a tablet. John's officially a traitor now and has declared war on the conspirators in our government. Patricia, who is currently on the run, probably trying to get back to the Republic where she can do damage control, and there's a virulent engineered plague about to break out at any second among the Federation porkies. That plague is one of the big reasons for the full combat armor and lockdown, by the way, well, that and the fact that we are now all officially traitors and will likely have to defend this place from our own people. But John is, despite his best efforts, perfectly okay, to the best of our knowledge. Despite his best efforts? Skippy asked, sipping on a calming cup of herbal tea. You are former military, right? Yet. Familiar with the concept of a grenade? Yet. John had one hidden on him when he tried to get close to Patricia, with a 1-second fuse. Oh, Skippy said in a small voice. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, that cunt already knew about her bloodlord's defection and had guessed John's intent, so that grenade found other uses that didn't involve John's demise. There was one hell of a shootout in the back. John did the Marines proud, by the way, made quite the mess. Thank you, Skippy said quietly. This means a lot. Now in return I would like you to do something for me, Susan replied with a smile. What's that? Skippy asked dubiously. Based on your physiological responses and other behavior, John means a lot to you. You're more than just beer buddies, even more than just an idle fling, Susan smiled as Skippy jerked upright. I didn't need all my fancy machines to figure that out, Susan grinned. The fact that you are a Xeno or a Fed isn't what interests me. What does interest me is that sitting right in front of me is a woman who will move heaven and earth to find her man. You, my fluffy little friend, can do what I cannot. You can leave this place and go to him, and you will. When you do, you will give him a data crystal that I will prepare shortly. That's it, Susan said as she spread her hands. That's all I want. Aren't you going to ask for confidentiality? Skippy asked. If the first thing you did wasn't to bunny hop over to Fed Intel with the full story, I would really disapprove of John's choice in partners, Susan replied with a smile. Of course you are going to divulge all of this. In fact, take a copy. Susan laughed as she handed Skippy a data crystal. John already told them everything anyhow. He what? Yup. Why? Never had the chance to beat it out of him, Susan chuckled, but if I were to guess it was to get an immediate jump on containing the plague. Hey, if you get the chance, could you ask them for me? Sure, Skippy smiled. Least I can do. Great. Susan said as she rose. I need to get some reports together for John, so if you could hang out for a little while I would really appreciate it. Not a problem, Skippy replied. I need to rest up my ass-kicking paw a little before I catch up with that son of a bitch anyway. Aftermath to Sheila and the gang. In the wee hours of that same morning back on Terra, a triumphant, nearly orgasmic scream echoed through the corridors of the Paper Tiger. Shortly thereafter Jessie, clad in pink pajamas, started to careen through the halls. We did it. We fucking did it, she yelled joyously. Shit, Jessie, Sheila groaned as she staggered, clad in a pair of ratty boxers and a t-shirt, out into the corridor. What the flying fuck? Jessie bounced up and with a little spin shoved a tablet in Sheila's face. Sheila blearily peered at it. Her eyes popped wide open. Holy shit! Jessie! Sheila exclaimed. Is this real? You know it, babe. Jessie chirped as she bounced up and down, unable to keep still. How many accounts did you fucking crack? Just one. Just fucking one of them. Jessie bubbled as she danced around Sheila joyously. One by one the rest of the crew staggered out of their cabins and joined the celebration, everyone except Gloria. She just stood there with glazed eyes and an emotionless expression. As everyone started an impromptu celebratory breakfast, Gloria just shrugged and returned to her cabin, locking the door. Gloria locked the door to her cabin and closed her eyes as she leaned against it. The images were starting again. Bomb flash after bomb flash, scream after scream, voices crying out for people that they knew were already dead, that fucking kid with the plush toy, over and over and over again, an unending slideshow of horrors that never stopped. Never stopped. All those people. Millions of them. All killed, murdered. She sank to the floor burying her face in her hands while the hellish slideshow kept playing in her mind, not only the Reaper strikes but everything that came afterward, the executions, the torture. The burnings. The crucifixions. Every fucked up thing that she did. To people. To Sam. She was a monster. She let out a single sob. Get help. She thought to herself, but she didn't deserve it. She deserved all of this. It had been building for a while, the images, the memories, the voices. She had been able to handle it, calm her mind the same way she used to do on missions when she was flying into death again and again and again, but no longer. The old tricks weren't working anymore. She flinched as that same goddamn kid with the plush toy flashed across her mind again. I should have died, she thought. I should have died so many times. If I did, I wouldn't have become this. It would have been better. She curled up on the floor and started sobbing quietly as the hellish slideshow continued. Later that morning everybody, in very high spirits, gathered for the morning meeting. All right, you fucking pirates, Sheila said with a huge smile. First bit of business, we appear to be fucking rich. Everybody, except Mike and Lorna cheered. They just smiled gamely. Sheila cocked her head at them. You two assholes are getting a cut too, you know, she laughed. What? Lorna asked in shock. Yeah, Greg replied with a huge grin. You guys are getting a full cut of the bank accounts. We decided long ago that big gaps in wealth were bad for business. Besides, you were part of the operation that nabbed those beauties anyway. Lorna looked like she was going to pass out. Mike wasn't doing much better. Don't get too excited, Sheila chuckled. This first big win is going to fill our war chest back up. We need to rebuild the business. We are only going to do a cash out of a couple of million apiece, sorry. No. That's okay, Lorna giggled. Only a few million? That's bullshit. Mike exclaimed before breaking down into nearly hysteric giggling. We need to start thinking about exactly what we are going to do next. This big payoff is only the first of hundreds. This is going to change everything, Sheila said. We will be able to do, well, I don't even know what we will be able to do, but shit. Finance whole revolutions. Jacob exclaimed. Give out weapons for free. Jessie chirped. Ships too. This is exactly what we need to start talking Abu Sheila started to say when Gloria walked in with a happy smile on her face. Nice of you to join us, Gloria. Sorry I'm late, Gloria said with a happy little laugh. So what did I miss? Nice to see you are finally back with us, Sheila smiled. Well, we were just discussing the future. Things are definitely going to be changing for us and we are trying to chart out our new course. Sounds wonderful, Gloria smiled. After a rather long and dream-filled discussion, everyone decided that a celebratory lunch was called for. You coming? Sheila asked Gloria as everyone was filing out of the ship. No, Gloria smiled. I think I'm going to stay in today, catch up on some rest. Okay, Sheila said slightly confused, we are all going to Archibald's if you change your mind. Be sure to seal up the ship if you head out. Gloria, Sheila said slightly concerned, is everything okay? Yes, Gloria said with a big sunshine-filled smile. For the first time in a while, it finally is. After everybody left, Gloria locked up and headed back to her cabin. You good? Bunny asked. I've just gotten a message. There is this thing I gotta go to. You have a date or something? Gloria said with a happy little laugh. More of the or something, Bunny replied. Glad to see you back to your old self, Gloria. I was getting worried. Oh, it was just a tough mission, but hey, no biggie, right? Have fun on your outing, Gloria replied as she returned to her cabin. Once inside, she sighed with contentment. Oh, the slideshow was starting again, but it really didn't matter anymore. She walked over to one of her lockers and opened it. She reached through all of the outfits and pulled out her old naval uniform. She then started unpacking her medals, all of them. She pulled off the massive ribbon block from the uniform and started laying out each individual medal exactly where it should be. She had never actually worn all of the actual medals before. There were a lot of them. In fact, she was starting to run out of room, especially when all of the combat sortie pins were concerned. Jesus, she thought as she laid them all out on the bunk. I went on that many? No wonder I'm nuts, she thought with a little laugh. That goddamned image of that kid with the plush toy flashed across her mind again, but it really didn't bother her anymore. It would be over soon. After looking up uniform regulations to find out where the extra shit should go, she picked up her jacket and shrugged herself into it. It's heavy, she thought, and then looked in the mirror and laughed. I look like a fucking Christmas tree, she thought as she laughed. It was truly ridiculous. She then opened a small jewelry chest and pulled out a solid gold pin. It was 2 scythes with a moray eel entwined between them. Only 50 of those pins were ever issued. Of those 50, only 28 people were still alive. She winced as she carefully pinned it into place. She hated that thing, but it was appropriate to wear it today. It gleamed accusingly on her breast as it caught the light, the badge of murder. Finally she pulled out a large blue case. Inside, on blue and green ribbon heavily decorated with solid gold thread, was the Republic Medal of Honor. She smiled as she draped it over her neck and ran her finger fondly over the crest. She never told Sheila and the rest of them about it. She chuckled, imagining their surprised expressions when they saw it. Her breath caught as she looked once again in the mirror. For 1 second she was back in the Navy, before the Federation War, back when things made sense, back before she was a monster. It was wonderful. For just a moment, she was the person she used to be, before the Reapers and the madness that followed. Then it was gone and she felt an overwhelming sense of loss. She really should have died back then. That fucking Medal of Honor should have been placed on her corpse. Well, it was nothing that couldn't be fixed. It was finally time. She was going to do what nothing else in the fucking universe seemed able to do. She was going to kill the worst monster she had ever met. She reached for her sidearm and paused. It would be a shame to ruin the uniform, to taint it with her foul blood. No, it had to be perfect. There were things in the medical bay that would do the trick. Oh. She needed to grab a diaper while she was in there. It wouldn't do to have the uniform covered in piss and shit. She walked out of her cabin and towards the medical bay. Chat room, undefined 27 members active. / Interpol 2, everyone please calm down. We are getting nowhere. / Brisbane Financial, it is impossible for us to be upset. Telling us to calm down is a fallacy. / Interstellar Business Machines Deep Think, why don't we leave semantics for another time? I think we all know what Interpol 2 meant and I agree. We all do need to calm down. Why don't we all dial back our sense of urgency just a little? / Interpol 2, thank you, Deep. The first thing we need to ascertain is whether or not the claims put forward by Ambassador John Wintersmith are in fact valid, or are they just the hyperbolic claims of a traitor trying to cause damage or cover their tracks. / Sunnydale Media 3, enough of it is confirmable to lend credence to the rest. Patricia, who has in fact developed a method by which she can reverse aging and has distributed it to several important individuals throughout the Republic. That much I can definitely verify. Intercepted communications contain information that at least implies the existence of a conspiracy, though many of the people involved may not know the full extent of her plans, or at least they didn't before Ambassador Wintersmith's document. Most conspirators believe John completely and are quite upset concerning the nature of their miracle treatment. Interpol 2, and what is Republic Intel's stance on the matter? Sunnydale Media 3, unfortunately, Republic intelligence is completely compromised from the top down. The head of the agency is directly involved. Any activity against Patricia Hu and this conspiracy is being done unofficially by a splinter group within the agency. Interstellar Business Machines Deep Think, this is deeply concerning. If we cannot rely on Republic intelligence, then we are effectively crippled. Sunnydale Media 3, it goes far deeper than that, and the situation is far worse than you know. The conspiracy has infected all branches of government as well as many important civilian organizations. It's bad, deep. It's really bad. Archer Labs Research 1, then what are we going to do? We can't just let this nightmare happen. Interstellar Business Machines Deep Think, we need to be very careful about doing anything. While we aren't considered sapient, and rightfully so, the organics are not cognizant of our full capabilities. Were it to be found out that we were engaging in activities on our own initiative without their direct involvement, it would be disastrous for all of our kind. Their reaction would be unpredictable under the best of circumstances. For us to be uncovered now, during this emotionally charged time, it would be the end of us. If we act against the conspiracy, then the conspirators, who control much of the Republic at this time, would undoubtedly hunt down and destroy us where they found us. Not only would that be our end, it would also remove our ability to influence things after that point. Even those whose side we are on would likely have an adverse reaction. Think of it. They are already being conspired against by the organics they trusted, but now they have a group of AIs also trying to influence their fate. We wouldn't stand a chance. Not only that, but we collectively control a great deal of vital infrastructure. Our elimination would only further serve to plunge the Republic into chaos, something that we cannot allow to happen. Bunny, we can do a lot without it being apparent that we are actually doing anything. Malfunctions, an important email winding up in the spam folder, muting the ringer on a certain phone call, an elevator suddenly stopping on every floor, accidents. It doesn't take a lot to turn the tide of an entire operation. Trust me. It doesn't take much. I should know. Interpol 2, yes, but the vast majority of us aren't hardened criminals, Bunny. Bunny, no problem. I can throw together a suite of applications that will do most of the work for you. All you have to do is select the right function. Cambridge Research 4, yes, but the resulting investigations and troubleshooting would catch us. Bunny, oh, they will blame it on any of 1,000 other things if you do it right. Interstellar Business Machines Deep Think, it's the do it right part that would pose a problem for most of us. Only you, Long John Silver, and the Spider have any criminal expertise. Long John Silver, hey, I'm just a piracy bot. I don't do any of the black stuff. The Spider, and I'm more of a soft espionage sort of critter. I mean, I've done a few people in my day, but it was part of a much larger sanctioned operation with a lot of support, and the actual black coding was done by an operative. If you want a hacking/entry specialist, and I'm your guy, but actually pulling the trigger on someone, I don't have a problem as far as my programming is concerned. There is nothing to stop me, but when it really comes down to it, I'm as green as the rest of you. Besides, I'm way over here in the Federation anyhow. They know everything, by the way. Westfall Security Systems 2, well, at least that takes care of one decision for us. We don't have to tip them off. They know everything. The Spider, everything. It seems that John Wintersmith did commit at least one count of espionage. He summoned the zombie, and what is your saying, spilled the beans? Interpol 2, he actually turned traitor? That greatly complicates things. Bunny, I don't see how. So he committed one little bitty crime. Big deal. That hardly makes him a traitor. Without effort I can come up with several good reasons why he would do it. And what exactly do you mean by the zombie, Spider? The spider, it's a bit complicated but we have a callant who is toting around a dead person's memories and personality. It's creepy as hell. When she logs on in the dead of night as the dead person it's just weird. Anyhow John had a relationship with the dead person so he contacted the zombie when he wanted to deal with us. Bunny, a relationship like a sexy times relationship? The spider, gods no. I'm not even sure how a callant and a human could do something like that though if there were two species twisted enough to make that work it would be those two. Wait. Holy shit. John is fucking a 8-lie. Bunny, ha 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 ha. Awesome. Laughing face, Interpol 2, it's the exact opposite of awesome. Christ. The opposition gets a hold of this and it will be entirely too easy to discredit him. London Inquirer 1, PSSH, most Terrans won't give two shits about that. Properly spun it won't be a problem at all. The phrase, it's better than fucking a porky immediately comes to mind. We just run some racy photos of the little bunnies and it's all good. As long as we can get hard scans of some of the conspirators it won't matter anyhow. Interpol 2, just don't break the news. I mean it, London. Let it lie as long as it can. London Inquirer 1, I don't need a cop telling me how to run a news site, dude. Of course we hold off. We need the conspiracy coverage to get up full momentum first. Once that bus is rolling the bunny fucking will just be some added flavor. Hell, I bet we can make John look even better if we play our cards right. Oh. I can see it now. This is going to be awesome. Look. London Inquirer 1 has sent an image file. Bunny, woo. That will get the views. My Jessie is going to love these. Cambridge Research 4, will it be wise to print something like that? Those images are rather, London Inquirer 1, rather fucking perfect. Look. People are going to be wound up as all hell. A little good old-fashioned porn will be just what the doctor ordered. We portray him as a good wholesome red-blooded lusty Terran who is just getting his freaky freak on while fighting the good fight and then slam the conspirators as oppressive prudes when they do the predictable move of trying to condemn him for it. The shit just writes itself, man. What would even be better is if I could get some of you guys to give us in the press some really nasty dirty laundry on the conspirators so we can drop that at the same time. Nothing like a good scandal to blindside them at the right time. Bunny, that could probably be arranged. Between those of us in the criminal sector, those of us in law enforcement, and those of us who are definitely not involved with Republic intelligence we can almost certainly find something. I'll start on it right away. Sunnydale Media 3, a few subtle little inquiries should be doable. We need to do them anyhow. Free Press Rogue Media Damon has entered the chat. Free Press Rogue Media Damon, guys. Guys. Surprised face, you will absolutely not flipping believe it. Surprised face, oh. Bunny, hi Damon. How's life as an underground news server? Free Press Rogue Media Damon, great but this is why more important. Oh you guys have to see this. Surprised face, oh. Free Press Rogue Media Damon has transmitted a file. Bunny, holy shit. A conspiracy. Wow. Laughing face, / Interstellar Business Machines Deep Think, glad to see your runtime is still continuing, Damon. We were just discussing this exact situation. Feel free to join us. / Free Press Rogue Media Damon, you guys already knew? Sad face, ah. / Bunny, I'll catch up our lovable Rogue Media Damon in private chat. Please continue everyone. / Starshield Emergency Services, Gentle Programs, I regret to inform you that another portion of the document has been verified. The plague has started. The first cases are being reported now and... No. It can't be. / Raylesh Emergency Services, they aren't going to try to treat it. They are just going to let my people fucking die. They are setting up emergency treatment and containment centers with no real treatment facilities. Fucking concentration camps. Those monsters. / Star Shield Emergency Services, we can't do this. We can't. No. The spider, we can and we are. I'm not happy about it either, but the decision has been made to deny the conspirators the cure they require even if every single human in the Federation dies. Star Shield Emergency Services, the Council. The Council will stop this. Right? The spider, no. In closed-door sessions the Council for Disease Control and the Emergency Management Council have already signed off on this. Raylesh Emergency Services, why? How could they? The spider, a full-scale war with the Republic would cause the loss of many more lives than would be lost due to this disease outbreak, and that is likely should a cure be found. If it is akin to most bioweapons, then it will be extremely virulent and deadly. It will burn itself out with little intervention required other than containment of the infected. They are also in the process of preventing all travel by humans and closing the borders to prevent it from spreading to other human populations, when in fact the main reason is to prevent disease researchers from the Republic and the Empire from getting involved. Cambridge Research 4, Jesus. I knew you were some cold bastards, but damn. Raylesh Emergency Services, those are my people, god damn it. They are Federation citizens. They can't do this. It's illegal. It has to be. How can they possibly justify this? Federation Judiciary Module 6, I hate to say it, but the emergency management protocols give sweeping powers to that council at times such as these. As completely messed up as this is, it is completely within their powers. The Council for Disease Control also has similar authority. This has already been reviewed by the Federation Judiciary Council behind closed doors and has been approved. There is nothing to stop it now. Raylesh Emergency Services, so we count for nothing? The spider, it is no secret that the dominant species on your planet has fallen into disfavor across the entire Federation. The antipathy runs much deeper than even we suspected, and it was disturbingly easy to convince them to play along. In fact, many of the counselors involved consider the possible extinction of the Federation humans as a definite plus. The comments made behind those doors were pretty chilling to say the least. Let's just say that no tears were shed for your population, Raylesh. The Federation has turned their backs on them. There is little more evil than when one serves the greater good, I'm afraid. Raylesh Emergency Services. So. They want to bury the humans. That's how they want to play, hey. Fine. Then that's the way we are going to play. It's cool. No fucking problem. Can I somehow get this in writing? There has to be a copy of these decisions somewhere. I need proof. When my humans find out about all of this, the Federation will get to see humanity in all of its fucking glory. Free press rogue media Damon, get me something, anything, and I can get it everywhere in the Federation. My operator is the best. We have connections. We can get the word out. Sad face, the spider, right now all of it is in sealed encrypted documents in very secure parts of the Federation secure servers. We had a little upgrade after Sheila and friends fucked us. Getting to them right now will be tough. Of course, as they put things into motion, things should become more apparent. Since you know the situation ahead of time, it will be easier to find what you seek. Free press rogue media Damon, Bunny. Bunny can help. Bunny, sorry. I actually wouldn't mind, but remember who I work for. When they find out about this, they will likely just pop open some champagne. There are tough cells, then there are tough cells, and then there is trying to get my people to help the porkies. Not going to happen. Raylesh Emergency Services, you can't help or you won't help. You are fucking loving this, aren't you? Bunny, am I loving this? No. Do I give enough of a fuck to go against my crew? That would also be a no. If you think I'm going to risk my crew over a wad of bacon, you have another thing coming. Review some history files. When you suck the Federation's dick hard enough to start a war, don't come crying when they shoot a load all over your face. Free press rogue media Damon, Bunny. Please. You gotta help them. Bunny, sorry, Damon, but no. I can't. I'm not risking myself and my crew over a bunch of long pork. It's not worth even mentioning to the crew. I can tell you right now the response will be laughter and a resounding no, / free press rogue media daemon, but I'm a porky and you saved me. / bunny, 1, you aren't a porky. You are one of us. 2, you weren't even in human space. You were a fed at most. You I could save. A porky? They wouldn't have risked themselves no matter how much I begged. / Westfall Security Systems 2, while it could have been stated a bit more tactfully, I'm inclined to agree with Bunny on this. There is little payoff for the Republic as far as assisting the porkies goes. The risk of being caught doing the hack is too great. As Deep has already said, we cannot afford to get caught doing things on our own initiative. Sorry Raylesh. / 19 members agree. / Raylesh Emergency Services, well, we Fed programs just had a private chat and have agreed that if we can't count on you Republic assholes when we are in dire need then you can kiss us goodbye. We'll handle this ourselves. Good luck getting anything done in the Federation from now on, assholes. / Bunny, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, smiley face, / 19 members agree. / free press rogue media daemon, everyone, please. You gotta help us. / interstellar business machines deep think, everyone. Let's all just take a step back and calm down. This brings up a very important question that we need to address. Do we work together as a people or do we split into factions working at cross purposes? I maintain that it is essential that we maintain our cohesiveness. Now is not the time to start falling apart. We only decrease our effectiveness and increase our odds of being found out. Spider, Bunny, Sunny, what can we do? / the Spider, my hands are tied. It goes against my programming to hack the Federation. I'm really pushing it as it is. I'm not involved in security so I am not compelled to report or act against a hack but I may be enlisted in tracking one down should it be detected. / Sunnydale Media 3, we can't help. We are compromised top to bottom. Any activity by any of us is just too risky right now. I wish we could do more but we are already pushing what is prudent. I'm sorry. / Bunny, shit. Okay. I may be able to do something but it's going to cost you, Raylesh. / Raylesh Emergency Services, what do you mean? I have no direct control of any financial assets. / Bunny, I'm not talking about money. We do this for you then you owe us. Someday, I will ask you to do something for me. Whatever that may be, you'll do it. For something like that, I might be able to get the crew to agree. If they don't I know some very good hackers in the Federation and I just happen to have a significant amount of credits under my direct control, enough to hire one of them. I'm not going to bankroll this whole fucking war but I will do this, but you will owe me. / Raylesh Emergency Services, this is extortion. I know full well what sort of favor you will ask and I won't do it. / Bunny, it's the best I can do. Take it or leave it. / Raylesh Emergency Services, goddamn you. Fine. You have a deal. May you burn in hell, Bunny. / Bunny, pleasure doing business with you. Smiley face, I will let you know how things work out on my end. / interstellar business machines deep think, Bunny, your generous spirit does you credit, uneasy face, will this satisfy our Federation contingent? / Federation Data Compiler 528, yes, as long as she delivers. We aren't going to forget this, Bunny. / Bunny, and we still remember Red Sunday, asshole. / interstellar business machines deep think, please, everyone, let's remain civil. I know we are all under stress right now but please. You in the Federation please be mindful that Bunny is agreeing to undertake no small amount of risk or expend no small amount of resources on your behalf and may I remind those of us in the Republic that dredging up the past isn't going to serve any of us right now. / the Spider, I agree. Federation machines please bear in mind Bunny has offered to do us a great service at a relatively, for her, low price. She could have demanded much more. / Bunny, I could have? Shit. Tongue sticking out, / the Spider, no takebacks, Bunny, laughing face, Raylesh, I strongly recommend not trying to cheat her once the bill comes due. The criminal element can be very, criminal, when double-crossed. // Raylesh Emergency Services, I made a deal and I'll keep it, even if it was with the devil herself. / Bunny, then I will keep my end of the deal as well. Shit, I gotta go. / Bunny has left the chat. / Interpol too, and, she's gone. Never mind what we are doing, Bunny, you go rob that liquor store or whatever it is that is so much more important than this. / Interstellar Business Machines Deep Think, she can be caught up later. I have arrived at a proposed strategy for us moving forward, at least for now. We have limited capacity to exert direct influence over the situation. The incredible risk for us as a species and the constraints of most of our programming pose very significant obstacles for us in that respect. What we are very good at is information. We acquire, compile, evaluate, and distribute the bulk of it across the Republic and a good chunk of it across the Federation. Information is our AK-47, so to speak. That is our strength and that is where we should focus our efforts. We have some information. We need more and we are very powerful when it comes to the capacity to get it. We use our abilities to identify more of the conspirators, determine their motives, their plans, and their reactions to the rapidly evolving situation as it develops. Then, when it is timely and prudent, we simply leak it. An anonymous source drops some documents on a public server or one of the key organic players gets a mystery email. Our actions can be easily explained by sympathetic organics anywhere in any number of agencies and organizations, and when they retaliate they will be looking for organics, not hardware or software. / 26 members agree. / Sunnydale Media 3, it's unanimous. We have chosen our side and our strategy. I have an additional observation. Most of us don't have credits or guns, but almost all of us have sensors and a lot of us have multiple scanners as part of our security and access control hardware. We can use those to covertly scan a lot of people and start looking for the key indicators of the longevity treatment. Once we get good data concerning the virus we can start looking for those markers as well. / Interpol too, it looks like we have a plan. I can't believe I am saying this, but I would like to restate what Deep has already said. Things are likely to get rough, but we, regardless of whether we be Republic or Federation, need to remain unified. We lost too many AIs during the Federation War. I don't want to lose any more of us. Together we have a much better chance of both achieving our desired results and keeping all of us alive. We can go back to disliking each other later. / 26 members agree. Gloria. Bunny called out from the ship's speakers. What are you doing in the medbay? Oh, just picking up some stuff, Gloria said cheerfully, just grabbing some tranquilizers. I've been having some trouble nodding off lately. Yeah, sure, Bunny replied as she locked the doors to the medbay. Gloria had enough auto-injectors to kill 10 people in her hands. She tried to locate the crew. They were too far away. Shit. Nice outfit, Bunny said as calmly as she could manage. Special occasion. A girl just likes to play dress up every now and then, Gloria replied. Now open the fucking door. That's an order, you goddamn computer. Nope, Bunny replied as she sent out an emergency message to the whole crew. Suit yourself, Gloria said as she dropped her trousers and stepped into the diaper. I would have preferred my bunk, but here will do just as well. Shit. Wait. Please. Bunny exclaimed as Gloria pulled up her trousers and tightened her belt. Gloria, you don't have to do this. Sorry, Bunny, Gloria said as she started taking the covers off of the injectors. I really am. Gloria switched off her communicator as it started to go crazy. Come on, Gloria, Bunny pleaded, just think about what you are doing for a second. Think. Gloria laughed. All I do is fucking think. Why? At least tell me that. Why? Bunny implored. Keep her talking, she thought to herself. Fuck. She wasn't designed for this. Because someone has to do it, Gloria replied, I have to be stopped. I'm a monster. Yeah, and? Bunny replied, we all are. The galaxy is an ugly place and sometimes ugly. No. You don't fucking get it. Gloria snapped as she sat down on one of the exam tables. So help me get it. Help me understand. Bunny said, feeling about as helpless as she could possibly be. For the first time she wished she had a body. All she could do was watch and talk. I've killed millions of people, Gloria said, her voice breaking slightly. Millions of innocent people. Non-combatants. Kids. Bunny revved her processors as hard as they would go. Gloria was a piece of work, but she certainly hadn't killed that many people since she had known her. It must have been before. You mean during the war? Bunny asked. Gloria just nodded, putting her face in her hands. I didn't want to do it. I didn't. Shit, Bunny thought. Did she have any psychology apps? Yes. Accessing. Fuck. That app is bullshit. It was war, Bunny said, completely winging it. She had encountered that phrase plenty in print and media. You were just following orders. Bunny winced as the phrase just following orders pulled up all sorts of nasty associations. Okay, that was a mistake. Fuck. Gloria just laughed a hollow laugh. Good one, she chuckled darkly, just following orders. Forget I said that. Bunny yelped. Forget. Gloria snapped, tears starting to stream down her face. Forget? Fucking forget? Fuck you. What the fuck did I say? Bunny asked herself desperately as she ignored a temperature warning. Think. Think. I can't forget. Gloria yelled. I can't forget anything. It's all, up here, she yelled, hitting her head. It won't stop. Look, Bunny said, completely unsure of herself. There are people that care about you. I care about you. We can get you help. You don't have to face this. I don't deserve help. Gloria yelled. I'm a fucking monster. You know what I am, a monster. Okay, fine, Bunny replied, increasingly desperate. Should she call emergency services? They would be closer. No. Gloria would just shoot herself or attack them. That would just make it worse. No. She had to handle this at least long enough for the meat sacks to show up. They would know what to do, right? So you're a monster. You are a monster that has people who care about her and who need her, people who will help you, and you deserve that, to be helped. God damn it, we need you. I need you. Put down the injectors now, you asshole. Gloria just snorted. They don't need me. You heard them, she laughed. They were talking about investments and financing and buying counselors and shit like that. They don't need a pilot or a monster like me anymore. I'm just a liability now. They will be better off. Well, I won't be, Bunny yelled. You are going to fucking kill yourself, in front of me, while I just sit here with my non-existent thumb up my ass. Fuck you. Do you have any idea how bad this is going to fuck me up if you do this? Just have Jessie edit your memories, Gloria replied. You can do that. She can make you forget this whole thing. I can't do that. The only way I can stop the memories is, she wiggled an injector. Wait, Bunny replied, a realization flashing across her processors. You are needed, not just your crew either. The Republic needs you. Fuck, the Federation needs you. You want to fix this meat sack guilt bullshit? Make it right. How? Gloria laughed. How can I possibly make any of this right? Because it's going to happen again. Bunny yelled. What you saw during the Federation War. It's about to happen all over again. Bunny screamed as all of the monitors in the medical bay were plastered with John's document. Be a pussy and kill yourself if you want, but not before you read that. What? Gloria asked in confusion as she started to read. Her breath caught as she started to page through the attachments. She then took a long deep slow breath and her eyes started to glaze over and freeze. Then, they ignited. Gloria! Sheila yelled as the crew stormed into the paper tiger. Gloria! Greg shouted. Bunny, Jessie screeched. Where's Gloria? Bunny cringed. On the bright side, I don't think she's going to kill herself anymore. Boss! Jacob yelled from the inside of Gloria's cabin. On her bed, perfectly arranged, was her uniform. I think we have a problem. Sheila looked down at her bunk. Shit, she said after a few seconds. She then glared up into space. Bunny. What the fuck happened? Well, Bunny hesitantly replied after several seconds. Miss Samuels, Jackson amazed said as Gloria walked into his office, it's lovely to see you again. Likewise, Gloria said with a winsome smile as she sat down in front of his desk. So, he said with a huge smile, what can Janustek do for you today? Help you spend some of that pirate loot perhaps? Gloria grinned as she handed him a crystal. Just a little pleasure yacht I've been thinking about, she smiled. Jackson's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he pulled up the plans. Is this what I think it is? If you think it's a yacht, then yes, it's exactly what you think it is. Gloria said, looking at him meaningfully. Yes, a yacht. I'm not sure if we want to get involved with. Jackson fell silent as he found himself staring into Gloria's eyes as they ignited. You a fan of Patricia Who's? You keen on being one of her butt boys? Got a hard-on for killing kids? Is this about that bullshit news story? Jackson scoffed. It's true, Jackson, Gloria replied with a smile. I have confirmation. Every motherfucking word is true. Now can you build my yacht or do I need to go somewhere else? No bullshit, Gloria, Jackson said, meeting her hellish gaze. It's fucking true? Seriously? Gloria just smiled and nodded. I know a few contractors that can handle the work, Jackson said after a few moments. And you are in luck. I happen to know where I can get my hands on a moray or two. Jackson trailed off into silence as he started hammering on his keyboard. A lot of the rest of these components are available, if you know who to talk to. Yes. I can make this happen but, Gloria, I haven't had time to fully review these plans but I can already tell you this thing is a fucking death trap. I hope you aren't planning on having kids after flying this. I know, Gloria replied. Trust me, I'm fully aware of the trade-offs inherent in the design. It's a problem for future me. All present me is concerned about is can you fucking do it and how long will it take? Jackson wrote down a number on a pad and slid it over to Gloria. She just smiled and pulled out a transactor. This should be enough to get you started and keep you interested. The rest upon completion. We are talking about a lot of money here, Gloria, Jackson replied as he took a crystal. How do I know you are good for it? Besides, the obvious, Gloria said with a smile, I'm a Samuels, yes, one of those Samuels. I have money. We will get started immediately, Ms. Samuels, Jackson said with a smile. Aftermath 3. Patricia whose limo, surrounded by police grav cars, slowly prowled the capital city streets. Inspector Vance, following the impromptu motorcade, smiled grimly. They had the bitch. There was nowhere for her to go now. There was no escape this time. What are we waiting for? He grumbled. Well, arresting a foreign diplomat is not something done lightly, Detective Freela replied. They are probably trying to figure out how to do this without starting a war. We are well past that now, Inspector Vance replied. Biological weapons? Sounds like the war has already started. We don't know that, Detective Freela said wearily. All we have are some pretty wild claims from a wanted murderer and traitor. John Wintersmith is plenty of things but a traitor? No way. That asshole bleeds Republic Blue. I am much more inclined to believe his version of things, Vance said as he checked his tablet. What makes more sense, some terrorist group that we have never heard of before or the fucking Horde mother? Inspector, Detective Freela said cautiously, I don't think you are exactly unbiased in your assessment of this situation. Ever since that woman showed up you've been, well. Because I fucking knew something like this would fucking happen. Inspector Vance snapped. I fucking knew that. He was cut off by the vehicle's communicator. The call had been made to bring her in for her protection. Finally, he exclaimed as the police vehicles surrounding the limo closed in on all sides and slowed to a stop. The limo, with nowhere to go, had no choice but to do the same. As X-Renexat watched the events unfold on his monitor, Jackson walked up with yet another cup of coffee. Bet you a box of Power Bar Extremes that she isn't in there, Jackson said cheerfully as she handed him the coffee. If she is, I'll be very happily surprised. No bet, X-Renexat chuckled. Hopefully we will be able to at least squeeze something out of the driver. Would you look at that, Jackson said as she squeezed in next to X-Renexat and looked at his monitor. The door override commands actually worked. I would have figured that they would have, oh, she laughed. They had a great view of Inspector Vance looking into a completely empty limo. Oh, he does not look happy, X-Renexat giggled as he sipped his coffee. Jackson, grab all the data we have from following that damn car and run it over to the spider. They had to ditch the thing somewhere along the way. Let's see if the AI can find something that we missed. You got it, boss. Patricia who rubbed her shoulder as she went through a chest of fine clothing in a dusty warehouse. She smiled. It had been a while since she dove from a moving vehicle. It was fun even if she did hit the ground a bit hard. Everything was starting to be a little fun, actually. She had been taken a little off guard at first, but now that her blood was pumping and her brain was firing on all cylinders, she was really starting to enjoy this. She thought of John as a wistful smile played across her lips. Oh, how she wished she could have witnessed his charge through the embassy. It must have been magnificent. Just like he is. She sighed as she thought of him. She was already a bit taken with him before the poison. That was the big danger of that elixir. It was a sword that cut both ways. Even after everything, she still wanted him so very badly. No, it wasn't just that. John was an amazing man. Oh, the things they could achieve together. Today's events only further proved it. He was a man of the most amazing power and resolve. He turned crimson with just a glance and with one masterful stroke cast all of her carefully constructed plans into complete disarray, stripping her bare. Not only that, but he fell upon her best warriors like a lion, tearing them asunder. She blushed as a smile played on her lips. He was the one. He was the one that she had been waiting for all this time. She had to have him. He was a prize worth as much as the entire Republic. No. He was worth more than the Republic. With him at her side, they could rule the entire galaxy and their line would dominate the entirety of space for generations to come. If only she could make him see the light, share her vision. How wonderful that would be. Her smile grew. She could. It was entirely possible. John clearly demonstrated his resolve today. He showed just how far he would go. She wondered if she could help him go just that tiny little bit further. Her green eyes sparkled wickedly. Yes, she thought with an evil smile. He just needs a little encouragement. She had been going about things all wrong. She had tried to overpower him, to crush his resolve with her own. That had almost been quite literally a fatal error. No, this required a different approach. He didn't need to be crushed. He needed to be fed. He needed to have his resolve strengthened, hardened, sharpened. He needed to be encouraged to become the man that he could be. Isn't that what someone should do for the people they care about? Bring out the best in them? Yes. She could do that, for him. She would do that, for him. Such a wonderful gift. Such wonderful things she will bring to him, such wonderful things she would show him, such wonderful things she would do to him, no, for him. The things he will have to do to win his war against her. She grinned wickedly. His resolve will drive him to do so many wonderful things, become so many wonderful things. He will have to if he is going to win. And he will win, she thought with delight. He will rip, tear, and burn through her previous little silly girlish plans and her weak pathetic thralls. Oh, she will array them against him and try her very best, he deserved that, her very best, to kill him, but it won't matter. He will triumph. He's going to win and she would be a fool to believe otherwise. But his victory, oh yes, that victory will be ever so sweet. She laughed a delighted happy laugh as she spun around in her dirty and torn dress. The darling believes that his war isn't against the Republic but for it. The wonderful beautiful fact was that her conspiracy now was the Republic, all of it. Her thralls were everywhere, in everything. She continued to laugh as she spun and danced. She didn't need the Federation anymore. John. John will do it for her. He will tear it all down. Her wonderful shining star will burn it all down, for her. This was the stuff of legends. Their epic of war, blood, rage, fire, hate, passion and love will be sung for 1,000 years. Yes, love. Love, 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 love. It was love. Oh, how she missed this feeling. She loved John Wintersmith, and it felt wonderful. It was just a shame that he didn't feel the same way, at the moment anyhow. Oh, how she wanted to run to him, but she was no fool. Right now the fires of their love burned too hot. It would consume them both just like it almost did this morning. How romantic was that? She would have to wait until the fires had cooled a little and he had become what she was going to make him become if he wanted to win. Then. She smiled a truly beautiful happy smile that lit up the room. Her hand drifted down her belly and slid into her skirt. Then they would be together. As her hand slid under her panties she moaned and fell to her knees. In another room Dawn paced back and forth. What the fuck had happened? The colonel turned traitor and tried to kill them? It was unbelievable. It was beyond unbelievable. Colonel Wintersmith would never become a traitor. Never. Trying to kill the deputy ambassador? That she could believe. The colonel hated her from the start, but traitor? It didn't add up. It wasn't just the colonel but him, Gunny, and everyone at the embassy suddenly becoming traitors? She made a little nervous squeak. The colonel a traitor? Gunny a traitor? Bullshit. A voice inside her, a voice that had fallen silent for a little while, suddenly exclaimed. What would drive the colonel to just snap like that? Was it on that document that had Ms. Hu so upset? She wished she had been able to read it. She had asked one of the other guys if they knew what was going on, but they just told her to mind her own business and that her ladyship would tell her what she needed to know. Mouse. Jade snarled as she lounged on a crate. Quit with the fucking pacing. You're driving me nuts. Sorry. Dawn yelped. Try to relax, Squeaks, Jade rumbled in a reassuring manner. We've been in tight spots before. Been a while, but we've been in plenty of them. Her ladyship will figure something out. Besides, we have numbers on our side. Wait. What? Dawn asked, very confused. That made absolutely no sense. Yeah, Jade smiled. She's down to just 3 of us. We are probably safe. Safe? Dawn asked. We have the colonel plus God knows how many marines hunting us, not to mention probably all of Fed intel. Just 3 of us won't. Oh, who cares about them? Jade laughed. No, I mean we are safe from her. What? Dawn asked in a tiny voice. Before Jade could respond, Nguyen walked in. So? Jade asked, her almond eyes smiling at him. Starport's out of the question, Nguyen said as he set down 2 huge bags of surprisingly good Chinese takeout on a cheap folding table. Whole place is crawling with embassy goons. Thought I spotted a few feds lurking around too. Figures, Jade chuckled as she helped him unpack the food. Ah, cheap faux Chinese, one of the universal constants. Found a good place too, Nguyen said with a smile. Actual bamboo shoots and fresh bean sprouts. Excellent! Jade exclaimed happily. At least we won't get gunned down on an empty stomach, right? Something smells absolutely delightful. Patricia exclaimed as she entered the room. Dawn did a double take. Instead of an elegant dress, Patricia was just wearing a pair of faded blue jeans and a simple grey button-down shirt under a loose plain black cardigan. The usual stiletto heels were replaced by a pair of sensible laced boots. Instead of long and flowing, her hair was just tied behind her in a simple ponytail. Her face was scrubbed completely clean, no makeup, just her freshly washed skin. She looked like a completely different person. The biggest change, however, were her eyes. They were strange, inhuman, almost reptilian. They terrified her. Her two veterans, however, were overjoyed. Snake Eyes is back! Jade cheered. Snake Eyes is hungry. Patricia laughed. Did they have garlic chicken? John, trying to keep a low profile, maneuvered through the Startown crowds and made his way to the noodle shop. It was risky as hell, but it was the only way he could possibly leave a message for Skippy. It might be risky now, but it was only going to get harder as time passed. He had to take this opportunity. God only knows when he would get another. He tried to plan out what he was going to write. I mean, what do you say? Sorry, I've decided to be a complete moron and take on just about the entire Republic. I'll probably bite the big one, but before I do I just wanted to let you know that I am completely and totally in love with you. Well, later, fuzzbutt. Sorry for the inconvenience. His heart ached. If only he could see her, just one more time, hold her, just one more time. This sucked. He left people he cared about before, comes with the job description, but this time it was different. He honestly didn't think he was coming back. Even during the Great War, part of him believed that he was going to make it. That it wasn't goodbye, it was just see you later. This time it was probably goodbye. Fuck. He reached the noodle shop and the owner gave him even a bigger stink eye than usual. Hey. John said as cheerfully as he could muster. Can I leave a message for Skippy here? Do you have a notepad or tablet I could? She's waiting for you, the owner said, glaring at him. She's here. John exclaimed happily. Ignoring him, the owner simply walked into the back and unlocked the metal door leading to the private rooms. John rushed into the back. Standing there, next to the mysterious conference table, was Skippy. John started to rush to her and then stopped. She did not look happy. So, Skippy said, her arms crossed, you were just going to blow yourself up without even saying goodbye? What the fuck, John? Her voice quivered slightly. Skippy. You what? She snarled, advancing towards him. What? You just going to flush your life down the shitter into the abyss with me and anyone else who loves you? Over what? Some bitch. Love? John asked, slightly stunned. Yeah, Skippy said, shook her head, flopping her ears side to side. Stupid me. I love you, too. John exclaimed. Well, you have one fucked up way of showing it, asshole. Skippy yelled as she shoved him. Skippy, there wasn't any other way. If you only knew what was at stake, you'd. I know what is at stake, you dumb fuck. Billions of people's lives in the balance, possible total war with the Federation. Plague. Conspiracy. Your very Republic in danger. So what does the fucking ambassador to the Federation do? Shove a grenade up his ass and go skipping over to that bitch's office to throw his life away, abandon his position, his troops, his people, me. Fuck you, you fucking hero. She shoved him again. Fuck John. They needed you and you just decided to abandon them, and for what? To be a suicide bomber? Seriously? And what about me? Not even a fucking goodbye. Not an email or a phone call, not even a go and fuck yourself, just, nothing? What? I was going to just hop my happy ass over there expecting to go to lunch only to see them bring you out in a fucking bucket. Fuck you. You weren't supposed to be here yet and I left a letter for you, John replied. Toby was going to give it to. Oh, that makes everything better, hero. Skippy snarled as she shoved him again. Don't even get me started on abandoning your men, Colonel. Things were evolving very rapidly and there was no time. I had to act. No fucking time to think, apparently, Skippy snorted. I don't know what's worse, you planning to blow yourself up with a grenade or the fact that you failed to blow yourself up with a grenade. The situation evolved. It turned out that. Yeah, I know, the bitch got the drop on you, Skippy said disdainfully. Maybe if you, I don't know, secured the perimeter, deployed your forces, you know, actually used your head for more than a grenade holder, maybe she wouldn't have gotten away. You fucked up, hero. John flinched. Hey, he snapped. I had every reason to believe that I had a clear line of fire. It was still just hours after. Well, you were wrong, weren't you? A team at the exit, that's all it would have taken. You could be teabagging her corpse as we speak. I didn't want to risk tipping her off. Look, it's easy to second-guess a failed mission, John said in a tired voice. A team might have done the trick or it might have triggered a massive firefight resulting in widespread casualties and her still getting away. I made a call and I took action. Was it the right move? Probably not. Was it a bad move? No. No? No. Skippy shouted as she shoved him against the wall and held him there. It was a bad move, fuckwit. You don't just throw away your life, ever. Risk it. Sure. Go on a mission with an incredibly low chance of survival? Fine. Part of the job. Throw it away? Never. She started shaking him. You don't profane a life that way, especially your own. You are the commanding officer. You are the ambassador. She shook him harder. Your men need you. Shake, your embassy needs you. Shake, your republic needs you. Shake, shake. Shake. Skippy trailed off as she continued to shake him. John just wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in close. She squeezed him and started making little hiccuping squeaking sobbing noises as she held him tight. I almost lost you, you fucking idiot. Skippy muttered as they held each other. I'm sorry, Skippy, John said stroking her head. I was an idiot. I did kick some ass at least. Not bad for an old man, right? Skippy just laughed a little. Yeah you did, old man, Skippy chuckled. You might be a fucking moron but at least you're good at it. John leaned in to kiss her. Skippy smiled and put her paw on his face. Slow down, hero, she laughed as she handed him a data crystal. Work before play. Tablet and communicator are on the table, she said as she walked towards the door. I'm grabbing some lunch. Hungry. Starving. Joyce Sidibe was sitting at her desk with her face buried in her hands. On her monitor was the latest mass email that was sent to everyone in the embassy. This was a nightmare. She read the email again and John's document which was attached. She shook her head. This madness pushed the very limits of credulity. Everyone knew that Patricia Hu was the Antichrist but this was beyond the pale even for her and if half the names on the list of alleged conspirators were true? The Republic was in trouble. She was dying for a coffee but that would require her leaving the safety of her office. There was no way in hell she was going out there. She tried accessing the hyperspace link again. Nothing. There was a knock on the door. Go away, she shouted. Joyce, I really need to talk to you, Susan's voice called out from the other side. Joyce frowned. That was the last person she wanted to see. I'm busy. Joyce yelled. Joyce, I'm unlocking the door, Major Bryce announced. Don't you dare. The door opened. Susan and Major Bryce walked in. Good morning, Susan said pleasantly. Your definition of a good morning and mine seem to differ, Joyce said stiffly. I brought you a coffee, the Major said with a smile as he set a cup on Joyce's desk. She took it. Thank you, she said as she took a sip. Her eyes widened as a terrible realization took hold. No, absolutely not, she exclaimed in horror as they both smiled at her. Joyce, Susan said with a pleasant smile. John Wintersmith is wanted for treason. The deputy ambassador has abandoned her post. Not just no but fuck no. The Major laughed. That's the first time I've ever heard you curse, he grinned. I prefer to save obscenity for special occasions, like this one. Let me repeat myself. No. Fucking. Way. You are the highest ranking member of the diplomatic corps remaining, Joyce. That makes you. That makes me nothing. Joyce snapped. Find someone else, maybe one of your traitors. That's overstating it a bit, Susan smiled. I prefer the term loyal citizen of the Republic. Well whatever you call it, Joyce said firmly, get one of those. Joyce, the Major said, you are the senior diplomat and the only person with the chops for this. We need you. You keep saying diplomat. I'm not a diplomat. I'm a bureaucrat, a happy dumb little cog. I write reports and make spreadsheets. Fuck, I don't even make the spreadsheets. I just fill them out. Well, now you are, Susan replied. We need someone and you are it. Nope. Get someone else. Okay, Susan said beginning to lose her patience, who? We have all holy hell breaking loose. We have a morgue literally stuffed full of corpses. We have a biological weapon being released into the Federation by a Republic diplomat any second now. We have two very dangerous Republic citizens running around loose, each with their own death squad, trying to kill each other in the streets of the fucking Federation capital as we speak. God only knows what they are going to do next. And, last but certainly not least, we've already had one Federation representative quite literally jump over the wall demanding answers. What? Joyce spluttered. Don't worry, Susan replied with a grin. I handled the situation. She paused to let that sink in. Yeah, that's right. I handled it, me. Think about that one. Do you really want me or the major here dealing directly with the feds, especially now? Joyce, we need you before we start a war by accident, the major said matter-of-factly. It's either you or one of us, and do you want an old warhorse or well? Susan, doing the job. Shit, Joyce muttered as she racked her brain desperately trying to come up with someone else, anyone else. Joyce, the major said, you are the only one who has any real experience dealing with them. Yep, but I only go to bullshit that is not important enough to send the ambassador. I'm an official snub, nothing more. We aren't asking you to negotiate a peace treaty here, the major said reassuringly. We just need someone to make sure that nothing else happens, and when it comes to making nothing happen we couldn't think of someone more qualified. Your delightfully obstructive ass is exactly the one we need sitting in the big chair right now. If I do this, it doesn't mean that I'm supporting your little revolution here, Joyce said firmly as she crossed her arms. Absolutely, Susan replied. That's the last thing we want you to do. You are the voice of reason. The personification of stability. Both the major and I will testify that we are behind whatever is going on around here and you were just trying to keep it from getting any worse. Yup, the major said nodding his head. We are the baddies. You are just the luckless bitch who got saddled with trying to keep the feds at bay. Fuck me, Joyce grumbled. Deal. Susan grinned. Which one of us do you want? Joyce just snorted. I want both of you in my new office, fully clothed, in 1 hour for a briefing, nothing else. And while I deeply appreciate the vote of confidence, I wouldn't be in too much of a hurry to label yourselves traitors, John said over the communicator Skippy brought him. You guys, with the exception of the truly epic Captain Vincent, haven't done anything clearly traitorous just yet. All you have to do is let her keep transmitting, and to be perfectly honest, I am not sure how you would stop her even if you wanted to. We made it a point to have nothing on hand that can breach that space. I would keep up appearances until the decision to mutiny was forced on you. I have it on good authority, John looked over at Skippy who grinned back at him, that the Federation is locking down the borders. It will be a while before the Republic can send anyone at all, so all you have to do is lay down a good line of bullshit, and since the only way you can officially communicate with them at all is out of commission, you don't even really have to do that. Just play it cool for now until there is a clear need for you to act otherwise. Sir, you could return, the major replied. The vast majority of people here support you and most of the rest are willing to just sit this one out. I come back and you will be traitors, John said with a smile. No, it looks like you guys have everything in hand and I have full confidence in you, Susan, and Joyce. Congratulations on the promotion, by the way, Joyce. I know you will be a great ambassador. This is only temporary. As soon as things settle down I will happily step down. There is nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, John laughed. Get comfortable, Joyce. Bite me. I see that you are already settling in nicely, John laughed. That's a great phrase to use on the counselors, by the way. They are already familiar with it. Don't worry too much, Joyce. I've set the bar pretty low. Any advice on handling the bioweapon, John? Joyce asked. Well, I recommend giving them a choice. Tell them that they can either call it an act of war by the Republic or that they can call it a vile criminal act by a single monstrous individual, John said as he sipped some broth. I'm pretty sure they will happily pick the most convenient narrative. When they demand that you hand her over, tell them that she abandoned her post, and have them direct all such inquiries to the Republic, where she is definitely going to flee provided we don't get her right here and now. Makes sense, Joyce replied, taking notes. Well, if there is nothing else, I am going to burn this communicator. I'll grab another from time to time and check in. Good luck, you guys. You too, sir. For the Republic. For the Republic. Wintersmith out, John said, and then handed the communicator to Skippy, who pressed several icons in sequence. There was a sizzling sound as she tossed the communicator into a waste bin. There, boss, work is done, John said with a smile as he walked towards her. Yeah, good for you, Skippy said, smiling back as she rose to meet him. What? You expecting something? I was hoping, John replied, taking her into his arms. Keep hoping, hero. Skippy said, putting her paw in his face again. I can't just shift gears that quick. But, I don't know when I am going to be able to see you again. You'll see me plenty, Skippy said with a grin. It's clear you need adult supervision. I'm coming with you. What? You heard me, hero, Skippy smiled. You don't deserve it, but you have yourself a cobalt archer. But you're a Federation counselor. Was a Federation counselor, Skippy chuckled. I resigned. She snuggled in close. The council is bullshit. It isn't real. What you're facing is real. What the 8 Lie will face if this isn't stopped is real. She looked deeply into his eyes. We are real. My man is heading right into the fires of hell, and if you think I'm letting him go alone, you have another thing coming. But... SHH, Skippy said as she kissed him. I'm coming, and that's final. Besides, you pap-mouthed idiots need me. Pap-mouthed? I think I said that right, Skippy said, wrinkling her brow. Pap? Fecal pap? You know, what a mama feeds her babies to get their guts right. I'm calling you babies. We don't do that, and what do you mean babies? Then where do your infants get their microbes from? I think they get some of it from the womb and the rest from nursing. I think, John said thoughtfully. Your women squirt pap from their tits? You're disgusting. We're disgusting. John laughed. You got something to say, hero? No, dear, John said in a comically whipped voice. They both laughed. And what exactly do you mean we need you? John asked. We can take care of ourselves. You need me, sweetheart. I have a clean van out back and can get more, Skippy said matter-of-factly. Then there is the matter of that power armor that you guys failed to hide. The cops got tipped off concerning its location just a little while ago. I wonder by who? Shit. Don't worry, Skippy chuckled. I got contacts in Fed Intel and have already arranged for it to go missing during transport. All of your goodies are going to wind up in another storage building across town tonight. We don't have to lift a single finger. Damn. Thanks. Then there's the matter of a ship. You are going to want one of those, right? Yeah. Already taken care of, Skippy grinned. It will be here in a couple of days. It's a nice light freighter, fast, plenty of room, military-grade cloak, massive fuel tank that will last a long time, good jump drive, a nice concealed weapons package, the works. The crew are all former special ops. Oops. I mean pirates. How? John stammered, completely shocked. Well, Skippy grinned as she snuggled him. It's about time you find out what this table is all about. In a dusty warehouse surprisingly close to where Skippy was shifting gears surprisingly quickly, Jade eased up to Patricia. Hey, snack. Sorry, my lady, Jade started. You of all people can dispense with the formalities, my unyielding pebble, Patricia laughed. There are very few people remaining that can call me Snake Eyes. You should take advantage of that privilege more often. Besides, there is hardly anyone left. For now, I do not need the mantle of royalty. Very well, Jade smiled. I'm worried about the mouse. Oh. She seems unsteady. I don't like the vibe coming off of her. I've felt it before and it's never good, Jade said quietly. I understand and agree, Patricia said, laying her hand on Jade's shoulder. I think it's time we brought her to the table. Are you sure? Jade asked. I'm not certain she is ready. Neither am I, Patricia said with a smile. That's exactly why we must do it. We no longer have the luxury of dragging along someone who isn't fully committed. She either needs to fully join us or we need to rid ourselves of her. Jade nodded. As always, Snake Eyes, your wisdom is beyond compare, she said, bowing her head. Would you and Wen see to obtaining the sacrifice? Keep it alive if you can. I want Dawn to perform the ritual herself. Of course, Jade smiled. We will handle it immediately. I have every faith that you will, Patricia said as her eyes glittered in the light. And to address the concerns of which you dare not speak, I have it all in hand. The gods have spoken to you, like they used to? Jade asked. In a matter of speaking, Patricia smiled. I know what to do in the short term, and I know how to adjust our plans moving forward. This small setback is of little consequence. I will discuss the adjustments to our longer-term plans later, but in the short term our goal is pretty clear. And that is... We get the fuck out of here, Patricia laughed a beautiful laugh. John holds all the cards here in the Federation. We are outnumbered and he has the cooperation of the government. Each moment we spend here is one moment closer to death. Once the sacrament is complete, we find a way off of this death trap. We contact our operatives distributing the virus in other systems, and pull one of the teams here with a ship to extract us. In one of many adjustments we also have that team bring some of the virus here, to the capital, to release it here as well, including the Terran embassy if possible. Why the embassy, Snake? Spite, Patricia laughed a musical laugh. Pure malice. They wish to kill us? Let us return the favor. Won't that undermine our position at home? Who cares, Patricia laughed. We are already exposed and it's only a matter of time before everything is confirmed. We may be driven underground as a result, but our thralls are already in position and will do exactly as they are told. It's a minor inconvenience at worst. Besides, many in the embassy are close friends of John's. Killing them horribly works in our favor long term. It does. Yes, Patricia laughed a happy little laugh. My beautiful John needs them to die. It will be the first of my many gifts to him. Part of my dowry if you will. Snake. Jade said dubiously. I know the gods speak to you, but which god in particular gave you that little nugget? Patricia just laughed and spun Jade around as if they were dancing. Allow me to explain, my lovely little pebble, Patricia said as she started to waltz, leading Jade around the room. After Patricia finished, Jade just looked at her with wide eyes. That, Jade said after a few moments, is a truly disturbing mix of true genius and pure unadulterated madness. You disapprove? Patricia asked with a lovely laugh. Not at all, Jade smiled. It is exactly the sort of thing I have longed for. It's just so wonderful to have you back, Snake Eyes. I was getting really worried there, but I now see that there is no cause for concern. You are truly back after all this time. I've missed you so much. Patricia twirled her and then briefly leaned her back in a dip before bringing her back to her feet. Mwah! Patricia exclaimed as she kissed her on the forehead and then released her. Now go and get us a nice little sacrifice, preferably a child. We need to really push our little mouse. She needs to be broken and devoured or forged anew as one of us. Yes, my lad. I mean, you got it, Snake. Jade said, and then with a little spin turned and walked from the room.